Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 1320 to Chapter 1400. What a powerful force! What a terrifying sword chi! Lu Ming was shocked. He had transformed into 9 dragons and performed a martial skill that combined 5 wills. Apart from the chaotic will, this was Lu Ming's strongest combat strength. However, he still could not resist the sword chi. He was pushed back 1,000 miles and 3 of his dragon claws were cut off. The power of the golden sword chi was extremely terrifying. Whoosh, high up in the sky, a golden light flashed and a figure appeared. It was an old man with thick bones and a burly figure. He wore a golden robe that fluttered in the wind and he exuded a majestic aura. A terrifying aura radiated from the old man in the golden robe, causing the sky to tremble. Peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he looked extremely serious. The old man in the golden robe was at the same level as Xiao Wan and De. He was extremely powerful. The difference between each level of the Martial Royal Realm was huge. The difference between LV2 Martial Royal Realm and LV1 Martial Royal Realm was obvious. It was not difficult for a LV2 Martial Royal Realm to kill a LV1 Martial Royal Realm cultivator. Not to mention a peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm cultivator. Elder Di Hongqing. The third emperor of the underworld and Martial Emperor Pashan were overjoyed when they saw the old man. His surname is Di? Lu Ming frowned. Xiao Wan had said that there were 2 peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm cultivators beside De and they both had royal spiritual weapons. Lu Ming had a lot of questions in his heart. A peak second layer Martial Dominator Realm cultivator was not as common as cabbages, one could easily find one. In the Divine Wilderness continent, there were only Xiao Wan and De. Where did the 2 peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm cultivators beside De come from? Moreover, they both had royal spiritual weapons. Now he knew that one of them had the same surname as De. What was going on? Rumor had it that De Tian Divine Palace was built by Martial Emperor De. At that time, there was only Martial Emperor De and no one had heard that he had a family with the same surname. Later on, Martial Emperor De had a descendant and the De clan was born? Could this old man be De's descendant? Impossible. Lu Ming felt that this old man was even older than De. Lu Ming had more questions in his heart. He felt that De was more mysterious than he had imagined. Di Hongqing stood high up in the sky and looked down at Lu Ming. However, it was not difficult to see the astonishment and disbelief in his eyes. He seemed to be amazed by Lu Ming's age and combat strength. So you're Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's not bad for you to have such cultivation and battle strength at your age. I think you're a talent. Why don't you join our De family? As long as you perform well, the De family won't mistreat you. Di Hongqing asked. His tone revealed a sense of superiority, as if he was looking down on others. This wasn't Di Hongqing's intention. It was as if he was born to be high and mighty, looking down on others. Hee hee. Lu Ming let out a faint laugh and stared at Di Hongqing instead of answering. After a while, Lu Ming said, You're not from the Godly Desolation continent, right? Or are you not from the Godly Desolation continent? Lu Ming had met all the geniuses of the Godly Desolation continent, and none of them had the surname Di. Di Hongqing was slightly startled, as if he had not expected Lu Ming to ask such a question all of a sudden. He then let out a hollow laugh and said, That's none of your business. Now, are you going to surrender or not? Surrender? Sure, but I have a condition. Give me De's head, and I'll surrender. Lu Ming said with a calm smile. Impudent. Di Hongqing's expression turned dark as a murderous intent burst out from his body. He said in a cold voice, Lu Ming, I was planning to give you a chance since you're quite talented, but you didn't take it. I guess I'll have to send you on your way. Di Hongqing clenched his fist in the air and a golden battle sword was formed. Sword chi shot up into the sky. Slash. Di Hongqing shouted softly and slashed with his golden combat sword. A terrifying sword aura that was thousands of miles long split the sky and slashed toward Lu Ming. It was even more powerful than the previous attack. Primal Chaos. 9 dragons stepped into the air as Primal Chaos chi surrounded Di Hongqing's body. Facing an expert like Di Hongqing, Lu Ming no longer hid his strength and unleashed it with all his might. Suppressing Hell Art. Lu Ming executed the suppressing hell art as a dragon claw clawed at the golden sword light. The dragon claw was covered with the primal chaos intent. The primal chaos intent combined with the suppressing hell art could unleash its full power. Boom, the dragon claw clashed with the golden sword light. It was as if the entire world was shaking, as if it was the end of the world. Half of the sky was filled with golden sword light, while the other half was filled with primal chaos. Di Hongqing and Lu Ming's figures were pushed back by an invisible force. They could not help but retreat simultaneously. How is this possible? The Broken Mountain Martial Dominator and the Third Underworld Emperor stared with their eyes wide open. They could not believe their eyes. Lu Ming had managed to block Di Hongqing's attack. Not only that, it seemed like they were on par with each other, as they were both pushed back. This meant that Lu Ming was able to stand his ground against Di Hongqing. Lu Ming had not used his full strength when he was fighting against them. Upon having this thought, they could feel a chill down their spines. If Lu Ming had used his full strength, wouldn't they be dead meat? Gulp. Gulp, inside the White Jade Palace of the World Academy, Xianxia, Sandalwood Fairy, the two martial dominators of the World Academy, and the rest of the experts swallowed their saliva with great difficulty. Their eyes were wide open as they stared into the distance. Sigh. The gap between us and Lu Ming is getting bigger. After a while, Xianxia let out a sigh. His voice was filled with helplessness. Lu Ming is not on the same level as us to begin with. He is destined to be more brilliant and go further in the future. Sandalwood Fairy's eyes flickered with excitement. Indeed, he's already standing at the peak of the Divine Desolation continent at such a young age. I wonder how great his future will be. One of the martial dominators of the World Academy let out a sigh. In the northern sky, Xiao Wan and the others stared with their eyes open wide. Chu Luo's figure trembled violently. He could not find any words after a long time. They had initially thought it was shocking enough that Lu Ming was able to defeat Chu Luo and defeat an ordinary martial dominator. However, they now realized that they had underestimated Lu Ming. Lu Ming was able to fight against a peak second-layer martial dominator realm cultivator. In other words, Lu Ming's strength was on par with Xiao Wan's. Lu Ming, among the crowd, Yan Kuangtu was the most excited. He clenched his fists in excitement. I was right about him. Xiao Wan's eyes flickered. He knew that he had made the right bet. Emperor Sword, shattering the heavens. Di Hongqing's furious voice could be heard. He had been knocked back by Lu Ming. While he was astonished, it also triggered his murderous intent. The attack of a peak LV2 martial royal realm cultivator was earth-shattering and powerful. The third emperor of the underworld and martial emperor Pashan were terrified by the attack. They felt that they had no hope of being killed by the attack. Lu Ming, Xianxia and the others in the White Jade Palace, as well as Xiao Wan and the others in the north, became nervous. Xiao Wan, in particular, was ready to help. The combat strength of a peak LV2 martial royal realm cultivator is indeed terrifying. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and the 9 dragons twisted their bodies. They opened their mouths and a devouring force burst out. At the same time, the illusory figure of the suppressing prison monument appeared in front of him. Boom, once again, it clashed with the golden sword radiance and a terrifying explosion occurred. The illusory figure of the suppressing prison monument was destroyed by the golden sword radiance, but the golden sword radiance also collapsed. Swoosh! Swoosh, the 9 dragons and Di Hongqing retreated at the same time. This time, Di Hongqing retreated a shorter distance while Lu Ming retreated a longer distance. The 9 dragons' bodies were trembling slightly and there were sword marks all over them. Light was shining on the 9 dragons' bodies. The bodies of the 9 dragons seemed to have become less solid and more illusory. Without becoming a martial emperor and a spiritual body, the power of your bloodline is limited. Let's see how you are going to fight me. Di Hongqing sneered and his eyes were cold. The power of the bloodline was limited after all. The more intense the fight, the more bloodline power would be consumed. Once the power of the bloodline was used up, the bloodline fusion could not be maintained. Only when the power of the bloodline was recovered could the bloodline fusion be used again. It was obvious that Lu Ming's 9 dragons' bloodline was about to be used up. Therefore, the 9 dragons were becoming illusory. I will kill you with this attack. Di Hongqing stepped forward and the golden sword radiance became even more dazzling. Emperor's sword, break the world, swoosh, the golden sword radiance slashed toward Lu Ming again and it was filled with murderous intent. Di Hongqing wanted to kill Lu Ming with this attack. Puff, the 9 dragons' bloodline burst like a bubble. However, Lu Ming's real body did not appear. Instead, a stone tablet appeared. The suppressing prison monument. The prison suppressing steel expanded to the size of a mountain, emitting a blinding light. Below him, the word steel shone brightly. 1. The prison suppressing steel was covered with a layer of chaotic intent, which made it feel even heavier, as if it could suppress everything. The prison suppressing steel suppressed the golden sword light. The second 9th grade divine bloodline. Di Hongqing narrowed his eyes. The prison suppressing steel's bloodline collided with the golden sword light. The lower part of the prison suppressing steel's bloodline was solid, indestructible and indestructible. The prison suppressing steel trembled and flew back. The golden sword light also collapsed in an instant. Di Hongqing was also pushed back by the counterattack. This time, Di Hongqing retreated even further than Lu Ming. This caused Di Hongqing's expression to turn extremely ugly. The prison suppressing steel's bloodline is indeed stronger than the 9 dragons' bloodline. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Whoosh, at this moment, Di Hongqing's body seemed to have turned into a golden sword light, breaking through the void and rapidly approaching Lu Ming. Bring it on! Lu Ming's voice resounded from the prison suppressing steel. The prison suppressing steel glowed and charged towards Di Hongqing. Clang, the heavens and the earth exploded as the two figures retreated, then charged at each other again. Only the two figures could be seen clashing and exchanging blows. Explosions continued to sound in the sky. The shockwaves from their exchange grew more and more terrifying, causing the spectators to retreat further and further. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 10 blows. Although Lu Ming had a slight upper hand, it was only a slight upper hand. He couldn't defeat Di Hongqing for the time being. Damn it! Di Hongqing roared in his heart. He was a peak second-layer martial emperor, yet he couldn't even defeat a young man at the spiritual god realm. He felt extremely humiliated. Go to hell, Emperor. Sword. Suddenly, Di Hongqing roared. A golden battle sword appeared above his head. This battle sword wasn't condensed from true origin, it was a true battle sword, a true spiritual weapon. A emperor spiritual weapon, it was an emperor spiritual weapon. As soon as the golden sword appeared, Di Hongqing held it in his hand, and an extremely terrifying sword chi slashed towards Lu Ming. An emperor spiritual weapon, what terrifying power! Lu Ming's heart couldn't help but tremble when facing this attack. An emperor spiritual weapon was the emperor of spiritual weapons. It was originally a weapon used by peak emperors, and only peak emperors could fully unleash the power of an emperor spiritual weapon. Sovereigns and even low-level emperors couldn't unleash the full power of an emperor spiritual weapon. Therefore, the higher one's cultivation was, the stronger the emperor spiritual weapon would be. The power of a second-layer martial emperor using an emperor spiritual weapon would naturally be stronger than a first-layer martial emperor. Lu Ming had a feeling that this sword was extremely dangerous. Power, power! Lu Ming roared in his heart. More power from the third bloodline surged into Lu Ming's body, causing Lu Ming's heart to be filled with killing intent. But at this moment, he couldn't care less about it. The power of the third bloodline and the chaotic intent enveloped the surface of the prison-suppressing steel, causing the steel's power to reach an unprecedented level. Clang, the golden sword light slashed the prison-suppressing steel, causing it to tremble violently. It was like a meteor as it was sent flying, smashing a huge hole in space. The chaotic intent on the prison-suppressing steel was nearly shattered. The prison-suppressing steel constantly buzzed and became somewhat transparent. With this attack, the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline power was about to be exhausted. Di Hongqing's strength skyrocketed with the Emperor's spiritual weapon, and Lu Ming wasn't a match for him. Die! Di Hongqing charged towards Lu Ming. Not good, attack! In the north, Xiao Wan's face changed as he took a step forward. Slash! A pitch-black demonic saber appeared in Xiao Wan's hand. Demonic chi filled the sky as the saber light tore through space. A black saber light tore through space and slashed towards Di Hongqing. Emperor spiritual weapon, The demonic saber in Xiao Wan's hand was also an emperor's spiritual weapon. When Xiao Wan had caused chaos in the world, he naturally had an emperor's spiritual weapon. He had hidden it in a secret place and had only taken it out recently. Xiao Wan's attack caused Di Hongqing's face to change drastically. He couldn't be bothered to deal with Lu Ming. Di Hongqing spun around and slashed his golden sword at Xiao Wan. Clang, the two exchanged blows and were evenly matched. Kill. Xiao Wan charged towards Di Hongqing. Di Hongqing had no choice but to fight back. Huff, Lu Ming let out a long breath. A peak second-layer martial royal who had an emperor spiritual weapon was too powerful. Lu Ming was still no match for him. Kill these bastards. Kill. At this moment, Yan Kuangtu, Chu Luo, and the barbarian emperor arrived and charged into the army of Di Tian Divine Palace. Not good. The Broken Mountain Martial Emperor and the Third Underworld Emperor's faces changed drastically. There were only two of them and they were no match for Di Tian Divine Palace. Die. As for Yan Kuangtu and Mo Yi, they charged towards the army of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. With a single move, many experts were killed. Large numbers of corpses fell from the sky. Now is the time. Kill our way out. In the White Jade Palace of the World Academy, an emperor gave the order. Kill. The experts of the World Academy also charged out and surrounded the army of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Ah, not good. Run. Run. The army of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace was instantly defeated and fled for their lives. It couldn't be helped. The emperors of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace were all entangled. The experts of the World Academy, Mo Yi, and the others were all emperors. Killing those below the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace was as easy as killing chickens. With a single slap, even supremes would die. Chaos. The army of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace was in complete chaos. They only cared about running for their lives. Some of the supremes didn't even have the heart to continue fighting. They fled frantically. You can't escape. The emperors of the World Academy were targeting these supremes. These supremes were killed one by one. This was a one-sided massacre. The battle didn't last for long. More than half of the army of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace was killed. The ground below was covered with corpses. Those who escaped were those with weaker cultivation. No one was interested in killing them. Those with weaker cultivation couldn't affect the overall situation much. In the sky above the World Academy, there were only 3 battlefields left. Xiao Wan against Di Hongqing. The Barbarian Emperor against the Broken Mountain Emperor. Chu Luo against the Third Emperor of the Underworld. Let's end this quickly. Let's attack together. Lu Ming's voice rang out. At the same time, he charged towards the Third Emperor of the Underworld. At this moment, although Lu Ming's bloodline power was exhausted and he couldn't perform bloodline fusion, Lu Ming could still use the chaotic intent. Its power was still terrifying. Boom, Lu Ming approached the Third Emperor of the Underworld and punched out. This punch carried the concept of primal chaos, crushing the sky dome. No, the Third Emperor of the Underworld felt a fatal danger. He shouted in fear and transformed into the Chi of the Underworld, wanting to escape. But under the chaos concept, everything was futile. Lu Ming's fist landed and the Third Emperor of the Netherworld screamed miserably. The aura of the Netherworld dissipated and the body of the Third Emperor of the Netherworld reappeared. However, it had been torn into pieces and his spiritual deity had also dissipated under this punch. Hiss hiss hiss, Chu Luo and the other rulers gasped in shock. Ordinary first-layer martial emperors were so weak against Lu Ming that they were killed with a single punch. Scram. The Broken Mountain martial monarch was almost scared to death upon seeing this. But the barbarian emperor blocked his path. Mo Yi, Yan Kuangtu, and the others also attacked. Martial Emperor Pashan had nowhere to run. Lu Ming killed the third king of the underworld and then headed towards the Broken Mountain king. The Broken Mountain martial emperor was terrified. Di Hongqing, save me. The Broken Mountain martial emperor shouted and asked Di Hongqing for help. But Di Hongqing was busy fighting with Xiao Wan and he could only protect himself. Xiao Wan was a rank 3 martial emperor when he was at his peak. But he had been suppressed by the suppressing prison monument for 30,000 years and his origin had been damaged. That was why he could not recover to his peak. But he had rich combat experience. Although his cultivation level was the same as Di Hongqing's, he was still stronger than Di Hongqing. Di Hongqing could only protect himself. He did not have the time to save martial monarch Pashan. How dare you go against the emperor family? All of you will die. In the end, Di Hongqing roared loudly and exchanged a blow with Xiao Wan. After that, he transformed into a ray of light and shot towards the distance. He had actually fled. Xiao Wan did not chase after him. Although his combat strength was slightly stronger than Di Hongqing's, it was not enough for him to kill Di Hongqing. No, the Broken Mountain martial monarch screamed in despair when he saw Di Hongqing running away. Lu Ming was not far away from the Broken Mountain martial monarch and a cold murderous intent enveloped him. Don't kill me, I surrender, I surrender. The Broken Mountain martial monarch screamed. He had seen what had happened to the third emperor of the underworld. If he did not surrender, he would die. Surrender is fine, but stop resisting and let us seal your cultivation. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming did not have to kill the Broken Mountain King. After all, the Broken Mountain King was a martial royal realm expert. If he surrendered and helped them, it would be beneficial for them. The Broken Mountain martial monarch was helpless and he could only give up resisting. He knew that even if he tried his best to resist, he would be killed. He would rather trust Lu Ming. Seal his cultivation. Lu Ming ordered. The barbaric emperor, Chu Luo, and Mo Yi immediately joined forces and sealed the Broken Mountain martial monarch's cultivation. The battle had finally come to an end. The Emperor Divine Palace had suffered a crushing defeat. Almost all of the experts that they had sent had died. Only Di Hongqing had managed to escape. The third emperor of the underworld had died and the Broken Mountain martial monarch had surrendered. They had suffered a great loss. Lu Ming, thank you. The two deans of the World Academy came to Lu Ming and cupped their fists at Lu Ming to express their gratitude. Deans, you are too kind. Brother Xian and I are friends. Lu Ming will not sit back and do nothing when the World Academy is in trouble. Lu Ming said. Brother Lu. Xian and Sandalwood Fairy came together and bowed at Lu Ming. They had mixed feelings. They still remembered that not long after the Battle of Providence had ended, Lu Ming had changed his name to Lu Xiaoqing and had just arrived at the central continent. At that time, Lu Ming's combat strength was similar to theirs. His cultivation was not even as high as theirs. However, in just a few years, there had been earth-shattering changes. Lu Ming's cultivation and combat strength had far surpassed theirs. He stood at the peak of the divine region. They might not be able to catch up with Lu Ming in their lifetime. Brother Kong, Fairy, how have you been? Lu Ming said with a smile. Then, he looked at the two deans of the World Academy and said, Deans, now that the world is in chaos, where do you plan to go? This? Sigh, we have not thought about it. The taller deans sighed. In World Academy, there were those who cultivated the martial path and those who cultivated the inscription path. The two deans also cultivated the martial path and the inscription path respectively. The taller deans were martial arts, while the thinner deans were inscription Dao. How about this? Why don't the World Academy form an alliance with us and go to the Northern Plains together? This way, we will be stronger and have more confidence to fight against the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Lu Ming suggested. The two deans of the World Academy looked at each other, then cupped their fists together and said, Lu Ming, actually, we have the same idea. That's good. Haha, let's not delay. We will set off for the Northern Plains now. If we are late, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace will come for us. Lu Ming said. Alright, let's set off immediately. Everyone can enter the White Jade Palace. The White Jade Palace is a secret treasure. The taller dean said. Alright. Lu Ming nodded, and everyone flew into the White Jade Palace. Ever since he saw Lu Ming's battle prowess, he had a plan in mind. In the past, he had formed an alliance with Lu Ming because he saw Lu Ming's potential. His condition for forming an alliance with Lu Ming was that Lu Ming could help him when he joined the Yuan Lu sect in the future. He had been suppressed for 30,000 years. All of his family and friends had turned to dust. He no longer cared about the divine wilderness continent. In his eyes, there was only cultivation, realm, and the pursuit of higher martial arts. He had no interest in power. Therefore, when he saw Lu Ming's current battle prowess, he planned to slowly hand over the power to Lu Ming. He only needed to support Lu Ming. Lu Ming obviously thought of this too. He glanced at Xiao Wan but did not say anything. Lu Ming now had friends, family, and loved ones. If he wanted to protect these people, he needed strength and power. Since Xiao Wan wanted to give in, he would not be polite. The group entered the White Jade Palace. The White Jade Palace shone and tore open the space. They entered the alternate space and headed to the northern plains. Not long after, the space above the 100 Beast tribe in the northern plains cracked open and the White Jade Palace appeared. After a while, the meeting hall of the 100 Beast tribe was filled with people. Almost all of the upper echelons of the northern plains and the experts of the World Academy were present. Xiao Wan and Lu Ming were still sitting at the highest seats. Many people looked at Lu Ming with respect and awe. The news of Lu Ming's battle at the World Academy had spread. He had the ability to fight against a peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm expert and kill a LV1 Martial Royal Realm expert with ease. With such battle prowess, he stood at the peak of the divine wilderness continent and looked down on everyone. Moreover, Lu Ming was so young and his cultivation was only at the spiritual god realm. No one could predict Lu Ming's future and Lu Ming's potential. They looked at Lu Ming with respect and awe. Everyone, we've received news that DE of the Empyrean Divine Palace is going to form an alliance with the ancient sacred dynasty Xia clan. After everyone was seated, an emperor from the World Academy revealed a shocking piece of news. As soon as this news came out, everyone gasped. What? The Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace wants to ally with the Xia clan? Is that true? This is troublesome. The great meeting hall was instantly filled with clamor. It's absolutely true. In a month's time, both sides will hold an alliance ceremony in the Holy City. The burly emperor from the World Academy said. The arena fell silent again. Everyone frowned, their faces solemn. Currently, the most powerful force in the divine region was undoubtedly the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, which was led by DE. The Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace gathered the forces of the Eastern Wilderness and the Southern Underworld. Furthermore, some of the overlord forces in the Central Continent had also surrendered. Most importantly, there were 3 pinnacle experts in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. They were like 3 huge mountains that pressed down on everyone's hearts. Other than the Emperor Heaven Deity Palace, the other strongest forces were the ancient Saint Dynasty Xia family and their allies, as well as the Heaven Suppression Army and their allies. Lastly, there was the Northern Plains. The Western Desert had always stayed out of the conflict and did not participate in it. Hence, they were excluded. Among the 4 great forces, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was the strongest. However, the Imperial Xia family had a legacy of 1,000,000 years. In terms of foundation, they were definitely the strongest. No one could see through them clearly, and they could not be underestimated. And now, these 2 formidable existences were about to join hands. How could the other faction stand a chance against them? Although the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was strong, they did not have enough foundation. Hence, they had fewer emperors. Even with DE, there were 2 pinnacle martial emperors in the southern underworld, as well as some emperors who had surrendered. There were only slightly more than 10 of them. In terms of this, the Xia family and their allies, as well as the Heaven Suppression Army and their allies, had more emperors than the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Even in the northern plains, there were more than 10 rulers in total. Although the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was strong, they did not have many emperors. The other forces could still contend against them. However, the alliance between the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia family could make up for this shortcoming. At that time, they would be able to dominate the world. Regardless of whether it was the Heaven Suppression Army or the Northern Plains, they would not be able to contend against them. At the thought of this, everyone's hearts were heavy. Why would the Xia family and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace form an alliance? Everyone could not understand. With the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's current momentum, where would the Xia family stand when they unified the Divine Wilderness in the future? There must be some kind of deal that no one knew about. Now, what should we do? Someone asked. There was silence. No one spoke. Even Xiao Luan and Lu Ming were frowning. Let's talk about our opinions. Let's discuss it. After a while, Lu Ming spoke. That's right. Let's talk about it. Xiao Luan said. At that moment, everyone spoke one after another, expressing their own opinions. Someone suggested that they should take the initiative to attack. They wanted to attack one side first and fight a decisive battle with them to destroy the alliance between the two sides. However, someone immediately objected. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was strong. The three pinnacle forces were invincible. It was not wise to attack the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. As for the Xia family, they were in charge of the Holy City. They had a long history and a deep foundation. The Holy City had never been breached before. Attacking the Xia family was also very dangerous. These people wanted to defend the northern plains. Everyone was arguing with each other. In the end, they finally reached a consensus to defend northern plains and increase their strength. Their hope was Xiao Luan and Lu Ming. Xiao Luan was originally a third-layer martial royal expert. However, his origin was injured and he needed time to recover. If they defended and did not attack, the situation would change when Xiao Luan recovered to the third-layer martial royal realm. They would have the upper hand with their pinnacle forces. There was also Lu Ming. Lu Ming was still young and his cultivation was only at the consummate spiritual god realm. If Lu Ming's cultivation improved, wouldn't he be even stronger? He would be able to change the situation. Therefore, the final result of the discussion was to defend and wait to increase their strength. Lu Ming did not object to this. What he lacked now was time. As long as he had time, his pure spirit body would improve every day. His strength would also grow stronger. Furthermore, if he were to rank up to the 9 heavens supreme realm, the chaotic would transform into the chaotic domain, allowing his strength to skyrocket. At that time, he would not be afraid even if he were to face a second-layer martial royal realm expert with a martial royal weapon. In the end, Lu Ming and Xiao Luan decided on the plan. By the way, Brother Yin. At that instant, Lu Ming glanced at Yan Quangtu and said, Where are Senior Bai Shijin, Senior Du Songjue, and the others? Why haven't I seen them? Logically speaking, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the rest would definitely take the cross-territory teleportation formation to discuss matters since Lu Ming had returned and such a major event had happened in the Divine Wilderness continent. However, ever since Lu Ming returned, they had not been seen. After Lu Ming spoke, Yan Quangtu's expression changed tremendously. His gaze became complicated as he hesitated to speak. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling about this. As he expected, when Lu Ming glanced at Xiao Luan, the barbaric emperor, Chu Luo, and the others, he saw their complicated gazes too. They did not dare to look at Lu Ming. Brother Yan, what's going on? Lu Ming glanced at Yan Quangtu and asked with a serious tone. His eyes were glowing as he stared at Yan Quangtu. Yan Quangtu's expression changed. In the end, he let out a long sigh and said, Lu Ming, I didn't want to tell you for the time being, but since your combat power has reached such a level, there's no harm in telling you. The Yin-Yang formation of the Talisman Puppet sect has been destroyed by Martial Emperor De. What? Yan Quangtu's words were like thunder that echoed in Lu Ming's heart. Lu Ming had heard a series of important news as soon as he returned. Then, he heard that the World Academy had been attacked, so he immediately rushed to the World Academy. He did not have time to ask about the Talisman Puppet sect, but he did not expect such a change. In Lu Ming's mind, the Talisman Puppet sect could still hold on for a while. Therefore, Lu Ming did not ask. A few months ago, Martial Emperor De attacked. The first was the Myriad Demon Valley, which was easily destroyed. The second was the Talisman Puppet sect. Although the Yin and Yang formation of the Talisman Puppet sect was powerful and had no problem blocking De alone, De and 2 other experts at the peak of the second LV of the Martial Emperor realm attacked together with Emperor spiritual weapons. The Yin and Yang formation couldn't block them at all. At that time, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and Master personally controlled the Yin and Yang formation in order to buy time for the others to move. In the end, most people moved to the northern plains, but Master and Bai Shijin fell into De's hands. Yan Quantu explained in detail. Most of the disciples of the talisman puppet sect, Lu Ming's parents, Hua Qi, and the others had moved to the northern plain through the teleportation formation. However, Supreme Nine's sons, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others had fallen into De's hands. Commander Lu, don't worry too much. Since De did not attack at that time and spared their lives, I don't think he will kill them so soon. Someone advised Lu Ming. Indeed, sparing them instead of killing them must be useful. They should not be in danger for the time being. The others also advised. At this moment, many people's expressions changed, and a sound transmission jade talisman appeared in their hands. There must be some important news. Some of the higher-ups received the news at the same time. They scanned the jade talisman with their spiritual awareness. How could this be? Yan Quantu exclaimed as soon as he saw the sound transmission jade talisman. Because he was too excited, he could not suppress the Jin Yuan in his body. A powerful aura erupted from his body, and a layer of burning flame spread out from his body, causing the temperature in the hall to rise sharply. Damn it! Damn it! Following that, the others also roared angrily. Their expressions turned ugly, including Xiao Luan and the other rulers. What is it? What's going on? Lu Ming glanced around, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. He had just returned, so naturally, no one had sent him any news. General Lu, many people looked at Lu Ming, wanting to say something but hesitating. Lu Ming, Yan Quantu clenched his fists tightly and his eyes turned red. Those were the flames of anger. His body trembled slightly because of his anger. What's going on? Speak. Lu Ming shouted angrily. His eyes were like lightning, and his body emitted a powerful aura. However, everyone looked at each other and still did not speak. Let me see it for myself. Lu Ming moved and pounced on a supreme being. That supreme being did not have the slightest strength to resist. The sound transmission jade talisman in his hand was snatched away by Lu Ming. After Lu Ming scanned the contents of the sound transmission jade talisman with his spiritual awareness, his expression changed drastically. He became incomparably ugly, and his body emitted a cold murderous intent. Xia clan. Lu Ming spat out these words. They were so cold that it sent chills down everyone's spine. There was only one message in the jade talisman. Just now, the Xia clan of the Ancient Saint Dynasty and Detian Divine Palace had jointly sent out a message. A month later, the Xia clan and Detian Divine Palace would hold an alliance ceremony in the sacred city. At that time, the traitors Xia Jiuyang, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and others would be killed and their blood would be used as a sacrifice. This short message caused Lu Ming's murderous intent to reach its peak. Everyone's gaze fell on Lu Ming. This was because everyone knew that Lu Ming was the Xianxia of the talisman puppet sect and had a close relationship with Supreme Jiuyang. Lu Ming would definitely not sit back and do nothing. Xia clan, De. Since this is the case, then kill them. When the last word was spoken, Lu Ming's body emitted a strong battle intent. His gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the void and look at the sacred city that was billions of miles away. Lu Ming, you want to go to the sacred city? Don't be rash. This must be a scheme by De and the Xia clan. After the battle at the World Academy, De must have known your combat strength. He must be wary of you, so he sent out this message. His goal is to lure you to the sacred city and kill you. You must not be fooled. Xiao Luan hurriedly said. Since this is the case, then let them do as they wish. A month later, I will make a trip to the sacred city. Lu Ming's gaze was cold as he said. No, General Lu. With our current strength, we are still no match for Detian Divine Palace and the Xia clan. That's right. Moreover, it is even more dangerous in the sacred city. The others tried to persuade Lu Ming. A month later, the sacred city would undoubtedly be a tiger's den. It would be extremely dangerous to go there. It's not impossible for us to fight. Originally, I wanted to wait for a period of time to prepare. Since this is the case, let's bring forward the battle. Lu Ming's voice was cold and his eyes were filled with determination. He had to save Supreme Jiuyang, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others. Otherwise, even if he killed De and the others in the future, what would be the point? At this moment, outside the World Academy's Universal Jade Wall, the space suddenly rippled. Following which, a figure stepped out from the space. If anyone saw this, they would definitely exclaim. This was because he was Lu Ming. To be more precise, he was Lu Ming's second body. Lu Ming's second body had received the inheritance of the heavenly profound saint and had been cultivating the way of inscription. Now, Lu Ming had finally summoned him. De and the Xia clan, let's fight. Lu Ming's second body whispered with a cold light in his eyes. Following which, he took a step forward. The space automatically split open and the second body disappeared. In the meeting hall of the 100 Beast tribe. Bring forward the battle? General Lu, no, we are not strong enough. That's right. De and the other two experts of LV2 Martial Royal Realm alone are unstoppable. General Lu, this matter needs to be considered at length. The others tried to persuade Lu Ming. Most importantly, De and the other two experts of LV2 Martial Royal Realm had royal spiritual weapons. They were too strong. Ordinary Royal Realm experts would only be killed if they faced them. How could they resist them? A month later, in Sacred City, these experts would definitely all be present. They were waiting for Lu Ming. It would be unwise to fight with them at this time. Lu Ming raised his hand and the hall quieted down. Since we are going, we should fight a battle that we are confident in. Since we are going to save people, how can I, Lu Ming, sacrifice your lives for nothing? Greetings, Master. As soon as the figure appeared, he bowed to Lu Ming. An emperor. This is, the sea-subduing divine ape? It is indeed the sea-subduing divine ape. A commotion broke out in the main hall. Lu Ming was accompanied by an emperor and a sea-subduing divine ape. The sea-subduing divine ape was acting respectfully beside Lu Ming. Apparently, it had been subdued by Lu Ming. Although the crowd was amazed that Lu Ming had subdued a being like the sea-subduing divine ape, the appearance of the sea-subduing divine ape could not change the outcome of the battle. The sea-subduing divine ape was equivalent to having an ordinary emperor. Lu Ming smiled as his glabella lit up. Another figure appeared beside Lu Ming. This time, it was Tu Qian. Everyone's gaze fell on Tu Qian. Boom, a terrifying aura burst out from Tu Qian's body. Is that, a puppet? It's really a puppet. What a terrifying aura. It is equivalent to a peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm. Gosh, it's true. Its aura is as strong as the chaotic sky divine apes. Tu Qian's appearance caused an uproar. Everyone was astonished. When everyone looked at Lu Ming, the awe in their eyes intensified. Not only was Lu Ming's combat strength powerful, but he also had such an expert by his side. Their combined strength was terrifying. He is Tu Qian. Everyone can see that he is a puppet. His cultivation is equivalent to a peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm expert. He can resist a peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm expert. Lu Ming said. But he has an Emperor spiritual weapon. Someone said. Who says he doesn't have one? Lu Ming smiled as his palm glowed. A giant axe appeared in his hand and flew toward Tu Qian. That's, an Emperor spiritual weapon. Some people's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lu Ming's methods were simply endless. First, there were powerhouses like the sea-subduing divine ape and Tu Qian. Now, he could even take out a ruler's spiritual weapon. Some people knew that the Emperor Spirit Pagoda in Yan Quantu's hands belonged to Lu Ming. Now, Lu Ming had taken out another Emperor Spirit weapon. Many people were speechless. It was normal for Lu Ming to do incredible things. Lu Ming, Tu Qian can deal with an expert of the second layer of the Martial Emperor realm. I can deal with one, but there is still one left, Xiao Wan spoke with a solemn expression. Leave the other one to me. Lu Ming said, his voice full of confidence. Xiao Wan was slightly taken aback. The others were stunned as well. Although Lu Ming was strong, comparable to a peak second-layer Martial Royal Realm expert, Lu Ming was no longer a match for him once he had a Spirit King weapon. Moreover, it was obvious that Lu Ming did not have a suitable Spirit King weapon. An Emperor Spirit King weapon must be compatible with the user's attributes in order to unleash its power. Most importantly, even if Lu Ming had a suitable Spirit King weapon, it would be useless. The reason why an Emperor Spirit King weapon was so powerful was that the user could activate the realm of the Spirit King weapon. To activate the realm of the Spirit King weapon, one must at least comprehend the embryonic form of the realm. Lu Ming's cultivation had not reached the sovereign realm. Therefore, even if he had a suitable Spirit King weapon, Lu Ming could not unleash its power. In that case, how could Lu Ming block an expert at the peak of the second-level martial emperor realm? At this moment, Lu Ming raised his head and looked at the door. Buzz, at the door, the space rippled and a figure suddenly appeared. It was a young man with a slender figure and a handsome face. He was wearing a white robe embroidered with strange patterns. His temperament was ethereal, like an immortal. Lu. General Lu? What's going on? Most of the people were stunned as they stared at the figure at the entrance with their mouths agape. Yes, it was Lu Ming's second body, Ming Lian, at the door. Everyone's spiritual consciousness scanned Ming Lian's second body and they were even more shocked. Ming Lian's second body's aura was exactly the same as Lu Ming's. They were clearly the same person. Except for Yan Kuangtu and a few others, everyone was dumbfounded. How could there be two Lu Ming? Moreover, the aura of the Lu Ming who appeared later was too shocking. The vast pressure filled the hall and made everyone feel great pressure. A ruler, this was the might of a ruler. Yes, Lu Ming's second body had received the inheritance of the heavenly profound saint and cultivated hard every day. Finally, not long ago, he became a 9th-level inscriptionist and became an emperor. Ming Lian's second body had just broken through. Lu Ming had planned to let Ming Lian's second body stabilize for a while, but now he had to call it back in advance. He's me, and I'm him. Lu Ming's main body said with a smile. Ming Lian's second body nodded at Lu Ming and took a step forward. His body shrank rapidly and rushed into Lu Ming's glabella, sitting cross-legged in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. Many people were dumbfounded and still hadn't come to their senses. Was this Lu Ming's doppelganger? Lu Ming actually had a doppelganger that was equivalent to an emperor? Lu Ming was becoming more and more unfathomable in everyone's hearts. Leave the other expert at the peak of LV2 martial royal realm to me, Lu Ming said. However, Xiao Wan and the others still looked serious. Lu Ming, the sacred city is the headquarters of the Xia family. They have a deep and unfathomable foundation. No one knows what means they have, but according to my speculation, there are definitely many emperor spiritual weapons, and it's very likely that there are also people at the peak of LV2 martial royal realm. Xiao Wan said. 30,000 years ago, Xiao Wan had fought with the Xia family, so he was very clear about the Xia family's methods. Back then, Xiao Wan had dominated the world with his cultivation at the peak of LV3 martial royal realm. It could be said that no one could defeat him, but in the end, he was still suppressed by the Xia family. Although the Xia family seemed to have declined, they still couldn't be underestimated. Lu Ming nodded. This battle was very important, as it concerned everyone's lives and the future of the Divine Wilderness continent. It was something that they had to pay attention to. Moreover, even if we're not weak in terms of strength, the Xia family and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace have teamed up, and they have many emperors. We're no match for them. Xiao Wan added. The others fell into deep thought. That was indeed the case. Their overall battle prowess was still a far cry from the Xia clan and the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. In terms of strength, I still have a trump card. It won't be a problem for me to block two experts at the peak of LV2 martial royal realm. As for overall strength, we'll have to find allies. Don't forget that the Divine Army is more anxious than us, Lu Ming said with a smile, as if he had a card up his sleeve. Xiao Wan's eyes flickered as he said, that's right. If that's the case, with the help of the Divine Army, we'll be able to fight. Lu Ming, I'll go with you to the Divine Army later. We'll decide the outcome of this battle. We'll definitely win this battle. Lu Ming's voice was filled with confidence. We'll definitely win. The others were influenced by Xiao Wan's words. After the meeting ended, Lu Ming immediately went to see his parents, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. The people who had retreated from the Talisman Puppet sect were all settled in the 100 Beast tribe. Lu Yuntian and Li Ping were naturally overjoyed to see Lu Ming. Li Ping could not stop her tears from flowing. When the experts of the God Gate came and announced Lu Ming's death, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping naturally heard the news. It was as if they had been struck by lightning, and the two elders almost could not take it. However, they had a feeling that Lu Ming was not dead and should still be alive. Indeed, they had heard the news that Lu Ming had returned and his cultivation had reached an unbelievable level. He could stand shoulder to shoulder with the top experts of the divine wilderness continent. The two of them were extremely confident and excited. When Lu Ming saw that the two elders were fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. He chatted with the two elders for half a day before leaving. In a secret room, Lu Ming's main body and second body sat opposite each other. Lu Ming's main body waved his hand and various spiritual materials flew out. Fire spirit root, royal blood stone, earth emperor essence, they were all precious spiritual materials for refining the nirvana elixir. Lu Ming planned to let the second body refine the nirvana elixir. Lu Ming had already collected all the supplementary spiritual materials for the nirvana elixir. The most difficult to collect were the 7 main spiritual materials. When he was in the Divine Ruins continent, Lu Ming had already collected 6 of them. He was still lacking the last one, the star anise mysterious ice grass. However, he did not expect that when he was fighting for the pure spirit body, Lu Ming would kill the purple gold-robed elder from the sea-suppressing marshal's residence and find the star anise mysterious ice grass in his storage ring. In this way, he had gathered all 7 main spiritual materials and could start refining the nirvana elixir. Ming Lian's second body waved his hand and a pill furnace appeared. Then, all the materials for the nirvana elixir flew towards the second body. Lu Ming's main body moved and appeared at the side. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. Inscription refined the second body. His fingers danced rapidly, and endless inscriptions appeared. They wrapped around all the spiritual materials and began to refine them. A heavenly profound saint was in existence that had become a saint through the Tao of inscription. Regardless of whether it was formations, refining weapons, or refining pills, they were all extremely profound. Lu Ming's second body had obtained the inheritance of the heavenly profound saint and became a sovereign. Naturally, his refining skills were also unfathomable. Golden flames of inscription appeared, wrapping all kinds of spiritual materials and beginning to refine. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In the past 3 days, the entire divine wilderness continent had been shaken by 2 pieces of news. On the first day, the legendary peerless genius Lu Ming, who had died in the godly ruins continent, had returned. As soon as he came back, he participated in the World Academy battle. In this battle, Lu Ming displayed astonishing battle prowess. With his cultivation at the spirit god realm, he could easily kill emperors and fight experts at the peak of the second layer of the martial emperor realm. As soon as the news spread, it was like a magnitude 10 earthquake, causing a huge uproar. Countless cultivators in the divine wilderness continent were dumbfounded. They simply could not believe it. Soon after, another piece of news was released. The Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace would form an alliance with the ancient Saint Dynasty's Xia clan in a month's time in the Holy City. At that time, they would kill Supreme Nine Yang, Bai Shijin, and the others and use their blood as a sacrifice. The news also caused a huge uproar when it was released. Some people who knew the inside story could tell that something unusual was going on. Supreme Nine Yang, Bai Shijin, and the others had a close relationship with Lu Ming. For the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace and the Xia clan to release this news at this time, it was obviously related to Lu Ming. Some people guessed that this was most likely to lure Lu Ming out to the Holy City and then kill Lu Ming. This was an open scheme, not a conspiracy. Even if the whole world knew the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace and the Xia clan's goal, Lu Ming would still go if he had to, unless he did not care about the lives of Supreme Nine Yang and the others. It seems like the divine wilderness continent is going to change. There will be a shocking battle in the Holy City. Some people sighed and paid attention to the situation. At this time, Lu Ming received a voice transmission saying that someone wanted to see him. Lu Ming's main body came out of the secret chamber and met the person who wanted to see him. It turned out to be Bai Qi Shui, Huan Jin, Ji Mai, and the other geniuses of the Talisman Puppet sect. Greetings, Zongzi. When they saw Lu Ming, Huan Jin, Bai Qi Shui, and the others, they bowed respectfully and lowered their heads. Qi Shui, Brother Huan, what are you doing? We are all friends, so there is no need to be so polite. Lu Ming waved his hand, and an invisible force lifted Huan Jin and the others up, preventing them from bowing. The few of them had mixed feelings. They knew that Lu Ming's current cultivation level had far surpassed theirs. Among them, Huan Jin, who had the strongest cultivation, was only a grade 7 inscription master and had not broken through to grade 8. Bai Qi Shui had obtained the inheritance of a grade 9 inscription master back then, and his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. However, he was still slightly weaker than Huan Jin. Lu Ming, we are here to beg you. You must save Master and the others. Bai Qi Shui's eyes were filled with tears, and his expression was bleak. Sigh, Lu Ming, we are useless. We can't save Master and the others. We can only rely on you now. Huan Jin sighed. Ever since the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia family had formed an alliance to kill Lu Ming and the others, Huan Jin, Bai Qi Shui, and the others had panicked. At this critical moment, they could only think of Lu Ming. Therefore, they came to find Lu Ming together. Although they knew that it would be dangerous to save Bai Shijin and the others, they had no other choice. Qi Shui, Brother Huan, don't worry. Lu Ming is indebted to the seniors. Lu Ming will definitely not let anything happen to them. Lu Ming said with a resolute gaze. Lu Ming's words seemed to be infectious, calming the anxious hearts of Bai Qi Shui and the others. Soon, Bai Qi Shui and the others bid farewell and left. Before leaving, they forgot to take a look at Lu Ming. Bai Qi Shui's heart was extremely complicated. She once had some feelings for Lu Ming. But now, the distance between her and Lu Ming was extremely far. They were people from two completely different worlds. She could only bury the slight ripple in her heart deep down. After Bai Qi Shui and the others left, Lu Ming received news that someone had come to visit him. Fatty, Tingting, Senior Demonic Sky. Out of Lu Ming's expectations, the ones who came this time were actually Fatty Kong Jin, Ruan Tingting, and the Demonic Sky Sovereign. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Ever since the end of the War of Providence, Fatty and Ruan Tingting had left with the Demonic Sky Sovereign to cultivate. There had been no news of them for many years. Lu Ming did not expect that Fatty and the others would come here to look for him. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, long time no see. I really missed you. Upon seeing Lu Ming, the Fatty laughed heartily and gave Lu Ming a bear hug right away. Fatty, your figure has become more voluptuous. Lu Ming said with a smile. Fatty's figure was indeed fatter than before. Haha. Fatty laughed awkwardly. Lu Ming, you're incredible now. You can even kill an emperor. The gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. Fatty quickly changed the topic. You're not bad either. Lu Ming punched Fatty. After not seeing him for a few years, Fatty's progress was also great. He had already reached the 5th level of the Spirit God realm. It should be noted that Fatty had only awakened an 8th divine bloodline. Then, Lu Ming greeted Ruan Tingting and the Demonic Sky Sovereign. By the way, Fatty, where have you been all these years? We followed Master and went overseas. Then, Fatty roughly talked about his experiences over the years. Back then, after the Battle of Providence ended, they followed the Demonic Sky Divine Emperor to cultivate overseas. Fatty had obtained some fortuitous encounters in the Battle of Providence. In addition, he also had some fortuitous encounters overseas. Over the years, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the 5th level of the Spirit God realm. His speed of improvement was faster than many geniuses who had awakened the 9th level of the Divine realm. Even Ruan Tingting had reached the peak of the Spirit Embryo realm. This time, when they returned, they discovered that the Divine Wilderness continent had changed beyond recognition. Moreover, they had also heard news about Lu Ming and the alliance between the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia clan. They deduced that Lu Ming would definitely fight against the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia clan. Therefore, they rushed over to help Lu Ming. Lu Ming was quite touched. He immediately arranged for Fatty, the Demonic Sky Divine Emperor, and the others to stay. With the addition of the Demonic Sky Divine Emperor, there was another Divine Emperor on their side, which was also a great help. Then, Lu Ming's main body returned to the secret alchemy room. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. The nirvana pills were finally about to be refined successfully. Lu Ming's main body ended his cultivation and opened his eyes. A rich medicinal fragrance came from the alchemy furnace. Open! After a while, the second body shouted softly. The alchemy furnace opened, and an even richer medicinal fragrance came out. Swoosh! 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 The moment the alchemy furnace opened, 9 milky white rays of light flew out from the furnace. Collect! The second body waved his hand, and dense inscriptions appeared in the sky, wrapping around the 9 rays of light. Within the light, there were 9 milky white pills with strange patterns on them. The pills jumped in the inscriptions as if they had spirituality. The second body took out a jade bottle and put away all 9 pills. Success! The nirvana pills were refined successfully. Lu Ming was overjoyed to obtain a total of 9 nirvana pills. Although the nirvana pills were useless to him, they were priceless treasures to other cultivators who had not awakened the 9th level of the divine realm bloodline. Whoosh, the second body entered the glabella of the main body and disappeared. Lu Ming put away the nirvana pills and left the secret chamber. Not long after, Lu Ming invited Yan Quantu and Fatty Kong Jin to his residence. Lu Ming, do you have any good news for me? The fat guy's small eyes rolled around. Lu Ming smiled. After not seeing him for a few years, this fellow's conduct hadn't changed at all. This time, there is indeed something good. Lu Ming let out a smile as a jade bottle appeared. 2 nirvana pills flew out from the bottle toward the fatty and Yan Quantu respectively. As soon as the 2 of them smelled the medicinal fragrance emitted by the nirvana pill, they knew that it was definitely not an ordinary pill. They quickly wrapped it in their true essence and held it in their hands. Lu Ming, what kind of medicinal pill is this? Yan Quantu asked curiously. This pill is known as the nirvana pill. After consuming it, one's bloodline will undergo nirvana, and there is a chance that it will raise one's bloodline by 1 or even 2 levels. Lu Ming explained. What? Yan Quantu and Fatty were completely stunned. It could actually allow one's bloodline to undergo nirvana and raise its level. This is too heaven-defying, isn't it? Both of their hearts began to thump wildly. Both of their bloodlines were at level 8 divine realm. Although it seemed very advanced, it wasn't perfect. A level 9 divine realm bloodline was the perfect bloodline. In the Yuan continent, the minimum requirement for recruiting disciples was to awaken a level 9 divine realm bloodline. The 2 of them naturally desired a level 9 divine realm bloodline. However, a bloodline was innate. Unless one awakened the heaven-defying 9 dragons bloodline like Lu Ming, it would be difficult to raise it. But now, the medicinal pills in their hands were able to strengthen their bloodline. Their breathing became heavy. Lu Ming, this medicinal pill is too precious. Yan Quantu took a deep breath and calmed down first. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Brother Yan, just take it. The nirvana pill will be of great use to you. Lu Ming said with a smile. All right then. Yan Quantu wasn't a wishy-washy person. He immediately took it. Kong Jin didn't stand on ceremony either. Most importantly, the nirvana pill was too useful for them. Once their bloodline reached level 9 divine realm, it wouldn't be difficult for them to break through to the emperor realm. There were only 9 nirvana pills. Lu Ming planned to give them to Yan Quantu and Fatty for the time being because their bloodline was closest to level 9 divine realm. Lu Ming wanted to give one to Lu Yuntian. Also, Lu Ming wanted to help Li Ping cultivate martial arts. Only by cultivating martial arts could Li Ping's lifespan increase and live longer. Although Li Ping didn't have the talent for cultivation and was old, it wouldn't be a problem with Lu Ming's current means. With the help of the nirvana pill, Li Ping could awaken her bloodline and cultivate to martial king or even spiritual sea in the future. There were also his 2 in-name disciples, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro. Ever since he took them in as disciples, Lu Ming had not taught them well. As a master, Lu Ming could be said to be very irresponsible. Therefore, he had to leave 2 nirvana pills for them. In this way, there were only 3 nirvana pills left. Lu Ming planned to keep them for now. Also, here's a secret technique that's suitable for you. 2 jade tokens flew out of Lu Ming's hand and flew to Yan Quantu and Fatty. After the two of them took a look, they were stunned again. Their eyes were wide open, and their mouths were wide open. Shocked, they were too shocked. This was because the secret technique in the jade token was the cultivation method of a pure spirit body. Lu Ming made a few copies. There's actually such a mysterious secret technique in the world. Yan Quantu sighed. At the same time, he was also moved. He had been stuck at the supreme realm for many years. Now that he had the nirvana pills and a pure spirit body, he was confident that he would be able to break through to the ruler realm in less than a year. Haha, Lu Ming, you're really my lucky star. Fatty did not stand on ceremony and hurriedly put away the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. Lu Ming, thank you. Yan Quantu solemnly cupped his fists at Lu Ming. Big brother Yan, with our relationship, there's no need to thank me. Lu Ming smiled. After Yan Quantu and Fatty left, Lu Ming began to cultivate in seclusion with all his might. It was getting closer and closer to the 1-month deadline. Lu Ming wanted to improve his strength as much as possible during this period of time. Only a pure spirit body could improve his strength in a short period of time. Therefore, Lu Ming cultivated the pure spirit body with all his might. A large number of primordial stones were refined by Lu Ming and turned into the strength of his physical body. Finally, half a month later, the pure spirit body made another breakthrough and reached 60% maturity. Every time it increased by 10%, Lu Ming's strength would become stronger. At this time, there was still a week before the 1-month deadline. It's time to make a trip to the heaven-suppressing divine army. Lu Ming took a step forward and left the secret cultivation room. In the central continent near the northern plains, there was a boundless mountain range. This was where the Heaven Suppression Army was located. The headquarters of the Heaven Suppression Army wasn't originally here. However, in the battle a few months ago, the headquarters of the Heaven Suppression Army was defeated by the joint forces of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia clan. They suffered heavy losses and could only retreat to this place. In front of them, there were many mountains that looked like divine swords. They rose from the ground and formed a barrier. Obviously, these mountains were pulled out from the ground by peerless experts. Between each sword-shaped mountain, there were huge chains that were connected to each other. On the chains and the mountain, there were dense inscriptions. Especially at the peak of each mountain, there were several huge arrow towers. Beside the arrow towers, there were powerhouses guarding. These arrow towers weren't ordinary arrow towers. They were built with origin stones as the foundation and were activated by experts in the martial Tao. Together with the formation, their power was boundless. They could even kill spiritual gods. Outside the sword-shaped mountain, the space cracked and 2 figures appeared. The Heaven Suppression Army is indeed not simple. They were able to build such a huge project in just a few months. Lu Ming looked ahead and sighed. The Heaven Suppression Army has been competing with the Xia clan for tens of thousands of years. They naturally have their reasons. Xiaoluan said. Who is it? At this moment, a loud shout came from the sword-shaped mountain. Then, the sound of the air being torn apart resounded. A few figures appeared in front of Xiaoluan and Lu Ming. They were emitting powerful auras. Supremes. Lu Ming's heart shook. The 3 figures that appeared were all Supremes. Their powerful auras locked onto Lu Ming and Xiaoluan. You're the chaotic sky sovereign, Xiaoluan. After the 3 of them glanced at Xiaoluan, their expressions changed drastically and they exclaimed. I have something to discuss with the 100 Battles Martial Emperor. Quickly pass the message. Xiaoluan said. Yes, please wait a moment. Facing an overlord like Xiaoluan, the Supremes didn't dare to be negligent. They quickly took out their voice transmission jade talismans and sent the message. Whoosh! 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 In just 10 minutes, a few rays of light rushed out from the depths of the sword-shaped mountain and appeared in front of Lu Ming and the others. Their auras were vast and unfathomable. They were all rulers. The aura of the leader was even more vast and powerful, far surpassing that of an ordinary martial emperor. It was the 100 Battles Martial Emperor that Lu Ming had seen before. Haha, brother Xia, what brings you here? The 100 Battles Martial Emperor laughed and looked at Xiaoluan. Then, he shifted his gaze from Xiaoluan to Lu Ming. Following this, the 100-battle martial emperor was startled as he said, "You are Lu Ming?" These words shocked the rest of the heaven-suppressing divine army. The young man in front of him was Lu Ming. Now, Lu Ming's reputation was like the sun in the sky. Being able to kill a martial emperor at such a young age and fight against a peak second-layer martial dominator realm expert. Such a genius had never appeared in the history of the divine desolate continent. Lu Ming's current combat strength was already at the pinnacle of the divine wilderness continent, an overlord of a region. How could the members of the divine army not be shocked? Junior Lu Ming greets the 100 battles martial emperor. Lu Ming brought his fists together. Dispense with the formalities, dispense with the formalities. Little brother Lu, please dispense with the formalities. The 100 battles martial emperor immediately waved his hand and said, "It's an honor to have brother Lu and brother Xia here today. Come in." Lu Ming and Xiaoluan nodded their heads and followed the 100 battles martial emperor and the others into the sword-shaped mountain. So many experts. As soon as they arrived at the sword-shaped mountain, they could see a mountain with a strong presence of qi and various buildings. Lu Ming could sense several powerful auras in the vast mountain. They were all experts. The heaven-suppressing divine army and some of their allies had gathered together, thus there were many experts. Moreover, there were many soldiers in iron armor patrolling the area. The military appearance was very strong. However, Lu Ming noticed something amiss among the soldiers. Their morale was low. That's right, their morale was low. The heaven-suppressing divine army had suffered a crushing defeat not long ago. Even a few martial emperors had fallen, resulting in a great loss, thus their morale was low. The group arrived at a hall and took their seats. Not long after, more people arrived at the hall. They were the upper echelons of the heaven-suppressing divine army, who were at least 9 heavens supremes. There were even 9 martial emperors present. The heaven-suppressing divine army did not have that many martial emperors, as some of the other factions had formed an alliance with the heaven-suppressing divine army. Due to the current situation of the godly desolation continent, it was reasonable for them to gather together. I did not expect brother Lu and brother Xia to be here today. Come, let me give you a toast. The 100 battles martial emperor raised his cup and emptied it in a straightforward manner. Lu Ming and Xiaoluan also symbolically drank a mouthful. The 100 battles martial emperor took a sip of the wine with a smile on his face. He glanced at Lu Ming and Xiaoluan and changed the topic. If I'm not mistaken, you two are here for the sacred city in 7 days, right? That's right. Lu Ming said. The 100 battles martial emperor went straight to the point, while Lu Ming did the same. Oh? I wonder what is your purpose for coming to the heaven-suppressing divine army? The 100 battles martial emperor asked. Our purpose is simple. We want to invite the heaven-suppressing divine army to fight the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace and the Xia clan in 7 days at the sacred city. We want to decide the outcome of the battle. Lu Ming's voice was sonorous and forceful. What? Hearing this, the faces of the heaven-suppressing divine army changed drastically. The hall fell silent. After a long while, someone spoke. Fight the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace and the Xia clan? What a joke. Even if you join forces with us, you are still no match for the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace and the Xia clan. If you go, you will only be courting death. An armored martial emperor sneered. If we don't fight with them and wait for the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace and the Xia clan to form an alliance, the heaven-suppressing divine army and the northern plains will be the next ones to attack. At that time, we will still die. We will just be struggling at death's door for a few more days. Lu Ming replied with a cold smile. However, if we go to the sacred city in 7 days, we will die immediately. If we drag it out, we might have a chance. The armored martial emperor said. The other members of the heaven-suppressing divine army did not say anything. However, their eyes told Lu Ming that they had the same idea as the armored martial emperor. You are just afraid of De and the 2 experts beside him. Let us deal with them. You just have to deal with the Xia clan. What do you think? Lu Ming said. You can deal with the 3 experts? The 100 battle martial emperor looked doubtful. Obviously, he did not believe Su Quebec you can deal with the 3 experts. Haha, do you think we are fools? I believe that the chaotic Sky Divine Army can deal with one of them. However, who can deal with the other two? Lu Ming, do you think you can? The armored martial emperor looked at Lu Ming with disdain. Even though it's said that you can fight against a cultivator of the second Huangqi layer, your opponent has an imperial weapon. Besides, the rumors are exaggerated. Can you really fight against a cultivator of the second Huangqi layer? Or do you really have the strength of an imperial weapon? The armored martial emperor sneered. Although it was rumored that Lu Ming's strength was unparalleled, allowing him to defeat a peak second layer martial dominator realm expert, however, they did not believe it in their hearts. Especially when they saw that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak spiritual god realm. It was ridiculous for a peak spiritual god realm expert to defeat a peak second layer martial dominator realm expert. In their opinion, the rumors were too exaggerated. Indeed, who would believe such a thing without witnessing it with their own eyes? So? Do you want to try? Lu Ming glanced at the armored martial dominator with a faint smile. That's right, that's exactly what I'm thinking. I don't believe a mere spiritual god can defeat a martial dominator realm expert. The armored martial dominator rose to his feet while his body emitted a strong battle intent. He was a battle-hungry man. Most of the people in the heaven-suppressing army were battle-hungry. Very well, let's fight outside. Lu Ming rose to his feet and took a step forward, appearing in the air outside the hall. He knew that the battle would not be so simple. If he did not show his strength, the heaven-suppressing army would not dare to place their bet on him. The armored martial dominator also flew out of the hall and arrived in the air, facing Lu Ming. Come, let's go, and take a look. The rest of the people left the hall and stood in the air. The experts of the heaven-suppressing army also sensed the situation and rose into the air, glancing in Qin Nan's direction. Lu Ming, make your move. Show me what you got. The armored martial dominator's battle intent grew stronger. I'll make the first move. Sure, 3 moves. Lu Ming reached out 3 fingers and said, if you can withstand 3 moves from me without being defeated, I'll admit defeat. What? 3 moves? Lu Ming is so arrogant. Does he really possess the strength of a peak second layer martial dominator realm expert? I don't believe it. Lu Ming's words caused an uproar among the crowd. The 100 battle martial dominator secretly glanced at Xiao Wan and saw him standing there with a calm smile on his face, as if he already knew the outcome. Could it be that Lu Ming is really as terrifying as the rumors say? The 100 battle martial dominator still found it hard to believe. Very well, let's see how you're going to defeat me in 3 moves. The armored martial dominator's eyes flickered with anger. Boom, a powerful aura exploded from his body. His vital qi was burning like a flame. His domain spread out and his muscles bulged. In an instant, he was wearing an armor and his strength was raised to the extreme. Although he didn't believe that Lu Ming was as exaggerated as the rumors said, there was no smoke without fire. When faced with Lu Ming, he still wouldn't be careless. Whoosh, Lu Ming used the primordial wind technique and his body flickered. He was like an illusion as he charged towards the armored martial emperor. At the same time, dragon roars resounded in the air as 9 streams of dragon force burst forth. Boom, Lu Ming punched out, and the faint image of the suppressing hell monument appeared on his fist. So strong. When Lu Ming punched out, the armored martial emperor's expression changed greatly. The power of this punch shocked him and made him feel an enormous pressure. The expressions of the heaven suppression army watching the battle changed drastically. The might of this punch was too terrifying. It wasn't something that a spiritual god could execute at all, and it had reached the ruler realm. Block it. The armored martial emperor roared and punched out as well. 2 fists collided in the air, boom, shockwaves spread out in all directions. The domain covering the armored martial emperor's body trembled violently as if it would collapse at any time. Then, the armored martial emperor's face turned pale and his body flew backward. With a bang. The heaven suppression army gasped when they saw that the armored martial emperor had been sent flying with 1 punch. The armored martial emperor flew 100 miles before he could stabilize his body. Second move. Lu Ming said indifferently. He took a step forward and traveled 100 miles in an instant. At the same time, the 3rd bloodline appeared on top of his head. A stream of energy flowed into Lu Ming's body, and Lu Ming's strength increased again. Boom, the second punch was punched out. Explosive breaking army fist. The armored martial emperor roared and his hair stood on end. He exerted all his strength and punched out. The two fists collided for the second time. However, this time, the armored martial emperor was in a more miserable state. His domain was instantly destroyed, and his body and arms made cracking sounds. He was sent flying far away and blood spurted out of his mouth. The second move had seriously injured the armored martial emperor. "Do you want to come again?" Lu Ming's cold voice could be heard. "Again?" the armored martial emperor roared. He was a martial emperor, and he could not allow himself to be defeated by Lu Ming in 3 moves. He had to survive 3 moves. Boom, the armored martial emperor's body swelled up. At the same time, a huge shield appeared in his hand. The domain covered the shield, and it looked indestructible. He took a defensive stance for this move. "Third move," Lu Ming said. He stepped into the air and punched out for the 3rd time. Lu Ming did not use the hell-suppressing heaven skill for this punch. Instead, he used the intent realm martial technique. The fusion of 5 intent realm martial techniques. Now, the fusion of 5 intent realm martial techniques was more powerful than the hell-suppressing heaven skill. The main reason was that with the improvement of the hell-suppressing steel bloodline, the level of the hell-suppressing heaven skill had already surpassed the inferior divine level martial technique. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he could not exert the full power of the hell-suppressing heaven skill. When Lu Ming's cultivation broke through to the martial emperor realm, his true essence would be more abundant, and the power of the hell-suppressing heaven skill would naturally skyrocket. Clang, the punch landed on the armored martial emperor's shield. The shield was covered with the domain, but under the punch, the domain was like a bubble, instantly collapsing. The shield let out a violent roar, forming a sound wave that spread out and tore the space apart. Then, a shocking scene appeared. The shield was deformed. The place where Lu Ming's punch landed on was dented. The armored martial emperor's face changed drastically. Bang, the armored martial emperor could not hold the shield at all. The heavy shield was like a mountain, and it crashed into the armored martial emperor's body. Crackle, the armored martial emperor's body made a series of bone-breaking sounds. His body flew far away and fell to the ground. He vomited blood and could not move for a while. The armored martial emperor was defeated, completely defeated. Facing Lu Ming, he was crushed and had no power to resist. Gulp. Many people swallowed their saliva and looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of shock. They no longer doubted him. Lu Ming's combat strength could completely crush an ordinary martial emperor. It would not be too difficult for him to kill the armored martial emperor. Maybe the rumors were not exaggerated, and they were true. The people of the heaven-suppressing divine army changed their minds. Amazing, amazing. Little brother Lu is really unparalleled in the world, the first of all time. The 100 Battles martial emperor strode forward, his face full of admiration. However, the 100 Battles martial emperor changed his tone and said, "However, I still want to experience it. It's not that I doubt little brother Lu, but I have to be responsible for everyone in the heaven-suppressing divine army." The 100 Battles martial emperor stood in front of Lu Ming, his body emitting a powerful aura that was several times stronger than the armored martial emperor's. He was right. For the sake of the heaven-suppressing divine army, he had to know Lu Ming's combat strength clearly. "Make your move. Fight." Without wasting any time, the 100 Battle martial emperor took a step forward and unleashed an invincible battle intent. With a wave of his hand, the heavens and earth crumbled. His strength was much stronger than the armor martial emperor's. The strength of a second-layer martial emperor was much stronger than a first-layer martial emperor. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. He merged his 5 wills and threw out a punch. Bang, as the 2 fists collided, Lu Ming felt a tremendous force surging toward him. Lu Ming's body was knocked backward as the blood in his body churned. He could feel a piercing pain coming from his fist. Dong. Dong, the 100 Battle martial emperor stomped the ground and continued to charge toward Lu Ming like an invincible god of battle. The 100 Battle martial emperor was known as the 100 Battle martial emperor. He had walked out from countless battles and was extremely experienced in battle. His attacks were simple, but they were powerful enough to kill with a single strike. Roar! Lu Ming unleashed his 9 dragons bloodline and merged his bloodlines to fight against the 100 battle martial emperor. Bang! 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 The two fought fiercely, from the ground to the sky, from the sky to the ground, and even to the alternate dimension. Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. He was no match for the 100 battle martial emperor. Although the 100 battle martial emperor's cultivation had not reached the peak of the second layer martial emperor, he was at the mid-stage of the second layer martial emperor. When Lu Ming executed the chaotic will, he could fight against a peak second layer martial emperor. However, when he did not execute the chaotic will, his strength was weaker than the 100 battle martial emperor's. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged more than 10 moves. Lu Ming, is this all you've got? How can the heaven-suppressing godly troop fight against the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace and the Xia clan with you? The 100 battle martial emperor's voice could be heard. The Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace had formed an alliance with the Xia clan. Their next target would be the heaven-suppressing godly troop or the northern plains. How could the 100 battle martial emperor not know this? However, if he wanted to fight against the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace and the Xia clan with Lu Ming and the others, he had to see hope. Lu Ming was his hope. If Lu Ming was as strong as the rumors said, why not take the risk? You want to see my full strength? There's no hurry. You can't beat me now. Lu Ming let out a long roar, the 9 dragon claws unceasingly striking out. The power of the 5 different wills was displayed to the extreme, and there were even signs of a breakthrough. Yes, Lu Ming's 5 types of martial skills were originally at the peak of the 4th level. He was only a sliver away from the 5th level. The 100 battles martial monarch was a veteran of hundreds of battles. He was a very good target for tempering. After fighting with the 100 battles martial monarch, Lu Ming's 5 types of martial techniques seemed to show signs of a breakthrough. Then let's see how long you can hide. The Baijian martial emperor shouted coldly as a long spear appeared in his hand. The long spear pierced through the air with incredible power. An ordinary level 1 martial emperor would be killed in 2 moves. The two of them crisscrossed, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. Clang! Suddenly, one of the 9 dragons' claws grabbed the tip of the spear, creating a metallic sound. The 9 dragons retreated, but the Emperor of the 100 battles also retreated a few steps. Did your martial technique have a breakthrough? The 100 battles martial monarch blurted out in disbelief. Ha ha ha, thanks for your help, allowing my martial technique to have a breakthrough. Lu Ming burst out laughing. The others were left speechless. Just a moment ago, Lu Ming's martial technique had a breakthrough during the battle with the 100 battles martial monarch. Wasn't this talent a bit too insane? It's only a breakthrough, thus its power is still limited. The 100 battles martial monarch's voice could be heard as he continued to attack Lu Ming. Is that so? Lu Ming let out a calm smile as he lashed out with his dragon claws. Clang! After exchanging another blow with the 100 battles martial monarch, Lu Ming was knocked backward, but the 100 battles martial monarch was knocked backward too. How is this possible? How is it possible that its power has improved so much? The 100 battles martial monarch was in disbelief. Previously, Lu Ming had been completely suppressed by the 100 battles martial monarch, thus he could only dodge the attacks. However, Lu Ming had only improved one of his martial techniques by a level. How was it possible that its power had improved so much? Little did he know that Lu Ming had not only improved one of his martial techniques, but 5 of them. Lu Ming had combined the 5 types of martial techniques. Therefore, when he broke through, the 5 types of martial techniques would break through at the same time. Naturally, the power would soar. Previously, the 100 battles martial monarch had been no match against him, but now, he was able to stand his ground. Thank you, martial monarch. It's time for the battle to come to an end. Lu Ming said. Following this, a chaotic aura was emitted from the 9 dragons' bodies. Chaotic intent, bang, the 9 dragons executed the hell-suppressing heavenly art and lashed out with their claws, which were surrounded by the chaotic intent. 100 battles godly fist. The 100 battles martial monarch withdrew his spear and executed his strongest attack. At that instant, the 100 battles martial monarch threw out 100 punches. Each of the punches contained a tremendous power that could penetrate the ground and destroy mountains and rivers. 100 brilliant fist intents gathered in the air and merged into a single fist intent, causing its power to skyrocket. Bang! The fist intent collided with the 9 dragons' claws. However, as soon as they made contact, the fist intent of the 100 battles martial emperor was shattered instantly, causing it to explode like fireworks. The dragon claws did not stop there, crushing the rift. Puff! The 100 battles martial monarch spat out mouthfuls of blood as if he had been struck by lightning. His figure was sent flying for a few thousand li, leaving a long, dark tunnel behind him. He stared at Lu Ming in astonishment, before he spat out another mouthful of blood. The others did not fare any better. Leaving their jaws dropped, the 100 battles martial monarch had been defeated. Was this Lu Ming's true strength? Too powerful. He had managed to injure the 100 battles martial monarch with a single attack. His strength was comparable to a peak second-layer martial dominator realm cultivator. The rumors were not exaggerating at all. Martial monarch, do you still want to continue? Lu Ming's voice could be heard from the 9 dragons' mouth. That won't be necessary. The 100 battles martial monarch let out a sigh and shook his head. Your strength is comparable to a peak second-layer martial dominator realm cultivator. Even I won't stand a chance against you at this rate. There's no need to embarrass yourself. Saying this, the 100 battles martial monarch withdrew his aura. The 9 dragons shrunk while Lu Ming transformed into his true form. Well. An old voice could be heard all of a sudden, uttering 3 words in a row. Far away in the sky, an old man with a slender figure was walking through the air. The old man was extremely old. Most of his white hair had almost fallen out. His skin was dry, and his face was filled with wrinkles. However, the people of the heaven-suppressing army, including the 100 battles martial monarch, immediately greeted the old man. Greetings, Commander. Commander. Lu Ming's eyes glistened as he inspected the old man with a stern look. Although the old man seemed to be quite old, Lu Ming did not dare to underestimate him. The reason being that Lu Ming could sense a terrifying aura inside the old man's body. Peak second-layer martial dominator realm. The old man was actually a peak second-layer martial dominator realm expert. I've long heard that the heaven-suppressing army has an old commander with an unparalleled strength, but I've never had the chance to meet him before. I finally get to meet him today. Xiaowan stepped forward and said with a smile. Greetings, martial monarch of the chaotic sky. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. The heaven suppression army was indeed not simple. There was still such an expert hiding in the dark. Such an expert had never appeared in any of the previous battles. If the heaven suppression army was like this, then how could the Xia clan not have any hidden trump cards? The old general of the heaven suppression army first bowed to Xiaowan before looking at Lu Ming. He revealed a warm smile and said, Indeed, there are new talents in every generation. This old man admires little brother Lu's strength. Old general, you are too polite. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Emperor Luan, little brother Lu, this old man can give you a definite answer. The heaven suppression army will definitely participate in the battle 7 days later. The old general said. Lu Ming and Xiaowan were overjoyed by his words. The old general's words meant that he had agreed to join forces with them to head to the holy city 7 days later to fight the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia clan. The 100 battles martial emperor and the other experts of the heaven suppression army were surprised, but they did not say anything. They also understood that the heaven suppression army could not stay out of this battle. If the northern plains were defeated, the heaven suppression army would not be able to escape the fate of destruction. Joining forces with the northern plains was their only chance. All right. Old general, everyone, we will meet in 7 days. See you in 7 days. Lu Ming and Xiaowan said before taking their leave. The goal of this trip could be considered a success. After returning to the 100 Beast tribe, Lu Ming continued to cultivate in seclusion. Another 4 days later, there were only 3 days left before the alliance between the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia clan. In a secret room, Lu Ming's glabella shone as the second body stepped out of Lu Ming's body. Following that, Lu Ming's main body waved his hand, and the mountain river diagram flew out and flew to the second body. The second body kept it. After that, the main body closed his eyes while the second body revealed a smile. Let's head to the holy city first. The second body smiled and took a step forward, disappearing from the place. After a while, the second body appeared billions of miles away from the 100 Beast tribe. Lu Ming's plan was to have his second body enter the holy city first to gather information about Supreme Nine Yang, Bai Shijin, and the others. Lu Ming's consciousness sank into the second body. The second body was just like his main body. Let's disguise ourselves first. Lu Ming took out a gray robe and put it on. At the same time, his figure and face began to change. Finally, he transformed into a sallow-faced youth. His appearance was very ordinary. He was the kind of person who would not be easily noticed in a crowd. Following this, inscription runes appeared on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's aura began to converge until he was only a 7th-rank inscription master. Then he took a step forward. Space split open, and Lu Ming disappeared. Now that Ming Lian's second body had become a level 9 ruler, his speed was incredibly fast. In less than half a day, the holy city appeared in front of him. There were experts guarding the gates of the holy city. The checks were very strict. Everyone who entered had to go through strict checks. However, Lu Ming had inherited the legacy of the heavenly profound saint. His inscription skills had reached perfection. He used an inscription array to conceal himself. Even an emperor would not be able to detect him. Lu Ming entered the holy city easily. There are so many people. Walking on the streets of the holy city, Lu Ming realized that there were more people coming and going than when he was in the holy city. It was normal. There were still a few days before the alliance ceremony between the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace and the Xia clan. Now, the Xia clan and their allies had all entered the holy city. Many of the forces under the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace had also come to the holy city. Naturally, the holy city was bustling. This evening, the Xia clan's Xia Yan, Xia Zhen, and the other princes will be hosting a banquet at the Drunken Immortal Circle. All the young geniuses are welcome to attend. Lu Ming had just entered the holy city when he heard this news. Underworld child. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. In the end, only the underworld child, the unscrupulous monk, and the moonless bodhisattva had returned. However, Long Chen had not returned. No one knew what had happened. Lu Ming really wanted to know. Then the Drunken Immortal Circle will be bustling with noise and excitement this evening. We can't miss such a grand scene. Indeed. Back then, 12 top geniuses went to the Divine Ruins continent. In the end, only 3 of them returned. 2 of them were from the Western Desert. The Western Desert's sage monk has always stayed out of things. In other words, the underworld child is now the top genius. That's right. The underworld child is destined to roam the divine wilderness in the future. That's why the Xia clan's princes specially invited the underworld child to a banquet to curry favor with him. Many people were discussing, and Lu Ming heard quite a bit of news. Lu Ming's lips curled into a mocking smile as he casually strolled on the streets. Soon, it was evening. Lu Ming headed for the Drunken Immortal Circle. The Drunken Immortal Circle was quite famous in the holy city. The environment inside was elegant and there was a place for experts to spar. Therefore, it had become a gathering place for martial experts. At the entrance of the Drunken Immortal Circle, there were many young elites coming and going. At the entrance, there were people checking, but they would only check casually before letting people in. After entering the Drunken Immortal Circle, Lin Fan came to an open space filled with tables and chairs. Many people had already taken their seats. Lu Ming scanned the place and saw many familiar faces. Many of them were second-grade and third-grade geniuses from some overlord forces. On the highest platform, Lu Ming saw even more familiar figures. Xia Yan, Xia Zhen, the Xia clan's princes, and the Sky Martial Sword faction's geniuses, Wu Chengkong. Previously, Lu Ming knew that the Sky Martial Sword faction had already submitted to the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Therefore, Wu Chengkong and the others had also become part of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. The underworld child is here. Someone said. In the distance, a black-robed youth walked over with his hands behind his back. He exuded a domineering aura. This person was the underworld child. Whoosh! 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 Xia Yan, Xia Zhen, Wu Kong, and the others quickly flew into the sky to welcome the underworld child. Haha, I am honored that brother underworld child is here. Xia Yan laughed heartily. Not bad, not bad. Brother underworld child's presence brings light to my humble dwelling. Xia Zhen said, not to be outdone. Following which, the other geniuses started to flatter the underworld child. Currently, the underworld child was the #1 genius among the younger generation in the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, including the Xia clan. He was also the only overlord genius. His future was limitless. Naturally, they had to curry favor with him. You are all too polite. The underworld child said with his hands behind his back, looking high and mighty. Xia Zhen and the others did not mind. They welcomed the underworld child to the platform and started to flatter him again. The underworld child pursed his lips and pretended to be calm. Actually, he was enjoying it very much. He enjoyed this feeling very much. He was intoxicated by the feeling of being the moon surrounded by the stars. In the past, he was also the moon surrounded by the stars. As the overlord genius of the divine wilderness continent, he stood at the peak. However, there were more than 10 people who could compete with him. His presence was undoubtedly weakened. Now, in the entire divine wilderness mainland, the western desert doesn't care about worldly affairs. Among the younger generation, besides Lu Ming, brother Ming is the best. Amidst the compliments, a voice suddenly sounded. The place fell silent. Lu Ming, it was as if the name Lu Ming had a magical power that made everyone shut up. Everyone looked at each other, but no one said a word. Lu Ming's name was like a huge mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts. He was in the same generation as them, but his current strength was enough to kill emperors and fight against peak second-layer martial emperors. He stood at the peak of the divine desolate continent and looked down on the world. Among his peers, no one could be compared to Lu Ming. The so-called geniuses here were far too inferior compared to Lu Ming. They were so far apart that they did not know how far apart they were. Underworld child's face darkened, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The young man who had just spoken turned pale and broke out in cold sweat. He knew that he had said something wrong. He had wanted to flatter underworld child, but he had subconsciously used Lu Ming's name. Brother Ming, please forgive me. I didn't mean to, the young man quickly apologized and stammered. It would have been better if he hadn't explained himself. Underworld child's face darkened even more. What an idiot. Get out of my way. Xia Zhen scolded, and the young man quickly left. Humph, although Lu Ming is strong, he doesn't know how to judge the situation. He won't live for long and will die eventually. When that time comes, who in the world will be able to compete with brother Ming? Xia Zhen continued. Underworld child's face turned slightly better after hearing this. That's right. Lu Ming won't live for long. He still wants to go against the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia clan. He's courting death. Such a brainless person. Even if he has some fighting strength, he's still a brainless brute. In my opinion, he's too weak compared to brother Ming. The others immediately flattered Underworld child. A smile reappeared on Underworld child's face. All of you are right. Actually, Lu Ming's talent is ordinary. He's just lucky and his combat ability is slightly stronger than mine. However, because of this, he is arrogant and condescending. Back when he was in the continent of God's ruins, he even dared to offend the elites of Yuanlu's celestial god sect. Such a brainless person will definitely have limited achievements. Even if he doesn't die in the divine wilderness continent, he will be killed by the experts of the celestial sect. Underworld child said disdainfully. Brother Mingzi is right. Brother Ming is right. Another wave of compliments came from the others. Brother Ming, how about this little brother treat you to a good show? Xia Zhen said with a smile. Oh? What show is it? Underworld child revealed an interested expression. Brother Ming, please wait a moment. Xia Zhen smiled, and then his voice spread far and wide, bring him here. Yes. Soon, a group of Emperor Dragon Guards led 10-odd people over. Sun Lin, Tai Xing, among the crowd, Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. The 10 odd people who were brought over were the law enforcement army that Lu Ming had met when he was in the sacred city. Tai Xing, the burly chimpanzee, Sun Lin, the emperor dragon guard who had been transferred to the law enforcement army by Xia Zhen. At this moment, Tai Xing and the others were in a sorry state. Their auras were weak and their faces were pale. It was obvious that they had suffered serious injuries. Soon, Tai Xing and the others were brought to Xia Zhen. They are? Underworld Child was slightly stunned. He did not understand why Xia Zhen had brought 10 odd burly men over. Brother Ming, these people are very close to Lu Ming. They were Lu Ming's subordinates back then. Xia Zhen said. Xia Zhen, you are despicable and shameless. You want us to slander the commander? Dream on. Tai Xing roared. Shut up. What slander? Xia Zhen reprimanded with a cold gaze. I'll give you one more chance. Tell me, did Lu Ming use despicable means to kill others to cultivate his martial arts? Also, did he deliberately harm young girls to nourish his young? Is that why his cultivation improved so quickly? You are his subordinates, so you should know very well. Let me remind you that you'd better think carefully before you speak. Don't forget what happened to your companions. Xia Zhen said coldly as his cold gaze swept over Tai Xing and the others' faces turned ugly. Some of them even looked terrified. Bullshit, don't even think about slandering the commander. The commander is a man of indomitable spirit. Why would he do such a thing? Tai Xing roared. That's right, why would the commander do such a thing? Don't even think about using us to ruin the commander's reputation. You killed so many of our brothers. The commander will definitely come back to avenge us. Someone else also shouted. In the crowd, Lu Ming's gaze turned even colder. He had a rough idea of what was going on. Lu Ming was on good terms with the law enforcement army. It was obvious that Xia Zhen had captured the law enforcement army and wanted to force them to slander Lu Ming, saying that Lu Ming was using evil methods to nourish his young. That was why his cultivation improved so quickly. In this way, not only could he ruin Lu Ming's reputation, but he could also infuriate Lu Ming. In the alliance ceremony a few days later, Lu Ming would be more likely to appear and kill Lu Ming. However, the law enforcement army refused to comply. Moreover, according to the crowd's conversation, the other law enforcement army members had already been killed by Xia Zhen. There were only a dozen of them left. Damn it. Lu Ming's killing intent was as cold as a knife in his heart. Xia Zhen's face was extremely gloomy as he berated, I'll give you one more chance. Speak or not, die. Don't even think about it. I'd rather die than do such a despicable thing. Tai Xing roared. The others also glared at him, unafraid of death. They, the law enforcement army, had a low status in the imperial city and lived a miserable life. In order to survive, they had to curry favor from both sides, living without any dignity. It was Lu Ming who allowed them to hold their heads high. After Lu Ming joined the law enforcement army, they could finally hold their heads high. They could act as the law enforcement army on behalf of the sacred emperor, returning to the situation of 30,000 years ago when the law enforcement army intimidated the world. Therefore, they were extremely grateful to Lu Ming. Therefore, they couldn't slander Lu Ming. Xia Zhen, as a prince, you did such a despicable thing. You're a disgrace to the imperial family and the Xia family. Tai Xing continued to roar. Shut up. You're courting death. Xia Zhen was enraged. A battle knife appeared in his hand and he slashed at Tai Xing's neck. He brought Tai Xing and the others here to curry favor with the Nether Child, but he didn't expect Tai Xing and the others to bite him back, causing his reputation to suffer a blow. He wished he could chop Tai Xing and the others into pieces. The blade light was cold and as fast as lightning, slashing at Tai Xing. At this moment, Tai Xing's cultivation was sealed and his aura was weak. It was impossible for him to dodge. Tai Xing was about to die under Xia Zhen's blade. Whoosh, at this moment, a wine cup flew out from the crowd and collided with Xia Zhen's battle knife. Clang, inscriptions flashed on the wine cup and collided with the battle knife. Buzz. Who is it? Xia Yan berated. At this moment, Xia Zhen finally reacted. His face flushed red as he crawled up from the ground. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he scanned his surroundings and roared, "Who is it? Who is it? Who dares to attack me? Come out and die." Under everyone's gaze, Xiaxin's battle blade was struck by a wine cup and he fell to the ground on his butt. This was undoubtedly a humiliating matter, causing Xiaxin's murderous intent to reach its peak. Hee hee. A soft laugh came from the crowd as a youth with a sallow face stepped out. This youth was naturally Lu Ming. Although he didn't have a deep relationship with Tai Xing and the rest, they had still worked together for a period of time. Therefore, there was still some friendship between them. Moreover, Tai Xing and the rest were implicated because of him. How could Lu Ming sit by and do nothing? Just now, that wine cup was thrown by Lu Ming. As a prince, you actually did such a thing to slander others. How despicable and shameless. The ancient Saint dynasty only has itself to blame for coming to this stage. It's inevitable. Lu Ming sneered as he walked towards Xiaxin step by step. How dare you? Impudent. You're courting death. Some of the princes of the Xia family scolded as they stared coldly at Lu Ming. Brat, how dare you interfere in my matters? Since you're here today, don't think of leaving. Xiaxin's voice was cold as he waved his hand and said, "Attack, cripple his cultivation." Yes. 7 to 8 Imperial Dragon Guards flew out with all kinds of weapons unsheathed as they charged towards Lu Ming. However, the cultivation of these Imperial Dragon Guards was only at the 9th level of the Spirit Embryo Realm. In Lu Ming's eyes, they weren't worth mentioning. Wang, on the ground, inscriptions suddenly shone as a huge array appeared. Within the array, dozens of long rods were condensed and smashed towards the Imperial Dragon Guards. Bam! Ah! Instantly, the sound of whips and blood-curdling screams filled the air. Those Imperial Dragon Guards did not have the slightest ability to fight back under the long rod strikes. In the blink of an eye, they were all whipped to the ground. Each of them was whipped a dozen times, and their flesh was lacerated. It was a tragic sight. Xiaxin's face paled as he retreated. His cultivation was only at the 9th level of Spirit Embryo Realm and wasn't much stronger than the Emperor Dragon Guards. Since Lu Ming could easily beat up 7 to 8 Emperor Dragon Guards, he naturally wasn't his match. Humph, so you're an inscription master. Xiayan coldly snorted, his body exuding a powerful aura. Xiayan was a second-rate genius, and his cultivation had broken through into the domain enlightened spirit god realm a long time ago. His combat strength was formidable, and he was countless times stronger than Xiaxin. 10th Prince, this guy is audacious to the extreme. If he dares to make a move here, then in my opinion, he must have been sent here by Lu Ming. Allow me to kill him. A voice sounded behind Xiayan. A young man stepped out and appeared in front of Xiayan. Wu Qingkong, the #1 genius of the Sky Martial Sword sect, Wu Qingkong. Wu Qingkong is going to make a move. This guy is dead for sure. In recent years, Wu Qingkong's cultivation has become more and more terrifying. With him making a move, this guy is dead for sure. This guy is a fool. He dares to make a move here. It would be strange if he didn't die. Discussions broke out at the scene. Currently, there weren't many overlord geniuses left in the Divine Wilderness continent. Wu Qingkong was one of the strongest geniuses below the overlord geniuses. His current status was naturally extraordinary, and he was second only to the underworld child. With Brother Wu making a move, I'm relieved. Xiayan said as he took 2 steps back. Kid, are you going to surrender or wait for me to make a move? 2 rays of light shot out from Wu Qingkong's eyes like 2 sharp swords. Wu Qingkong, you were beaten like a dog by Lu Ming time and time again. Instead of hiding and cultivating, you dare to come out and make a ruckus. Aren't you afraid of being beaten again? Lu Ming curled his lips and mocked. Shut up. You're courting death. Wu Qingkong was furious. Back then, he was beaten by Lu Ming time and time again. That was his dark history and shame. He would be furious if anyone mentioned it in front of him. I'll cut off your limbs and make you suffer a fate worse than death. Wu Qingkong roared as he unsheathed his battle sword. A terrifying sword chi slashed towards Lu Ming. How powerful. 3rd level spirit god. He's a 3rd level spirit god. Wu Qingkong has broken through to the 3rd level spirit god. Wu Qingkong's attack caused a commotion. A third-level spirit god. Apart from those overlord geniuses, no one could compete with him. In their hearts, Lu Ming was dead meat. After all, Lu Ming didn't look old. He was very young and belonged to the younger generation. However, they had never seen him before. Obviously, he wasn't famous. How strong could an unknown young man be to be able to fight with Wu Qingkong? Buzz, inscriptions appeared in front of Lu Ming again. A formation appeared once more. It was exactly the same as the one that had beaten the Imperial Dragon Guards. A dozen long rods appeared and lashed towards Wu Qingkong. Clang, sword chi whistled and slashed through. The rods were cut in half. The sword chi did not stop and continued to slash towards Lu Ming. Bam! 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 Lu Ming took a few steps forward. Inscriptions appeared on the ground and another formation appeared. Just like before, a dozen long rods appeared. However, the sword chi swept through and the long rods were cut in half again. But immediately another formation appeared, and another staff was formed. Haha, he's still using such a formation against Wu Qingkong. He's dead meat. That's all he has. How dare he be so arrogant here? He really doesn't know what's good for him. Someone sneered. Whoosh! Whoosh, sword chi whistled and the long rods were cut in half. Let's end this. Wu Qingkong roared and shook his battle sword. A sword radiance flashed and dozens of sword chi slashed towards Lu Ming. Every ray of sword chi was extremely powerful. That kid is dead meat. That was the thought that popped up in everyone's mind. However, Lu Ming remained calm as if he did not see the sword chi. He took a step forward again. Buzz. 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 This time, more than a dozen spell formations appeared on the ground, all of which looked exactly the same as the first spell formation. All of them had long staffs. In total, there were hundreds of long rods lashing towards Wu Qingkong. So what if there are a lot of them? Break! Wu Qingkong shouted and his sword chi grew stronger. However, in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Originally, those long sticks were no different from withered branches in his eyes. With a single slash of his sword, he could easily cut them apart. However, this time around, when the sword chi landed on the long sticks, clanging sounds rang out and sparks flew everywhere. However, those long sticks were completely undamaged. On the other hand, the sword chi that he had sent out collapsed after being hit by the long rods. Break! Wu Qingkong's expression changed. He raised his cultivation to the maximum and slashed out with his battle sword. Clang! 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 However, his sword chi was completely useless against those long rods. As the long rods swung down, his sword chi was scattered. How could this be? Wu Qingkong panicked and was shocked. Without any hesitation, Wu Qingkong performed bloodline fusion and transformed into a battle sword. He slashed at the long sticks madly. Clang! Clang! The long sticks hit Wu Qingkong's battle sword. The battle sword shook violently. In just a few breaths, Wu Qingkong's battle sword collapsed and he returned to his human form. No! Wu Qingkong screamed in horror. He spat out blood and tried to escape. However, there were long rods all around him, sealing off all his escape routes. Hundreds of long sticks rained down on Wu Qingkong. The shadows of the sticks completely engulfed Wu Qingkong. Ah! Ah! A shrill scream resounded in the drunken immortal garden. Everyone who was watching the battle looked at each other in dismay. How could this be? The result was completely different from what they had expected. Wu Qingkong was the strongest genius below the giants. His cultivation had reached the third-level spirit god realm. How many people among the younger generation in the Divine Wilderness continent could defeat him? Moreover, it was Lu Ming, a brat who they did not know at all. It was a matter of killing him in one move. However, the result was completely out of everyone's expectations. Lu Ming had been using the same formation all along. However, wasn't that formation very weak at the beginning? It couldn't stop Wu Qingkong at all. Why did it suddenly become so strong later on? The power of those long rods increased by an unknown amount. Even Wu Qingkong found it difficult to block them. The shrill scream was still ringing. After 10 minutes, the hundreds of long sticks disappeared, revealing Wu Qingkong's figure. Miserable, it was too miserable. Everyone who saw Wu Qingkong's figure could not help but think of the word miserable in their minds. Wu Qingkong was lying on the ground like a dead dog. He had been beaten countless times. His clothes were in tatters and his body was full of scars. His face was swollen like a pig's head. His nose bridge was broken and all of his teeth were missing. His mouth was crooked. If no one said that he was Wu Qingkong, no one would have recognized him. Most importantly, Wu Qingkong's aura was extremely weak. His cultivation had been destroyed. The whip just now had destroyed Wu Qingkong's cultivation. Wu Qingkong had become a cripple. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air, their bodies cold. This was especially the case for some of the second and third-rate chosen. They couldn't help but back up and look at Lu Ming with serious expressions. Who was this person? Where did he come from? How could he be so strong? Moreover, this person practiced the Tao of inscription. In the divine wilderness continent, there were only a handful of geniuses who practiced the Tao of inscription. None of them could defeat Wu Qingkong. They racked their brains but still could not figure out who this person was. Could this person be Lu Ming? But he had never heard that Lu Ming had such deep attainments in the Tao of inscription. Who are you? Underworld Child's eyes were dark as he stared at Lu Ming. He wanted to see something from Lu Ming's expression, but he was disappointed. Lu Ming's face was very calm. He couldn't see anything. Who am I? You are not qualified to know. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Hee, how arrogant. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you defeated Wu Qingkong. I can kill Wu Qingkong with a flick of my finger. Underworld Child glanced at Wu Qingkong casually and smiled disdainfully. Bang! Underworld Child took a step forward and his aura surged crazily. Today was a banquet specially prepared for him. However, Lu Ming had attacked continuously, injuring Xianxia and crippling Wu Qingkong. This was a slap to Underworld Child's face. There was no way he would let Lu Ming leave alive. Underworld Child's aura grew stronger and stronger. 3rd level spiritual god, 4th level spiritual god, peak 4th level spiritual god. It didn't stop even after reaching the peak 4th level spiritual god. Boom! Underworld Child's aura had reached the 5th level spiritual god. Gasps could be heard at the scene. Underworld Child is indeed a magnate level genius. His cultivation has reached the 5th level spiritual god realm. Underworld Child has awakened a 9th level divine bloodline. His combat strength is incomparably strong. A 5th level spiritual god can already kill a high level spiritual god. This is too shocking. Underworld Child was surrounded by Underworld Chi. He smiled confidently and said, "Brat, I don't care who you are. Today, you will die." Swoosh, a pitch-black machete appeared in Underworld Child's hand. He pounced at Lu Ming and slashed his machete at Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood there motionlessly. This time, no inscription appeared and no array appeared. In an instant, Underworld Child's machete was about to land on Lu Ming's head. At this moment, Lu Ming extended 2 fingers and pointed at Underworld Child. Swoosh, a ray of sword chi appeared between Lu Ming's fingers. Poochie, Underworld Child's machete was easily cut in half. The sword chi continued to slash at Underworld Child. Not good. Underworld Child's expression changed drastically. He felt the threat of death from Lu Ming's sword chi. At this moment, his heart was trembling. Even his soul was trembling. Retreat, retreat, retreat. He roared in his heart and frantically retreated. At the same time, he used all his means to defend himself. But soon, he despaired. The sword chi in Lu Ming's fingers could cut through everything. Under everything, all of his defenses were cut through like tofu. Then, he felt a chill between his brows. In the next moment, he fell into boundless darkness and lost consciousness. What's going on? The surrounding onlookers were puzzled. At first, they saw Underworld Child attack Lu Ming. Then, they saw a ray of sword chi burst out from Lu Ming's fingers. Then, they saw Underworld Child frantically retreat. But after retreating a few meters, Underworld Child's body stopped. He stood there motionless. Many people were puzzled and did not understand what had happened. But immediately, everyone's eyes widened. Because at this moment, a bloody scar appeared between Underworld Child's brows. The scar quickly grew longer and longer. Then, everyone saw Underworld Child's body split in two. Dead. Underworld Child was dead. He was cut in half by a sword. How was this possible? Underworld Child's cultivation was at the 5th level of the spirit god realm. Moreover, he was a giant genius. With his combat strength, it would be easy for him to kill a 7th level spirit god. Such a genius was killed by Lu Ming's sword chi as easily as killing a chicken. How was this possible? How could Lu Ming be so strong? Who are you? Who are you? Xiayan and Xiazhen were so scared that their faces turned pale. They roared crazily. Lu Ming curled his lips slightly, and the sword chi in his fingers disappeared. This was a formation carved with his body. With his cultivation as an emperor, the formation carved by him was naturally terrifying. Using it to deal with Underworld Child was a waste of talent. Buzz, inscriptions flashed under Lu Ming's feet. In the next moment, Lu Ming appeared in front of Xiazhen. Ah, what are you trying to do? This is the holy city. What are you trying to do? Xiazhen roared in fear. I'm going to search your soul. Lu Ming's indifferent voice sounded. He stretched out a finger and pointed at Xiazhen's forehead. Lu Ming's finger tapped on Xiazhen's forehead, and an inscription flashed. Xiazhen's expression stiffened, and his gaze became unfocused as if he was in a daze. Lu Ming was using a powerful method to search Xiazhen's soul. Inscribers had some methods that were even more bizarre and mysterious than martial artists. The soul-searching technique was obtained from the heavenly profound saint. Lu Ming wanted to find out the whereabouts of Supreme Nine Sons, Bai Shijin, and the others from Xiazhen. Stop, you bastard! Kill! A few angry shouts could be heard and a few figures leaped across the air. As soon as their voices fell, a few terrifying attacks were launched toward Lu Ming. Experts from the Xia clan had arrived, and these people were all at the 7th level of the spirit god realm. Lu Ming did not move at all. However, a large array suddenly appeared in the sky. The large array glowed and condensed into a few battle swords. With a slash, a few 7th level spirit gods were killed in the air. So strong. In the drunken immortal garden, many young geniuses were trembling in their hearts. Lu Ming was too strong. Killing 7th level spirit gods was as easy as chopping vegetables. This person shouldn't be someone from the younger generation, but someone from the older generation who snuck in. Someone guessed. Apart from Lu Ming, they couldn't think of a second person in the younger generation who could be so powerful. However, this person was obviously an inscriber, so he shouldn't be Lu Ming. Therefore, many people guessed that this person should be someone from the older generation. No. At this moment, Lu Ming frowned. He realized that Xiazhen didn't know the whereabouts of Supreme Nine Sons, Bai Shijin, and the others at all. Maybe Xiazhen's cultivation is too low, so he doesn't have the right to know about this. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Xiayan in the next moment. Xiayan was a 2nd-grade prodigy. Apart from Xianxia, he was the strongest person in the younger generation of the Xia clan. Maybe he knew. Xiayan's expression changed when Lu Ming's gaze landed on him. Without a second thought, he soared into the sky, intending to leave this place. However, Lu Ming gently waved his hand in the air, and dense inscriptions suddenly appeared above Xiayan. A large formation appeared, condensing into chains that wrapped around Xiayan. Xiayan's cultivation was at the 2nd level of the spirit god realm, but no matter how hard he tried, it was completely useless against the chains. Lu Ming released Xiazhen and walked towards Xiayan. Xiazhen's eyes were still unfocused, as if he had lost his mind. Yes, Xiazhen was already an idiot. Just now, when Lu Ming had searched his soul, he hadn't held back at all. He had used the most direct, most violent, and most barbaric method to search for what Lu Ming wanted. Therefore, Xiazhen's soul had suffered an indelible injury. He had already lost his mind. Save me, save me! When Xiayan saw Lu Ming walking towards him, he screamed in fear. You're courting death. How dare you act presumptuously in the holy city? Exterminate 9 generations of your family. In the distance, surging roars sounded out. More Xia clan experts had arrived. Swoosh! 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 At least a dozen experts charged over. Numerous terrifying auras shot out like smoke signals. The weakest aura was at the 9th level of the Spirit God realm, and there was even a perfected Spirit God realm expert. The strongest was shockingly a Supreme Realm expert. In an instant, a dozen experts appeared in the sky above the drunken immortal garden and launched an attack at Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand, and dense inscriptions appeared in the sky. They seemed to have a life of their own, and numerous large formations were condensed. Whoosh! 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 The large formation glowed and formed a few dozen thick chains that wrapped around the experts. After that, Lu Ming didn't even look at these people. He directly appeared before Xia Yan and pointed his finger at the space between Xia Yan's eyebrows. Soul Search, bang! 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 In the sky, explosions continued. The dozen experts joined forces, but they couldn't break through Xia Yan's defense. The dozens of chains seemed to have a life of their own as they waved and wrapped around the experts, causing them to be exhausted. Lu Ming pointed his finger at the space between Xia Yan's eyebrows. After about a dozen breaths, his eyes suddenly lit up. He found it. He found the whereabouts of Supreme Nine Sons and the others. In Xia Yan's memory, Supreme Nine Sons, by Shijin, and the others were imprisoned in the 9 underworlds. It was the 9 underworlds again. Back then, Xianxia was imprisoned in the 9 underworlds, and Xiaoluan was also rescued from the 9 underworlds. Looks like I have to make a trip to the 9 underworlds again. Lu Ming muttered, and his finger left the space between Xia Yan's eyebrows. Xia Yan collapsed on the ground like a pile of mud, panting heavily. His entire body was drenched in sweat. He didn't turn into an idiot like Xiaxin. His cultivation was much stronger than Xiaxin's. He had reached the 2nd level of the Spirit God realm, and his soul was stable. Therefore, his soul wasn't damaged much. Whoosh! Lu Ming waved his hand. Inscriptions faintly flashed on his arm, and a ray of sword chi cut through the void. Puff! Puff! Those experts didn't even have time to scream before they were killed in the air by the sword chi. Haha, let's go. Lu Ming laughed and took a step forward. His figure suddenly disappeared without a trace. In the drunken immortal garden, many young geniuses looked at each other. Their eyes were still filled with shock. He was too strong. No matter what their cultivation was, he was killed in one move. Even Supremes were the same. A word appeared in everyone's mind. An emperor. Lu Ming was most likely an emperor in disguise. An emperor had sneaked into the holy city. Boom! Boom! In the depths of the holy city, a terrifying aura soared into the sky. A few figures appeared in the sky above the drunken immortal garden. The vast pressure made all the young people tremble, as if they were about to kneel down. Emperors. The few people who appeared later were all emperors. The few emperors spread out their spiritual senses to search for Lu Ming, but they couldn't find any trace of him. Search the entire city. Don't let anyone suspicious go. A ruler gave the order. Unfortunately, half a day had passed, and there was still no news of Lu Ming. Everything that happened in the drunken immortal garden had spread throughout the holy city. An unfamiliar young man first crippled Wu Qingkong, then killed the underworld child. What was even more terrifying was that even a Supremes couldn't fight back in his hands. One of the emperors, Xiaxin, became an idiot because of this person. When the news spread, it caused an uproar in the holy city. Many people knew that the northern plains, or the divine army, had begun to move. Everyone was guessing who this young man was. Some guessed that it was Lu Ming, because Lu Ming was most likely to sneak into the holy city to save Supreme Nine Yang and the others. But immediately, someone refuted, saying that this person cultivated the path of inscription, and shouldn't be Lu Ming. Activate the divine secret instrument. In the end, the Xie family's higher-ups gave the order. The Xie family activated the divine secret instrument. Their target was Lu Ming. Finally, when the instrument was activated, they found that Lu Ming was still in the northern plains, not in the holy city. In the northern plains, in a secret room of the 100 Beast tribe, a projection of the divine secret instrument appeared above Lu Ming's main body. It seems that the divine secret instrument also has a weakness. It can only find my main body, but not my second body. Lu Ming's main body ended his cultivation, opened his eyes, and smiled. Seal. Just as the Xia clan and Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace were searching for Lu Ming's second body had already changed his appearance. Even his aura had changed. The Xia clan and Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace could not find Lu Ming at all. Not far from the entrance of the 9 underworlds, a black-faced youth arrived. This black-faced youth was Lu Ming. The security is even tighter. Lu Ming watched from afar. The entrance of the 9 underworlds was even tighter than before. Not only were there more inscription formations, but there were also more experts guarding it. Lu Ming sensed carefully and sensed the auras of many primes. If I barge in now, I will alert the enemy. At that time, the Xia clan and Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace will attack with all their might and block me inside. Not only will I not be able to save Senior Jiuyang and the others, but I will also be in danger. Lu Ming frowned as he thought of a countermeasure. On the day of the alliance, they will definitely send people to bring Senior Jiuyang and the others out. That will be the best time. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming had an idea. His figure flashed as he left this place. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the day of the alliance between the Xia clan and Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace arrived. The holy city was unprecedentedly lively. The experts of Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace and Xia clan gathered in the holy city. In the eastern wilderness, outside 9 Dragon City, space suddenly split open, and a figure stepped out. It was Lu Ming. After so many years, Lu Ming returned to 9 Dragon City once again. Whoosh! Lu Ming stepped out and disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared in 9 Dragon City. The defenses of 9 Dragon City were meaningless to Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped in the air, and the endless mountains and rivers of 9 Dragon City flashed under his feet. Soon, Lu Ming appeared in the depths of 9 Dragon City, at the dragon head of one of the dragon veins. Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron. Lu Ming looked at the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron, which was as tall as a mountain. His goal for this trip was the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron. The Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron would definitely play a decisive role in this battle. Roar! The 9 Dragon bloodline appeared, and it roared toward the sky. Wung! As soon as the 9 Dragons bloodline appeared, the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron trembled, and the buzzing sound spread out for hundreds of thousands of miles. The Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron is moving. What's going on? Why is the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron, which has not moved since ancient times, moving again? The unusual movement of the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron attracted the attention of the people nearby. Many figures flew across the void and flew over at an extremely fast speed. What's that? A dragon? Ah. That's 9 dragons. Lu Ming. It's Lu Ming. What? Lu Ming dares to come here? Many people shouted in shock when they saw the 9 dragons. Some people who had experienced the great battle of 9 Dragons City were very familiar with Lu Ming's 9 Dragons bloodline. They recognized the 9 Dragons bloodline at a glance and immediately cried out in fright. Rise! Lu Ming was too lazy to pay attention to those people. He focused on controlling the 9 Dragons bloodline and resonating with the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron. Wang! Buzz! The 9 Dragon Cauldron shook more and more violently. Eventually, it rose from the ground and flew towards Lu Ming, floating above Lu Ming's head. Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron, come here! Lu Ming shouted. The 9 dragons wrapped around the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron and a mysterious aura rushed out in all directions. Clang! Another dragon vein shook violently. The second Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron moved and floated in the air, flying towards Lu Ming. Then, the third Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron moved as well. Swoosh! Swoosh! The Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron broke through the air. In the blink of an eye, there were 3 Divine 9 Dragon Cauldrons floating above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming, how dare you? Put down the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron. A few long roars came from afar. A few figures broke through the air and flew over. They were extremely fast. As soon as the voice sounded, they had already appeared above the dragon vein. The master of the Dongfang family, the master of the Kong family, Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. They were a few supremes. Some of them were old acquaintances. They were the masters of the other 6 ancient families. Lu Ming ignored them and continued to control the 9 dragons' bloodline to summon the divine 9-dragon cauldron. The Supreme's faces turned ugly after being ignored by Lu Ming. Let's attack together. The Supremes exchanged glances and reached a consensus. Bang! 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 A few brilliant rays of light burst out and shot towards Lu Ming. The rays of light were beautiful but filled with murderous intent. Piss off. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he took a step forward. Bang! A terrifying force crushed the space and surged toward the few supreme beings. The attacks of the Supremes were as weak as tofu before this force. 2 of the 9 Heavens Supremes even exploded and died on the spot. As for the masters of the 3 ancient families, they were sent flying for 1,000 miles and crashed into a dozen mountains. Blood spurted out from their mouths and their auras weakened. He killed 2 Supremes with 1 strike and severely injured the other 3. Such battle prowess was extremely shocking. In the distance, there was silence. No one dared to speak. Today, the experts of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace had all gone to the sacred city. Not a single sovereign was left behind. No one could stop Lu Ming. Is this Lu Ming's battle prowess? There were some young geniuses in the crowd. They were all on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Wilderness. Some of them had even competed with Lu Ming before. At this moment, they were looking at the figure on the dragon vein with dismay and shock. Back then, they were of the same generation and competed with each other. However, in just a few years, the distance between them and Lu Ming was already thousands of miles. There was no comparison at all. They knew that they would never be able to catch up to Lu Ming in this lifetime. Roar! The roar of the 9 dragons shook the sky. Clang! Clang! The divine 9-dragon cauldron kept vibrating. One after another, they flew towards Lu Ming. More and more divine 9-dragon cauldrons appeared above Lu Ming's head. 4 cauldrons, 5 cauldrons, 6 cauldrons, quick, spread the news. Someone in the 9-dragon city ordered. Whoosh! Whoosh! Voice transmission jade talismans flew out one after another. However, as soon as they flew out of the 9-dragon city, a light screen rose up and intercepted all the voice transmission jade talismans. Several figures stood in the void outside the 9-dragon city. Among them, there was a dean of the World Academy who cultivated the path of inscription. There were also 7 or 8 supremes who cultivated the path of inscription. They had already set up a barrier outside the 9-dragon city to intercept the voice transmission jade talismans. Lu Ming summoned more and more divine 9-dragon cauldrons. In the end, all 9 cauldrons were gathered and suspended above Lu Ming's head. I'll lend it to you for a few days. After a few days, I'll let you return to where you came from. Lu Ming whispered. The 9 dragons opened their mouths and swallowed. All 9 divine 9-dragon cauldrons flew into the mouth of the 9 dragons' bloodline and disappeared. Roar! 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 At this moment, the 9 dragon bloodlines in the 9-dragon city went berserk. They were like 9 real dragons that wanted to break through the sky. Lu Ming's face was calm as if he had expected this. He waved his hand and 9 inscription talismans flew out from his storage ring. The 9 inscription talismans flew out and flew towards a dragon bloodline. Suppress! Lu Ming whispered. The 9 inscription talisman scrolls landed on the 9 dragon veins. The endless inscriptions seemed to be alive as they spread over the dragon veins, temporarily suppressing them. The 9 dragon veins temporarily returned to peace. According to ancient legends, the divine 9-dragon cauldron was refined by an ancient expert to suppress the 9 dragon veins. If the divine 9-dragon cauldron was gone for too long, the 9 dragon veins would definitely rebel. Lu Ming had already expected this, so he had asked his second body to refine the 9 inscription talisman scrolls to suppress the 9 dragon veins. Although it could only suppress them for a few days was enough. After the dragon veins calmed down, Lu Ming put away the 9 dragon veins and took a step forward. In the next moment, he appeared outside the 9-dragon city. Rise! The old dean of the World Academy shouted. The other supremes assisted, and a barrier appeared outside the 9-dragon city. This barrier was used to block the voice transmission jade talisman, so that Di would not know that Lu Ming had come here to take away the divine 9-dragon cauldron. After setting up the barrier, they set off with Lu Ming. Soon, they returned to the northern plains through the transborder teleportation array. Let's go to the Holy City. With the order, figures tore through the space and headed toward the Holy City. At the same time, the experts of the Divine Army also set off toward the Holy City. The Holy City was bustling. Above the Holy City, a platform appeared in the void. On it, there were real dragons and divine phoenixes flying and cheilants roaring. This was the platform used by the Xia family during the million-year sacrifice. Now, they were using it again. It showed how much importance the Xia family placed on this alliance ceremony. The Holy Emperor has arrived. A voice rang out, spreading throughout the entire sacred city. In the depths of the palace, figures flew out one after another. Leading them was the current Holy Emperor, Xianxia. Beside Xianxia, there was a white-haired old man. He was the previous generation's Holy Emperor. Other than that, there were more than a dozen people. Each of them had a powerful aura and were all emperors. A small portion of them were from the Xia family. The rest were from the Xia family's alliance and the emperors of other overlords. Many experts landed on the platform. Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace's DE and the other emperors have arrived. Another shout rang out. Whoosh! 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 A group of experts flew over from afar and landed on the platform. The leader of the group was Emperor DE. Next to him were two old men. One of them was wearing a golden robe. He was the strong cultivator of the peak of the Second Emperor realm who had appeared at the World Academy. The other old man was wearing a long red robe. His aura was not any weaker than the golden-robed old man. Behind him, there were more than 10 other rulers following him. Brother D.E. Xianxia laughed and stepped forward to salute D.E. Brother Xia. D.E. bowed. To bring them. To bring Xiaxia Jiao. Bring Xiaxia. To bring Xiaxia Jiao. Bring Xiaxia Qitian instructed. Yes. To the to be to be. To the be to the to die. Is. Now. Come. On. It. The entrance to the abyss of demons was to the north of the sacred city. After a while, they were far away from the center of the sacred city. When they were about to reach the entrance to the abyss of demons, at this moment, inscriptions appeared on Lu Ming's body. His figure almost disappeared and his aura was completely gone. Without a sound, Lu Ming appeared next to the person at the back. With a wave of his hand, that person did not even have time to react before Lu Ming put him into the mountain river diagram. Lu Ming's body wriggled rapidly. He looked exactly like that man. The emperor at the front seemed to have sensed something. He looked back, but he didn't find anything. That's strange. There was a fluctuation just now. The emperor frowned. He scanned the crowd with his spiritual consciousness, but he didn't find anything. He gave up and continued to fly forward. Lu Ming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally sneaked in without anyone noticing. This was also because Lu Ming had mastered the path of inscription. It was very mysterious. At the same time, he had the help of the mountain river diagram. Otherwise, it would have been impossible. It wasn't easy to swap under the nose of an emperor. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to the abyss of demons. With the emperor leading the way, they naturally entered the abyss of demons smoothly. Looking at the familiar environment, Lu Ming sighed. He didn't expect to come to the abyss of demons again so soon. Xia Jiuyang and the others are suppressed in the abyss of demons' flames. Their cultivations are sealed, so they can't resist. But we still have to be careful. These people aren't simple. The leading emperor warned. He had a horse face. Lu Ming had never seen this emperor before, but it was obvious that he was the emperor of the Xia family. The Xia family indeed had a deep foundation. In the beginning, there were only 3 emperors in the Xia family, but it was obviously more than that. Who knew how many more emperors were hidden in the dark? Yes. The others responded. Okay. The horse-faced emperor nodded and led the group into the depths of the abyss of demons' domain. Along the way, the horse-faced emperor released his emperor's aura. When the demon temple clan sensed it, they were almost scared to death and fled far away. Soon, they were hundreds of millions of miles deep into the abyss of Demon's domain. In front of them, a blazing heat could be felt. It was a volcano. This wasn't an ordinary volcano. The flames weren't ordinary flames, but the abyss of Demon's flames. When they stopped above the volcano, a strong murderous intent flashed in the depths of Lu Ming's eyes. This was because Lu Ming found a figure in each volcano. Lu Ming saw familiar figures. Supreme Nine Yang, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, there were a total of 5 people. Except for Supreme Nine Yang, the other 4 were all sovereigns of the Talisman Puppet sect. The 5 of them were each suppressed in a volcano. Their bodies were bound by chains and suspended in midair. Within the volcanoes, the pitch-black 9 underworld's devil flame danced and burned the 5 of them constantly. This kind of abyss of demons' flames wouldn't burn them to death immediately, but it would bring them endless pain. Moreover, the cultivation of Supreme Nine Yang and the other 4 had been sealed and they couldn't resist it. Lu Ming's eyes were as cold as a knife. Xia Jiuyang, today is the day of your death. The horse-faced emperor looked down at Xia Jiuyang and the others with a disdainful expression. Is that so? Your Xia clan and Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace won't be arrogant for long. When Lu Ming returns, it will be the day of your death. Xia Jiuyang, who was sitting in the volcano, looked up at the sky and said coldly. Lu Ming? Hee hee. The horse-faced emperor sneered and said with contempt, I don't mind telling you that Lu Ming has returned. What? Lu Ming has returned? Is it true? Zongzi has returned? Hee hee, don't rejoice too early. Today is not only the day you die, but also Lu Ming. The horse-faced sovereign sneered. Lu Ming is also in your hands? Xia Jiuyang asked in a deep voice, a little worried. Not yet, but it will happen soon. The horse-faced sovereign smiled and continued, I heard that Lu Ming is a righteous person. If he knows that you are going to be executed today, will he rush to the sacred city to save you? As long as he comes, he will die. You, despicable. Despicable and shameless. You are using us. Don't even think about it. When Xia Jiuyang, Bai Shijin, and the others heard the horse-faced sovereign's words, how could they not know the conspiracy of the Xia family and Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace? They were obviously using them to lure Lu Ming over. Scream. No matter how loud you scream, it's useless. The horse-faced sovereign sneered. Seeing the anxious look on Xia Jiuyang and the others' faces, he felt extremely comfortable. At this moment, whoosh. Whoosh, in the distance, a series of violent air-rending sounds could be heard. Before the sound had died down, there were already figures appearing in the surroundings. The Masha clan. They were all members of the Masha clan. Each of them had a towering demonic aura as they stared coldly at the horse-faced sovereign and the others. The aura of these Masha clan members was extremely terrifying. They were stronger than any of the Masha clan members that Lu Ming had encountered before. The one leading them was exceptionally burly and had a towering demonic aura. The vast demonic aura was unfathomable. A demonic emperor, the one leading them was actually a demonic emperor, the sovereign of the Masha clan. The horse-faced sovereign's expression changed. Masha clan, what are you trying to do? The horse-faced sovereign shouted. Of course, we are here to kill you. The demonic emperor of the Masha clan said coldly. How dare you? Do you want to exterminate the clan? The horse-faced sovereign shouted. Exterminate the clan? If the Xie family could do that, my Masha clan would have been exterminated long ago. Would you be so kind as to spare us? The sovereign of the Masha clan mocked. Clang. Clang, at this moment, the sound of chains breaking could be heard from the bottom of the volcano. Immediately after, 5 powerful auras rushed out from 5 of the volcanoes, and 5 people rushed out of the volcanoes. It was Xia Jiuyang and the others. Xia Jiuyang's body was like a burning sun. The terrifying power of fire caused the temperature within tens of thousands of miles to rapidly rise. Emperor! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The 9 Suns sovereign had actually broken through to the Emperor realm. Now, he should be called the 9 Suns sovereign. Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised. From the looks of it, they were not trapped at all and had taken the initiative to rush out of the volcano. You. How did you escape? The horse-faced emperor was shocked. Of course, with my help. Now, all of you can stay here. The emperor of the Masha clan said, his voice filled with killing intent. Let's go and spread the news. The horse-faced ruler suddenly shouted and turned to leave. Stay. The devil emperor of the Masha clan had been staring at the horse-faced divine emperor for a long time. As soon as the horse-faced divine emperor moved, the devil emperor of the Masha clan moved as well. He clawed out a sharp claw light toward the horse-faced divine emperor. Kill. The other members of the Masha clan also rushed towards the Xia family. Boom, on the other side, Xia Jiuyang and the others had also made their move. Xia Jiuyang threw out a punch that was like a sun, blasting toward the horse-faced divine emperor. The horse-faced divine emperor was shocked and tried his best to dodge. He did not dare to take Xia Jiuyang's punch head-on at all. At the same time, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the other two also launched an attack on the Xia family. Inscriptions appeared and the killing formation shone. Bai Shijin and the other three attacked, and the void was filled with terrifying killing formations. In an instant, a few people were killed. Lu Ming did not immediately reveal his true face. Anyway, Xia Jiuyang and the others had the upper hand now, so he was not in a hurry. His figure swayed in the void, silently dodging some of the attacks. Nine Suns Divine Fist. The flames on Xia Jiuyang's body became more and more turbulent. Vaguely, there were even shadows of 9 suns that appeared around his body. He threw out a punch that was like an exploding sun, blocking all the escape routes of the horse-faced divine emperor. The horse-faced divine emperor had no choice but to fight back. Boom, the two of them exchanged a blow. The horse-faced divine emperor's body shook violently, and he kept retreating. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He was no match for Xia Jiuyang at all. As soon as he retreated, the Masha clan's divine emperor's attack arrived. He could only desperately resist. The people brought by the horse-faced divine emperor were killed one after another. None of them could escape. Run, I must escape. The horse-faced divine emperor roared in his heart. His true ether seemed to be burning, and his domain covered his body. He blocked Xia Jiuyang's attack head-on. Although he spat out a large mouthful of blood and his body was almost burnt, he successfully rushed out of the encirclement and flew frantically toward the exit of the 9 underworlds. Oh no, we can't let him escape. Xia Jiuyang hurriedly chased after him. The Masha clan's divine emperor also quickly chased after him. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and his figure disappeared from the crowd in a flash. Oh no, one of them escaped. Bai Shijin and Du Songjue's faces changed. The horse-faced divine emperor's speed was astonishing. At this time, he was running for his life, so he could be said to be extraordinary. In an instant, he traveled 1,000 miles. However, before he could escape 100,000 miles, inscriptions suddenly flickered in front of him, and a large formation appeared. In the large formation, 8 huge chains appeared and wrapped around the horse-faced divine emperor. Break! The horse-faced divine emperor's expression changed. He blasted a move at the chains, but his attack only caused a vibration and did not break the chains. How could this be? The horse-faced divine emperor was shocked. Even he could not break it. This large formation was obviously set up by a divine emperor. How could there be another divine emperor stopping him? In the next moment, a figure appeared and blocked in front of the horse-faced divine emperor. Zhao Pa, it's you? No, you're not Zhao Pa. The horse-faced divine emperor was stunned at first, then he roared angrily. He was very familiar with Zhao Pa. It was impossible for him to set up a large formation that even he could not break. This person was not Zhao Pa at all. Whoosh! Whoosh! Behind him, Xia Jiuyang and the Masha clan's divine emperor had already caught up. Get lost! The horse-faced divine emperor roared and wanted to rush over from the other side, but there was also a large formation there. Chains covered the sky and blocked the horse-faced divine emperor. At this moment, Xia Jiuyang and the divine emperor of the Masha clan had caught up and surrounded the horse-faced divine emperor. Damn it! Who are you? The horse-faced divine emperor roared and stared at Lu Ming with killing intent. He wanted nothing more than to tear Lu Ming into pieces. If Lu Ming had not blocked him, he would definitely be able to escape. Xia Jiuyang and the divine emperor of the Masha clan also looked at Lu Ming curiously. Isn't Lu Ming with the horse-faced divine emperor? I didn't expect him to be able to stop the horse-faced divine emperor. What's more, he's clearly a divine emperor. If he's an enemy, it won't be good. Didn't you mention me just now? Lu Ming smiled, and then the shape of his face began to change, returning to his original appearance. You're Lu Ming? The horse-faced emperor's eyes widened as he stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. Lu Ming, it's actually Lu Ming. When did Lu Ming sneak in? You were here at that time. The horse-faced emperor remembered that when they were about to reach the entrance of the demon realm, he felt a slight fluctuation. When he checked, he did not find any traces. He thought that he was hallucinating, but now it seemed that Lu Ming had sneaked in at that time. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a corpse flew out. It was Zhao Pe. Lu Ming, why are you here? The most surprised person was none other than Xianxia. He looked at Lu Ming in surprise and disbelief. He could not believe that Lu Ming would appear here. What was even more unbelievable was Lu Ming's cultivation base. The auras emitted from Lu Ming's body were the aura of a level 9 inscriber and a ruler. Lu Ming has already broken through to become a ruler? No matter how much he valued Lu Ming, he still found it hard to believe. It had only been a short while, but Lu Ming had already broken through to become a ruler. Senior Jiuyang, how have you been? Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming, you shouldn't have come. Xiao Jiuyang thought of something inside. Let's kill this person first. Lu Ming looked at the horse-faced emperor. You want to kill me? Don't even think about it. Lu Ming, you're going deep into the holy city today. You'll definitely die. The horse-faced emperor roared and soared into the sky, wanting to escape from the sky. You won't be able to escape. Lu Ming said softly. At the same time, his body lit up, and a large formation appeared. Lu Ming stretched out 2 fingers, using them as a sword and slashing out. A sword chi appeared out of thin air and soared into the sky, slashing toward the horse-faced emperor. The horse-faced emperor was shocked and tried his best to resist. However, his domain could not withstand a single blow from the sword chi and was split open. The sword chi did not stop and continued to slash toward the horse-faced emperor. The horse-faced emperor screamed in pain as his body was split into 2 halves. The horse-faced emperor had fallen. This scene was witnessed by Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and a few other Masha clan experts who had caught up to them. Immediately, gasps could be heard from all of them. He killed a ruler with a single sword. What kind of combat power was that? Not only Bai Shijin and the others, but Xiao Jiuyang and the emperor were also dumbfounded. Emperor Lu Ming emperor's face was calm. Ming Lian's second body had just broken through to become a ruler, but his combat power could not be calculated with common sense. Engraving the second body and cultivating the Tao of engraving, each level was perfect, and each level had to have 10 spirit lamps lit. Besides, his second body had inherited the inheritance of the heavenly arcana saint, who was a martial sage. Lu Ming's second body was astonishingly powerful, be it in terms of the control of mental strength or the inscription array that he had mastered. The killing formation he had carved in his body was even more powerful. Therefore, even though a mortal's second body had just become a martial emperor, his combat power was on par with his main body. He could easily fight against a peak second-layer martial emperor. With his strength, killing an ordinary first-layer martial dominator would be a piece of cake. Zongzi? Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others stammered as they stared at Lu Ming. They were speechless, as if they were dreaming. It was already incredible enough to see Lu Ming here. Moreover, Lu Ming's combat power was even more incredible. It was no wonder that they were stunned for a while. Senior Bai, Senior Du. Lu Ming smiled and brought his fists together to greet them. Zongzi, it's really you. You've become a LV9 inscriber? Haha, that's great. Our talisman puppet sect finally has a LV9 inscriber. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others trembled in excitement and almost burst into tears. Lu Ming, why are you here? D. E and the Xia clan are trying to lure you here. Xiao Jiuyang suddenly spoke, causing Bai Shijin and the others' hearts to skip a beat. Their expressions changed and the joy in their hearts disappeared. What was left was only worry. I know that. However, we still don't know who will win today. Then, Lu Ming briefly explained his plan to her. Alright, seniors, let's go out now. Lu Ming said. No. Suddenly, a voice was heard. It was the Masha clan's emperor. Why? Lu Ming looked at the Masha clan's emperor and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The Masha clan's emperor's expression changed. He was a little afraid of Lu Ming, but he still gritted his teeth and pointed at Xiaojiuyang and the others. They can't leave. This is the condition they agreed to. Condition? Lu Ming frowned. Lu Ming, it's like this, Xiaojiuyang immediately explained. It turned out that Xiaojiuyang and the others were able to escape because of the condition they had agreed to with the Masha clan. Xiaojiuyang and Bai Shijin had agreed to join the Masha clan and help them fight against the Xia clan for 500 years. In return, the Masha clan would remove the seal on Xiaojiuyang and the others. That was why the previous scene had happened. Lu Ming roughly understood what had happened after listening to the explanation. The Amo Sha clan had been trapped by the Xia family, and they had been constantly sending people to hunt them down. The overall strength of the Amo Sha clan wasn't as strong as the Xia family, so they could only hide in the demon area of the netherworld. The Masha clan had their eyes on Xiaojiuyang and the others' strength. As long as Xiaojiuyang and the others joined the Masha clan, their strength would increase greatly. They would have more confidence to fight against the Xia clan in the future, and the Masha clan's days would be better. After thinking about it, Lu Ming smiled and said, so it's because of this. Haha, the Masha clan will never regain their freedom if you keep on defending like this. You've heard that I'm going to fight against the Xia clan. This is a chance for the Masha clan. Why don't you come with me? As long as the Xia clan is destroyed, the Masha clan will regain their freedom forever. Lu Ming's voice was full of temptation. The look in the Masha clan's emperor's eyes changed. He seemed to be tempted, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and said, although you're strong, the Xia clan has a strong foundation. If you fight against the Xia clan, you'll only die. Apparently, the emperor of the Masha clan didn't believe that Lu Ming could fight against the Xia family. Divine Emperor of Chaos Sky, Xiao Luan. I believe you know him. He's my ally. I was the one who saved him from the 9 underworlds. Lu Ming's heart stirred as he said. What? Xiao Luan is your ally? Will you be participating in this battle as well? The Masha clan's emperor's eyes lit up. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. Why should I believe you? He had to be careful because this was related to the survival of the Masha clan. Following Lu Ming to the final battle was equivalent to putting the fate of the Masha clan on the line. Do you believe her? Lu Ming's glabella glowed, and Xianxia walked out from it. Lu Ming. I am the inheritor of Xiao Luan. The heavenly demon bloodline appeared above Xianxia's head, and a shocking demonic aura spread in all directions. The Xia family's bloodline, and this, such a strong demonic aura, such a pure demonic aura. The Masha clan's royal clan was shocked. How about now? Lu Ming asked. Alright, the Masha clan will take a gamble. We'll go with you and fight the Xia family to the death. The Masha clan's royal clan gritted his teeth and agreed. Great, let's not waste any more time. Let's go. Lu Ming was delighted. The Masha clan's strength was not weak, and it increased their strength. Whoosh! 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 They flew toward the exit of the 9th underworld's demon realm. Soon, the city at the exit of the 9th underworld's demon realm was in sight. Above the city, there was a light shield that enveloped the entire city. Clang! Lu Ming pointed his finger like a sword and slashed out. A sword light cut through the void and slashed toward the city. The light shield on the city could not withstand Lu Ming's sword aura at all. It was slashed open. The remaining force of the sword aura did not stop and it almost split the entire city into 2. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Prepare for battle! There was an uproar in the city, and countless powerful auras rushed up. Kill! Lu Ming and the others rushed toward the city. On the platform above the sacred city, De, Xiaoqian, and the others had already taken their seats. In the north of the platform, there was a huge flag, tens of thousands of feet high, fluttering in the wind. This was their alliance flag. Xianxia, and the others were drinking wine and waiting. They were waiting for Xiaojiyang and the others to be brought here and killed. At the same time, they were also waiting for Lu Ming's arrival. Suddenly, a voice transmission jade talisman appeared in Xiaoqian's hand. He picked it up and his face changed. "What's going on?" De asked. "Someone saved Xiaojiyang and the others, and they're attacking the passage of the ninth underworld's demon realm. Brother D, please wait here. I'll go and take them down." Xiaoqian got up and was about to lead the Xia clan's experts to the ninth underworld's demon realm. At this moment, figures appeared in the void outside the sacred city. Lu Ming, Xiao Wan, Yan Quantu, and the barbarian emperor, and the experts of the divine army appeared on the other side. "Now," Lu said suddenly. Boom, Lu Ming stepped out. Heaven and earth were roaring and the void was exploding. A pitch-black void passageway extended toward the sacred city. A light screen appeared in the sky above the holy city, but when it was hit by the void passage, it began to shake violently. Boom, on the other side, Xiao Wan punched out, and a fist force smashed onto the light screen. Attack! The other rulers also attacked at the same time, including the powerhouses of the heaven-guarding divine army. At the same time, more than 20 rulers attacked together. The scene was earth-shattering. Bang! 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 Such a terrifying attack landed on the light screen, causing it to tremble violently. Crack! In the end, the light barrier couldn't take it anymore. Cracks appeared on it, spreading out like a spider web. Finally, with a bang, it exploded. Inside the holy city, just as Xiaoqian was about to take his people to the underworld demon domain, an earth-shattering rumble suddenly sounded in the sky. It was as if thousands of heavenly thunders were exploding, as if the world was going to collapse and the end of the world was coming. What happened? In the holy city, countless people looked up at the sky with horrified expressions. In the sky, there was an irresistible pressure spreading down, making everyone feel as if a great disaster was about to befall them. They're finally here. Dee looked up at the sky. You came at the right time. Xiaoqian also looked up at the sky with cold eyes. Gotcha. Boom, suddenly, the sky rumbled violently. Numerous pitch-black spatial rifts appeared in the sky. The scene was spectacular and shocking. Then, one figure after another stepped out from those cracks. Every single one of them emitted an earth-shattering aura, as if they were the masters of the world. Lu Ming, that's Lu Ming. And Xiao Wan. Someone in the holy city roared. The two people in the lead were Lu Ming and Xiao Wan. Lu Ming was the most powerful genius among the younger generation. At such a young age, he was able to kill an emperor and fight with a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert. He was a peerless genius and had never been seen before. Xiao Wan was the peerless expert of the ancient Saint Court's Xia family. 30,000 years ago, he had single-handedly stirred up a storm in the world, causing the extremely powerful ancient Saint Court's Xia family to plummet and lose control of the world. This had caused the world to be filled with experts fighting for supremacy. The two of them were the most powerful people in the divine region. At this moment, the two of them had come together. Boom! 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 Terrifying auras shot up into the sky. De and the Emperor of Emperor Deity Palace released their auras and shot up into the sky, standing in the air with Lu Ming, Xiao Wan, and the others. Among them, De and the two elders beside him had the most terrifying auras, as if they were the masters of the world. Just the three of them had auras that surpassed Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, Xiao Wan, since you're here today, stay here forever. The elder in the golden robe said, his killing intent cold. Not necessarily. Boom, on the other side, an old voice came from a crack in the space. Following which, more than 10 figures stepped out. They were the experts of the divine army. The moment the experts of the divine army appeared, their auras merged with Lu Ming and the others. Alright, since you're all here, let's settle this once and for all. Xiaoqian roared. The experts of the Xia family also shot up into the sky, joining De and the others. Boom, the two sides added up to about 50 emperors. Their auras clashed, causing the entire holy city to shake. Below, in the holy city, countless people found it difficult to resist such pressure. It was as if they were facing the masters of the world. They could not help but kneel down, trembling in fear. Buzz. Buzz. At this moment, the entire holy city let out buzzing sounds as countless rays of light lit up. In the holy city, countless buildings and streets were covered with inscriptions, forming a large array that protected the holy city. The holy city had been passed down for millions of years. After being supported by generations of saint emperors, it could be said that the entire holy city was covered with inscriptions and was indestructible. The inscriptions filled the air and the large array appeared. Only then did the people in the holy city feel less pressured. Huff, 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 many people let out a long breath and realized that their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. The scene of dozens of emperors confronting each other was too terrifying. In the history of the divine wilderness continent, it had only happened a few times. Today, I'm afraid the world will fall apart. Someone sighed, knowing that an earth-shattering battle would happen today. Lu Ming, even if you're here, you won't be able to save Xia Zheoyang today. He must die today. Di Yi's voice was heard. He looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. Is that so? A clear voice was heard, but it was not Lu Ming's main body that spoke. Instead, it came from another direction. The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Figures flew over and revealed themselves. That's Lu Ming, another Lu Ming. There were two Lu Ming. Everyone was stunned. Some people scanned with their spiritual senses and found that the two Lu Ming's auras were exactly the same. The only difference was that one of the Lu Ming's aura was the aura of martial arts. The other was the way of inscription. There were two Lu Mings. What was going on? How was this possible? Many people were confused. They looked at each other. Lu Ming, it's you. It seems that you were the one who made a scene in the drunken immortal garden. Xie Qitian's pupils shrank as he spoke. There were countless wonderful techniques in the world. Perhaps Lu Ming had cultivated a certain kind of wonderful technique. That was why he had two clones that were similar to the cloning technique. Di Yi was the calmest. He had guessed that Lu Ming had a similar secret technique. Back then, he had sensed that Lu Ming was in the Talisman Puppet sect, but Lu Ming had appeared in the Middle Continent's sacred city. Because of this, he made the wrong judgment and gave Lu Ming a few more years to cultivate. Otherwise, how could Lu Ming have grown to this level? Who else could it be? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Killing intent flashed in Xie Qitian's eyes. Many geniuses had died in the drunken immortal garden. Even Xia Zhen had become an idiot. These days, he had been hunting for the murderer. He did not expect that the murderer was Lu Ming, who had sneaked into the Ninth Serenity and rescued Xia Zheoyang and the others. His gaze swept past Lu Ming and fell on Xianxia. Xie Qitian's eyes became colder. Xianxia, how dare you show up here? You are a traitor of the Xia family. How dare you help an outsider against the Xia family? A person walked out from the platform and stared at Xianxia. This person was Xie Qitian's younger brother, Xie Qiyu. Haha, traitor? Help an outsider? How ridiculous. The Xie family treated me like this. I have nothing to do with the Xie family. In my opinion, the Xie family is the outsider. Xianxia sneered and looked at Xie Qiyu mockingly. Impudent. Xianxia, let me tell you, you were born as a member of the Xie family, and you'll die as a ghost of the Xie family. You'll have to listen to the orders of the Xie family. If you don't listen, you'll be betraying your ancestors. Xie Qiyu shouted. Haha, how ridiculous, how shameless. By the side, Xiao Luan laughed loudly. His gaze swept across the Xia clan members in disdain as he said, according to your logic, even if you are bullied, you cannot resist? And to be obedient? That's because you have a servile nature. Once you meet an expert, you can only become a slave. Such a clan is rotten to the core. What do you want it for? Why not destroy them? Many members of the Xia family turned pale and looked at Xiao Luan angrily. However, no one dared to speak. Xie Qiyu's face was cold, but he didn't dare to speak in front of Xiao Luan. He could only target Xianxia and shouted, Xianxia, your father is here, and your elders. If you don't kowtow and admit your wrongs now, perhaps they will spare your life. Bam! 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 As soon as Xiaqiu finished speaking, Xianxia took a step forward. She stepped through the air, causing the air to rumble with her steps. Xianxia landed on the platform and said, "I'm right here. If you have the ability, you can send someone to capture me." This was a challenge. Xianxia challenged the Xia family. The members of the Xia family were silent. Send someone to take down Xianxia? Who should they send? Xianxia was from the younger generation. They could not send an old man who had cultivated for thousands of years, right? However, who in the younger generation of the Xia family was a match for Xianxia? Xianxia used to be there. However, Xianxia was not here now. After a while, no one made a move. You don't have to send someone from the younger generation. Regardless of your generation, you can attack. Xianxia said. Regardless of your generation, you can attack. His words were like a slap to the faces of the Xia family. This was undoubtedly a mockery. A person who was regarded as a rebel by the Xia family was invincible among the younger generation. No one could even send someone to attack him. This made many members of the Xia family blush. This brat is doing it on purpose. She wants to embarrass the Xia family. Xiaqiu roared in his heart. Xianxia, I'm here to take you down. A tall and slender man stepped out. This person looked to be almost 40 years old. However, he was actually 50 or 60 years old. He was 2 generations older than Lu Ming and the others. Bang! This person landed in front of Xianxia. A powerful aura broke out of his body. 8th level spirit god. Xianxia, surrender. The muscular man stretched out his hand. His majestic true essence condensed into a large hand and grabbed at Xianxia. Since you attacked, you should be prepared to be killed. Xianxia said. His voice was as cold as his gaze. His slender hand pressed forward lightly. The sky demon force field pressed down on the muscular man. Boom! The muscular man did not even have time to scream before his body suddenly exploded. Then, he turned into ashes and dust in the sky demon force field. So strong. Many people's hearts trembled. An 8th level spirit god expert was killed in one move. An 8th level spirit god expert was turned into ashes in one move. So strong. Experts gathered at the scene. Any supreme or emperor could easily do this. However, how old was Xianxia? He was only in his 20s. Xianxia had been with Lu Ming. Lu Ming's performance was too dazzling, causing everyone to overlook Xianxia's existence. However, everyone had no choice but to re-evaluate Xianxia now. At his age, there were not many people who could turn an 8th level spirit god expert into ashes in one move. How can he be so strong? He's just an anomaly. In the crowd, Xia Yan, Xian Yanlin, and the other Xia clan geniuses were pale. Xianxia's action was the biggest blow to the Xia clan's younger generation. In the past, Xianxia was just an anomaly in their eyes. However, this anomaly had far surpassed them and left them in the dust. They found it hard to accept. Xia clan, who else wants to attack? Xianxia's cold voice sounded. The Xia clan was silent. Who else wanted to attack? An 8th level spirit god expert was turned into ashes in one move. Xianxia's battle prowess had at least reached the great circle of the spirit god realm. Could it be that the Xia clan had to send out a supreme to deal with a junior? Audacious. Impudent. What a ruthless method to kill a fellow clansman. Today, I must teach you a good lesson. With a loud shout, Xiaqiu took a step forward. The aura of a supreme pressed down on Xianxia. Haha, a supreme who has cultivated for thousands of years is attacking a junior and speaking in such a dignified manner. How shameless. Lu Ming sneered. His voice sounded from afar. Xiaqiu's face was burning. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Lu Ming's words. He approached Xianxia step by step. Kneel. Suddenly, Xiaqiu shouted. The aura on his body burst out violently, forming a terrifying pressure that pressed down on Xianxia. But Xianxia was like a cool breeze. He didn't feel anything at all. Even his clothes didn't flutter. You're the one who's kneeling. Xianxia pressed her hand forward and the heavenly demon force field erupted, enveloping Xianxia. The heavenly demon force field's powerful force field and terrifying destructive power instantly pressed down on Xianxia. Crack, Xianxia's expression changed drastically. He felt as if hundreds of mountains were pressing down on him. His body suddenly trembled and he almost knelt down. Break! Xianxia roared and cast the embryonic form of his domain to resist the heavenly demon force field. The demonic aura on Xianxia's body became denser. A round bead vaguely appeared between her eyebrows. At this moment, the power of her heavenly demon force field was instantly raised to the extreme. Xianxia pressed her hand forward again. Boom! The embryonic form of Xianxia's domain collapsed. He roared and knelt down in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Bang! Xianxia knelt down heavily on the platform in front of Xianxia. Ah! Xianxia roared and struggled madly. His face turned the color of pig liver. As a chosen, it was already a great loss of face for him to act against a junior. But in the end, not only had he failed to take down Xianxia, he hadn't even started fighting. Instead, he had been forced to kneel in front of Xianxia in front of countless people. This was a great humiliation. It was worse than killing him. He was angry, he roared, he struggled, but it was useless in front of Xianxia's heavenly demon force field. Xianxia had obtained the inheritance of a supreme figure of the demonic Tao. His demonic Tao cultivation was incomparably pure and powerful. Moreover, Xianxia's cultivation had already reached the great circle of the spirit god realm. Killing an ordinary supreme being was a piece of cake to him. Xianxia didn't have much power to resist in front of Xianxia. Kill! Xianxia shouted. Her eyes were cold. She took a step forward and slashed at Xianxia with her fingers like a sword. Some black lotus petals appeared at her fingertips, condensing into a lotus sword. Impudent! You dare? In the sky, a white-haired old man shouted angrily. He stepped out and charged toward Xianxia. The pressure of an emperor pressed down on Xianxia. This was an emperor of the Xia family. Boom! At the same time, the white-haired ruler struck out with his palm. A palm print as big as a mountain blasted toward Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed. With her strength, she could easily kill an ordinary supreme being, but there was still a gap between her and a ruler. Just as Xianxia was about to abandon Xianxia to block the attack, a voice rang in her ears. Then, the lotus sword in her hand did not stop, slashing towards Xianxia. No! Xianxia roared in horror. Evil creature! How dare you! Above, Xianxia and the white-haired ruler roared. The white-haired ruler's palm print emitted a dazzling light, and its power was even more terrifying as it blasted toward Xianxia. A dignified ruler actually joined forces with others to deal with a junior. How shameless! I'll be your opponent. A clear voice sounded. In front of the white-haired old man, a young figure suddenly appeared. It was Lu Ming's second body. Lu Ming's second body pointed his fingers like a sword. A sword light appeared and slashed out. The sword light easily split the white-haired old man's palm print into two halves. The sword light did not stop and continued to slash toward the white-haired ruler. Ah! Below, a scream was heard, and then it stopped abruptly. Blood spurted out, and Xianxia's head flew far away. His spiritual deity flew out, but it was also turned into ashes under the destructive power of the heavenly demon force field. Ah! Before Xianxia's body fell, a scream came from the sky above. The white-haired ruler's body retreated frantically. His face was pale, and one of his arms had disappeared. His eyes were filled with horror. If he had not retreated quickly just now, his entire body would have been split in half by Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming stepped forward. His long robe fluttered, and his killing intent was like a tide. Sword chi flickered from his fingers as he slashed toward the white-haired old man again. The power of this sword strike was terrifying and earth-shattering. The entire sky was split open by the sword strike. The terrifying sword power not only shocked the white-haired old man, but even the other rulers of the Xia family were shocked. They wanted to help, but it was too late. Whoosh! Suddenly, a milky white holy light condensed into a spear. It pierced through the void and shot toward Lu Ming. The terrifying power made Lu Ming's gaze freeze. The sword chi in his hand also changed its direction and slashed toward the holy light spear. Clang, a deafening collision sound was heard. The sword chi and the spear dissipated at the same time. Lu Ming's second body looked up at the sky. A gray-haired old man walked out from the dozen rulers of the Xia family. Holy light kept jumping in his hand, and another spear was condensed. Peak of the second level of the martial royal realm. An emperor from the heaven-suppressing divine army said in a solemn voice. This gray-haired old man was actually a peak expert of the second level of the martial royal realm. Xianxia. Someone exclaimed as they recognized this person. It's him. Everyone who heard this person's name was shocked. Xianxia was the younger brother of the previous saint emperor of the Xia family, and Xie Qitian's uncle. This person was amazing, and his talent was even greater than the previous saint emperor. However, it was rumored that after he became a ruler, he went overseas to seek the Great Way. Many people thought that he had died overseas, but they did not expect him to still be alive and guarding Holy City. The secret strength of the Xia family was indeed amazing. It's true that there are talents in every generation. Lu Ming, your talent is unprecedented. Let me be your opponent. The holy light spear in Xianxia's hand became brighter and brighter, piercing the sky. Haha, Xianxia, your opponent should be me. At this time, the old commander of the heaven-suppressing divine army laughed. His aura burst out, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. He stepped out into the void, and his aura locked on to Xianxia. Xianxia's face changed. The old commander's cultivation was also at the peak of the second level of the martial royal realm, and he was not weaker than him. He dared not be careless. Heaven-suppressing divine army, all traitors will be executed today. Xie Qitian shouted coldly, and his aura burst out. Boom! 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 Over a dozen rulers of the Xia family released their auras and suppressed the heaven-suppressing divine army. The heaven-suppressing divine army did not show any weakness. More than a dozen rulers released their auras and confronted the rulers of the Xia family. The atmosphere was tense, and a battle was about to break out. Clang, a golden sword light shot up into the sky. Even among the auras of the rulers, it was still dazzling and outstanding. It was De. He looked at Lu Ming with a murderous look and said, Lu Ming, it's time to deal with you. De's powerful aura suppressed Lu Ming. Bang, Xiaoluan stepped out, and his demonic chi was like a rainbow. His voice rang out, De, your opponent is me. However, a golden figure appeared in front of Xiaoluan and blocked him. Xiaoluan, the previous battle was not decided. Let's continue today. A battle was about to break out. At that moment, a voice rang out from afar. De, let's fight. Whoosh, a figure appeared in front of Lu Ming and confronted De. It was Xiaojiuyang, the Nine-Sun sovereign. Xiaojiuyang's entire body was bathed in flames, like a blazing sun. Xiaojiuyang, you want to fight me? Haha, although you've broken through to the martial royal realm, you're still far from being able to fight me. De smiled indifferently. De, the moment you tried to kill me, we had nothing to do with each other. I've already repaid what I owed you, but you haven't repaid what you owed me. You and I must fight. If we don't fight today, we won't have another chance in the future. Xiaojiuyang said. Won't have another chance in the future? Xiaojiuyang, you know your place. You know you're going to die today. De sneered. Xiaojiuyang shook his head and said, what I mean is, you're the one who will die today, so we won't have another chance in the future. I'm the one who will die. Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. Xiaojiuyang, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. De laughed and stepped forward. Golden light burst out from his body, and the golden sword chi was even more powerful. Lu Ming did not stop him. Lu Ming knew that Xiaojiuyang had a knot in his heart, and that was De. He and De had to fight. Regardless of victory or defeat, they had to fight. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Xiaojiuyang to break the knot in his heart, and it would be difficult for his cultivation to improve in the future. Master, catch the tower. Yan Kuangtu waved his hand and the Emperor's spirit tower flew towards Xiaojiuyang. Xiaojiuyang raised his hand and caught the Emperor's spirit tower. The Emperor's spirit tower vibrated slightly, as if resonating with Xiaojiyang. A circle of territory bloomed and merged with Xiaojiyang. The Emperor's spirit tower was a fire-based royal spiritual weapon. Xiaojiyang had awakened the Nine Suns bloodline. Now that he had broken through to the royal realm and cultivated the Nine Suns' divine body, his body was covered in the divine fire of the sun. Once the Emperor's spirit tower was in Xiaojiyang's hands, it connected with his mind and was to be controlled by him. Of course, this was because Yan Kuangtu could not control it. After all, the Emperor's spirit tower was first refined by Yan Kuangtu. If Yan Kuangtu had deliberately controlled it, Xiaojiyang would not have been able to use it. Xiaojiyang, so what if you have another Emperor-tier spirit weapon? Do you think you can contend against me? Kill! Di shouted coldly. His palm was like a sword as he slashed down. A golden sword radiance slashed towards Xiaojiyang. Nine Suns' divine fist. An even more shocking flame erupted from Xiaojiyang's body. It was as if the sun was burning. Boom! 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 Xiaojiyang threw out 9 punches in a row. 9 streams of fist strength, like 9 suns, rushed toward De. The golden sword light slashed down, and the 9 sun-like fist forces were shattered one by one. Wung, the Emperor's spirit tower shook and turned into the size of a mountain, smashing toward De. Boom! De's sword chi struck the Emperor's spirit tower, and both of them collapsed. Again! Xiaojiyang roared. His domain spread out and merged with the domain of the Emperor's spirit pagoda. The power of the Emperor's spirit pagoda became even stronger, several times stronger than when it was in the hands of Yan Kuangtu. It once again smashed towards De. Emperor's sword. De's eyes were cold. His sword chi whistled. A golden sword chi, like an emperor's sword, rushed out, filled with supreme majesty, as if everyone had to kneel down. The power of this sword was amazing. De began to show his strength at the peak of LV2 martial royal realm. Clang, the sword struck the Emperor's spirit pagoda. The Emperor's spirit pagoda shook violently and was sent flying by the sword radiance. Xiaojiyang's body also shook and he took 9 steps back. After all, Xiaojiyang's cultivation was only at LV1 martial royal realm, and he had just broken through. The gap between him and De was too big. Even if he had a royal spiritual weapon, he was no match for De. Emperor's sword, break the world! The sword chi rushed to the sky and slashed towards Xiaojiyang again. Xiaojiyang continued to resist with the Emperor's spirit pagoda. Clang, the sword chi struck the Emperor's spirit pagoda. The Emperor's spirit pagoda shook even more violently and was sent flying. This sword will kill you. De's cold voice rang out. He struck out with his sword towards Xiaojiyang's head. Master! Yan Kuangtu turned pale with fright. Lu Ming's eyes also showed a dignified look, but he did not help. Just as De's sword chi was about to hit Xiaojiyang, a stone flew out from between Xiaojiyang's eyebrows. As soon as the stone flew out, Xiaojiyang's aura soared. He punched out and hit De's sword chi. Boom, with a shocking roar, the sword chi was defeated. That's the Divine Sunstone? It's really the Divine Sunstone. Many sovereigns stared at the stone between Xiaojiyang's eyebrows and exclaimed. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Yes, the stone between Xiaojiyang's eyebrows was the Divine Sunstone. Lu Ming had cut it out from the ancient mine of the Divine Ruins during the Mu family's stone gambling event on the Divine Ruins continent. The Divine Sunstone was produced from the core of the sun. It was a perfect match for Xiaojiyang's constitution. Lu Ming had given the Divine Sunstone to Xiaojiyang when they had broken out of the 9 underworlds. Xiaojiyang was very shocked. He had wanted to refuse it. After all, it was too precious. However, Lu Ming had said that he would talk about it after this battle, so Xiaojiyang had accepted it. The Divine Sunstone was indeed a perfect match for Xiaojiyang's constitution. Xiaojiyang had refined it slightly and it had merged perfectly with him. Once the Divine Sunstone appeared, Xiaojiyang's cultivation soared temporarily with the help of the Divine Sunstone's power. He had reached the 2nd level of the martial royal realm. De's eyes shone with a cold light. Like 2 sword chi, they pierced towards Xiaojiyang. So what if you have the Divine Sunstone? You'll still die. De's voice rang out. Sword Qi whistled and charged toward Xiaojiyang. Xiaojiyang controlled the Emperor's Spirit Pagoda and smashed it toward De. Divine Fist of the Nine Suns. Xiaojiyang roared. His body glowed. Then, 9 suns appeared from his body. Kill. Xiaojiyang charged toward De, his fists constantly bombarding De. Boom. Boom, there was an uproar in the sky. The two men engaged in a fierce battle. The scene was extremely shocking. For a moment, there was no clear winner. Gosh, they're really too strong. With such power, if they landed on the ground, they could pierce through the earth, right? In Sacred City, countless martial artists looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with deep shock. The power of a martial royal realm expert's attack was already terrifying enough, let alone a battle of De's level. The entire Sacred City was glowing. Inscriptions appeared in every corner, forming a light screen. Occasionally, a strong chi would fall from above, but it was blocked by the light screen. Otherwise, the entire Sacred City would be destroyed. Xiaojiyang can actually fight with De? Some of the onlooking sovereigns were horrified. Xiaojiyang's combat strength was beyond imagination. Even if Xiaojiyang had a martial royal spiritual weapon, his cultivation was only at the early stage of the first level of the martial royal realm. An ordinary martial royal realm expert could not fight with De even if he controlled a martial royal spiritual weapon. Xiaojiyang's spiritual body is extremely powerful. I'm afraid it's not an ordinary spiritual body. Yes, Xiaojiyang's spiritual body is the rare 9 Suns divine body. It's not an ordinary spiritual body. Some sovereigns discussed. In the sky, Martial Emperor De and Xiaojiyang had exchanged dozens of blows in the blink of an eye. The more Martial Emperor De fought, the colder his eyes became, and the stronger his killing intent became. Die, evil disciple. Suddenly, De roared. A golden battle sword appeared in his hand, and the sword chi suddenly soared. Emperor spiritual weapon. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly shrank. The battle sword in De's hand was undoubtedly an emperor spiritual weapon. De finally took out an emperor spiritual weapon. What shocked Lu Ming was that the emperor spiritual weapon in De's hand was very similar to the one that De Hongqing had taken out. It seemed to be the same kind of emperor spiritual weapon. Clang, De's sword slashed the emperor spiritual tower and sent it flying. Then, the battle sword slashed at Xiaojiyang. After all, Xiaojiyang's cultivation was much lower than De's. After De took out the emperor spiritual weapon, he was no match for him. He was sent flying and vomited blood. He was seriously injured. Master. Yan Kuangtu was shocked. Kill. De held the emperor's spiritual weapon battle sword in his hand. His killing intent was as cold as a knife, and he attacked Xiaojiyang. He wanted to take Xiaojiyang's life with this sword. Whoosh, at this time, Lu Ming rushed out. In the process, the 9 dragon forces in his body burst out. At the same time, the 9 dragons' bloodline and the 3rd bloodline appeared at the same time. Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons. He twisted his body and pounced on De, clawing at him. The dragon claw was covered with the chaotic essence. Lu Ming used almost all of his strength in this move. Lu Ming, if you want to save him, I'll kill you first. De shouted coldly. The battle sword did not stop and slashed at Lu Ming. Boom, Lu Ming's dragon claw grabbed the battle sword. Lu Ming felt a terrifying sword chi that was incomparably sharp, as if it could destroy everything in the world. The dragon claw's concept of primal chaos violently vibrated. In the end, it was actually slashed apart. The terrifying sword chi pierced through the concept of primal chaos and landed on the 9 dragons. Whoosh, the massive body of the 9 dragons was sent flying for 100 miles before it came to a stop. Its body was covered with sword scars. De controlled the Emperor spirit weapon and slashed with all his strength. Its power was truly terrifying. Lu Ming used all his strength and was barely able to block it. However, the body of the 9 dragons' bloodline was covered with wounds and almost collapsed. Circulating his bloodline power, the 9 dragons' wounds quickly healed. Lu Ming, I told you, you can't save me. De's eyes were cold. Holding his battle sword, he continued to attack Xiaojiyang. Roar, the 9 dragons roared, wanting to rescue him again. Whoosh, a red-robed old man appeared in front of Lu Ming and slashed his sword at Lu Ming. Your opponent is me. The red-robed old man was another peak level 2 martial royal realm expert beside De. When he attacked, his power was shocking. If you want to win with numbers, kill. On the other side, the barbarian emperor, Chu Luo, and the others shouted and attacked the red-robed old man. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Kill. The emperors of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace also attacked the barbarian emperor and the others. Damn it, let's fight. Fight. Boom. Boom. Boom, a chaotic battle broke out. The emperors of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Northern Plains started to fight. Each of them chose an opponent and flew into the sky to fight. Clang, Xiao Wan and Di Hongqing also attacked. A ray of saber light and a ray of sword light almost tore the sky apart. The two of them fought in the sky while the others stayed far away. Attack. On the other side, the Heaven Suppression Army and the Xie family's rulers also made their moves. They were engaged in a chaotic battle. The old general and Xie Songqiong started to fight fiercely. As for the 100 Battles martial emperor, he fought the old sacred emperor. Boom. Boom. Boom, the sky above the holy city was in chaos. Dozens of emperors attacked, and a destructive aura spread out for millions of miles. In the holy city, if not for the protection of the inscription array and the fact that the emperors flew into the sky to fight and deliberately avoided the holy city would have been destroyed. Even so, the destructive aura was too terrifying. Countless people in the holy city trembled and knelt down. Even some of the supreme beings were pale. Such a battle was too shocking. Even the supreme beings could not interfere. Once they were involved, they would be turned into ashes in an instant. Yan Kuangtu, Xian Yanqing, and the others raised their heads and looked worried. They wanted to interfere, but they realized that they could not. They could only watch. The supreme beings did not make a move. They just looked at the sky. They understood that the battle between the sovereigns and the sky was the battle that would determine the situation of the divine wilderness. Whichever side sovereign won would be the victor. Boom, the 9 dragons' dragon claw clashed with the red-robed old man. They were evenly matched. Lu Ming, I'll kill Xia Jiuyang first and then you. Today, no one can save you. De sneered. The situation was clear. They had the upper hand with their peak combat strength. He and the red-robed old man were invincible. De stepped forward and attacked Xia Jiuyang. Let's fight to the death. Xia Jiuyang shouted. He planned to fight De with his injured body. Tu Qian. At that moment, Lu Ming's glabella shone and a burly figure appeared. He held a huge battle axe and chopped at De. The power was shocking. De's pupils shrank. He did not have time to deal with Xia Jiuyang. He waved his sword and clashed with the battle axe. Clang, Tu Qian and De's bodies shook. And they retreated. Peak of the second level of the martial royal realm? An emperor's spiritual weapon? No, it's a puppet. Lu Ming, why do you have such a powerful puppet? De's spiritual consciousness swept over Tu Qian and he roared in disbelief. Lu Ming actually had such a powerful puppet with him. Tu Qian did not say a word. He raised his battle axe and attacked De. Clang, De could only fight with Tu Qian. Tu Qian also controlled an emperor's spiritual weapon. He was not weaker than De. They fought fiercely. Xia Jiuyang's body was covered in flames. The power of the divine sunstone kept flowing into his body. His injured body was recovering quickly. Damn it, I'll kill you first. The red-robed old man shouted. A golden battle axe appeared in his hand. An emperor's spiritual weapon. This battle axe was almost the same as the one in De and Di Hongqing's hands. This emperor's spiritual weapon seemed to come in a set. Lu Ming was even more certain that De's background was extraordinary. De's background was mysterious. He seemed to have appeared suddenly 10,000 years ago. Who can you kill? Just as the red-robed old man took out his emperor's spiritual weapon and was about to attack Lu Ming, a clear voice sounded behind him. A terrifying sword chi slashed at the red-robed old man. The red-robed old man was shocked. He quickly turned around and slashed with his sword to disperse the sword qi. Lu Ming. The red-robed old man's pupils shrank and his face changed. The person behind him was also Lu Ming. Old man, the battle between you and me has just begun. Lu Ming's voice came out of the nine dragons' mouth. Then, a thunder cauldron appeared and rapidly grew in size, smashing toward the red-robed elder. Roar, the nine dragons twisted their bodies and the chaotic will spread out. They used the suppressing hell heaven skill and the nine dragon claws grabbed toward the red-robed elder. At the same time, Ming Lian's second body also moved. He took a step forward and endless inscriptions appeared in the void. More than a dozen large formations appeared at the same time and more than 100 huge chains were formed, wrapping around the red-robed elder. Break! The red-robed elder struck out with his palm and sent the thunder cauldron flying. At the same time, he slashed out with his golden battle sword and broke the 100 chains. But then, the nine dragons attacked. The nine dragon claws were filled with chaotic light and crushed the space. The red-robed elder was shocked by their power. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sword chi whistled and mysterious runes appeared on the body of Ming Lian's second body, forming a terrifying killing formation. The second body flicked out 9 rays of sword chi. Each ray of sword chi was so powerful that the red-robed elder was terrified. Lu Ming's main body and second body had the same consciousness and worked together seamlessly. The red-robed elder's pupils contracted. He controlled the emperor's spiritual weapon and slashed out dozens of rays of sword chi, covering his body. Although the emperor's spiritual weapon was powerful, its power was greatly reduced when it slashed out dozens of rays of sword chi. Boom, the nine dragons' claws slashed down and destroyed more than a dozen rays of sword chi. On the other side, the sword chi slashed out by the second body also collided with more than a dozen rays of sword chi and dissipated. But as soon as the sword chi dissipated, large formations appeared in the sky. This time, there were large formations to trap the enemy and also large formations to attack. The dense light flooded toward the red-robed elder. The red-robed elder could only fight back. For a moment, the red-robed elder was completely passive. Lu Ming's main body and second body were equivalent to the peak of the second-layer martial royal realm, which was the same as the red-robed elder. But when the main body and second body worked together, it was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The combination of the two of them, one in the martial Tao and the other in the Tao of inscription, was flawless. Various techniques to trap and attack the enemy were like a storm that poured down towards the enemy, causing the enemy to have no chance to catch their breath at all. Even though the red-robed elder was controlling the emperor-rank spirit weapon, he was unable to form an effective counterattack. Under Lu Ming's storm-like attacks, he could only protect himself. This caused many spectators to be shocked. The two Lu Mings teaming up were able to suppress a second-layer martial dominator realm expert with a martial dominator weapon. On the other side, Tu Qian did not care about his own life. He launched a crazy attack and entangled De. At this time, Xia Jiuyang's injuries were almost healed. He joined the battle group and attacked De together with Tu Qian. The battle situation fell into a state of anxiety for a moment. The two sides fought fiercely, and for a moment, it was hard to tell which side would win. Just as Lu Ming and the red-robed old man were engaged in a fierce battle, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind Lu Ming's main body. Then, a black sword radiance broke the space and suddenly appeared behind 9 dragons. The sword pierced toward 9 dragons. This was very sudden. When the sword radiance came, there was almost no fluctuation. Its speed was shockingly fast. 9 dragons wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Puff, the black sword radiance pierced 9 dragons' body. The terrifying sword chi surged wantonly. At the same time, a figure wrapped in a black robe appeared. This person was thin and pale. His face was ferocious. Die, Lu Ming. Die. How dare you kill my son, Ming Zi? Go to hell. This person roared with a ferocious face. Bang, the 9 dragons' bodies began to crumble. But before the black-robed man could rejoice, a steel appeared. An aura stronger than the 9 dragons' bloodline burst out. The suppressing prison steel's bloodline, boom, the suppressing prison steel's bloodline shook and hit the black-robed man. At the critical moment, the black-robed man blocked with the black sword in his hand. but his body was still shaken. He was sent flying and vomited blood. First Emperor of the Netherworld, you are courting death. Lu Ming's voice was filled with killing intent from the suppressing prison steel's bloodline. This black-robed man was the first Emperor of the Netherworld. He was very powerful and had reached LV2 Martial Royal Realm. However, he was only in the early stage of LV2 Martial Royal Realm. Moreover, he did not have a Martial Royal spiritual weapon. Lu Ming was not worried. Swoosh, at this moment, the red-robed elder finally seized the opportunity and slashed out with his sword. The sword chi hit the bottom of the suppressing prison steel's bloodline. That was where the suppressing prison steel's bloodline was. It was indestructible. Clang, the suppressing prison steel's bloodline shook. With the help of the red-robed elder's strength, it flew far away in the direction of the first Emperor of the Netherworld. The first Emperor of the Netherworld was shocked and wanted to escape. However, a large array suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. Hundreds of chains wrapped around him. Ming Lian's second body had attacked. Break! The first Emperor of the Netherworld shouted. He slashed out with his black sword and tried to break the chains. However, his cultivation level was much lower than that of the red-robed elder. Moreover, he did not have a martial royal spiritual weapon. When he slashed out with his sword, he only managed to break a few chains. More chains wrapped around him. The suppressing prison steel's bloodline had already reached him. It was filled with chaotic wool and suppressed the first Emperor of the Netherworld. How dare you be distracted? I can kill one of you. Kill. On the other side, the red-robed elder was overjoyed. His eyes shone with a ferocious light. The sword chi in his sword surged and he attacked Ming Lian's second body. In his opinion, Lu Ming's main body was stupid to kill the first Emperor of the Netherworld. In this way, he could kill the second body first. As long as he killed one, the other one would not be a threat. The terrifying sword radiance slashed at the second body. However, the second body's expression was calm as it continued to retreat. As it did, numerous spell formations began to appear around it. Break! 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 The red-robed elder slashed out with his sword and broke the large arrays. Then, the second body continued to attack. The killing array on the second body shone even brighter. Sword chi shot out, but they were all slashed apart by the red-robed elder's sword. The red-robed elder quickly approached Lu Ming's second body. At this moment, Ming Lian's second body's glabella shone. Two sword radiances suddenly appeared and attacked the red-robed elder. They were extremely fast. Moreover, the cry of a phoenix could be heard from the two sword radiances. Oh no! The red-robed elder was shocked. The two sword radiances gave him a sense of danger. He had goosebumps all over his body. At this critical moment, he could not care less about killing Lu Ming's second body. He used his sword to defend himself and slashed at the two sword radiances. Clang! Clang, sparks flew. The two sword radiances were sent flying by the red-robed elder. However, his arms were slightly numb. What a powerful force. The red-robed elder was shocked. When he saw the two sword radiances, his eyes narrowed. They were two small swords. They were about the length of a palm and looked like two feathers. He could vaguely hear the cry of a phoenix. Back then, Lu Ming had followed the ancient desolate city to an island in the heaven realm for the first time. Lu Ming had obtained 5 phoenix feathers. After that, when Ming Lian's second body entered the sacred mansion secret realm to receive the inheritance of the heavenly profound saint, Lu Ming had given Ming Lian's second body some things related to the path of inscription, including most of the refining materials. Over the years, as Ming Lian's second body's cultivation increased, he had refined the 5 phoenix feathers into 5 flying swords. Lu Ming called them the phoenix feather flying swords. The phoenix feather flying swords were extremely sharp and indestructible. They were shockingly powerful. Just now, Ming Lian's second body had used 2 of them, forcing the red-robed elder to defend himself. On the other side, a scream was heard. The first emperor of the underworld was no match for Lu Ming. Under the suppression of the prison-suppressing steel, the first emperor of the underworld's body cracked and blood spurted out. Boom, the prison-suppressing steel suppressed the first emperor of the underworld's body for the second time. The first emperor of the underworld's body was torn apart and his spiritual spirit exploded. He was the strongest ruler in Nanming, and he became the first ruler to be killed after the war began. And the one who killed him was Lu Ming. In the holy city, countless martial artists who saw this scene couldn't help but gasp. The first emperor of the underworld of the southern underworld was definitely an invincible figure in the past. With a stomp of his foot, not only the southern underworld, but the entire divine region would be shaken. In the past, such a character was like a legend that weighed down on the hearts of countless cultivators. Whenever someone mentioned him, they would tremble in fear. However, such a matchless figure died just like that, killed by an even more powerful expert. Buzz, after killing the first emperor of the underworld, the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline vibrated and suppressed the red-robed elder. Damn it! The red-robed elder roared in his heart. He slashed his sword chi at the second body. But the second body cultivated the path of inscription and had many tricks up his sleeves. All kinds of arrays appeared, some to trap the enemy, some to harass the enemy, some to defend, and some to attack. At the same time, the killing arrays on the second body and the two phoenix feather flying swords were extremely powerful. The red-robed elder did not dare to be careless. Although he forced the second body to retreat, he could not do anything to it. Boom, the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline arrived and pressed down on the red-robed elder. Above it, the chaotic will pressed down and the space collapsed, making it difficult for the red-robed elder to breathe. Clang, the red-robed elder wielded the sword with both hands and slashed at the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel. The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline trembled, and it was sent flying. However, the terrifying power of the prison-suppressing steel caused the red-robed old man's expression to change. It was as if he had been struck by hundreds of mountains. On the other side, the second body had also arrived. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two phoenix feather flying swords were incomparably sharp and as fast as lightning. It was almost impossible to see them with the naked eye as they pierced towards the red-robed elder. The red-robed elder focused 120% of his attention to block them. Space fluctuated as the second body stepped into the air, approaching the red-robed old man step by step. With every step it took, a great array would appear in the void. Too difficult to deal with. The red-robed old man's heart was trembling. His eyes were filled with anger and he felt extremely aggrieved. Lu Ming was simply too difficult to deal with. In terms of combat strength, the red-robed old man controlled an emperor-grade spiritual weapon. His combat strength was definitely above Lu Ming's. Neither Lu Ming's main body nor second body could be a match for the red-robed old man. They would be suppressed or even killed. However, when the two of them worked together, their strength would increase exponentially. Even if the red-robed old man had combat strength, he would not be able to use it. If he was not careful, he would be in danger. The red-robed old man roared as his quintessence erupted. He wildly slashed out with the battle sword in his hand. Rays of golden sword light continuously slashed out in all directions, forming a terrifying sword chi storm. Boom! Boom! One after another, the formations were broken and crumbled. Lu Ming's main body and second body smiled coldly. They did not attack, but the second body continued to inscribe arrays and attack the red-robed old man. Controlling an emperor-grade spiritual weapon was something that consumed a lot of quintessence. The red-robed old man's quintessence would not last long under such a fierce attack. Indeed, after a while, the red-robed old man started gasping for breath. His quintessence was severely depleted. This won't do. This won't do. I'll meet up with DE first. If we work together, the situation will be much better. The red-robed elder thought to himself. He realized that if he were to fight Lu Ming alone, he would be too passive. He would not be able to unleash his full potential. If he were to cooperate with others, they would be able to kill Lu Ming at lightning speed. Thinking of this, the red-robed old man wanted to charge at DE. Just at this moment, the eyes of Lu Ming's main body and second body flashed with a cold light at the same time. Boom! The hell-suppressing steel formed by Lu Ming's main body shone brightly. It was as big as a mountain, and the state of chaos lingered around it. Strong energy poured into the third bloodline. The hell-suppressing steel executed the hell-suppressing heavenly art and launched a strong attack at the red-robed old man, suppressing him. At the same time, the second body shouted and the two phoenix feather flying swords flew toward the red-robed old man. As for the second body, the runes on its body were densely packed, forming a terrifying killing formation with boundless killing intent. The second body was the core of the killing formation. Boundless sword chi surged and gathered into one. The second body turned into a sword chi and attacked the second body. Lu Ming launched a strong attack at the red-robed old man. Emperor sword, sword destroying the firmament. The red-robed old man circulated his quintessence crazily and slashed out twice. Two sword chi as big as mountains slashed toward the main body and the second body. Clang, the hell-suppressing steel collided with one of the sword chi. The sword chi dissipated and the hell-suppressing steel was sent flying. On the other side, it was a battle between sword chi. The sword chi whistled and filled the sky with sword chi. The two phoenix feather flying swords and the second body were blocked. However, at this moment, 3 more sword chi whistled out from the second body's forehead. There were 3 more phoenix feather flying swords. These 3 phoenix feather flying swords were beyond the red-robed old man's expectations. The 2 sword chi attacks just now had exhausted him and he needed time to catch his breath. However, Lu Ming had already calculated the timing and grasped it perfectly. At this moment, he launched a sure-kill attack. The red-robed old man's pupils shrank rapidly as he roared in his heart, "No, pooh! Pooh! Pooh!" The 3 phoenix feather flying swords pierced through the red-robed old man's body. One went through his forehead, one went through his heart, and one went through his dantian. These 3 places were all vital points. The red-robed old man's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not believe that he would die in this battle, killed by Lu Ming. Then, the red-robed old man's corpse fell to the ground. A second-layer martial monarch peak martial emperor with a martial emperor spirit weapon was killed. The holy city was in an uproar. This was a battle that turned the tide of the battle. The emperor heavenly divine palace lost a peak expert. Who could stop Lu Ming now? The battle between the martial emperors in the sky became more intense. Casualties also started to appear among the martial emperors. Some martial emperors were injured, and some martial emperors even died on the spot. The battle was extremely tragic. However, although those sovereigns were fighting, they were also paying attention to the battlefield. At this moment, after discovering that Lu Ming had killed the red-robed elder, the sovereigns of the northern plains and the heaven-suppressing divine army were greatly motivated. On the other hand, Dtian Divine Palace and the Xie family were the opposite. They were all shocked. How is this possible? Someone shouted. Lu Ming had actually killed a peak second-level martial emperor who was in control of an emperor-level spirit weapon. How could Lu Ming be so powerful? Would there be a shocking reversal in this battle because of Lu Ming? Boom! On the battlefield closest to Lu Ming, Tu Qian and Xia Zhiyang exchanged blows with De and both sides retreated. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming's main body and second body broke through the void and appeared beside De, forming a pincer attack. Join forces to attack me. Fine, let's kill them together. At this moment, De was still extremely powerful and his eyes were as sharp as a sword. De, why do we need to attack you together to kill you? Today, I will settle the score with you. Lu Ming said and locked his aura on De. Senior Zhiyang, Tu Qian, go and help the others. Leave De to me. Lu Ming said. Yes. Tu Qian listened to Lu Ming's instructions. He did whatever Lu Ming said. He nodded and flew away, joining the other battle groups. He chopped down with his axe and immediately split an sovereign into 2. Oh no, join forces and form a battle formation. An sovereign shouted. Tu Qian's participation undoubtedly broke the balance. Some sovereigns shouted and some sovereigns gathered to form a battlefield to defend. In this way, they could barely deal with Tu Qian. Lu Ming, Xia Zhiyang said and was a little worried for Lu Ming. Senior Zhiyang, don't worry. De and I have to make a decision today. Lu Ming said. Then be careful. Xia Zhiyang warned and also attacked the other sovereigns. Lu Ming's side began to gain the upper hand. In the beginning, they had fewer rulers on their side, so they were at a disadvantage. Now, the situation had reversed. After Xia Zheoyang left, only Martial Emperor Di and Lu Ming were left. Boom, both sides stood facing each other, their killing intent rumbling. After so many years, Lu Ming finally stood in front of Di and had a decisive battle with him. Along the way, Lu Ming had experienced countless dangers and tribulations. Finally, he had reached his current combat power and was able to fight it out with Di. Because of the 9 dragons' blood essence, the two of them were on opposing sides. A battle was inevitable. Lu Ming's spine emitted waves of heat, and a bloody glow filled the air. That was the reaction of the 9 dragons' bloodline. At the same time, Emperor Di's body was filled with a blood-red light and the faint sound of a dragon's roar could be heard. Blood essence of the 9 dragons. Lu Ming's mind flickered. Through the 9 dragons' bloodline, he could sense the 9 dragons' blood essence in Martial Emperor Di. Unlike Lu Ming, Di's 9 dragons' blood essence had not awakened his bloodline. Instead, it had merged with his body. That was right. When Di obtained the 9 dragons' blood essence, he was already a martial emperor. He could not use it to awaken his bloodline. He could only refine it. Kill. Di did not want to waste any more time. He launched an attack and charged toward Lu Ming. Bang! 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 The second body stepped on the void, and a great formation appeared. There were all kinds of trapping and attacking formations. They emitted all kinds of lights and charged toward Martial Emperor Di. At the same time, Sword Chi whistled and 5 phoenix feather flying swords stabbed toward Di. The spirit-suppressing steel's bloodline also charged toward Di with the chaotic will. Di's combat strength was very strong. He was even stronger than the red-robed old man. However, he was also caught in the red-robed old man's situation. He was put in a difficult position by Lu Ming's main body and second body. He could not use his strength at all. After fighting for a while, Lu Ming began to gain the upper hand. Lu Ming, today, let me show you my strongest combat strength. Martial Emperor Di roared furiously. His body began to glow. All kinds of lights were emitted from Di's body. These lights formed all kinds of strange phenomena. There were true dragons flying, phoenixes crying, qilins stepping on the air, divine birds flying in the sky, iron swords moving freely. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared on Di's body. Lu Ming even saw the 9 dragons among them. 10,000 veins spiritual body. Di let out a long howl. His body exuded a terrifying fluctuation. Whoosh! Whoosh! Di's combat strength increased greatly. The golden battle sword flew across the sky. Sword Chi moved freely, breaking everything. The formation set up by Ming Lian's second body was instantly destroyed by the Sword Chi. Clang, the battle sword struck the spirit-suppressing steel's bloodline. The spirit-suppressing steel's bloodline shook violently and flew far away. The spirit-suppressing steel's bloodline. Fortunately, there was a fragment of the spirit-suppressing steel's main body, which greatly increased its defense. Otherwise, Lu Ming would not have dared to fight it head-on. Ding! 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 The 5 phoenix feather flying swords were sent flying. So was the second body, who kept retreating. How powerful! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Di's combat strength had suddenly increased greatly. It was all because of the strange phenomena on his body. Lu Ming guessed that Di must have cultivated a powerful spiritual body with the help of the blood essence of all spirits. When the spiritual body exploded, its power was far beyond that of an ordinary spiritual body. Spirits of all things, kill! Di hollered. The various living creatures in his body suddenly roared and transformed into streaks of rainbow lights, charging toward Lu Ming. Roar! Lu Ming saw 9 dragons, true dragons, and qilins among them. They emitted a shocking aura and attacked Lu Ming. The spirit-suppressing steel vibrated. It used the spirit-suppressing heavenly skill, which carried the chaotic will, and attacked continuously. Bang! 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 Explosions sounded continuously. Di himself held the battle sword and attacked Ming Lian's second body. I'll kill you first. Di said coldly. In his eyes, the second body was more difficult to deal with. It had many tricks and thousands of changes. He had to kill the second body first. Lu Ming's main body was nothing to be afraid of. "De, you think you can kill me? Today, I'll show you something." Ming Lian's second body looked calm and smiled inexplicably. Whoosh, Ming Lian's second body waved his hand, and a scroll flew out and expanded rapidly, encapsulating Martial Emperor De's figure. The Million Formation Illustration, Liaocong's Million Formation Illustration. Martial Emperor De shouted angrily. "Then, I'll let you taste the power of the Million Formation Illustration again." Ming Lian's second body's golden spirit fire jumped between his eyebrows. Endless light shone on the Million Formation Illustration. It was a large formation, densely packed. One by one, the big matrices lit up. Countless terrifying attacks flew out and attacked De. Whoosh! Whoosh! De held the battle sword. Sword chi whistled and slashed out crazily, destroying the attacks. However, the Million Formation Illustration had endless formations and endless attacks. It seemed to be endless, attacking De continuously. There was no doubt that the Million Formation Illustration was also an emperor's spiritual weapon. Back then, Liaocong was an inscriptionist who controlled the spiritual weapon, the Million Formation Atlas. He had many tricks up his sleeves, which was why De launched a sneak attack on him. Even so, Liaocong still left a trace of his imprint underground. The Million Formation Atlas was severely damaged. Over the years, Ming Lian's second body had been cultivating hard in the Saint Mansion's secret realm. As his cultivation increased, he had also been repairing the Million Formation Atlas. Now, the Million Formation Atlas was 80 to 90% repaired. Under the control of the second body, its power was amazing. Ming Lian's second body had the combat strength of the peak of the second level of the martial royal realm. With the addition of the 5 phoenix feather flying swords, he was even more powerful. Now that he had used the Million Formation Atlas, his combat strength was almost the same as De's. De could only use all his attention to deal with Ming Lian's second body. Buzz, at this moment, the prison-suppressing steel vibrated and suppressed De. "Damn it!" De roared in his heart. He divided part of his attention to resist Lu Ming's main body. Boom, the prison-suppressing steel weighed hundreds of millions of pounds. It made De's body shake. At the same time, Ming Lian's second body seized the opportunity to launch a storm-like attack. Trap him. There were at least 100 entrapment formations in the Million Formation Atlas. They suppressed De at the same time, trying to trap him. De roared and tried his best to fight. Unfortunately, he was at a disadvantage. After Ming Lian's second body had used the Million Formation Atlas, the combat strength of the main body and the second body had surpassed De's. De tried his best to fight back, but after dozens of moves, he was completely suppressed and had almost no power to fight back. Whoosh! 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 The 5 phoenix feather flying swords pierced the void. They were so fast that even ordinary emperors could not see them clearly. They stabbed toward De's 5 vital points. De waved his battle sword to block. Although he blocked them, the prison-suppressing steel suppressed him again. De roared and could only cover his body with his realm and vital essence. Boom, the realm and vital essence shook violently and were defeated by the prison-suppressing steel. De's body shook violently. Even though he had cultivated the 10,000 vein spiritual body, he could not resist. His face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The 10,000 meridian spirit body that De cultivated was very terrifying. If he cultivated it to perfection, his power would be amazing. Unfortunately, his cultivation was not perfect and he did not succeed completely. Therefore, he had always wanted to get Lu Ming's 9 dragons' blood essence. Many people's hearts trembled. De was injured and was no match for Lu Ming. Could it be that the outcome of the battle would be decided this time? Boom. Boom, as soon as De was injured, Lu Ming launched an even fiercer attack. Puff, a phoenix feather flying sword almost pierced through De's heart. It pierced through his shoulder, bringing out a stream of blood. De's face was even paler. Although the phoenix feather flying sword had not pierced his vital parts, its terrible sword chi and destructive power still made his injuries worse. The more serious his injuries were, the more difficult it would be for him to resist Lu Ming. Under the pressure of the prison-defending monument, he spat out mouthfuls of blood. His body staggered and his breathing weakened. Trap! The second body shouted softly. The million formation image shone, and a great formation appeared, enveloping De. De roared and tried his best to resist, but this time, it was difficult for him to rush out. The avatars of dragons and phoenixes on his body were trembling, as if they would collapse at any moment. De, today is the day you die. Lu Ming's cold voice came from the hell-suppressing tombstone. Roar! With a dragon's roar, the 9 dragons' bloodline flew out from the hell-suppressing tombstone. It opened its mouth and roared loudly. A devouring power burst out, enveloping De. 9 dragons' blood essence, take. Lu Ming shouted loudly, and the devouring power increased crazily. It could be seen that one of the avatars on De's body was a 9 dragons. At this time, the 9 dragons were being devoured by the devouring power and involuntarily flew towards the 9 dragons' bloodline. Lu Ming wanted to take a drop of 9 dragons' blood essence from De's body. Don't even think about it. De tried his best to resist. Whoosh! 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 5 phoenix feather flying swords shot out rapidly. De blocked 4 of them, but one of them hit him, almost cutting off half of his body. Roar! At this time, the 9 dragons' bloodline roared. The 9 dragons' avatars on De's body flew towards the 9 dragons' bloodline. At the same time, a drop of blood essence appeared on De's body. The dragon roared and flew towards Lu Ming. The 9 dragons' blood essence was taken away. De was unwilling, but he could only watch helplessly. Whoosh! The 9 dragons' blood essence flew into the mouth of the 9 dragons' bloodline and disappeared. Roar! The 9 dragons' bloodline roared loudly, as if it was very satisfied. Its aura grew stronger. Xianxia, if you don't do it now, when will you? Suddenly, De roared angrily. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. 9 heaven bronze men, go! Xianxia's loud voice came from the sky. Dong! 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 As soon as Xianxia's voice fell, violent vibrations came from 9 different places in the sacred city. 9 powerful auras shot up into the sky. Following that, everyone saw 9 golden rays of light shoot up into the sky. Those are the bronze men. Lu Ming saw that the 9 lights were 9 bronze men. They were golden all over and made of brass. They were more than 3 meters tall and densely packed inscriptions appeared on their bodies. Their auras were extremely powerful. Each of them was an emperor, equivalent to a LV1 martial royal realm emperor. The 9 bronze men flew into the sky and joined the battle, pushing back the 9 emperors. Merge with the bronze men. Xianxia's voice came again. At this moment, 9 sovereigns from the Xia clan and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace flew towards the 9 bronze men. It was as if they were performing bloodline fusion. These 9 sovereigns directly fused into the bronze men and disappeared. The auras of the 9 bronze men started to rise rapidly. They broke through LV1 Martial Royal Realm and reached LV2 Martial Royal Realm. They continued to rise until they reached peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm. Peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm, 9 peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm Emperors. Oh no! Lu Ming was shocked. Kill! Kill! The 9 bronze men roared and charged toward the divine guards and the emperors of the northern plains. Peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm Emperors were too powerful. Ordinary LV1 Martial Royal Realm Emperors could not resist. Screams were heard all of a sudden. Lu Ming saw that 5 emperors had been killed in an instant. On the northern plains side, Martial Royal Realm Broken Mountain, Martial Royal Realm Tianfeng, and 3 Martial Royal Realm Emperors were killed in an instant. 5 Martial Royal Realm Emperors were killed just like that. The other 4 bronze men were blocked by Tu Qian, Xia Zhuoyang, and the Baijian Martial Royal Realm Emperor. Otherwise, they would have suffered a greater loss. Oh no, that's the 9 heavens bronze man of the Xia family. The 9 heavens bronze man of the Xia family is still here. Fall back, fall back. The experts of the Heaven Suppression Army and the Northern Plains side all roared in fear. It was said that when the ancient sacred dynasty was first established, the first sacred emperor had gathered the experts of the world and spent a lot of effort to forge 9 bronze men. Each bronze man was extremely mysterious and powerful. As soon as the 9 bronze men appeared, they were controlled by 9 sovereigns. Their combat strength was at the peak of LV2 martial royal realm, and they instantly turned the tables. Boom, while Lu Ming was distracted, De burst out. His body burned like flames as he rushed out of the encirclement and flew into the sky. Lu Ming, you are the ones who will die today. You are no match for me. De roared as his body emitted a cold killing intent. Gather together. Baijian martial emperor gathered everyone. The Xie clan's foundation was too shocking. No wonder it was said that no one in the history of the sacred city had ever been breached. With such a strong foundation, who could defeat them? Under the control of 9 martial royal realm experts, the 9 bronze men were equivalent to peak LV2 martial royal realm experts. How strong was the combat strength of 9 peak LV2 martial royal realm experts? Baijian martial emperor, Tu Qian, Xia Jiuyang, barbarian martial emperor, Yuexin martial emperor, and the others gathered together and looked at the 9 bronze men cautiously. Kill them. Xie Qitian gave the order. Kill. The 9 bronze men were 3 meters tall. As they stepped on the void exploded continuously. They formed an arc and flew towards Baijian martial emperor and the others. Beside them were Xie Qitian and the other sovereigns. They won. The Xie clan and Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace will win. There is no suspense in this battle. From now on, the divine region will belong to the Xie clan and Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. In the sacred city, many people who were watching the battle sighed. They felt that there was no suspense in this battle. The Xie clan and Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace would win for sure. With the appearance of the 9 bronze men, the outcome of the battle was set. Some people sighed. This battle was too exciting. Even the lives of sovereigns were like grass in a battle between sovereigns. Up until now, more than 10 sovereigns had fallen. This battle would be recorded in the annals of history and spread through the ages. Let's fight to the death. Baijian martial emperor roared. Kill. Tu Qian held his battle axe and rushed towards a bronze man. He chopped down with his axe. As for the bronze man, he punched out. Clang, Tu Qian was controlling a sovereign spiritual weapon and his combat strength was stronger. He sent the bronze man flying with his axe. He is not injured. The hearts of Baijian martial emperor and the others shuddered. Although Tu Qian managed to send a bronze statue flying and had the upper hand, the bronze statue was completely fine. Only a faint mark appeared on his fist. It was too hard. Even an emperor-grade spirit weapon couldn't cut it, so how could they fight it? The eyes of the Baijian martial emperor and the others flickered with despair. 3 of us will deal with this puppet. As for the rest, kill them. Don't let a single one of them go. A voice came from a bronze statue. Whoosh. Whoosh, a few bronze men started to surround Tu Qian, while the rest of the bronze men attacked Baijian Wu Huang and the others. With a flicker, 2 figures appeared in front of the Baijian martial emperor and the others. They were Lu Ming's main body and second body. At this moment, Lu Ming's main body had returned to its human form. Leave these 9 bronze men to me. You guys go deal with the others. Lu Ming said. Ah? What? Baijian martial emperor and the others were stunned. The 9 bronze statues were to be given to Lu Ming? Lu Ming was going to deal with the 9 bronze statues on his own? How was this possible? Although Lu Ming's strength was strong and he might be able to deal with 2 or 3 bronze statues, how could Lu Ming stand a chance against so many 9 heavens bronze statues? These were 9 bronze statues with cultivation of the 2nd layer martial dominator realm, and they were extremely hard. Even a 3rd layer martial dominator realm expert would not be able to break them. Lu Ming, let's work together. There's still hope. That's right, it's too dangerous for you to fight alone. The barbarian emperor, Xianxia martial emperor, and the others spoke. Kill Lu Ming first. Since he wants to die, let's kill him first. Xie Qitian yelled in the sky. Kill. Bang. 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 The 9 bronze statues charged at Lu Ming. It seemed like they would be able to shatter some of the statues. Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron, suppress. The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared above Lu Ming's head. He opened his mouth and roared. 9 large cauldrons appeared from the mouths of the 9 dragons. Once the large cauldrons appeared, they expanded rapidly. They were as large as mountains and blasted toward the 9 bronze men. Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron, you brought the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron. Martial Emperor De yelled in fear in the sky. The Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron had never moved. It had been refined by an ancient expert to suppress the 9 dragon veins. In history, only Lu Ming had made the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron move once because of the blood of the 9 dragons. Even De, who had obtained a drop of the blood of the 9 dragons, had refined it into his body in order to cultivate the 10,000 veins spiritual body. Therefore, he could not use the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron. Moreover, if the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron was too far away from the 9 dragon veins, the dragon veins would go berserk and the cauldron would fly back. Most importantly, why did no one in 9 Dragons City inform him that Lu Ming had taken the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron? Roar! The 9 dragons roared as the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron charged at the 9 bronze statues. Break! The 9 bronze statues attacked together and threw a punch. Dong! Dong! It was as if 2 metal mountains had collided with each other, emitting a terrifying rumble. The sound waves from the collision between the metals made the faces of some ordinary rulers turn pale. The vital essence covering their bodies trembled. Bang! 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 Then, the 9 bronze statues flew far away like cannonballs. How is this possible? Xianxia and the others were stunned. The 9 bronze statues fell to the ground. They were no match for Lu Ming and were sent flying. How was this possible? On the other hand, Baijian Martial Emperor and the others were overjoyed. Suppress! Lu Ming shouted. The 9 cauldrons continued to suppress the 9 bronze statues. When Lu Ming was still in the Sea of Soul Realm and his 9 dragons bloodline was only at the 2nd level of the Divine Realm, he could control the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron and fight against a Martial Emperor. In the end, when the 9 cauldrons gathered together, he could even exchange a blow with De's clone. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation was many times stronger than before. Moreover, his 9 dragons bloodline had reached the 9th level of the Divine Realm. The power of the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron was naturally many times stronger. It could completely suppress the 9 bronze statues. Boom! 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 The Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron suppressed the 9 bronze statues. The 9 bronze statues trembled violently and the patterns on them shone brightly as if they were burning. But in just a few breaths of time, it seemed to burn out. The light on the bronze figure's body rapidly dimmed. Following that, 9 consecutive explosions rang out as the 9 bronze statues actually exploded. The 9 heaven bronze statues were made by the first sacred emperor of the ancient Saint dynasty. Finally, they exploded under the attack of the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron. The 9 sovereigns who had merged with the bronze statues and controlled them did not even have time to scream before they turned into ashes. The 9 bronze statues were destroyed. The scene suddenly became silent. Everyone could not believe what they had just seen. Xiu, at this moment, a corpse fell from the sky. Di Hongqing, it was Di Hongqing. He was killed. In the end, Xiaowan was stronger than Di Hongqing. After fighting for so long, he had finally killed Di Hongqing. During the battle, Xiaowan had been paying attention to the situation. He knew everything that was happening. Attack together and decide the victor. Xiaowan's voice rang out, his killing intent sharp as a knife. Attack! Kill! Baijian Martial Monarch, Chu Luo, Barbarian Emperor, and the others charged at the remaining sovereigns of the Xia clan and Dtian Divine Palace. As for the remaining sovereigns of the Xia clan and Dtian Divine Palace, they did not have any fighting spirit at all. Lu Ming is not a match for him. Run! Run quickly! The sovereigns of the Xia clan and Dtian Divine Palace were nearly scared out of their wits. They no longer had any fighting spirit and turned to run. Dang! Dang! The Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron shook, suppressing the surroundings and blocking their path. Whoosh! Martial Monarch De suddenly charged in a direction. Since the situation was over, De also prepared to run. De, where are you going? Lu Ming shouted, and the 2 Divine 9 Dragon Cauldrons pressed down on De. Dong! Dong! De used the sovereign spirit weapon to block, but it was useless. The battle sword buzzed, and De vomited a large mouthful of blood. Cracks appeared on his body, and he almost exploded. Burn! Martial monarch De roared. The true dragons, phoenixes, and other mysterious phenomena around him suddenly burned fiercely. His aura suddenly increased by several times. Whoosh! Martial monarch De turned into a beam of light and charged out of the encirclement, flying into the distance. After him. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He controlled the divine nine-dragon cauldron and chased after martial monarch De. At the same time, he secretly instructed Tu Qian to lead people to kill the remaining sovereigns of the Xia clan and Detian divine palace. After being surrounded by the divine nine-dragon cauldron, the remaining sovereigns of the Xia clan and Detian divine palace were surrounded by Tu Qian, Baijian martial monarch, and the others. There was no need for him to worry about this anymore. The situation was set. Although there were still some sovereigns of the Xia clan and Detian divine palace, they were not too strong. The old general blocked Xianxia. On Lu Ming's side, there were experts like Tu Qian, Xiao Luan, Baijian martial emperor, and Xia Jiuyang. Xiao! Xiao! The two of them instantly disappeared into the distance. In the imperial city, another great battle had erupted. However, there was no suspense in this battle. The sovereigns of the Xia clan and the emperor heavenly divine palace were killed one after another. Lu Ming and De, one chasing and the other fleeing, traveled tens of thousands of miles in an instant. The second body took a step forward and disappeared between Lu Ming's eyebrows. At the same time, inscriptions appeared on Lu Ming's body. They were all auxiliary inscriptions and almost all of them increased speed. Lu Ming's speed greatly increased and he began to approach Emperor De. De, you've lost. Where do you think you're going? Lu Ming's voice rang out as he circulated the wind origin technique, increasing his speed. De's face was pale. His eyes were cold and full of murderous intent. Without saying a word, he gritted his teeth and ran away. Flames burned on his body, allowing him to move at an astonishing speed. De was burning his 10,000 veins spiritual body. Lu Ming, don't be happy too early. I'm going to tear you to pieces. De roared in his heart. His murderous intent toward Lu Ming had reached its peak. De had cultivated for 10,000 years, taking all kinds of bloodlines and using the essence blood of all kinds of experts to cultivate the 10,000 veins spiritual body. Originally, he was just one step away from success and perfection. However, now, all his previous efforts were in vain. In order to escape, he burned his 10,000 veins spiritual body. All his hard work over the years was for naught. The two of them, one chasing and the other fleeing, moved at an astonishing speed. They tore through the void and traveled through the alternate space. Soon, they crossed the middle continent and arrived in the northern plains. Then, they flew toward the boundless ocean. Damn it! Emperor De roared in his heart. He was getting more and more anxious. He was already seriously injured. After the long journey, his injuries worsened. If this continued, Lu Ming would catch up to him. He was not willing to accept this. How could he, De, die here? He wanted to tear Lu Ming to pieces. Suddenly, he clenched his teeth and revealed a resolute expression. Lu Ming, just you wait. De let out a roar, and the flames on his body suddenly surged. Explode. Burn. De roared. Then, his speed suddenly skyrocketed. He passed through layers of space and quickly left. The distance between him and Lu Ming rapidly increased. This guy, Lu Ming, also admired De's decisiveness. He could see that De had completely burned his spiritual body. His 10,000 veins spiritual body was completely wasted. Even if he escaped, De might not be able to maintain his cultivation. He might even regress. In the future, it might even be difficult for him to improve. In order to survive, De was going all out. The distance between the two grew larger and larger. In the end, Lu Ming could barely see De's shadow. After a while, Lu Ming could no longer see or sense De's existence. Lu Ming had no choice but to stop. This guy still managed to escape. However, this guy is seriously injured and has completely burned his spiritual body. His cultivation will definitely regress. In the future, he won't be a threat to me. However, Lu Ming frowned. He thought of Di Hongqing and the red-robed elder. Where did these two people come from? And they used a unified sovereign spiritual weapon. Could there be a powerful force behind De? Lu Ming was not worried about De himself. What he was worried about was the force behind De. Forget it. I'll deal with it as it comes. Thinking of this, Lu Ming turned around and walked towards Sacred City. By the time Lu Ming returned to Sacred City, the battle in Sacred City had already ended. There was no suspense. With Tu Qian and Xiao Wan, the battle was almost one-sided. Almost all the sovereigns of Di Tian Divine Palace were killed. Only a few sovereigns who were originally the overlords of Zhongzhou State surrendered to De and were controlled by Xiao Wan and the others. After engraving a formation, they could only obey their orders. As for the sovereigns of the Xia family, only a few were left. The rest were all killed. Xie Qitian, the old Saint Emperor, Xie Zongqiong, and a white-haired elder were surrounded by Xiao Wan and the others. Xiao Wan and the others knew about the relationship between Lu Ming and Xianxia. They also knew that Xianxia was a member of the Xia family. Therefore, they did not kill these people. They deliberately waited for Lu Ming to return. Xie Qitian and the others stood on the platform. Their eyes were lifeless and filled with despair. They had lost. They had suffered a crushing defeat. This time, the Xie family was in a worse state than 30,000 years ago when Xiao Wan caused chaos in the world and betrayed the Xie family. Last time, they had at least suppressed Xiao Wan and retained some strength. There was still hope for them to slowly recover. However, this time, they were completely defeated. Their masters were all dead and injured. There was nothing they could do. How could this be? In Sacred City, countless disciples of the Xia family, such as Xia Yan, were paralyzed on the ground. Their eyes were lifeless. The Xia family had lost. Even their sovereigns had been defeated. The others could not do anything. If they made a move, they would only be courting death. The other martial artists had complicated looks in their eyes. Was the ancient Saint Dynasty Xia family, which had been passed down for millions of years, going to be destroyed from now on? From now on, who would be the master of the divine region? General Lu. General Lu. Seeing that Lu Ming had returned, all the emperors bowed to Lu Ming. They looked at Lu Ming with awe and respect. Whether it was the emperors of the divine army like Baijian Wu Huang or the northern plains, they were all the same. The reason why they could win this battle was all because of Lu Ming. Right from the beginning, Lu Ming had displayed incredible combat power. He had killed the first emperor of the Netherworld, the red-robed elder, and fought De. Slowly, he had turned the tide of the battle and allowed them to gain the upper hand. Later, the Xia clan took out the Ninth Heaven Bronze Man and changed the situation. At that time, they thought that they were going to lose and that there was no hope for this battle. But at the critical moment, Lu Ming turned the tide and destroyed the Ninth Heaven Bronze Man and killed the 9 emperors. This time, the situation was completely reversed and they had secured victory. Without Lu Ming, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Hearing the commotion, Xie Qitian, the old Saint Emperor, and the others trembled slightly. They also looked at Lu Ming with complicated expressions. It was all because of this young man. It was all because of him that the Xia clan had fallen to such a state. Back then, it was Lu Ming who saved Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan threw out the Heavenly King Edict and changed the situation of the divine region. It also disrupted the Xia clan's deployment and directly led to the subsequent battle. And this time, it was also because of Lu Ming that the Xia clan had suffered a crushing defeat. Were we wrong? Was it worth it because of the purity of the bloodline? The old Saint Emperor looked even older. He sighed and his voice fell into Xie Qitian's ears, making him feel even more complicated. Yes, was it worth it? Speaking of which, the source of all this was not caused by him. If he had treated Xianxia well, then Lu Ming might have walked together with the Xia clan and even become a member of the Xia clan. Then, it was not impossible for the Xia clan to unify the divine region again. Speaking of which, it was all because of him. He had personally turned Lu Ming into an enemy. At this moment, he did not know what to feel in his heart. Lu Ming, where's De? Xiaoluan walked towards Lu Ming and asked through voice transmission. He escaped. Lu Ming replied. Escaped? Xiaoluan was slightly stunned and said, no harm either. De's vitality is greatly damaged and can't stir up any waves either. Lu Ming nodded. General Lu, how should we deal with these people from the Xia family? To kill or not to kill? A ruler asked Lu Ming. Everyone looked at Lu Ming. After this battle, Lu Ming's position in everyone's hearts was very important, even far exceeding Xiaoluan's. Lu Ming looked at Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia was looking at Xie Qitian and the others. No one knew what he was thinking. Little Qing, I'll leave them to you. Lu Ming walked to Xianxia's side and said. There was hesitation in Xianxia's eyes, and a trace of reluctance flashed in the depths of his eyes. Lu Ming sighed. He had already guessed this result. Xianxia's expression looked cold and her methods were ruthless like a witch, but deep in her heart, she was still very emotional. After all, Xie Qitian was her father, and the old sacred emperor was her grandfather. They were her family. Although the Xie family was ruthless to her, she couldn't bear to be ruthless. General Lu, Miss Nianqing, the Xie family has a long history and a deep foundation. They have many experts. Leaving them alive will be a disaster. That's right. I suggest that we kill them to prevent future troubles. The other rulers all spoke up and gave their suggestions. You don't have to do it. Suddenly, Xie Qitian spoke, as if he had made some kind of decision. He stepped forward, revealing a powerful aura and a kind of majesty. It was the majesty of a sacred emperor. Xie Qitian's gaze swept across the crowd, and his voice came from afar. I am the sacred emperor of the ancient sacred dynasty. Even if I die, I won't die in your hands, nor will I die in the hands of others. After saying that, Xie Qitian's finger suddenly pointed at his dantian. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from his body, but soon after, this aura rapidly weakened. At first, it was a martial emperor, then it fell to a prime, and then it continued to fall to a spiritual god, then a spiritual embryo. In the end, there was no true essence or true chi fluctuation on Xie Qitian's body, and he became an ordinary person. He had crippled his own cultivation. Puff, Xie Qitian spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body went limp on the ground. As the sacred emperor, he had to die with dignity. Even if he died, he couldn't die in the hands of others. In the end, Xie Qitian looked at Xianxia with a complicated gaze, as if he was reminiscing. After a while, he said, Nianqing, in this life, I have wronged you and your mother. These words caused Xianxia's delicate body to tremble. Xie Qitian's age had long surpassed that of an ordinary person. Now that his cultivation had been crippled, he wouldn't be able to live for long. Lu Ming held Xianxia's small hand, and only then did Xianxia slowly calm down. Sigh, forget it, forget it. In this world, there is no dynasty that can last forever, and no clan that can last forever. The old sacred emperor sighed, then looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, the Xia clan is willing to make a blood oath. All the direct descendants of the Xia clan are willing to go into seclusion in the palace, and not step out of the palace for 10,000 years. From then on, they will no longer care about the divine wilderness. Can you let the Xia clan live? Seal the palace for 10,000 years and not step out of it. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. All right, I promise you. After pondering for a while, Lu Ming said. The Xia clan was no longer a threat, let alone sealing themselves for 10,000 years. Not to mention 10,000 years, Lu Ming was confident that he could destroy the Xia clan in 10 more years. After 10,000 years, Lu Ming's cultivation would have reached an unknown level. Why would he care about a mere Xia clan? The other emperors didn't say anything. Lu Ming would definitely step into the emperor realm, and he would have a lifespan of 10,000 to 20,000 years. After 10,000 years, why would Lu Ming care about the Xia clan? What could the Xia clan do? The old sacred emperor, Xie Xianxia, and the others immediately made a blood oath. The other higher-ups of the Xia clan, such as the sovereigns and spirit gods, all made a blood oath. Disciples of the Xia clan, follow me into the palace. The old sacred emperor's voice resounded, and all the direct descendants of the Xia clan followed the old sacred emperor and the others into the palace. After that, a screen of light appeared outside the palace and enveloped the palace. The Xia clan would seal themselves for 10,000 years, and they wouldn't be able to step out of the palace for 10,000 years. At this point, the curtains of the battle had completely fallen. In this battle, more than half of the Divine Wilderness Continent's emperors had fallen, and more than 60 to 70% of the overlord forces had been wiped out. It could be said that the Divine Wilderness Continent had never been so weak, and there were so few emperors. Let's go. Let's return to the 100 Beast tribe. Lu Ming waved his hands. He pulled Xianxia and left by stepping into the air. The Heaven Suppression Army and the Northern Plains emperors followed Lu Ming back to the Northern Plains. As for the news of this battle, it spread from the Holy City to the entire Divine Wilderness Continent at an unbelievable speed. In the meeting hall of the 100 Beast tribe, the sovereigns of the Heaven Suppression Army and the sovereigns of the Northern Plains took their seats. Lu Ming and Xiao Luan sat at the top. The hall was silent. Everyone looked at each other, but no one made a sound. What should we do next? Xia Jiuyang was the first to speak, breaking the silence. What should they do? Many thoughts flashed through everyone's mind. Now that the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace had been destroyed and the Xia clan had suffered heavy losses, they had sealed themselves in the palace for 10,000 years. Aside from the Western Desert, the vast Divine Desolate Continent was now ownerless. So, what should they do next? In other words, how should they distribute it? Everyone wanted the boundless resources in this boundless territory. On the smaller side, there were some overlord factions present, such as the World Academy, the Floating Mountain Sect, and others. How should these factions distribute their territories? On the larger side, it was the Heaven Suppression Army and the Northern Plains factions. How should these two factions get along and distribute their territories? In fact, there were also Lu Ming and Xiao Luan's factions in the Northern Plains. However, they were only in an alliance. Everyone fell silent again, especially the Heaven Suppression Army. This was an important problem. If it was not solved properly, it might lead to another huge battle. However, how could the Heaven Suppression Army be a match for Lu Ming and the others? If they fought, they would be destroyed. Hence, the experts of the Heaven Suppression Army felt the most complicated. They found it difficult to speak. A mountain could not accommodate two tigers. Would Lu Ming and Xiao Luan attack them next? They were not confident. Why don't we form an alliance? After a long while, Xiao Luan spoke. An alliance? Many people's hearts trembled as they began to ponder. If we form an alliance, all the factions will form one faction. Then, the entire Divine Desolate Continent will be under our control. Why should we worry about territory and territory? Xiao Luan smiled. I agree. I agree too. At first, it was Chu Luo, Mo Yi, and the others. Then, Xia Jiuyang, the barbarian emperor, Yuexin martial monarch, and the others spoke one after another, expressing their agreement. Haha, Sovereign Luan Tian's suggestion is good. I agree too. The old general of the Heaven Suppression Army laughed and expressed his thoughts. In the end, everyone looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming still hadn't said anything. I have no objections either. Lu Ming smiled. Alright, it's settled then. Xiao Luan smiled. Since it's an alliance, there must be an alliance leader. Who will be the alliance leader? All of a sudden, a ruler spoke. The scene fell silent again. Who would be the leader? To form an alliance and form a force, there was no doubt that the leader of the alliance would be the master of the force. He would also be the master of the Divine Wilderness, the ruler of the world. Everyone couldn't help but look at the old general, Xiao Luan, and Lu Ming. Only these three people were qualified to do so. Of course it's Lu Ming. Lu Ming is so young and his battle prowess is unparalleled. There has never been such a person since the Divine Desolate era. Other than him, who else could it be? Xia Jiuyang spoke first, recommending Lu Ming. That's right. If it wasn't for Lu Ming, how could we have ended up like this? In that case, we would be the ones who would die. Lu Ming turned the tide and turned the situation around. I also recommend Lu Ming to be the leader. One of the deans of the World Academy spoke. I also recommend Lu Ming. Me too. Following this, the other deans of the World Academy, the Barbaric Emperor and Yuexin Martial Emperor recommended Lu Ming. Behind Lu Ming, the auras of the Heaven Suppression Divine Ape and Tu Qian went without saying. Everyone was stunned. Unknowingly, Lu Ming's force and strength had become so shocking. Lu Ming picked up a cup and drank slowly without saying a word. No one knew what he was thinking. The eyes of the martial emperors of the Heaven Suppression Army, Mo Yi, Chu Luo, and the others flickered as if they were planning something. Haha, not bad. I also recommend Lu Ming to be the alliance leader. Xiao Luan laughed and expressed his thoughts. The moment Xiao Luan spoke, Mo Yi, Chu Luo and the others also spoke to support Lu Ming. In the end, only the Heaven Suppression Divine Army was left. The emperors of the Heaven Suppression Divine Army sighed in their hearts. They knew that they were weak and couldn't compete with Lu Ming. Now that Xiao Luan supported Lu Ming, how could they say no? Old General, what do you think? Xiao Luan looked at the old general with a faint smile. Little brother Lu Ming's talent is unprecedented. He has contributed the most this time. It is the blessing of the Divine Wilderness Continent that Lu Ming is the alliance leader. I have no objections. The old general also spoke. The old general spoke. The 100 Battles Martial Emperor and the others also recommended Lu Ming. Alright, then it's decided. This subordinate pays his respects to the alliance leader. Xiao Luan suddenly stood up from his seat and walked down to bow to Lu Ming. This subordinate pays his respects to the alliance leader. Xia Jiuyang, the barbaric emperor, and the others followed closely behind Xiao Luan and bowed to Lu Ming. Following that, Chu Luo and the others also bowed to Lu Ming. Finally, it was the Heaven Suppression Divine Army and the others. Alright, since the army recommends me so much, I, Lu Ming, will not decline. Lu Ming stood up and accepted the position of alliance leader. He didn't decline, nor did he need to. He needed this identity to better protect his family and friends. Alliance leader, since we are going to form an alliance, what should we name it? Someone suggested. The alliance leader has awakened the 9 dragons bloodline and is famous in the world. In my opinion, why don't we call ourselves the Dragon Alliance? Xia Jiuyang pondered for a moment and said. Dragon Alliance? I think it's fine. It's concise and domineering. Xiao Luan said. Alright, then we'll call ourselves the Dragon Alliance. In the end, Lu Ming made the decision. Now that the name was decided, the problem was, where would the Dragon Alliance's headquarters be? It couldn't be in the Sacred City, right? Eastern Wilderness, Northern Plains, and Southern Underworld weren't good. The Dragon Alliance had to conquer the world and unify the Divine Wilderness. Its headquarters had to be in the Central Continent. Only then could it look down on the world. In the end, everyone discussed. Since the Dragon Alliance was building a new headquarters, it would be best to build one as well. After the discussion, everyone chose disciples in the vast land of the Central Continent. In the end, everyone decided to build the Dragon Alliance's headquarters on Dragon Leaping Mountain, about 150 million kilometers east of the Sacred City. It would be called Dragon Emperor City. After the headquarters decided on the alliance leader's name, they started to choose the important core members. In the end, Xiao Luan and the Heaven Suppression Divine Army's old general would be the Dragon Alliance's deputy alliance leader. The other emperors would be the Dragon Alliance's protectors. Every protector had the power to control a territory. After the core members were decided, it was time to assign tasks. There were 2 main aspects to the current mission. First, they had to deploy manpower to build Dragon Emperor City. Second, they had to send an army to unify the Divine Wilderness Continent. The Xia clan had sealed itself, and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace had been destroyed. Almost all the overlord factions with emperors in the Divine Wilderness Continent were members of the Dragon Alliance. However, there were countless factions of various sizes below the overlord factions. On the second day, when the news spread, the entire Dragon Alliance cheered. The war was over, and the Dragon Alliance ruled the world. The huge Dragon Alliance started to operate. The original major forces sent people to Dragon Leap Mountain to build the Dragon Emperor City. A portion of them sent an army to conquer the world. A few days later, the news of the Battle of Holy City spread across the world. The Divine Wilderness experienced a magnitude 10 earthquake. Countless cultivators and forces were shocked. A few days later, the Dragon Alliance was established, and Lu Ming was the alliance leader. The news spread across the divine wilderness through voice transmission jade talismans. Countless forces, big and small, surrendered and expressed their willingness to join the Dragon Alliance. Now that the Xia family had sealed the palace for 10,000 years and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was destroyed, the Dragon Alliance was truly invincible. No force dared to resist. Then, the Dragon Alliance split into 3 groups. The old general led an army to sweep across the middle continent. Xiao Wan led an army to attack the southern underworld. As for Lu Ming, he personally led the army to the eastern wilderness. There was no suspense. The major and minor forces of the middle continent surrendered. When Xiao Wan attacked the southern underworld, he was only met with some resistance. Those who resisted were easily killed by Xiao Wan, and the rest surrendered. Half a month after the Battle of Holy City, Lu Ming led his people back to Yinyang Mountain. Yinyang Mountain is finally reclaimed. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others stood in the sky, looking at the vast land of Yinyang Mountain. When Yinyang Mountain was attacked by De and they were captured, they thought that they would never be able to reclaim Yinyang Mountain. They did not expect that they would be able to reclaim Yinyang Mountain in just a few months. Zongzi, no, alliance leader, Bai Shijin and the others looked at Lu Ming with complicated expressions. They did not know how to address him. Senior, since I am Master Liansong's disciple, I am the Zongzi of the Talisman Puppet Sect. You can call me Zongzi in private. Lu Ming said. Yes, Zongzi. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others were overjoyed. Lu Ming was now the alliance leader of the Dragon Alliance. They were afraid that Lu Ming would look down on the Talisman Puppet Sect. But now, it seemed like Lu Ming did not forget his roots. There were many experts in the Dragon Alliance. On the other hand, the Talisman Puppet Sect still didn't have a ruler. They were afraid that the Talisman Puppet Sect wouldn't be able to compete with the other powerhouses in the Dragon Alliance. The other forces wouldn't be able to distribute enough resources and would decline. But now, they did not have to worry. Lu Ming, the alliance leader, was the Zongzi of the Talisman Puppet Sect. The Talisman Puppet Sect had an extraordinary status in the Dragon Alliance. They did not have to worry about not having an emperor to hold the fort and not being able to obtain resources. Senior Bai, Senior Du, in the future, both of you will lead the original disciples of the Talisman Puppet Sect to oversee the Yinyang Mountain. Yes, Zongzi. Bai Shijin and Du Songjue complied. As for the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, it flew back to the Nine-Dragon City after the battle in the Holy City to suppress the Nine-Dragon veins. Out of Lu Ming's expectation, they did not encounter any resistance when they arrived at the Nine-Dragon City. The big and small forces in the Nine-Dragon City had already opened their gates. When Lu Ming's army arrived, the forces in the Nine-Dragon City knelt down and surrendered to Lu Ming. Greetings, Alliance Leader of the Dragon Alliance. We are willing to submit to the Dragon Alliance and serve the Alliance Leader. 5 or 6 supreme beings stood at the front and bowed respectfully. Hee, old acquaintances. Lu Ming stood in the air and looked down at the 6 supreme beings. Among the 6 supreme martial artists, 3 of them were Lu Ming's old acquaintances. They were the remaining 3 family heads of the 6 ancient families, the Dongfang family head, the Kong family head, and the Nangong family head. The 3 patriarchs broke out in a cold sweat when Lu Ming glanced at them. Alliance Master, we were blind in the past and offended you. From now on, we will definitely be at your beck and call and do our best. The Dongfang clan patriarch said with a face full of cold sweat. The pressure emitted by Lu Ming made it difficult for him to breathe. They knew that if Lu Ming gave the order now, not only them, but also their families would not be spared. In the crowd behind, many of the geniuses who had fought with Lu Ming before, or even competed with him, knelt on the ground with complicated feelings. For example, Dongfang Yu and the others. A few years ago, Lu Ming was still competing with them. However, a few years later, Lu Ming was already standing at the pinnacle of the divine wilderness mainland. He reigned supreme in the world. There was really no comparison. Hee. Lu Ming chuckled. The Dongfang clan patriarch and the others trembled in fear. They did not understand what Lu Ming was thinking. Would he kill them? This kind of waiting was incomparably torturous. After a long while, Lu Ming said faintly, "Well, I allow you to surrender, but all your forces will be moved out of Nine Dragons City to the northern plains. Do you have any objections? No, no objections. Thank you for your kindness, Alliance Leader. This subordinate is grateful. The Dongfang clan patriarch and the others breathed a sigh of relief and thanked him repeatedly. To them, although Nine Dragons City was their foundation and they had developed here for nearly 10,000 years, it would be a pity to move away just like that. However, compared to the calamity of extermination, it was much better. Naturally, they didn't dare to say half a word. Soon after, the powerful forces in Nine Dragons City began to take the cross-territory teleportation formation to the northern plains. There were naturally people in the northern plains to arrange for them. As for the smaller forces in Nine Dragons City, there was no need for them to stay. They could not make any waves even if they stayed. After that, Lu Ming left Xiaojiuyang, Yan Quantu, and the others to deal with Nine Dragons City, the original Heavenly Corpse sect, and the myriad Demon Valley. Lu Ming flew towards the east alone. Soon after, Lu Ming entered the Tianxian region. However, Lu Ming did not go to the Tianxian branch palace immediately. The first place he went to was the 100 Deities Slope. The Battle of the Holy City had spread across the entire Divine Wilderness continent, including the Tianxian region. Some of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's branch palaces were in chaos. Without any control, there were all kinds of fights over the treasures of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Some of the branch palaces were restrained and were waiting for news. They knew that if the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was destroyed, there would definitely be a powerful force taking over the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's territory. There would definitely be someone to take over them. The Tianxian branch palace was not in chaos. In a courtyard in the center of Tianxian City, a few people were drinking tea and discussing matters. The leader was the palace master of the Tianxian branch palace, Mu Tian. Beside him were Mu Yi and Mu Jing. Who would have thought that the vast Emperor Heaven Divine Palace that had been passed down for 10,000 years would fall just like that? Mu Yi drank a cup of wine and sighed. A few days ago, when they received the news, they were shocked and could not believe it. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was such a colossus. How could it fall just like that? The path of martial arts is filled with danger. Even an Emperor Realm cultivator might fall if they are not careful. Mu Jing also sighed. It is said that more than 20 emperors fell in this battle. Mu Tian said, his voice slightly interfering. Sovereigns were like gods in their eyes. They ruled over the world and were invincible. With a wave of their hands, they could destroy the heavens and the earth. With a thought, they could kill billions of people. They would never see such people in their lives. However, more than 20 of them had died in a battle. It was hard for them to imagine. The one behind all of this is Lu Ming. Mu Tian suddenly let out another sigh. Mu Yi and Mu Jing fell silent. Brother, is the Lu Ming you're talking about the Lu Ming who walked out of our place? Mu Yi asked after pondering for a while. His eyes were filled with disbelief. It was said that the one who dominated the battle was a young genius called Lu Ming. He had killed more than 10 sovereigns and was terrifyingly powerful. That young man was called Lu Ming. After the battle, almost all the sovereigns and powerful forces in the Divine Wilderness continent formed an alliance called the Dragon Alliance. The leader of the Dragon Alliance was Lu Ming. I'm not sure. We are in the borderlands. The news I received was not very detailed. I only know that Lu Ming came from the Eastern Wilderness. Mu Tian said. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Came from the Eastern Wilderness? Could it be the same person? Mu Yi and Mu Jing let out a long breath. Boom. Boom, suddenly, a violent explosion sounded outside Tianxian City. What's going on? Mu Tian stood up abruptly. His voice could be heard from afar. Whoosh, a figure appeared and quickly reported, Palace Master, something bad has happened. The Palace Master of the Black Knife Region's Emperor Heaven Divine Palace has led his men to invade. What? Black Knife Region? Mu Tian's face changed drastically. Damn it. The Black Knife Region is taking advantage of the situation. Mu Jing shouted angrily. When the news of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's destruction spread, the subordinate palaces were in chaos. Some of the subordinate palaces snatched the treasures that belonged to the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, and some even snatched the treasures of other subordinate palaces. The palace master of the Black Knife region's subordinate palace was the same. He brought his men to plunder everywhere. Since the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace had been destroyed, no one cared. These people wanted to plunder a batch of treasures and then go far away to hide and cultivate. Whoosh! 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 One by one, figures rushed into Xianxia city as powerful auras filled the air. Men, meet the enemy! Mu Tian shouted and soared into the sky. Mu Yi and Mu Jing followed closely behind. At the same time, figures flew out from all over Xianxia city to join Mu Tian and the others. As soon as they met up, a group of people flew over from the front. They were all dressed in black robes and carried black sabers on their backs. The leader of the group had a fierce-looking face and a long beard. He was tall and sturdy. "Daoheng, what are you doing?" Mu Tian roared. "Haha, what are you trying to do? It's very simple. Hand over all the spiritual herbs, spiritual materials, and treasures in your profound Skybranch Palace, and I'll spare your lives." The curly-bearded man, Daoheng, laughed out loud. "Don't even think about it. Daoheng, how dare you?" Although the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace has been destroyed, the Dragon Alliance has been established and will rule over the world. They will definitely take over the original forces of the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace. If you do this, you will be hunted down by the Dragon Alliance. Mu Tian roared. "Haha, what a joke. The Dragon Alliance is such a huge force. How can they notice our border wasteland so quickly? Even if they do, we are just small fries in their eyes. They won't pursue this matter. Cut the crap and hand over the treasures," Daoheng said ferociously. "Don't even think about it." Mu Tian's attitude was tough. "You're courting death. Kill." Daoheng roared and took the lead to attack Mu Tian. The people he brought with him also charged towards Mu Yi and the others. Mu Tian released the aura of the third level of the spiritual sea realm. After all these years of cultivation, Mu Tian's cultivation had improved a little and reached the third level of the spiritual sea realm. Mu Yi and Mu Jing had also broken through their limits and entered the spiritual sea realm. They were both at the first level of the spiritual sea realm. In addition, there were 2 martial artists at the first level of the spiritual sea realm on Tianxian Branch Palace's side. However, the Black Knife region had more experts. There were 8 spiritual sea realm martial artists, and Daoheng's cultivation was also at the third level of the spiritual sea realm. For a moment, the Tianxian Branch Palace was at a disadvantage. Kill! Kill! The 2 sides fought fiercely. People were killed constantly, and their bodies fell in Tianxian City. However, although the Black Knife region had the upper hand, this was Tianxian City after all. The Tianxian Branch Palace had the home advantage and could use various formations to fight against the Black Knife region. Clang! 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 Mu Tian and Daoheng clashed continuously. After dozens of moves, there was no clear winner. Mu Tian, I didn't expect you to break through to the third level of the spiritual sea realm without anyone noticing. Daoheng's anxious voice was heard. In the past, the Black Knife region's strength was stronger than the Tianxian Branch Palace. Especially Daoheng, who was at the third level of the spiritual sea realm. Among the palace masters of the nearby big regions, he was considered strong. He didn't expect Mu Tian to reach the third level of the spiritual sea realm without anyone noticing and be able to fight against him. The battle was suddenly in a state of anxiety. As for Lu Ming, he went to Baishan Slope. The 100 God Slope was filled with grey fog. It was hazy, just like before. Lu Ming scanned with his spiritual sense and found that there was someone guarding outside the 100 God Slope. However, he was only a king-tier cultivator, which was far from Lu Ming's level. Lu Ming's figure moved and rushed into the 100 God Slope. The guards didn't notice him at all. As soon as he flew into the area filled with grey fog, Lu Ming felt a force acting on him, preventing him from flying. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation level was much stronger than it had been in the past. Lu Ming circulated his vital essence and counteracted this force. He continued to fly inside. The deeper he went, the stronger the force was. It was suppressing Lu Ming, wanting to completely suppress Lu Ming's cultivation. Back then, when Lu Ming came in, his cultivation was completely suppressed, and he became an ordinary person. What a strong force! Lu Ming could sense that the suppression from the outside world was no small matter. It was very shocking. Even with Lu Ming's cultivation, he felt like he was being suppressed. Moreover, the deeper he went, the stronger the suppression became. The intent here is also not simple. Lu Ming scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense. Back then, when he came in, he was lucky and encountered wisps of intent of various attributes. He used them to comprehend and improve his intent. Those were left behind by the experts after they died. However, when Lu Ming looked at it now, he saw something different. The artistic conception that was floating between heaven and earth was indeed left behind by powerful cultivators after they died. However, Lu Ming could feel a terrifying oppression from them. Legend had it that the 100 Gods slope was formed countless years ago when the sky split open and corpses fell down. Lu Ming estimated that those corpses were definitely above the Emperor realm. It was very likely that they were the corpses of saints. Therefore, even though so many years had passed, his cultivation had to be suppressed when he came in with his current realm. Primal chaos. With a thought, Lu Ming's primal chaos intent lingered around his body. As soon as the primal chaos intent was released, Lu Ming felt his body lighten. The pressure disappeared without a trace. The primal chaos intent is so mysterious. Since the chaotic concept could block the pressure from the outside, Lu Ming had nothing to worry about. His figure flashed and he turned into a beam of light, moving freely in the 100 Gods slope. The reason why he came to the 100 Gods slope was that he had obtained the lightning cauldron here. In addition, he had seen a round bead back then. There might be some good stuff in the 100 Gods slope. Therefore, Lu Ming came to check it out. However, after making a round, Lu Ming was disappointed. Other than the floating concept, Lu Ming did not find anything else, let alone any treasures. Lu Ming was a little disappointed. After all, the 100 Gods slope had been formed for too many years. Moreover, some treasures, such as sacred weapons, had intelligence and could fly away on their own. There might be some treasures in the 100 Gods slope's distant past. However, it had been too long. Some of them might have lost their intelligence and turned into dust. Some might have flown away on their own. Lu Ming was really lucky to have obtained the lightning cauldron last time. That is, suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw a strong wind blowing in front of him. In the wind, there was a round bead floating up and down. Outside the round bead, there was a small green bird flying around. It's that round bead. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He did not expect to see the round bead again. Swish, Lu Ming moved and pounced on the round bead. The small bird on the round bead seemed to be frightened. It chirped and flew into the round bead. The round bead flew away with a green light. Where are you going? Lu Ming executed the wind origin technique. His figure was like lightning, closing the distance between him and the round bead in an instant. The round bead was shocked again. With a shake, its speed increased greatly with a swish. It pulled away from Lu Ming. So fast? Lu Ming was shocked. Then, he was overjoyed. This round bead was extraordinary. Even if it was not as magical as the lightning cauldron, it was at least superior to a sovereign spiritual weapon. Since Lu Ming had seen it, how could he return empty-handed? Lu Ming increased his speed and chased after the round bead. One chased while the other fled. They were like two bolts of lightning. In a short while, they had circled around the 100 Gods slope a few times. Whoosh! At this time, Lu Ming waved his hand and reached forward. A giant claw formed. It was 10 miles long and wide. It was wrapped in the chaos concept and grabbed at the bead. The large hand immediately enveloped the bead. The bead buzzed and rushed in a certain direction. However, when the bead came into contact with the concept of primal chaos, it suddenly stopped and did not continue to escape. Instead, it approached the concept of primal chaos and trembled slightly. Lu Ming felt that the round bead was clearly enjoying itself. Lu Ming sucked and grabbed the bead with his claws. Then, he wrapped the bead with the chaos concept. As expected, the chaos concept resonated with the bead, and a message appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Air-frozen bead. This round bead was called air-frozen bead. It was a wind attribute treasure. Whoosh, the air-frozen bead vibrated and flew into Lu Ming's glabella. In his sea of consciousness, it stopped not far away from the lightning cauldron. Lu Ming's mind moved. A green energy rushed into Lu Ming's body from the air-frozen bead. Lu Ming performed the wind element technique. With a step, his figure disappeared from the spot and reappeared 1,000 miles away. Such a fast speed. The wind energy of this round bead can greatly increase my speed when I perform the wind element technique. Lu Ming was overjoyed. An increase in speed meant that his life-saving ability would be stronger. Air-frozen bead has surpassed an emperor's spiritual weapon. It must have other mysteries. I'll slowly study it in the future. Let's make a trip to Xianxia City first. Lu Ming smiled slightly. Then, he left the 100 Gods slope and headed toward Xianxia City. The great formation in Xianxia City was extremely fierce. There were casualties constantly. Even Mu Tian, Mu Yi, and Mu Jing were injured. Xianxia City suffered heavy losses. However, the Black Knife region also suffered heavy losses. Damn it! Dao Heng roared in his heart. He didn't expect Xianxia City to be so difficult to deal with. What a piece of trash. You can't even take down Xianxia City after so long. At this moment, a cold shout came from the sky. Boom, then, a huge aura came down from the sky, causing Mu Tian and the others' faces to change drastically. 7th level of the spiritual sea realm. Mu Tian exclaimed and looked up. A figure wrapped in a black robe appeared in the sky. The shocking aura came from him. My lord, you're here. Seeing this person, Dao Heng was overjoyed. As for Mu Tian, Mu Jing, and the others, their hearts sank. Dao Heng addressed the other party as my lord. It was obvious that the other party was on Dao Heng's side. Who was it that Dao Heng addressed him as my lord? Could it be that one of the higher-ups of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was taking the opportunity to collect treasures? Various thoughts flashed through Mu Tian and Mu Jing's minds. Leave this person to me. You deal with the others. End it quickly. The voice of the black-robed man was heard. A slender black sword appeared in his hand and he pierced it towards Mu Tian. The speed of this sword was shocking. Mu Tian's face changed drastically and he retreated quickly. However, his figure was not as fast as the other party's sword light. The other party was at the 7th level of the spiritual sea tier and was much stronger than him. Don't hurt my father. At this moment, a delicate shout came from Xianxia City. A fiery red sword light flew out and clashed with the black-robed man's sword light. Clang, the black-robed man's sword light was blocked, and the fiery red sword light was also sent flying. Swish, a figure rushed out from below and stood in front of Mu Tian. L'honneur! Mu Tian called out. Mulan's. The figure that appeared behind him was Mulan's. Mulan stood in the sky and released a powerful aura. She was also at the 7th level of the spiritual sea tier. Father, why didn't you call me? Mulan's asked. L'honneur, you were in seclusion previously, so I didn't call you. Mu Tian said. Hee, I didn't expect that there would be such a beautiful girl here. How lucky. The black-robed man's eyes roamed around Mulan's body, burning with passion. You're courting death. Mulan shouted coldly and charged towards the black-robed man with her sword in hand. The two fought together. For a moment, Mulan's had the upper hand. They exchanged more than a dozen moves in an instant, and the black-robed man was completely at a disadvantage. Although their cultivation was similar, Mulan's battle prowess was obviously above his. The more they fought, the more shocked the black-robed man was. 6th brother, you've seen enough. Why aren't you making a move? End the battle quickly, or else there will be changes. The black-robed man suddenly shouted towards the sky. Hee. A second black-robed man appeared behind a cloud in the sky. This black-robed man's aura was even more shocking, reaching the 8th level of the spiritual sea tier. Mu Tian and the others' expressions changed drastically. The other party actually had so many experts. This girl is mine. The black-robed man that appeared behind glanced at Mulan's with fiery eyes and said coldly. Fine, she's yours then. The black-robed man in front gritted his teeth. Xiao, the second black-robed man turned into a streak of black light and charged towards Mulan's. Loner! Mu Tian shouted worriedly. However, Mulan's and the two black-robed men had higher cultivation than him and he could not interfere. Mu Tian, you should worry about yourself. Dao Heng sneered and charged towards Mu Tian. There was no suspense in today's battle. As long as the two black-robed men took down Mulan's, it would be easy for them to deal with the rest. As the battle continued, the situation became more and more unfavorable for Xianxia City. Mulan slowly fell into a disadvantageous position. Hee, this chick is really beautiful. I have lived for so many years, but I have never seen such an attractive lady. The second black-robed man sneered and attacked Mulan's like a storm. Mulan's was panting and sweating profusely. She could not hold on any longer. Boom, at this moment, there was a terrifying aura in the sky. This aura was like the ruler of the universe. It was vast and unfathomable, like the deep sea. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire Xianxia city. Everyone from the Black Knife region, including Dao Heng and the two black-robed men, screamed as if they had been hit by a few hundred mountains. Blood spurted out of their mouths. However, the strange thing was that Mu Tian, Mulan's, and the rest of the people from Xianxia City were fine. That is, everyone looked towards the sky and realized that there was a blurry figure in the sky far away. He was covered by a halo and looked like a god in the sky. It's him. Mulan's face changed and a complicated look flashed across her eyes. She then bit her lips and flew down, disappearing from Xianxia City. Who is that? He is so powerful. He is too powerful. Is he a god? The martial artists in Xianxia City looked towards the sky and said in a daze. That aura made them look up and worship him. However, that aura appeared for a very short time. As soon as it appeared, it immediately retracted and disappeared. Then, the figure in the sky stepped down from the sky. Lu Ming, it's you? Mu Tian exclaimed when he saw the figure. That's right, the figure that suddenly appeared was Lu Ming. Earlier, when he had just arrived in Xianxia City, he had discovered that there was a great battle going on in Xianxia City. In a fit of rage, he had unleashed his aura, injuring the black-robed man and the people from the Black Blade region. And this was him showing mercy. Otherwise, with the cultivation of the black-robed man and the others, Lu Ming's aura would have already turned them into ashes. Not even a speck of them would have remained. Lu Ming, it's really you. Mu Jing flew over when he saw Lu Ming. What? Lu Ming, it's him. Lu Ming is back. Heavens, that terrifying aura was actually emitted by Lu Ming. What realm has Lu Ming reached? The other people in Xianxia City exclaimed in disbelief when they saw Lu Ming. They found it hard to believe that the godlike aura just now was emitted by Lu Ming. Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists at Mu Jing and Mu Tian. Lu Ming, why did you suddenly come back? Mu Jing was overjoyed when he saw Lu Ming. The Dragon League is currently taking over the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's territory and forces. I happened to be in Nine Dragon City, so I came back to take a look. Lu Ming said. Oh, what? The Dragon League. Mu Tian, Mu Jing, and the others nodded. Suddenly, they thought of something and exclaimed. Mu Tian, Mu Jing, and the others looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming, I heard that there was a great battle in the Middle Continent's holy city. The one who dominated the battle is called Lu Ming. Also, the Dragon League has taken over the world. I heard that the leader of the Dragon League is called Lu Ming. Is that you? Mu Tian stuttered when he spoke. Mu Jing, and the others also stared at Lu Ming. Cough, that's me. Lu Ming coughed dryly and said. Hiss, Mu Tian, Mu Jing, and the others sucked in a breath of cold air and froze on the spot. Although they had guessed it before, they still found it hard to believe after it was confirmed. It felt like they were dreaming. The leader of the Dragon League, the overlord of the Divine Wilderness continent, was actually Lu Ming, the Lu Ming who had walked out of the Tianxian region. It was too shocking. They were stunned for a while before they reacted. Then, they were overjoyed. It must be Lu Ming. They were sure of it. The aura that Lu Ming had exuded was too shocking. He was like a god, the ruler of the world. Compared to him, they were like ants. However, there was one person who had a complicated look in his eyes. He was filled with anxiety. It was Mui. In the past, he had targeted Lu Ming. Now, if Lu Ming wanted to settle the score with him, he did not dare to think further. "Seniors, let's take a look at these people first," Lu Ming said. With a suction force, the two black-robed men and Dao Heng were sucked over by Lu Ming. "Spare my life, Lu Ming." "No, Alliance Leader Lu. Spare my life." Dao Heng screamed in horror. As for the two black-robed men, they were trembling as they begged for mercy. They had heard the conversation between Lu Ming and the others and were almost scared to death. This young man who had suddenly appeared was the leader of the newly established Dragon League. Why would such a big shot suddenly come to the small Tianxian city? It seemed like he was on good terms with Mu Tian and the others. Dao Heng and the others thought that they were dreaming. It was a terrifying nightmare. "Tell me, who ordered you to do this?" Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he shouted. Dao Heng and the others were so scared that they trembled. Obviously, there was someone behind the two black-robed men. "It's the Blood Mountain sect. We are the disciples of the Blood Mountain sect. The Blood Mountain sect wants to take advantage of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace's destruction to secretly plunder a batch of treasures to strengthen themselves." The black-robed man who had appeared first shouted. He did not dare to hide anything from Mu Tian. "So, it's the Blood Mountain sect." Mu Tian's face changed. The Blood Mountain sect was the strongest force in the surrounding dozens of regions. Legend had it that they had a spiritual god expert. In the past, they had always sided with the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace and were a subsidiary sect of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Now that the news of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace's destruction had spread, the Blood Mountain sect could no longer sit still. They wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to reap some benefits. The Blood Mountain sect doesn't need to exist anymore. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Then, he struck out with his palm. Boom, under Lu Ming's palm, a huge crack appeared in the space, revealing a pitch-black void passageway. Boom, the void passageway shook. Everyone could see that the other side of the void passageway had also cracked open. An extremely majestic giant mountain appeared. On the giant mountain, there was a bloody mist lingering. The Blood Mountain sect. This was the Blood Mountain sect. "Ha!" Lu Ming shouted. He flipped his hand and pressed down. Everyone watched in horror as a huge palm formed in the sky above the Blood Mountain sect. It covered the sky and the sun as it pressed down on the Blood Mountain sect. Mu Tian, Mu Jing, Mu Yi, and the others had never seen such an unbelievable scene. They stood there dumbfounded, their eyes wide open. As for Dao Heng and the two black-robed men, their bodies were like sieves, trembling non-stop. This was like a myth in their eyes. In actuality, this kind of method was nothing to a ruler. An ordinary emperor could cross hundreds of millions of miles to kill an enemy. However, the further the distance, the weaker the power. If an ordinary ruler were to cross the void to kill an enemy, even a supreme being would not be able to deal with them. Therefore, ordinary rulers would not do this when they encountered a powerful enemy. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, it was easy for him to cross hundreds of millions of miles to kill a sect with only a spiritual god. However, Lu Ming did not kill the Blood Mountain sect martial artists with low cultivation levels. He only killed martial artists whose cultivation levels were above the Spirit Sea realm. Thousands of experts were turned into ashes by Lu Ming's palm, including the spiritual god leading the group. Whoosh, suddenly, a bloody light shot up into the sky from the Blood Mountain sect and fled into the distance. "Blood Emperor of Cold Blood Hall, you're the one behind this." Lu Ming's gaze turned cold and he shouted coldly. Lu Ming recognized the bloody light from the Blood Mountain sect at a glance. It was the Blood Emperor of Cold Blood Hall. Back then, when Cold Blood Hall attacked Floating Mountain, he led his men to reinforce Floating Mountain and besieged Cold Blood Hall. Blood Emperor of Cold Blood Hall was severely injured by Mo Yi and Martial Emperor Yu Xian, and only Spirit God managed to escape. During this period of time, the Blood Emperor had not appeared. Lu Ming thought that the Blood Emperor's spirit god had dissipated and his body and spirit had been destroyed. Unexpectedly, the Blood Emperor's spirit god had taken over a body in a remote place like the eastern wilderness. Until now, his cultivation had recovered to the 7th level of the spirit god. He was the one who controlled the Blood Mountain sect to collect treasures to help him recover. Where do you think you're going? Lu Ming's glabella shone. His second body took a step forward and rushed into the void passageway. At the same time, he waved his hand and a phoenix feather flying sword flew out. In an instant, it appeared on the other side of the void passageway and slashed at the Blood Emperor. The Blood Emperor let out an unwilling scream as he was sliced in half by the phoenix feather flying sword and died on the spot. Whoosh, the second body kept the phoenix feather flying sword and returned to Lu Ming's forehead through the void tunnel. Lu Ming waved his hand and the spatial crack disappeared. However, Mu Tian and the others were still unable to recover from their shock. They were all stunned. The series of events just now was really too shocking. Was this the method of a pinnacle expert of the Divine Wilderness continent? Is this the method of a ruler? It was like a legend. Some people even felt chills run down their spines. Such methods were truly unimaginable. No wonder everyone was so respectful towards the emperor, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect. Because if you offended the emperor would be able to kill you from 100 million miles away. After a long while, Mu Tian and the others regained their senses. When they looked at Lu Ming, their eyes were filled with awe. This was awe towards power. Alliance. Alliance leader, we've already said, can you spare my life? A black-robed man said with a trembling voice. Did I promise to spare your lives? Lu Ming said indifferently. With a wave of his hand, Dao Heng, the two black-robed men and the experts who came to attack Xianxia city turned into ashes in an instant. It seems like we have to take down these small sects as soon as possible. Lu Ming said in a low voice. Now that the overlord forces had been destroyed, the small forces below them would definitely be in chaos and start killing each other. Only by taking them down as soon as possible and tidying them up would they be able to avoid unnecessary killing. By the way, where's Senior Mullins? Lu Ming asked. Lan'er, Mu Tian, Mu Jing, and the others glanced around and didn't see Mullins. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. Senior Mullins isn't here? Then forget it. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming said with a smile. Mu Tian and the others sighed in their hearts. Seniors, Lu Ming has something to do and needs to rush to Nine Dragons City. If you want to leave Tianxian region and move to the central continent in the future, just send someone to inform me. Lu Ming said. We've lived in Tianxian region for our whole lives and are used to it. Alliance leader Lu, we appreciate your kindness. Mu Tian said. Unknowingly, he had also changed the way he addressed Lu Ming. Lu Ming naturally noticed it too. He sighed in his heart and didn't say anything. He was no longer the young Lu Ming from back then. He was now the alliance leader of the Dragon Alliance and the overlord of the world. Mu Tian and the others' attitude towards him had changed and they respected him. This was something that couldn't be helped. After that, Lu Ming bade farewell to Mu Tian and the others and headed to Nine Dragons City. After Lu Ming left, a figure flew out from a pavilion in Tianxian City. It was Mullins. Lan'er, why didn't you come out to meet us just now? Mu Tian asked. Mulan looked in the direction that Lu Ming had left in. There was longing in her eyes, but more than that, there was a complicated expression. My talent is too far away from Lu Ming's. As time passes, the gap between us will only widen. He and I are people from two different worlds after all. Mulan sighed. Mu Tian, Mu Jing, and the others also sighed. Even if I come out and follow him, what's the use? We can't grow old together. Mullins continued. Yes, her current cultivation was only at the Spirit Sea realm. She was very clear about her talent. In this lifetime, the Spirit Embryo realm was her limit. She had almost no hope of reaching the Spirit God realm. However, the Spirit Embryo realm only had a lifespan of 3,000 years. However, Lu Ming had a long lifespan. Emperors could live for 10 to 20,000 years. If Lu Ming's cultivation improved, wouldn't his lifespan be even longer? Even if she and Lu Ming were to be together, they wouldn't be able to spend the rest of their lives together. Moreover, the person in Lu Ming's heart isn't me. In the end, Mulan sighed and turned to return to Xianxia City. Back then, Mulan's entered a hidden sect to cultivate. She hoped to catch up to Lu Ming. However, in the end, she realized that the gap between her and Lu Ming was getting wider and wider. So much so that she couldn't catch up anymore. In the end, all her feelings could only turn into a long sigh. Mulan's wasn't the only one who sighed. Millions of miles away from Xianxia City, Lu Ming stood in the sky and sighed. He naturally knew that Mulan's was in Xianxia City. However, how could he not guess Mulan's thoughts? In that situation, he could only play dumb. Otherwise, even if he met Mulan's, what could he do? How could he get along with her? Lu Ming could only suppress the ignorant feelings of friendship that he had when he was a teenager in his heart. Lu Ming took a step forward and the space cracked. He disappeared into the space tunnel. After Lu Ming returned to Nine Dragons City, he sped up the integration of the small factions and sections. Wherever the Dragon Alliance passed, those small factions and sects naturally surrendered and joined the Dragon Alliance. Even if there were some obstacles, they were suppressed by lightning. The Dragon Alliance officially infiltrated every corner of the Divine Wilderness continent and ruled the world. Of course, Lu Ming didn't know that a crisis was approaching Lu Ming. Lu Ming was teaching his two unnamed disciples, Xianxia and Xianxia, in a courtyard of the 100 Beast tribe in the northern plains. After Lu Ming rose to power, he had plenty of resources. He had all kinds of profound crystals, spirit pills, and miraculous medicines. Therefore, Xianxia and Xianxia's cultivation improved very quickly. They had both broken through to the spiritual sea realm. Xiaoshan, although your improvement in the concept of earth using profound crystals is fast, it's still far from enough. You have to comprehend it more in the future. It will be of great help to your cultivation in the future. Do you understand? Lu Ming gave Xiaoshan some pointers. Master, I understand. Xiaoshan quickly nodded. The two siblings looked at Lu Ming with admiration. Although the two of them were only Lu Ming's in-name disciples, Lu Ming didn't have any true disciples. He only had two in-name disciples. Therefore, their status in the Dragon Alliance was very special. Many strong people, even emperors, would be polite to them when they saw them. They wouldn't have dared to imagine this in the past. However, it was really happening in front of them now. They understood that all of this was because of Lu Ming. If it wasn't for Lu Ming, they would be nothing. Even spirit embryo realm martial artists would see them as ants, let alone emperors. But now, they only needed to say a word and countless spirit embryo realm and even spirit god realm martial artists would work for them. Even a ruler would make a move for them. All of this was because of Lu Ming. They also understood that they were not very talented. In the Divine Wilderness continent, there were countless people who were more talented than them. They were fortunate enough to become Lu Ming's in-name disciples. It was a blessing that they had accumulated over several lifetimes. Therefore, they were exceptionally hard-working in their cultivation. Xiaoshan, I'll use the concept of earth. Comprehend it carefully. Lu Ming's voice interrupted Xiaoshan's complicated thoughts. Xiaoshan quickly focused. Boom, Lu Ming released the aura of the concept of earth. The heavy concept of earth enveloped Xiaoshan. Xiaoshan immediately closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged to comprehend it quietly. Xiao, come over here and feel the concept of water. Lu Ming said to Xiao. Yes, master. Xiao answered obediently. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Lu Ming with adoration. Comparatively speaking, Xiao was much more talented than Xiaoshan. Lu Ming waved his hand and the concept of water spread out. Like a river, it enveloped Xiao. Xiao also quickly sat down cross-legged and began to carefully comprehend. Along the way, Lu Ming only had time to teach these two disciples because he was relatively free during this period of time. Over the past 2 months, everything had been developing in an orderly manner. Some time ago, Lu Ming had invited 9 emperors to cleanse Li Ping's meridians and marrow using the elixir as a foundation. Li Ping had been reborn from an ordinary person who didn't know how to cultivate. she had become a martial genius with great talent. During this period of time, she had cultivated with Lu Yuntian and her cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Of course, Lu Ming had also helped Lu Yuntian, Hua Qi, and the others to improve their physiques and talents. Their cultivation had also improved by leaps and bounds. At the same time, Lu Ming had sent a purchase order to the entire Divine Wilderness continent. He was buying the 7 main spiritual materials for refining nirvana pills at a high price. He hoped to refine another batch of nirvana pills. The progress was quite smooth. During this period of time, he had already collected 5 of the 7 main spiritual materials, which was out of Lu Ming's expectations. The construction of the Dragon Emperor city was also more than half completed. He believed that it would be completed in another 2 months. Therefore, the upper echelons of the Dragon Alliance discussed and decided to hold an alliance establishment ceremony in the Dragon Emperor city 3 months later. They would announce to the world that the Dragon Alliance was officially established. At the same time, they would confer territories to the various experts and forces. The entire Divine Wilderness continent was looking forward to the arrival of that day. At that time, the world would celebrate together. In the western part of the Divine Wilderness continent, across an endless ocean, there was a continent called the Bayou continent. This continent was the strongest continent in the Divine Wilderness continent group of Southern Divine Palace. It was ranked 4th in the Divine Wilderness continent group. In the eastern part of the Bayou continent, in a desolate valley, there was a cloud of blood mist surging wildly. It kept rolling and rolling, which was extremely terrifying. The valley was covered with the skeletons of demonic beasts. From the aura of the skeletons, one could tell that they were extremely powerful existences. Most of them were advanced spiritual gods, and there were even some supremes. After a while, the cloud of blood mist dissipated, revealing a figure. It was De. Damn it, Lu Ming, I will tear you to pieces. A ferocious roar filled with murderous intent came out of De's mouth. Now, his aura was several times weaker than before. It was only the aura of a LV1 martial emperor. Also, the 10,000 vein spiritual body that he had cultivated for 10,000 years had been completely burned up because of his escape. 10,000 years of effort had turned into flowing water. Damn it, my 10,000 vein spiritual body was about to succeed and become an earth rank spiritual body. At that time, my cultivation speed and combat strength would greatly increase. I would definitely be valued by the family. It's all Lu Ming's fault, it's all his fault. De kept roaring, and his emotions were extremely agitated. After a while, De calmed down a little. The family should have received the news that I sent to them. The experts in the family should be here soon. Lu Ming, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. De's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Northern plains of the Divine Wilderness continent. 3 hours later, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Sharo woke up from their comprehension. Alright, go back and comprehend well. After a while, I will test you and check the results of your cultivation. Lu Ming instructed. Yes, master, we will take our leave. Zhuang Sharo and Zhuang Xiaoshan bowed and left. Let's go to the Imperial Dragon City. Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward. His figure disappeared. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the Imperial Dragon City. The Imperial Dragon City was more than half completed. The construction of the Imperial Dragon City involved martial arts experts and inscription path experts. They were selected from various major forces, and even with the assistance of emperors, it still took such a long time. It could be seen how vast and majestic the construction of the Imperial Dragon City was. Lu Ming stood in the sky above the Imperial Dragon City. He couldn't see the end of it at all. At each of the 4 gates of the Imperial Dragon City, there was a 10,000-foot tall statue. The owner of the statue was Lu Ming. Entering from the south gate, there was a passage called the Divine Dragon Path. It led to a square paved with white jade. This square was surrounded by countless seats, which were prepared to receive distinguished guests. The entire Imperial Dragon City was built on the original Longyue Mountain. Longyue Mountain originally had a huge Dao Eye. It was much faster to cultivate and comprehend the concept of heaven and earth here. Later, several emperors moved a few Dao Eyes from other places with great magical powers, making the concept of the Imperial Dragon City clearer. Moreover, the emperors worked together to move a few spiritual eyes. In addition, the emperors who cultivated the path of inscription had inscribed the energy-gathering formation here. The spiritual energy here was so dense that it almost couldn't be dispersed. Lu Ming glanced at it and was very satisfied. Then, he looked to the east. There was a place that he should go, the 9 Dragons relic. During this time, Lu Ming had refined the drop of 9 Dragons blood essence that he had obtained from De. He had merged it with the 9 Dragons bloodline and obtained more memories of the 9 Dragons. It was time to go to the 9 Dragons relic. Lu Ming took a step forward, and the space automatically split open. Then, he disappeared without a trace. The 9 Dragons relic was at the border of the eastern wilderness and the central continent, in the chaotic area. Lu Ming's figure silently appeared in the chaotic area and headed toward the 9 Dragons relic. As Lu Ming flew, the area ahead became more and more desolate. There was not a single blade of grass on the vast mountain. It was dead silent, as if all the vitality had been devoured by something. Further ahead, the desolate mountain turned into a desert. It was even more dead silent. When Lu Ming arrived at the center of the desert, he saw a cave. It was an unfathomably deep cave. It was dark and led to the depths of the earth. There was a dark yellow stone tablet at the side of the cave. There was a line of words written on the stone tablet: "Emperors and above who enter will die." The words were filled with killing intent. It was as if there was a terrifying killing intent coming from it, making one's body turn cold. As expected, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. There had always been a legend that emperors and above could not enter the 9 Dragons relic. If one entered, they would die. That was why Martial Emperor De did not dare to enter but let Supremacy Jiuyang enter. Lu Ming's glabella shone. His second body appeared and stood at the side. His second body had already broken through to the Emperor realm and could not enter. Whoosh! Lu Ming's main body did not hesitate and rushed into the dark cave. As soon as he entered, a terrifying force came from the cave, causing Lu Ming's body to sink. It was as if he was carrying tens of thousands of mountains. His body fell straight down. Moreover, he fell faster and faster. Stop! Lu Ming's true essence burst out to resist the force. Although it had some effect, it was not very good. It only slowed down the speed of his fall. It wasn't until Lu Ming used the concept of primal chaos that he was able to resist that power and freely control his body. Lu Ming controlled himself to descend at an even speed. The cave was unfathomably deep. Lu Ming felt that he had descended a few hundred li, but he was still descending. Moreover, at the edge of the cave, Lu Ming felt a terrifying killing intent more than once. It was as if there was a wave of energy that swept over his body and then retracted. Lu Ming guessed that if his cultivation exceeded that of a ruler, he might suffer a terrifying attack. It kept falling. Lu Ming estimated that it had fallen for about 500 kilometers before finally reaching the bottom. Sweeping his gaze around, he saw a thick layer of bones at the bottom of the cave. Some of the skeletons were sparkling and translucent, as if they were polished from fine jade. Some of the skeletons were dazzling with golden light, as if they were made of gold. One could imagine that the owner of those skeletons must have been an incomparably powerful individual. They might even have been an emperor. Yet, in the end, they were buried here. The dangers of the 9 Dragons relic could be imagined. Lu Ming landed on the ground of the cave, but he still felt a strong pressure, which greatly interfered with his movements. His movements became slow, and it became difficult for him to fly. In front of the cave, there was a straight cave that was still pitch black. Lu Ming circulated his vital essence and walked 100 meters in a step. He passed by the skeletons and walked toward the cave in front of him. Roar! Nonetheless, not long after, a dragon's roar was heard. A blood dragon that seemed to be formed by blood mist pounced toward Lu Ming. A true dragon! Lu Ming's eyes moved. This blood dragon had 5 dragon claws on its abdomen. It was a 5-clawed true dragon. Swoosh! The 5-clawed blood dragon pounced toward Lu Ming with astonishing might. A supreme venerable, this 5-clawed blood dragon had the combat strength of a supreme venerable. Boom! Lu Ming punched the blood dragon's claws. The powerful force shattered the blood dragon's claws. Following that, the fist force crushed the blood dragon's body and crushed it. Lu Ming continued to move forward. Roar! Roar! After walking for about 1,000 meters, another dragon's roar was heard. This time, there were 2 roars. 2 5-clawed blood dragons appeared and charged toward Lu Ming. They were also at the supreme venerable level. Of course, they were easily defeated by Lu Ming. Lu Ming continued to move forward, but soon, 3 more blood dragons appeared. As he continued to move forward, more and more blood dragons appeared. In the end, 9 5-clawed blood dragons appeared together. It was equivalent to 9 supreme venerables besieging Lu Ming. With Lu Ming's combat strength, it was naturally not difficult for him to defeat them one by one. However, after passing through the siege of the 9 blood dragons, Lu Ming continued to move forward and encountered another attack. This time, only 3 blood dragons appeared. However, the difference was that these 3 blood dragons all had 6 dragon claws on their abdomens. The 6-clawed blood dragon's combat strength was higher than that of the 5-clawed blood dragon. However, they were still no match for Lu Ming. As Lu Ming made his way through, the number of civ-clawed blood dragons that appeared became more and more. When Lu Ming made his way through the siege of 9 civ-clawed blood dragons, 7 more blood dragons with dragon claws appeared. The difficulty was getting higher and higher. When Lu Ming made his way through 9 7-clawed blood dragons, Lu Ming came to an underground stone room. Lu Ming found that there were a few boxes in the stone room, but the boxes had been opened and there was nothing inside. "This is the place where Senior Jiuyang came back then," Lu Ming whispered. He had previously asked Xia Jiuyang about the 9 dragons' relics, and Xia Jiuyang had told him in detail. Back then, Xia Jiuyang had made his way through 9 7-clawed blood dragons and arrived at this stone room. The 2 drops of 9 dragons' blood essence, the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping step secret manual, and the foundation of the true battle dragon tactics were all obtained from here. They were placed in these boxes back then. Back then, Supreme Jiuyang had reached his limit. If he continued, he would have to face 8-clawed blood dragons, whose combat strength was even more astonishing. Xia Jiuyang was no match for them. Continue. Lu Ming strode forward and walked toward the cave in front of the stone room. Sure enough, each of the blood dragons that appeared in front of him had 8 dragon claws, and their combat strength was astonishing. The combat strength of a single blood dragon was equivalent to a human supreme who had awakened a level 9 divine bloodline. It was extremely powerful. However, it still couldn't stop Lu Ming's footsteps. Lu Ming made his way through all the blood dragons. After defeating 9 8-clawed blood dragons, there was a shocking dragon roar, and a huge 9 dragons appeared in front of Lu Ming. Yes, it was 9 dragons with 9 dragon claws. Although its aura was that of a supreme, it gave Lu Ming an extremely dangerous feeling. Roar! The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared above Lu Ming's head, and Lu Ming turned into 9 dragons. Roar! Roar! The 2 9 dragons charged at each other. The 9 dragons that appeared here were too strong. Ordinary martial monarchs wouldn't be a match for them. They were at least equivalent to a level 2 martial monarch. Lu Ming wasn't a match for them at first. He only started to suppress them when he used the chaotic will. 1 dragon is already so strong. If there are a few more, or even 9 of them, how can I fight them? Lu Ming was confident that he could win if there were only 1 of them. However, if there were 2 or 3 of them, Lu Ming would barely be able to maintain a draw. However, if there were 9 of them, Lu Ming could only flee in defeat. Could it be that even he couldn't pass it, or would he have to wait until he reached the Supreme Being level before he could pass it? A few thoughts flashed in Lu Ming's mind. After a few more moves, Lu Ming rose and tore the blood-colored 9 dragons apart. Unexpectedly, after the blood-colored 9 dragons were torn apart, Lu Ming continued to move forward, but no other blood-colored 9 dragons appeared. After moving forward for a while, a huge underground cave appeared in front of him. As soon as Lu Ming walked in, he heard a series of dragon roars. However, he could only hear the dragon roars, but not the dragon's body. That is, Lu Ming's gaze was fixed on the sky above the cave. He was completely captivated. In the sky above the underground cave, there were 7 sparkling blood-red beads floating. Each bead seemed to be made of blood-red jade, shining brilliantly and emitting a shocking fluctuation. Blood essence, the blood essence of the 9 dragons. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and his heart thumped. He finally found the blood essence of the 9 dragons. The remaining 7 drops of blood essence of the 9 dragons. Roar, as if sensing something, Lu Ming's spine heated up, and the blood of the 9 dragons flew out on its own, opening its mouth and roaring. Buzz. Buzz, the 7 drops of blood essence of the 9 dragons also vibrated. Each drop was suffused with blood-red light, and a small 9 dragons flew out, resonating with the blood of the 9 dragons. Refine it for me. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He controlled the blood of the 9 dragons and swallowed 1 drop of blood essence. Boom, as soon as the drop of blood essence entered the blood of the 9 dragons, it directly exploded, turning into endless energy and fusing with the blood of the 9 dragons. Lu Ming sat cross-legged. After refining 1 drop, he continued to refine it. Every time he refined another drop, a piece of information would appear in Lu Ming's mind. It was the memory fragments of the 9 dragons. Of course, Lu Ming's cultivation base didn't increase. The energy in his blood essence was completely absorbed into the 9 dragons' bloodline, as if it were being stored away. It made the 9 dragons' bloodline more and more corporeal, almost like the real 9 dragons. It took a total of 7 days for the 7 drops of blood essence of the 9 dragons to completely merge with the bloodline of the 9 dragons. At this moment, a lot of information appeared in Lu Ming's mind. They were all fragments of the 9 dragons' memories. These fragments slowly overlapped and formed a complete set of information. True Dragon Battle Secrets, Extraordinary Chapter, Dragon God Battle Body. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. Previously, the true battle dragon art he had practiced was the Foundation chapter. The main content of the Foundation Establishment chapter was for those before the Martial Monarch realm. After the Martial Monarch realm, the Foundation Establishment chapter would be useless. Now, he finally got it. As the name suggested, the Dragon God's battle body was mainly used for the cultivation of the spirit body. The cultivation of the spirit body was originally to infuse one's bloodline into one's physical body. After undergoing the tempering of the lightning tribulation, one would be able to form a higher-grade spirit body. In other words, those below the Martial Monarch realm were still essentially mortals. Those above the Martial Monarch realm had already transcended mortals and reached a higher level of existence. The extraordinary chapter was to infuse the 9 dragons' bloodline into one's physical body and cultivate a spirit body. This spirit body was called the Dragon God Battle Body and was extremely powerful. From the 9 dragons' memories, Lu Ming knew that spirit bodies were also divided into different grades. They were divided into ordinary spirit bodies, earth spirit bodies, and heaven spirit bodies. Each grade was further divided into inferior, intermediate, and superior. According to the 9 dragons' memories, in the Divine Wilderness continent and even the Divine Ruins continent, most of the Martial Monarch spiritual bodies were inferior ordinary spirit bodies. Very few of them were intermediate ordinary spirit bodies. For example, Xiao Wan's immortal demon body and Xia Jiryang's 9 yang divine body should be superior ordinary spirit bodies. As for Di Yi's 10,000 veins spiritual body, if he succeeded, it was very likely to be an inferior earth spirit body. An inferior earth spirit body was extremely powerful. It was much more powerful than an ordinary spirit body. Unfortunately, Di had spent 10,000 years depriving various powerhouses of their bloodlines and blood essence. Unfortunately, he had not succeeded in cultivating it. It was not perfect, and its power was only equivalent to an superior ordinary spirit body. Therefore, he wanted to seize Lu Ming's 9 dragons' blood essence to cultivate the 10,000 veins spiritual body. If he succeeded in cultivating it, he would be invincible among martial monarchs of the same level. It would be easy for him to kill martial monarchs of the same level. It would be normal for him to fight someone of a higher level. If Lu Ming succeeded in cultivating the Dragon God Battle Body and became a martial monarch, he would be an inferior earth spirit body. The most important point was that the Dragon God Battle Body could be upgraded. Just like his previous bloodline, it could be upgraded continuously. This made Lu Ming very excited. Another thing that made Lu Ming excited was that if he cultivated the spirit body with the 9 dragons bloodline, he might be able to retain the 9 dragons devouring skill after transforming into the Dragon God Battle Body. In the past, Lu Ming had been struggling with which bloodline to cultivate the spirit body with when he broke through to the martial monarch realm. The prison-suppressing steel bloodline seemed to be stronger than the Nine Dragons bloodline. As for the third bloodline, it was even more mysterious. But now, Lu Ming had made a decision. He planned to use the Nine Dragons bloodline to cultivate the spirit body. As for the prison-suppressing steel bloodline and the third bloodline, he could keep them. He felt that even after he broke through to the martial monarch realm, these two bloodlines would still be of great use to him. Then, Lu Ming looked at other memories. There's a lot less. After a while, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Originally, he thought that after fusing with the Nine Dragons' blood essence, he would be able to obtain their complete memories. But now, he realized that most of the memories were blank. For example, where were the Nine Dragons from? What happened back then? With the Nine Dragons' combat strength, why did they fall? Who killed the Nine Dragons? What happened in the Heaven Realm? These important memories were completely blank. Could it be that the Nine Dragons did it on purpose before they died? Lu Ming guessed. However, although these memories were gone, the other memories were still priceless. In his memories, there were some powerful combat skills with terrifying power. They could only be cultivated after breaking through to the martial monarch realm or even higher realms. Every single one of them was a priceless treasure in the outside world. At the same time, through the Nine Dragons' memories, Lu Ming finally knew the cultivation realms after that. After the martial monarch realm was the martial saint realm. The martial saint realm was also known as the saint realm or the saint realm. The lifespan of a martial saint could reach more than 100,000 years. They could roam the world with unparalleled combat strength. Compared to them, martial monarchs were worlds apart. However, the martial saint realm was not the highest realm. It was not the peak. Above the martial saint realm was the peak, the martial emperor realm. The martial emperor realm was also known as the Great Emperor. This was the peak powerhouse of the world. Their lifespan was almost endless, and they stood at the peak of the world. They were unbelievably powerful. With a wave of their hand, they could probably destroy a continent like the Divine Wilderness. This world did not only refer to the primordial realm, but also the Heaven realm. The martial emperor realm was the peak powerhouse. Back then, the Nine Dragons were in this realm. The top 10 war beasts were all in this realm. Martial Emperor realm, the Great Emperor. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a look of yearning. His goal was to stand at the peak of the world. He must reach the martial emperor realm in the future. Lu Ming closed his eyes and quietly digested part of the Nine Dragons' memories. This part of the memories was very precious, including the knowledge of many natural treasures. Most importantly, it contained the Nine Dragons' cultivation experience. Jiao was a peak martial emperor expert. How valuable was his cultivation experience? Lu Ming slowly digested it. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. Lu Ming opened his eyes. There was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. The Nine Dragons' memories also contained information about the chaotic intent. In the Nine Dragons' memories, the chaotic intent was the emperor of all intents in the world. Its power was amazing, but it was also very difficult to cultivate. Especially when breaking through, it was very difficult to transform the intent into the embryonic form of a domain. Lu Ming had long known about this. When he used the domain condensing pill, it had almost no effect. Ordinary martial artists, even if they did not have the domain condensing pill, they could slowly dissolve the intent runes and integrate it into their spiritual spirit. 1 or 2 years would be enough. However, the chaotic intent was 100 times more difficult to cultivate than ordinary intents. In other words, if Lu Ming cultivated step by step, it would take at least 100 years to cultivate the embryonic form of a domain and step into the prime level. 100 years was too long. For Lu Ming, it was too long. No, these 100 years are the golden years for me to cultivate. If I spend 100 years cultivating the will of primal chaos, it will be the same as wiping out my potential. Not only will the other geniuses leave me far behind, but my potential will also be exhausted, and my future achievements will be limited. Lu Ming thought in his heart. After a while, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and a trace of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes. Fight. Fight. According to the Nine Dragons cultivation experience, Lu Ming found a method. This method could allow Lu Ming to condense the embryonic form of a domain in a short time. However, there was a great risk. If he was not careful, his cultivation would regress and it would be difficult for him to improve. In the worst case, his body and soul would be destroyed. However, Lu Ming still decided to fight. Any pinnacle expert would have to go through countless trials and tribulations. No one had ever heard of anyone being able to reach the pinnacle without any problems. Fight. Lu Ming made his decision. Moreover, it was right here. Other than him, there shouldn't be anyone else who could reach this place. It was the best place to enter seclusion and make a breakthrough. After closing his eyes for half a day, Lu Ming's mind fell into a state of emptiness as he adjusted himself to his best state. Roar. Next, the 9 dragons' bloodline emerged, and with a loud roar, it rushed into Lu Ming's forehead and appeared in Lu Ming's knowledge sea. Somewhere in Lu Ming's spiritual sea, a concept rune floated, suffused with a chaotic radiance. It was Lu Ming's primal chaos rune. Suddenly, the 9 dragons' bloodlines appeared near the runes of the concept of primal chaos. Roar. Suddenly, the 9 dragons' bloodline roared and pounced at the concept of primal chaos rune. A dragon claw heavily clawed at the rune. Boom, the concept runes emitted loud rumbling noises. Lu Ming felt as if the entire world was being turned upside down. A tearing pain spread out from his mind. It took him quite a while to recover. Again. Lu Ming roared, and the 9 dragons continued to claw at the concept of primal chaos rune. Yes, this was Lu Ming's method. He used a barbaric method to blast open the concept of primal chaos rune and then used a barbaric method to merge it into his spiritual soul. This method was absolutely crazy. If others knew about it, they would be scared to death. But without a doubt, it was the most effective and time-saving method. Boom. 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 In Xiaoqian's knowledge sea, the 9 dragons attacked the concept of primal chaos rune continuously. At first, the 9 dragons only used 1 dragon claw. Slowly, the number of dragon claws increased to 2, then 3. 10 days later, the 9 dragon claws moved together, continuously bombarding the concept of primal chaos rune. The concept of primal chaos rune shook violently. Gotcha! At some unknown time, the concept of primal chaos rune gave off a cracking sound, and a crack appeared on it. Puff! At this moment, Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. However, there was no panic in Lu Ming's eyes. Instead, he revealed joy. Continue. The 9 dragons continued to bombard the concept of primal chaos rune. As time passed, more and more cracks appeared on the concept of primal chaos rune. Another 10 days passed. Suddenly, bang, the concept of primal chaos rune exploded. Lu Ming spurted blood from his mouth, and a crack appeared between Lu Ming's eyebrows, and blood flowed out. But Lu Ming couldn't care less. Merge for me. Lu Ming roared, and a strong attractive force came from the spiritual soul in his dantian, attracting the fragments of the concept of primal chaos rune into the spiritual soul. Whoosh whoosh, all the fragments of the concept of primal chaos flew into the spiritual soul. At this moment, the spiritual soul swelled and emitted thousands of rays of light, almost exploding. This step was the most dangerous. If he was not careful, the spiritual soul would explode, his physical body would collapse, and his body and spirit would be destroyed. Suppress. With a thought, the prison-suppressing steel bloodline appeared in his dantian, suspended above the spiritual soul, and suppressed it. At the same time, the third bloodline appeared above Lu Ming's physical body. Waves of power shrouded Lu Ming's entire body. This was the complete plan. Lu Ming combined the cultivation experience of the 9 dragons root with his own conditions to set up a complete plan. With the help of his 3 bloodlines, he completed this step. The spiritual soul, which was on the verge of collapse, was finally suppressed and merged with the concept of primal chaos fragments, forming the embryonic form of a domain. Lu Ming closed his eyes and focused on cultivation. Time passed day by day. Endless distance away from the divine wilderness continent, in a secret place in the Bayou continent, there was a messy stone forest. In the stone forest, there was an old stone platform. Dee stood beside the stone platform, waiting anxiously. Buzz, suddenly, the stone platform emitted a light, and then the light became brighter and brighter. Finally, a vortex formed on the stone platform. Suddenly, figures appeared from the black vortex. 1, 2, and finally a total of 10 figures appeared and flew out of the vortex. As soon as the 10 figures flew out, the vortex on the stone platform disappeared. As soon as he saw the 10 people, Di's face immediately showed respect. The leader of the 10 people was dressed in luxurious clothes. His eyes were long and narrow, and when he opened and closed them, there was a flash of sharpness. Behind the young man, there were 9 people, including elders and burly men. Each of them had a powerful aura and gave people a feeling of extreme danger. De of the D family's side branch greets young Master Di Xian. De hurriedly bowed to the young man. "You are De?" The young man glanced at De with faint disdain. "I am De." De hurriedly said. "Humph, De, you are really useless. You can't even take down the divine wilderness continent." Di Xian scolded coldly. "De, your goal was originally the continent group of divine ruins. According to the mission given to you by the family, if you could unify the continent group of divine ruins on your own, you could return to the D family and become a direct descendant of the D family. Unfortunately, it seems that you have no hope," Di Xian sneered. De lowered his head even more, his eyes flashing with raging anger. It was all Lu Ming's fault. It was all because of that Lu Ming who had ruined his plan. The D family came from the Yuanlu and was a powerful force in the Yuanlu. De was a collateral disciple of the D family and had a low status. However, there was a rule in the D family. If a collateral disciple wanted to become a direct descendant and obtain the cultivation conditions and resources of the direct descendant, he had to complete a mission given by the D family. The mission that De received was to unify the continent of godly ruins on his own. This mission was not considered difficult among the missions given by the D family. However, De's talent was limited. He had come to the continent of godly ruins 10,000 years ago. However, he had just broken through to the martial emperor realm. Therefore, he chose the divine wilderness continent, which was not very powerful, to build the D Tian divine palace and start his plan. At the same time, he strengthened his cultivation and cultivated the 10,000 vein spiritual body. Now, his plan was slowly maturing. His cultivation had reached the peak of LV2 martial emperor realm. He had obtained the 10,000 vein spiritual body by chance and was only one step away from reaching the complete realm. He was confident that he would be able to reach the complete realm once he obtained another drop of the 9 dragons' blood essence. At that time, he would break through to LV3 martial emperor realm with the help of the 10,000 vein spiritual body. At that time, it would be easy for him to unify the continent of godly ruins. If he spent some time to break through to LV4 martial emperor realm, it would not be a problem for him to unify the continent of godly ruins. At that time, he would be able to return to the D family and become a direct descendant. His status would be greatly improved and he would be supported by various resources. Not only would his cultivation improve by leaps and bounds, his status in the D family would also be different. Unfortunately, everything was ruined by Lu Ming. He had been unable to obtain Lu Ming's 9 dragon blood essence, which was why he had rashly launched a war. He wanted to first unify the divine wilderness continent and borrow its power to help him cultivate the 10,000 vein spirit body. But in the end, everything was destroyed by Lu Ming. Even the 10,000 vein spiritual body that he had cultivated for 10,000 years was destroyed. He had no hope at all, it was all Lu Ming's fault. Thinking of Lu Ming, Di's eyes turned red. "Moreover, I even sent Di Hongqing and Di Honglei to help you. Where are they now? Do you know how much it costs to teleport from the Yuan continent to a desolate island like the Godly Ruins continent?" Di Xian shouted again. According to him, the group of continents in the Divine Ruins had become barren islands. Di Hongqing and the others are dead. Di stammered. "What? Where are the 2 sovereign spirit weapons?" Di Xian's eyes widened, and a cold murderous intent spread out. Di's heart trembled. Di Xian was the true descendant of the D family, and his status was much higher than his. If he was angry, not only him, but also his branch in the D family would be in danger. "Lord Xian, please calm down. It's all Lu Ming's fault. If it wasn't for Lu Ming, it wouldn't take long for me to unify the Divine Ruins continent." Di hurriedly apologized. "Lu Ming? Xian widened his eyes. Yes, Lu Ming. Immediately, De briefly recounted the previous battle and Lu Ming's matter. You mean, his cultivation hasn't reached the sovereign spirit realm? I didn't expect that there would be such a genius on the barbaric Emperor Island. He must have some secrets. Hee, take him down and I'll study him. Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. Let's go. De, lead the way. We'll go to the divine wilderness continent and meet that Lu Ming. Xian ordered. Yes. De nodded repeatedly and led the way. His face was ferocious. In the 9 Dragons relic, Lu Ming was still cultivating. As the days passed, the spiritual spirit in Lu Ming's dantian also slowly calmed down. There was a faint light shining, as if it was nurturing something. One day, the spiritual spirit suddenly shook, and a chaotic light shone out. It's done. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with ecstasy. At the same time, Lu Ming put away the prison-suppressing steel bloodline and the third bloodline. After such a long time, Lu Ming felt that the embryonic form of the chaotic domain had finally been successfully formed. With a wave of his hand, piles of origin stones appeared around Lu Ming. The 9 Dragons bloodline appeared and opened its mouth. The piles of origin stones were swallowed by the 9 Dragons bloodline and began to refine them. The energy of the origin stones was constantly converted into true essence and integrated into the spiritual spirit. The chaotic light in the spiritual spirit became more and more obvious. After a few more days, Lu Ming had swallowed 300 million origin stones. The aura on Lu Ming's body became stronger and stronger, and his true essence became more and more abundant. At a certain moment, buzz! A circle of light spread out from the spiritual spirit, and it grew bigger and bigger. From Lu Ming's body, it covered an area of 100 meters. The domain, the embryonic form of the domain, had finally been completely formed. This was the embryonic form of the chaotic domain. Right now, it was only an embryonic form, and there was still a long way to go before it could be a real domain. Later, Lu Ming would need to continue to comprehend and nurture it. Slowly, the embryonic form of the domain would grow and mature. When he broke through to the Emperor realm in the future, it would naturally become a complete domain. With a thought, the embryonic form of the domain shrank and covered the surface of Lu Ming's body. Boom! Lu Ming casually threw a punch, and the space collapsed, and a black space cave appeared. What a powerful force! Lu Ming felt that the power of the embryonic form of the chaotic domain was much stronger than the pure chaotic will. Is this the power of a 9 Heavens Supreme? Lu Ming felt the powerful force in his body and wore a confident smile. After forming the embryonic form of the domain, Lu Ming had naturally reached the 9 Heavens Supreme realm. His current strength was at least a few times stronger than before. He was confident that he could easily kill a second-layer Martial Dominator realm expert with a Martial Dominator weapon without the help of his second body, such as Di Hongqing. There's less than a month left until the Alliance establishment ceremony. It's time to go back. Having this thought, Lu Ming immediately made his way back. There were no obstacles on the way back. Lu Ming easily left the 9 Dragons' ancient ruins and tore the space apart. Soon, he had returned to the Northern Valley. Meanwhile, the construction of the Dragon Emperor city had been completed. The first thing Lu Ming did after returning to the Northern Valley was to order the people to move to the Dragon Emperor city. The Dragon Emperor city was magnificent and spacious. Many people could live there. Furthermore, the Dragon Emperor city had great cultivation conditions, thus many people were eager to move to the Dragon Emperor city. The great relocation had begun. The Lu family that Lu Ming was from, as well as Hua Qi and the rest, naturally moved to the Dragon Emperor city. Moreover, the land that they were given was the core of the city. The cultivation environment was also the best. Dragon Emperor city began to bustle. In just half a month, millions of people had been transferred to Dragon Emperor city through the trans-territory teleportation formation. However, considering the vast territory of Dragon Emperor city, millions of people were just a small part of the territory. Later on, more and more people would move in. After moving to Dragon Emperor city, many people began to get busy preparing for the Alliance establishment ceremony. The experts of the entire Divine Wilderness continent began to gather in Dragon Emperor city. On this day, De and the others also entered the Divine Wilderness continent. As soon as they entered, they heard that the Alliance establishment ceremony would be held in Dragon Emperor City in a few days. Haha, that's good. Let's kill Lu Ming at the so-called Alliance establishment ceremony. Di Xian sneered. Young Master Di Xian, Lu Ming can control the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron and has endless power. We have to be careful. De said. Lu Ming's control of the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron was too powerful and shocking. Even a third-level martial emperor expert would have to avoid it. Well, let's go to Nine Dragon City first and seal the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron so that Lu Ming can't use it. Di Xian said. They tore the space apart and headed for Nine Dragon City. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The Alliance establishment ceremony had officially begun. At the end of the Divine Dragon Passage in Dragon Emperor City, experts gathered in the square paved with white jade. Except for the Western Desert, all the emperors had arrived. There were hundreds of supreme beings, as well as tens of thousands of sect masters and sect masters of various forces. They took their seats on both sides of the square. These people were all people who stood at the pinnacle of the Divine Wilderness continent. They were important figures who stood at the peak. Today, they were all gathered here. Outside the square, there was an even more spacious place filled with banquets. At least 1 million people had gathered here. Not only that, all the forces in the Divine Wilderness continent began to celebrate. Today, the world celebrated together. Vice Alliance leader has arrived. A voice came from the sky and spread across the entire Dragon Emperor City. Xiao Wan and the old army chief, one on the left and one on the right, stepped through the air and landed on the 2 sides of the plaza. Greetings, Vice Alliance leaders. Everyone stood up and saluted the 2 vice leaders. Rise. Please rise. Xiao Wan and the old general raised their hands. After that, Xiao Wan and the old general looked at the depth of Dragon Emperor City. The Alliance Master has arrived. The voice from before appeared once again. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, all the people fixed their eyes on the deep part of Dragon Emperor City. A few figures were approaching from deep within the Dragon Emperor City. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Lu Ming's parents, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. Today, Lu Ming had specially changed his clothes. He was wearing a purple gold robe with a majestic and lifelike 9-clawed dragon embroidered on it. His long hair was tied up high, and he wore a purple gold crown. He wore golden dragon boots and a golden jade belt around his waist. A powerful oppressive aura was emitted from his body. The 4 of them landed at the top of the plaza. Greetings, Alliance leader. At the scene, inside and outside the square, millions of powerhouses bowed to Lu Ming. The sound waves gathered and scattered the clouds in the sky. Rise, please take a seat. Lu Ming waved his hand and his voice spread far and wide. Thank you, Alliance leader. Millions of people began to take their seats. Today, we are mainly celebrating the establishment of the Dragon Alliance. Then, we will divide the territories. Lu Ming said. He didn't say much, but many people's hearts raced. The Dragon Alliance had unified the world, including the Northern Plains, Eastern Wilderness, Southern Underworld, and Central Continent. How to divide the territories and who to send to guard them was a question that everyone was concerned about. After all, there were huge benefits involved in this matter. Let's begin. Lu Ming announced. The first step was for many forces to step forward and swear a blood oath to form the Dragon Alliance to rule the Divine Wilderness. Ha ha ha, it seems that I came at the right time today. At this moment, a burst of laughter came from afar. A golden light flashed and a figure appeared in the sky. That's De. It's De. Many people shouted. Some people even had looks of fear on their faces. Martial monarch De had occupied almost half of the Divine Desolate continent back then. His might was too great. Many large and small factions had been ruled by De. Now that De had appeared, those people naturally panicked. De, you still dare to come here? That's great. Today, we will use your blood as a sacrifice to the flag. Xiao Wan shouted and a demonic chi soared into the sky. Lu Ming didn't say anything. Confusion flashed in his eyes. He could clearly see De's current realm. He was only at the peak of LV1 Martial Emperor realm. In the last battle, De had injured his origin and his cultivation had regressed by 1 level. With such a cultivation level, any one of them could easily kill De, let alone Lu Ming, Xiao Luan, the old general, and Tu Qian. Why did De still dare to come here? De, let the others come out together. Lu Ming said and looked behind De. Ha ha ha, if you let me show up, it will be your death. A burst of laughter came and the space cracked. A total of 10 figures appeared in the sky and looked down at the Imperial Dragon City from above. Who are these people? I've never seen them before. Many people were discussing. You are Lu Ming? Di Xian looked at Lu Ming. That's right. Lu Ming said. Good, very good. I've heard that you've killed 2 experts from my Di family, Di Hongqing and Di Honglei. You've even taken away their emperor-level spiritual weapons. Now, come over here and hand over your emperor-level spiritual weapons. Kneel down and beg me to spare your life. Perhaps, I'll consider sparing your life. Di Xian put his hands behind his back and looked down at Lu Ming with a superior look. How dare you disrespect the alliance leader? You deserve to die. A loud shout came from the square. A tall figure shot up into the sky and a vast aura filled the square. This was an emperor. He used to be the emperor of an overlord force in the central continent. His name was Sky King, and he had surrendered to Lu Ming. Therefore, he was the lowest-ranked emperor in the Dragon Alliance. He had been looking for an opportunity to show off in front of Lu Ming and win Lu Ming's trust. Now that he had such a good opportunity, he had to seize it. Boom! Kong Tian Martial Emperor threw a palm strike at Di Xian. How dare you disrespect young Master Di Xian? Die! A middle-aged man walked out from behind Di Xian. He held a sword with both hands and slashed. A terrifying sword chi appeared above the Sky Emperor's head in a flash and broke through his attack and defense. Then it slashed down. He had killed an emperor with a single slash. Most of the people at the scene widened their eyes in shock. Peak second layer Martial Royal Realm. He's a peak second layer Martial Royal Realm expert. One of the emperors said solemnly. The middle-aged man who walked out from behind Di Xian was a peak second layer Martial Royal Realm expert. Bang! 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 Xiao Luan, the old general, and the others unleashed their auras. All the emperors of the Dragon Alliance gathered their auras and pressed down on Di Xian and the others. Cold murderous intent burst out from their bodies. How dare you kill people in Dragon Emperor City? You'll all die today. The old general said coldly. I don't care who you are. You'll have to pay the price today. Xiao Luan said as a terrifying saber glow flickered on his body. Stay? Price? Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. Let's see how you're going to kill me today. Di Xian burst out laughing and waved his hand. Bang! 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 The remaining people behind Di Xian unleashed their auras. Each of their auras was like a smoke signal soaring into the sky. Each of their auras was vast and boundless, forming a powerful pressure that pressed down on the hearts of the people in Dragon Emperor City. Xiao Luan, the old general, and the others' eyes widened in shock and disbelief. These people's auras were too powerful. Including the middle-aged man who had attacked before, there were 6 of them in total. All of them were peak second-layer Martial Royal Realm experts. 2 of them had even more terrifying auras. They were much stronger than peak second-layer Martial Royal Realm experts. Third-layer Martial Royal Realm experts, third-layer Martial Royal Realm experts, 6 peak second-layer Martial Royal Realm experts and 2 peak third-layer Martial Royal Realm experts. There was also a silver-haired old man standing behind Di Xian. He did not emit any aura, but he gave off an even more dangerous feeling. The hearts of the people in Dragon Emperor City sank. What kind of enormous power was this? Currently, the strongest cultivators in the Divine Wilderness continent were only peak second-layer Martial Royal Realm experts. Only a few of them were at the peak. None of them were peak third-layer Martial Royal Realm experts. Now, there were 6 peak second-layer Martial Royal Realm experts and 2 peak third-layer Martial Royal Realm experts behind Di Xian. How could they fight against them? Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, aren't you arrogant? Today, the experts of my Di clan are here. All of you will die. De laughed. His eyes were ferocious, and his voice was full of hatred. Today, he wanted Lu Ming to suffer a fate worse than death. De's voice made many people tremble. Could it be that the Dragon Alliance was going to be destroyed before it was even officially formed? Lu Ming, what do you think? Hurry up and hand over the sovereign spirit weapon. Get over here and admit your guilt. Perhaps you can still save your dog life. Di Xian sneered and continued to look down at Lu Ming, as if he was sure that Lu Ming would be defeated. A ruler's spiritual weapon was a weapon that could only be unleashed by a top-grade ruler. Even for Di Xian, it was very precious. Those two ruler's spiritual weapons were one of the few he had. Of the 9 experts he had brought with him, only 1 or 2 of them possessed an emperor-level spirit weapon. Lu Yuntian and Li Ping looked at Lu Ming worriedly. Father, mother, don't worry. It'll be fine. Lu Ming smiled at Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. That smile was full of confidence. Seeing Lu Ming smile, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping somehow calmed down. Then, Lu Ming ignored Di Xian and looked at De. De, you escaped last time. You should have hidden well. That way, you might have been able to prolong your life. Instead, you came here to court death. You brought this upon yourself. Many people were stunned when they heard Lu Ming's words. Under such circumstances, Lu Ming still wanted to kill De? He couldn't even protect himself. Only a few people, such as Xiao Luan, Xia Zhouyang, and Yan Quantu, had their eyes lit up. They knew Lu Ming very well. Lu Ming wouldn't shoot without thinking. De himself was also stunned. Under such circumstances, Lu Ming still wanted to kill him? Where did Lu Ming get his confidence from? Di Xian's face completely darkened. Lu Ming dared to ignore him. Bang. Bang, Di Xian stepped forward step by step, releasing a powerful aura. Supreme, Di Xian's cultivation was at the supreme realm. This also shocked many people in the Imperial Dragon City. Because Di Xian didn't look old. He was definitely not more than 30 years old. He might even be in his early 20s. In his early 20s, his cultivation had reached the supreme realm. This was too shocking. It had never happened in the history of the divine wilderness continent. Lu Ming, I heard that your battle strength is very strong. Today, I'd like to see how strong you are. Di Xian said, locking his aura on Lu Ming. You want to challenge me? Lu Ming curled the corners of his lips slightly. Behind Di Xian, Di's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. He knew that some of the geniuses in the emperor family were extremely powerful. They were far from being comparable to the so-called geniuses in the divine wilderness continent. Although Lu Ming was strong, Di Xian might be able to fight him. Even if he couldn't, letting Lu Ming offend Di Xian would be beneficial to him. That's right. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Di Xian said. Since you're looking for a beating, of course I'll fulfill your wish. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward, facing Di Xian from afar. Lu Ming, I heard that you're a rare genius in the divine wilderness continent. However, I'll let you know that the so-called geniuses in a barbaric island like yours are nothing but a joke. Di Xian sneered. His body began to flicker with light. The light was like strands of sword qi. Clang, a battle sword appeared in Di Xian's hand. He stepped toward Lu Ming and shouted, Kill. Swoosh, a sword aura split the sky and slashed violently toward Lu Ming. Boom, Lu Ming punched out with the hell-suppressing heaven skill. The fist force collided with the sword qi. The space was torn into pieces. Lu Ming's body shook and he was forced to take 3 steps back. However, Di Xian stood still in the air. Hiss, many people in Dragon Emperor City gasped at the same time. Lu Ming was forced back by a single sword strike. In the Battle of the Sacred City, everyone still remembered Lu Ming's shocking strength. Even a peak LV2 martial royal realm martial artist with a spiritual weapon of the Emperor realm was killed by Lu Ming. Now, Lu Ming was forced back by a single sword strike. Moreover, his opponent was a young man who was less than 30 years old. It was shocking. His body? Lu Ming's heart stirred and he was secretly shocked. Although he did not use his full strength just now and only displayed the cultivation of a perfect spirit god, he still unleashed the power of 9 dragons and performed the hell-suppressing heaven skill. Even an ordinary emperor would not be a match for him. However, his opponent was only a supreme being, and yet the battle prowess he unleashed was shocking. What surprised Lu Ming the most was his opponent's body. It was a spiritual body. Yes, his opponent was only a supreme being, but he had a spiritual body. It was unbelievable. However, wasn't a true spiritual body something that could only be condensed after reaching the emperor realm? That's a spiritual body? That's right. It's a sword spiritual body. How is that possible? How can a prime have a spiritual body? The emperors of the Dragon Alliance were in an uproar. Even Xiao Wan and the old general, who had lived for a long time, were shocked. They could naturally feel the power of Di Xian's spiritual body. Innate spiritual body, that's an innate spiritual body. Haha, how can these bumpkins know the power of an innate spiritual body? An innate spiritual body is an innate spiritual body. Behind them, Di's eyes were filled with shock, but he was also laughing in his heart. He was born in Yuanlu, so his vision was naturally different. He knew that some people were blessed by the heavens. They were born with a spiritual body. This was known as the innate spiritual body. Such people were born as peerless geniuses. Needless to say, their bloodline would definitely be able to awaken a level 9 divine level. At the same time, their bloodline and spiritual body would be in perfect harmony. Such people were blessed by nature and had an advantage over others in terms of bloodline martial skills, comprehension of intent, and comprehension of various martial skills. Therefore, their combat strength was also terrifying. And Di Xian was such a person. You can block one of my attacks. Come again. Di Xian shouted. Rays of sword-shaped light flowed on the surface of his body. He slashed with his battle sword, and a shocking sword chi slashed toward Lu Ming. Primal Chaos. Lu Ming stepped forward and displayed the Primal Chaos intent. At the same time, his third bloodline appeared and he punched out again. It was the same suppressing Hell Heaven skill, but when combined with the Primal Chaos intent, its power skyrocketed. Boom, this time, Lu Ming did not move at all. Instead, it was Di Xian who was pushed back. Damn it. Kill. Di Xian was furious after being pushed back. His aura rose to the extreme, and his domain covered his entire body. He charged toward Lu Ming and slashed with his sword. The roar of 100 beasts could be heard. Di Xian's martial skill was not to be underestimated. It seemed to have maximized the power of the domain. Domain martial skill, a thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Domain martial skill was similar to martial skill of intent. A concept martial technique could unleash the power of a concept to the extreme, while a domain martial technique could unleash the power of a domain martial technique to the extreme. Di Xian's domain martial technique was even more shocking. The sword light seemed to be able to destroy everything. Lu Ming added the concept of primal chaos to his body and fought fiercely with his opponent. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged several dozen moves. To be honest, Di Xian was really strong. He was the strongest young man Lu Ming had ever met. His strength was comparable to Lu Ming's strength before he had achieved the 9 Heavens Supreme Realm, which was equivalent to the peak second layer Martial Dominator Realm. He was only a supreme being, yet his battle prowess was already so shocking. It was beyond imagination. At the same level, he was even stronger than Long Chen. The bloodline that Long Chen had awakened was the Archean Dragonesque Elephant, one of the top 10 beasts, but now, Lu Ming had already broken through to the Supreme Being level, so he naturally didn't think much of it. Damn it! How can there be such a strong person on a desolate island? The more they fought, the more frightened Di Xian became. This person definitely has a secret. If I can obtain his secret, I will definitely become stronger. Who knows, I might even be able to compete with those monstrous geniuses in my clan. Upon having this thought, Di Xian's heart began to burn. Clang, his glabella shone and a dazzling golden battle sword flew out, slashing at Lu Ming. Clang, Lu Ming's punch collided with the sword, causing his figure to be knocked backward. A martial dominator weapon, Lu Ming's eyes flickered, but he was not too surprised. With his talent and background, it was normal for him to have a martial dominator weapon. Die. Di Xian let out a roar as he charged at Lu Ming. Is this all you've got? Let's end this. Lu Ming uttered a roar as the chaotic will encapsulating his figure changed rapidly. It contracted rapidly at first, before it blossomed. It was no longer a will, but a domain, the embryonic form of the chaotic domain. Meanwhile, Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed. Supreme Being, the Alliance leader has achieved the 9 Heavens Supreme Realm. Xiao Wan and the others were overjoyed. Bang! Lu Ming's fist was wrapped in the embryonic form of the chaotic domain as he threw a punch at Di Xian's martial dominator weapon. Clang! The battle sword vibrated violently as Di Xian's expression changed drastically. His body shook violently as he was sent flying like a cannonball. Along the way, he spat out blood. When Lu Ming revealed his true strength, Di Xian was crushed and severely injured. Die! Lu Ming's figure flashed as he caught up with Di Xian and threw a punch at his heart. This punch was enough to penetrate Di Xian's heart. However, when Lu Ming's punch was about to hit Di Xian's heart, Di Xian's body suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light as a golden armor appeared. Clang! Lu Ming's fist landed on the armor. The armor shook violently, but it did not break as it blocked most of Lu Ming's fist energy. However, Lu Ming's punch was too powerful. Although the armor had blocked most of the force, a small part of the fist force still blasted into Di Xian's body. Di Xian screamed in agony. His chest caved in and blood spurted out of his mouth like crazy. A defensive emperor spiritual weapon. Lu Ming's heart stirred. This Di Xian was really rich. He even had a defense-type emperor spirit weapon. What Lu Ming had encountered in the past were all attack-type emperor spirit weapons. Relatively speaking, defensive emperor spirit weapons were more precious than attack-type emperor spirit weapons. A defensive emperor spiritual weapon could save one's life at a critical moment. If Di Xian did not have this armor, he would have been killed by Lu Ming's punch. How dare you hurt young master? Kill him. Di Xian was severely injured. His subordinates roared and attacked Lu Ming fiercely. 6 peak LV2 Martial Kings and 2 LV3 Martial Kings attacked at the same time. Oh no! Xiao Wan, Xia Jiuyang, and the others were shocked. Die! A battle sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was the Emperor's spiritual weapon, the Dragon Vein Sword, that he had taken from the fled dragon sovereign when they were fighting for the pure spiritual body cultivation technique in the ancient underwater city. Lu Ming had broken through to the Martial King realm and controlled the embryonic form of the realm. He was able to activate the power of an Emperor's spiritual weapon. Moreover, Lu Ming's embryonic form of the realm was the chaotic realm. The chaotic realm could transform into other realms at will. In other words, Lu Ming could use any kind of Emperor spiritual weapon except for spacetime and a few other types. Swoosh, the battle sword slashed out and a peak LV2 Martial King expert was cut in half. He died on the spot. Clang, then, the battle sword moved sideways and clashed with the LV3 Martial King expert, forcing him to retreat. Let's attack. Swoosh, Xiao Wan controlled a demonic saber, a martial emperor spiritual weapon, and charged at the 2 peak second layer martial emperor realm martial artists. At the same time, the old general and Tu Qian also attacked. Both of them controlled emperor spiritual weapons and surrounded the remaining 2 peak LV2 martial kings. Kill them. Kill them all. Di Xian roared furiously in the distance. It had been too dangerous. Di Xian felt as if he had just brushed shoulders with the god of death. He was scared and broke out in a cold sweat. He had not expected to be almost killed by a peer on a desolate island. He was furious and his killing intent was cold. The silver-haired elder appeared behind Di Xian, but he did not make a move. Let's see who will kill who. Xiao Wan and the other two blocked the 5 LV2 Martial Royal Realm experts, while Lu Ming attacked the 2 LV3 Martial Royal Realm experts. Clang! Clang! Sword cries shook the sky. A golden battle sword appeared in the hands of the 2 LV3 Martial Royal Realm experts. They were both royal spiritual weapons. How powerful would a LV3 Martial Royal Realm expert be when controlling a royal spiritual weapon? However, Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He slashed down with the Dragon Vein Sword, which was wrapped in the embryonic form of the chaotic territory. Clang! The two swords collided, forming rings of sword ripples that spread out. The LV3 Martial Royal Realm expert was no match for Lu Ming. His body trembled and he kept retreating. How is this possible? Not far away, D Xian, and the silver-haired elder narrowed their eyes in disbelief. Lu Ming's combat strength was actually able to suppress a LV3 martial royal realm expert. On the ground, the experts of the Dragon League were very excited. Some of them clenched their fists tightly. Lu Ming was too powerful. He had not reached the royal realm, but he could suppress a LV3 martial royal realm expert. There was no LV3 martial royal realm expert in the divine region. 30,000 years ago, Xiao Wan had reached the LV3 martial royal realm at his peak. However, such an expert was suppressed by Lu Ming. Alliance leader, this was the alliance leader of the Dragon League. Lu Ming would not be a match for a LV3 martial royal realm expert in the Battle of the Sacred City. Moreover, the other party had a royal spiritual weapon. However, Lu Ming had reached the sovereign realm, and his combat strength had increased tremendously. He was no longer comparable to the Battle of the Sacred City. Swish, meanwhile, another third-layer martial dominator realm expert charged toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming didn't seem to notice. He raised his dragon vein sword and charged at the person he had forced back. Just as the sword of the person behind Lu Ming was about to reach him, a figure stepped out from between Lu Ming's eyebrows. The second body, Lu Ming's second body. Whoosh, the second body pointed its finger like a sword and slashed out, blocking the opponent's battle sword. During this period of time, Lu Ming's main body was cultivating. Naturally, his second body was not idle either. His second body cultivated wholeheartedly without any distractions, and his speed of improvement was even faster. During the Holy City War, the second body had only condensed one golden spirit lamp, but during this period of time, the second body had condensed a second golden spirit lamp, greatly increasing its combat strength. Whoosh! 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 5 phoenix feather flying swords flew out from the second body's glabella and attacked the other party. The opponent was shocked and could only brandish his sword to block. Lu Ming's main body continued to attack the opponent. The embryonic form of the chaotic domain wrapped around the dragon vein sword. The power of Lu Ming's sword was unimaginably strong. Clang, the opponent was completely passive and could only brandish his sword to block. When the two swords clashed for the second time, the opponent's body trembled continuously. His face was pale and he kept retreating. Swish! Swish! Lu Ming unleashed a torrential attack, and the dragon vein sword slashed out continuously. Lu Ming had completely gained the upper hand. Suddenly, 4 sealing gates appeared in the sky, emitting a resplendent light as they moved to seal the other party. At this moment, the opponent was frozen. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough. Prison-suppressing steel. Lu Ming performed the bloodline fusion and transformed into the prison-suppressing steel. Boom, the prison-suppressing steel directly suppressed the opponent. Lu Ming had become a supreme being, comprehended the embryonic form of the chaotic domain, and transformed into the prison-suppressing steel. How powerful was he? Although the opponent desperately broke open the sealed doors and blocked with his sword at the critical moment, his body still trembled violently. Crackling sounds came from his body, and he almost exploded. Blood spurted out of his mouth. Swish! Under the control of Lu Ming's spiritual sense, the dragon vein sword was as fast as lightning and slashed out. The opponent had just been severely injured by the prison-suppressing steel that Lu Ming had transformed into. How could he dodge? The dragon vein sword slashed out and a head flew high into the air. The dragon vein sword twisted again and the opponent's spiritual deity was also turned into ashes. A third-level martial emperor expert was dead. On the other side, the battle between the second bodies was also coming to an end. The second body lit up an additional golden spirit lamp, and his combat strength had greatly increased compared to the battle in the Holy City. At this time, he took out the myriad formation image and trapped the opponent. Swish! 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 5 phoenix feather flying swords pierced 5 holes in the opponent's body and killed him in one fell swoop. 2 third-level martial emperors were killed just like that. In the Dragon Emperor City, the experts of the Dragon Alliance were shocked and overjoyed. D Xian, and the others were in disbelief. Kill! Kill! Lu Ming's main body and second body rushed toward D Xian at the same time. Oh no, young master, retreat! Beside Di Xian, the silver-haired elder's expression changed. A golden sword appeared in his hand. He took a step forward and came to the front of Di Xian. Dazzling sword chi slashed toward Lu Ming violently. There was no doubt that the silver-haired elder's sword was also a spiritual weapon of the emperor level. At the same time, the silver-haired elder's cultivation was even more amazing. He had reached the peak of the third-level martial emperor level. However, facing the joint attack of Lu Ming's main body and second body, the silver-haired elder was still no match for them. After a few moves, the silver-haired elder kept retreating. Go, retreat. Di Xian also panicked. Lu Ming's strength was beyond his imagination. He was much stronger than what Di had said. Even a third-level martial emperor expert was no match for him. He shouted and turned to run. Clang, boom, Lu Ming's main body and second body joined forces and exchanged another blow with the silver-haired elder. The silver-haired elder was forced to retreat dozens of miles. Whoosh, the second body rushed toward Di Xian. Oh no! The silver-haired elder's expression changed drastically. He ignored the battle and merged with his sword. He turned into a sword light and instantly appeared in front of Di Xian. In an instant, he slashed out 108 sword lights in all directions. The spirit fire between the second body's eyebrows jumped. Countless large formations on the million formation illustration shown. Various large formations, attacks, and trapping formations poured toward the silver-haired elder and Di Xian. At the same time, the 5 phoenix feather flying swords stabbed at them. Lu Ming's main body also arrived. The silver-haired elder tried his best to protect Di Xian, but the situation was critical. Young master, use the void-breaking shuttle. The silver-haired elder shouted. Void-breaking shuttle. Yes, yes, yes. Di Xian was scared out of his wits. His face was pale and his body was trembling. After the silver-haired elder's reminder, he nodded repeatedly. His glabella shone, and a spiritual weapon with 2 sharp ends and a thicker middle flew out. As soon as the spiritual weapon appeared, it rapidly expanded. A light curtain enveloped Di Xian and the silver-haired elder. Let's go. The silver-haired elder activated his genuine yuan. The void-breaking shuttle shone, and with a shake, it shattered the void and disappeared. You want to leave? Boom, the prison-suppressing steel pressed down on the void, and the space within 1,000 miles exploded. However, the void-breaking shuttle had completely disappeared. Another emperor-level spiritual weapon, and it's an escape type. Lu Ming frowned. It was a pity. His opponent was so rich that he had all kinds of emperor-level spiritual weapons. First, there were attack types, then there were defense types, and now there were even escape types. Under the control of the silver-haired elder, the void-breaking shuttle was so fast that it disappeared in an instant. It was much faster than tearing the void. Di Xian had escaped, and Lu Ming turned his eyes in another direction. Di, where are you going? Lu Ming transformed back into his human form. There was a cold smile at the corners of his lips. At this time, Di was desperately escaping. Di's face was full of horror and disbelief. Only a few months had passed, and Lu Ming's combat strength had soared again. Without the help of the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, he had killed a LV3 Martial Royal Realm expert. How could it be? How could it be? Di roared in his heart. He was extremely unwilling, and at the same time, he was desperately escaping. Buzz, suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. Lu Ming. Di's pupils contracted sharply. The one who appeared in front of Di was Lu Ming's second body. Di, you can't burn your spiritual body this time. Do you think you can still escape? Lu Ming's voice sounded behind Di. Behind him was the main body. Kill. Di was very decisive and attacked directly. However, his cultivation had regressed to the peak of LV1 Martial Royal Realm, and his 10,000 vein spiritual body had been destroyed. His combat strength was worlds apart from Lu Ming's. The second body waved his hand, and the 10,000 formation image appeared, trapping Di in it. Di, I'll kill you later. Lu Ming sneered and stepped out toward the battlefield where Xiao Luan and the others were fighting. The 5 experts at the peak of LV2 Martial Royal Realm were scared out of their wits. They wanted to escape, but they were entangled by Xiao and the others. Whoosh! 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 With the dragon vein sword in his hand, Lu Ming slashed out 5 times in a row, killing 5 experts at the peak of LV2 Martial Royal Realm. Everyone in the Dragon Emperor city was stunned. They stared blankly at Lu Ming. 5 peak second layer Martial Royal Realm experts had killed 5 of them with 1 strike each. This kind of visual effect, this kind of impact, was really too strong. In the Divine Wilderness continent, the peak of the second layer of the Martial King realm would be considered an expert who stood at the peak. However, in the hands of Lu Ming, he was as weak as a chicken. Alliance Master is invincible. The Alliance Master is unparalleled. All of a sudden, a shocking roar broke out in the Dragon Emperor city. Countless people were so excited that their faces turned red as they roared madly. At this moment, Lu Ming's figure was irreplaceable in their hearts. He was indomitable and invincible. The whistling sound came wave after wave. Lu Ming's prestige reached its peak. Lu Ming raised his hand and pressed down in the air. Dragon Emperor City quieted down at once. Whoosh! Lu Ming moved and appeared in front of De. Lu Ming, do you know who we are? Do you know who young Master Di Xian is? Let me tell you, we are from Yuanlu, the D clan of Yuanlu. If you dare to kill the people of D clan, you are dead. Young Master Di Xian will not let you go. The entire Divine Wilderness continent will be buried with you. De roared. Yuanlu sect? D clan? Lu Ming frowned. He had already guessed that Di Xian, and the others had an extraordinary background. However, he had not expected them to be from Yuanlu sect. Xiao, the old general, and the others' pupils shrank as they gasped. Yuanlu sect, De, was actually from Yuanlu. That was Yuanlu. It was not something that the Divine Wilderness continent or the Divine Ruins continent could compare with. Legend had it that Yuanlu sect was filled with experts and experts. There were countless existences that had surpassed the Martial Royal Realm. Such experts could destroy the Divine Wilderness continent with a snap of their fingers. Everyone who had heard about Yuanlu sect looked worried. When Di saw this, he sneered and said, Lu Ming, you'd better let me go. Perhaps I can help you deal with them, ha ha ha, what a joke. Before Di could finish his words, Lu Ming laughed loudly and interrupted him. Di, you used to be a mighty lord. Now, you are using this to scare me in order to survive. How pitiful and sad. Lu Ming sneered. Lu Ming, you, De was furious. De, let me tell you, you will die today. And that Di Xian, if he stops now, it will be fine. However, if he is stubborn, I will destroy the D clan of Yuanlu. Lu Ming shouted. His voice reverberated throughout the Imperial Dragon City. The D clan of Yuanlu, I will destroy them. What kind of heroic spirit was this? How confident was that? De was stunned. Then, he laughed crazily. Lu Ming, you want to destroy the D clan? You are too short-sighted. You are just a frog at the bottom of a well. Lu Ming, do you know how many experts there are in Yuanlu? Emperors are ants. Do you know how strong the D clan is? How dare you claim that you have destroyed the D clan? If your words spread to Yuanlu sect, many people will laugh their heads off. De laughed as if he did not care about life and death. So what if they are strong? Back then, I came from a small country in Tianxian domain in Eastern Wasteland. Back then, Tian Divine Palace was also a giant. You, De, were also high and mighty. But what about now? Lu Ming said calmly. He was full of confidence. De shut his mouth. Roar, the 9 dragons bloodline appeared above Lu Ming's head. De, haven't you always wanted the 9 dragons blood essence? Today, I will kill you with the 9 dragons bloodline. Then, the 9 dragons bloodline opened its mouth and engulfed De with its devouring power. Ever since the 9 dragons bloodline had merged with the 9 drops of 9 dragons blood essence, its devouring power had increased many times. It was shockingly strong. Enveloped by the devouring power, De's life essence, blood essence, heart blood, and other things were rapidly being devoured by the 9 dragons. Even though De was an overlord with a strong mind and was prepared to be killed, in such a situation, he still roared in fear and struggled with all his might. But in the 10,000 formation image, struggling was futile. After a while, De's life essence was completely devoured, and he turned into a dried corpse. In Dragon Emperor City, countless people looked at the sky with complicated expressions. De was an overlord of a generation. He had planned for 10,000 years and had almost unified the divine wilderness continent. If it were not for the appearance of a rare genius like Lu Ming, De would have succeeded and unified the divine wilderness. De could be called an overlord of a generation. But in the end, he died in the hands of Lu Ming. Let the alliance establishment ceremony continue. Lu Ming turned around, stepped down, and landed in the Dragon Emperor City. His voice spread throughout the city. The alliance leader is invincible. Their shouts resounded through the sky. After this battle, Lu Ming's prestige reached its peak. Following that, the alliance ceremony went on smoothly. The powerhouses swore to form an alliance and were given territories. After that, it was time for the banquet. The banquet lasted for a day and a night before the crowd slowly dispersed. In the north of the divine wilderness continent, on a boundless sea, the space cracked open and the space-piercing shuttle appeared. Buzz, the space-piercing shuttle shook and shrunk, revealing two figures. They were Di Xian and the silver-haired elder. Puff, the silver-haired elder spat out a mouthful of blood as soon as he appeared. After the battle with Lu Ming and the journey through the night, the silver-haired elder had suffered serious injuries. However, Di Xian did not even look at the silver-haired elder. His eyes were cold and his face was ferocious. He looked to the south and roared, "That bastard, I'll tear that Lu Ming into pieces." It was fine if he was in the Yuanlu, but he had suffered such a great loss on the divine wilderness continent, an uncivilized island. Not only had he lost several martial emperor spiritual weapons, but he had also fled. It was a great humiliation. He hated Lu Ming to the core. As for his dead subordinates, Di Xian did not care at all. In his eyes, they were nothing more than insignificant ants. In the Di clan, there were too many ants like this. The silver-haired elder's eyes showed a trace of sadness, but it disappeared in a flash. "Master, what should we do now?" The silver-haired elder asked. "What else can we do?" "Return to the Yuanlu, of course." Di Xian gritted his teeth. "Return to the Yuanlu to find experts to take revenge?" The silver-haired elder asked carefully. "Idiot. Do you know how much it costs to teleport some people from the Yuan continent to this remote and desolate island? The family has already made an exception for me. This time, they won't let me do it again in a short time. However, it won't be for long. Once I've achieved the martial dominator realm and achieved a certain status in the clan, I'll come again. 10 years, at most 10 years, I'll destroy the entire godly desolation continent together with that kid," Di Xian roared with a ferocious face. After a long while, he calmed down and flew back to the Bayou continent with the silver-haired elder. Lu Ming's life had completely calmed down. Every day, other than cultivating by himself, he would be teaching his two disciples. Sometimes, he would also teach his parents, Hua Qi, and the others through discussions. As for his second body, other than cultivating, he would also preach occasionally. His second body had obtained the inheritance of a saint and had broken through to become a ruler. His knowledge of the path of inscription could be said to be the best in the divine wilderness continent. Therefore, every time the second body of inscription refinement opened the altar and preached the Tao, people that cultivated the Tao of inscription would swarm over. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others did not miss a single time. There were even rulers who went to listen to the lecture. Lu Ming didn't hide anything and imparted all of his cultivation experience to him. At the same time, the population of Dragon Emperor City was increasing, making it more and more prosperous. The entire divine wilderness continent, the entire Dragon Alliance, was filled with vitality. It was flourishing and growing stronger. Even though the number of sovereigns in the divine wilderness continent could be said to be the lowest in history. Aside from the people from the western desert and a few from the Xie family, there were less than 20 emperors in the entire Dragon Alliance. However, with this situation, it wouldn't take too long for the number of sovereigns to slowly increase. Now that the Dragon Alliance had unified the world, resources were integrated, and various cultivation holy lands were open to the public. The treatment that those top geniuses could enjoy was many times better than before. In the past, the various overlord forces ruled over a region and cherished their own resources. Their resources were extremely limited. But now, they could choose any resources they wanted. The cultivation speed of the younger generation's geniuses had greatly increased. The sovereigns also imparted their cultivation experiences to them. It was believed that their chances of breaking through to the ruler realm in the future would also increase. A month after the alliance was established, Yan Kuangtu successfully broke through and became a ruler. The number of sovereigns in the Dragon Alliance increased by another. 2 months after the alliance was established, with the help of Lu Ming, Xiao Luan finally took a step forward. A large portion of his origin was restored, and his cultivation finally recovered to the 3rd level of the martial emperor realm. He became the strongest person in the Dragon Alliance apart from Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed since the alliance ceremony. In the past 3 months, Lu Ming's cultivation had increased steadily. The embryonic form of his domain was growing stronger day by day. Various martial skills were also improving. What was worth mentioning was that Lu Ming had fused 9 drops of 9 dragons' blood essence and absorbed the 9 dragons' cultivation experience. He had finally cultivated the 9th step of the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps to perfection. As for his pure spirit body, he had also cultivated it to 70%. Xianxia had also been cultivating hard. His improvement was very fast, and he was only 1 step away from the supremacy level. However, Dandan and Bubbles were still asleep and hadn't woken up. At this time, there was less than a year before the 2-year agreement to go to the Dragon God Valley. Back then, what happened to Long Chen and the others? Why did Long Chen disappear and only Underworld Child, Heartless Monk, and the other 2 came back? Now that Underworld Child is dead, only Heartless Monk and Moonless know. It seems that it's time to make a trip to the Western Desert. In a pavilion in a courtyard of the Alliance leader's mansion in Dragon Emperor City, Lu Ming was drinking tea as his thoughts flew. He decided to find out Long Chen's whereabouts. Long Chen was a good person and could be considered a friend of Lu Ming's. Back in the Godly Ruins continent, it was Lu Ming who had implicated him. If Long Chen was killed because of Lu Ming would feel uneasy. Thinking of this, Lu Ming took a step forward and disappeared. The Western Desert had always been the world of Buddhism, and Buddhism ruled this place. Almost everyone in the Western Desert believed in Buddhism. Moreover, the Western Desert had always been mysterious and had never participated in the battles of the Divine Wilderness continent. However, no one dared to underestimate the Western Desert. There was once an emperor who led an army to attack the Western Desert, but in the end, he did not return and did not cause any trouble. Even if the Divine Wilderness continent entered a rare chaos this time, the Western Desert still stayed out of it. Swoosh, at the border of the Western Desert, Lu Ming's figure appeared. Looking into the distance, Lu Ming's figure was like a rainbow as he flew toward the depths of the Western Desert. The vast territory of the Western Desert was filled with countless temples and ancient temples. Lu Ming's target this time was the oldest and most ancient temple in the Western Desert, the Bodhi Temple. It was said that the Heartless Monk and the Moonless Bodhisattva both came from the Bodhi Temple and were in seclusion there. Lu Ming's speed was so fast that it did not take long for him to cross more than half of the Western Desert. So many experts. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Along the way, Lu Ming discovered many powerful auras. Lu Ming discovered no less than 20 auras of supremes. In fact, he even discovered 2 auras of emperors. Lu Ming was still flying in a straight line, but he had already discovered so many experts. It was incredible. Sometimes, there would even be a supremes in a rundown temple. It was truly shocking. It was said that the Western Desert was second only to the Middle Continent among the 5 major domains. It seemed that the rumors were true. Soon, a temple on a majestic mountain appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, a Bodhi glow appeared before Lu Ming as a bulky 3-meter-tall monk appeared before Lu Ming. Halt, this is the sacred ground of the Buddhism sect. The burly monk was like a Buddhist Vajra. He extended his hand and blocked Lu Ming. Master, Junior Lu Ming would like to pay a visit to Master Wuliang and Moonless Bodhisattva of your sect. Lu Ming brought his fists together and said politely. Lu Ming? You're the leader of the Dragon Alliance? The bulky monk's eyes widened as his eyes flickered with astonishment. I am. Lu Ming said. So it's Alliance Leader Lu, but Wu Liang and Moonless are currently in seclusion. I'm afraid it's not convenient for them to meet. The bulky monk said. Still in seclusion? Lu Ming frowned and said, Master, can you pass the message that Lu Ming is only here to ask a few questions? I'll be leaving after that. Alliance Leader Lu, I've already told you, Wu Liang and Moonless are currently in seclusion. I'm afraid it's difficult for them to meet. The bulky monk spoke in a domineering tone. Lu Ming's expression darkened slightly. It was only a one-time meeting. Besides, with Lu Ming's current identity, he could be considered the ruler of the godly desolate region, but the monk still insisted on stopping him. There must be something fishy going on behind the scenes. Lu Ming was wondering if he should force his way in. Although the bulky monk possessed a cultivation of the first-layer martial dominator realm, there was no way he could stop Lu Ming. Kong Jian, let Alliance Leader Lu in. At that instant, an ancient voice could be heard coming from the Bodhi temple. Following this, a Bodhi glow appeared as a kind-looking old monk appeared beside the bulky monk. A Bodhi glow appeared above the old monk's head. The powerful aura caused Lu Ming's eyes to widen. Third-layer martial dominator realm, this old monk possessed a cultivation of the third-layer martial dominator realm, causing Lu Ming's heart to be filled with astonishment. Apart from Xiao Wan, there was another third-layer martial dominator realm expert in the godly desolate region. The Western Desert really shocked Lu Ming. If such an expert were to participate in the struggle for hegemony in the divine wilderness continent, how could Di even stand a chance? Kong Jian greets Abbot Kong Hai. The burly monk greeted the old monk. As it turned out, this person was the abbot of the Bodhi temple. Ba. Old Na Kong Hai greets Alliance Master Lu. Master Kong Hai bowed and said. Grandmaster is too polite. Lu Ming greets Grandmaster. Lu Ming returned the greeting. Alliance Leader Lu, please come in. This old monk knew that Alliance Leader Lu would come this morning. I've already informed Wu Liang and Wu Yue to come out and meet you. Master Kong Hai said. Oh? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows, but he didn't say anything. He entered the Bodhi temple with Kong Hai and Kong Jian, then sat down in an elegant courtyard and waited. Lu Ming, long time no see. I knew you wouldn't die. Not long after, a nondescript Buddhist chant was heard. Monk Wu Liang and Moonless Bodhisattva walked over. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Meanwhile, Kong Hai and Kong Jian had already left, allowing Lu Ming and the others to chat among themselves. Wu Liang, what exactly happened at the Godly Ruins continent? The people of the Southern God Palace came to the Divine Wilderness continent and said that I was killed by the geniuses of the Heavenly God sect after offending them. Why didn't you say anything? Lu Ming went straight to the point and asked the question that had been bothering him. Sigh, Lu Ming, you can't blame me. Monk Wu Liang yelled, it was the experts of the Southern God Palace that sent us back, the Wang clan. When they arrived at the Divine Wilderness continent, they told us not to spread the news. You should know that the Southern God Palace is extremely powerful. They even have a fourth-layer martial dominator realm expert. I didn't dare to disobey them. Besides, that old monk Kong Hai is a coward, so he told us to cultivate in seclusion instead of worrying about the outside world. Monk Wu Liang wore an exaggerated expression. He kept referring to Abbot Kong Hai as old monk Kong Hai, how strange. Ba. Moonless Bodhisattva uttered a chant and pretended not to hear it. By the way, Lu Ming, were you being hunted by the Southern God Palace? At that time I really thought you were dead. Monk Wu Liang added. Oh? I'm too lazy to look into it. What about Long Chen? Didn't he come back with you? Where is he? Lu Ming asked. Sigh, Long Chen is most likely dead. He was taken away by the people of the Wang clan. Monk Wu Liang let out a sigh. The Wang clan? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he said, do you know why they took Long Chen away? I don't know. Monk Wu Liang shook his head. Lu Ming frowned. Was it because he had offended the genius of the Wang clan, Wang Zhen? That the Wang clan was trying to take out their anger on Long Chen? Alright, Lu Ming, that's all I know. You came at the right time. If you were a few days later, you wouldn't be able to see us. Monk Wu Liang said. Oh? You're leaving? Lu Ming asked curiously. That's right. In a few days, Wu Yue and I will head to Yuanlu and join the major Buddhist sects there. Haha, I'm indeed the darling of the heavens, the reincarnation of a Buddhist emperor. Lu Ming, I'll catch up with you soon. Monk Wuliang laughed out loud, feeling smug. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. It seemed that the western desert's waters ran deep. They could even contact the major Buddhist sects in Yuanlu. Then we'll meet in Yuanlu in the future. Lu Ming said. After that, Lu Ming bade farewell and left. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. In the past few days, Lu Ming received news that unknown experts had appeared on the shores of the Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming frowned and ordered them to be more vigilant. On the shores of the eastern wilderness of the Divine Wilderness continent, a figure suddenly appeared. A terrifying aura emanated from his body. It was the aura of an emperor. I've finally arrived at the Divine Wilderness continent. That Lu Ming should be on the Divine Wilderness continent. The figure wore a green robe. His eyes were narrow and sharp. At that moment, there was a hint of greed in his eyes. His body swayed and flew toward the depths of the eastern wilderness. Soon, he arrived outside Kowloon City. What a majestic city. There's an emperor here. I can find out about Lu Ming's whereabouts. The green-robed man sneered and rushed into Kowloon City. He appeared in the depths of the city. A vast aura emanated from his body and pressed down on Kowloon City. What's going on? He's so powerful. Emperor. That's an emperor. Which emperor from the Dragon Alliance has arrived? In Kowloon City, many people were suppressed by the aura and almost knelt down. Some of the weaker ones even spat out blood. Who is it? A loud shout came from the depths of Kowloon City. A burly man rushed out. This burly man was Chu Luo. He was ordered to guard Kowloon City. When Chu Luo saw the green-robed man, his eyes narrowed. That was because he did not know him. Currently, all the emperors in the Divine Wilderness continent, except for those from the Western Desert, had joined the Dragon Alliance. Chu Luo was familiar with every one of them. However, he did not know this person. Clearly, he was not an emperor from the Divine Wilderness continent and came from overseas. Hee, you're finally out. Let me ask you a question. You'd better answer honestly. Otherwise, you'll suffer. The green-robed man chuckled. What do you want to ask? Chu Luo asked. Have you heard of Lu Ming? Alliance Master? Why are you looking for the Alliance Master? Chu Luo was stunned and asked. Alliance Master? Looks like Lu Ming's status isn't low here. Speak, where's Lu Ming now? Said the green-robed man. Why are you looking for the Alliance Master? Asked Chu Luo cautiously. Nonsense. Just speak when I tell you to. You really have a lot of nonsense. The green-robed man shouted coldly with impatience, and a powerful aura surged from his body and pressed down towards Chu Luo. Chu Luo's body shook, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. His expression changed violently as he exclaimed, "Second level of the Martial Emperor realm." The green-robed man was actually at the second level of the Martial Emperor realm. Why are you looking for the Alliance Master? Otherwise, don't even think about telling you. Chu Luo roared loudly. Still not speaking? You're courting death. The green-robed man's gaze turned cold as he slapped out with his palm. Chu Luo's figure retreated madly, and layers of defenses appeared before him. Bang! 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 However, Chu Luo's defenses were shattered by the green-robed man's palm strike. Chu Luo spat out large mouthfuls of blood as his body was blasted flying like a cannonball. Let's go. Chu Luo didn't hesitate at all to turn around and flee. Humph. Do you think I won't know just because you've fled? The green-robed man shouted coldly and didn't pursue Chu Luo. His figure appeared below Nine Dragon City and grabbed the head of a domain god, and a green mist enveloped the domain god. The domain god let out a shrill and miserable cry, and the others nearby were terrified to the point of trembling. Speak. Where's Lu Ming? Asked the green-robed man coldly. The Alliance Master is at Dragon Emperor City. Dragon Emperor City. That person cried out loudly. Dragon Emperor City? Give me the map. The green-robed man shouted coldly. That person didn't dare disobey, and he withdrew a map from his storage ring and passed it to the green-robed man. The green-robed man flung the domain god flying, and then he opened the map to take a look. He laughed coldly, hee hee. Lu Ming, I've finally found you. I didn't waste my time rushing over here from the green-rich continent. With a cold light flashing across his eyes, the man in green strode towards Dragon Emperor City. If Lu Ming was here, he would know that the Green Abundance continent was a continent in the southern part of the Divine Ruins continent group. It was right next to the Divine Wilderness continent. As soon as the green-robed man left, the domain enlightened spirit god that was captured by the green-robed man gasped for breath while cold sweat flowed from his body. Right when he thought he'd escaped calamity, a ball of green mist suddenly emerged from his body and enveloped him. A cry of agony was heard once again. After a short while, when the mist dispersed, only a skeleton remained of the domain enlightened spirit god. Hiss hiss hiss, the people nearby all sucked in a breath of cold air. Similar scenes played out in the southern underworld and the northern plains. The rulers of both places were attacked. In Dragon Emperor City, Lu Ming had also received the news. An expert who fought to a draw with the continent has appeared in the southern underworld. Lu Ming frowned. All parties were under attack. The ones who appeared were all martial emperors with formidable cultivations. The weakest among them was a second-layer martial dominator realm expert. Only Nanming was confirmed to be an emperor from the Xianxia continent. The Xianxia continent. According to the news, it's very likely that they're from a few different continents. Strange. Lu Ming frowned. They came from a few different continents and suddenly came to the Divine Wilderness continent. Moreover, they all had the same goal, to find him, Lu Ming. Lu Ming was very puzzled. These powerful figures from different continents had all come to the Divine Wilderness continent to look for him. What exactly was the matter? At this moment, Lu Ming received another piece of news. Someone attacked the Demon God Valley in the northern plains. The Demon God Valley was where Xiaoluan was. Xiaoluan showed his strength and severely injured the enemy. Moreover, he brought that person to the Dragon Emperor City through the trans-territory teleportation formation. Lu Ming was delighted. It was a good opportunity to interrogate him. Lu Ming took a step forward and tore the space apart. In the next moment, he appeared at the trans-territory teleportation formation and saw Xiaoluan. There was also a skinny old man lying on the ground with a pale face. His aura was weak and his face was pale. I'm from the Bayou continent. You better let me go. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death. The skinny old man yelled and threatened Xiaoluan. The old man possessed a cultivation of the second-layer martial dominator realm, but he was no match against Xiaoluan. Bang! Lu Ming arrived and stomped his foot on the old man's face, causing the old man's face to slam into the ground. Nonsense, tell me, why did you come to the Divine Wilderness continent to find me? Lu Ming asked coldly. So you're Lu Ming? The skinny old man's eyes flickered as he stared at Lu Ming with a greedy look. Tell me. Lu Ming exerted force with his foot. The old man struggled wildly, but it was useless as his cultivation was sealed. Lu Ming, you better give me the Chaos Badge and let me go. Otherwise, not only will you die, the entire Divine Wilderness continent will be buried with you. The skinny old man yelled. Chaos Badge? You're here for the Chaos Badge? Tell me, what's going on? Lu Ming yelled. These people were here for the Chaos Badge, which greatly exceeded Lu Ming's expectations, causing him to be even more curious. Let me go at once, the skinny old man yelled. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming stomped his feet on the old man's legs, causing them to explode and turn into dust. The old man inhaled deeply as his eyes popped out, before he let out a heart-wrenching cry. For a martial emperor, the explosion of his legs was nothing serious, as his spiritual body would be able to recover in a short period of time. However, the heart-wrenching pain was real. Speak. Speak honestly. Tell me the whole story. Otherwise, my next kick will be your dantian. Lu Ming said coldly. The skinny old man's heart tightened. If Lu Ming were to stomp on his dantian, his spiritual god would be in danger. In the end, the skinny old man had no choice but to tell everything he knew. It turned out that a few months ago, there was a shocking piece of news from the Divine Ruins continent. It was said that the Southern Divine Palace had captured a genius and that genius had a Chaos Badge. With the Chaos Badge, one could freely enter and exit the Divine Ruins and obtain the treasures inside. When the news came out, it caused a huge uproar. Later on, there was another piece of news that the genius with the Chaos Badge came from the Divine Wilderness continent. There was another person in the Divine Wilderness continent who also had the Chaos Badge, and his name was Lu Ming. The news spread like a whirlwind across the Divine Ruins continent and even to other continents. The ruins of deity were too mysterious. There were countless treasures hidden inside. There were several divine ruins in the Divine Ruins continent, but it was very dangerous inside, especially the core. Even martial emperors would die if they entered. But now, with the Chaos Badge, one could freely enter the Divine Ruins and obtain the treasures inside. This caused the Divine Ruins continent to riot. One of the Chaos Badges was in the hands of the Southern Divine Palace, so the others could only fight for the other one. The one in the hands of Lu Ming. Lu Ming speculated that the prodigy controlled by the Southern Divine Palace was Long Chen. Firstly, Long Chen had fallen into the hands of the Wang family and happened to have the Chaos Origin token. Secondly, the Chaos Origin token wasn't that easy to obtain. Lu Ming estimated that in the entire Divine Ruins continent group, only he and Long Chen had the Chaos Origin token. Previously, he had learned from Tui of the Chaos Palace that the Chaos Origin token depended on one's potential. In the War of Providence, some people's cultivation might far exceed Lu Ming's cultivation, but they might not be able to obtain the Chaos Origin token. Only those who were determined to have great potential could obtain the Chaos Origin token. Through these 2 points, Lu Ming speculated that the prodigy was definitely Long Chen. And the Wang family had used some methods, such as soul searching, to find out from Long Chen that Lu Ming also had a Chaos Origin token. But there was one thing that Lu Ming couldn't figure out. For example, if the Wang family or the other experts of the Southern Divine Palace knew from Long Chen that Lu Ming also had a Chaos Origin token, shouldn't they secretly send experts to capture Lu Ming? How could they spread the news so that all the continents in the Divine Ruins continent group knew about it? This didn't make sense. Boom, at this moment, a powerful aura came crashing down from the sky. The Dragon Emperor city was enveloped by a powerful pressure. Boom. Boom, as soon as this pressure rose, several other pressures erupted and filled the sky above the Dragon Emperor city. At this moment, everyone in the Dragon Emperor city felt like they were being crushed by Mount Tai and a disaster was imminent. Lu Ming, get out here. Lu Ming, get out here. A few loud roars like thunder exploded in the sky above the Dragon Emperor city, causing many people's eardrums to vibrate and they almost vomited blood. Good timing. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he stepped out and stomped on the skinny old man's dantian. Boom, the berserk power directly pierced through the skinny old man's dantian and scattered the old man's spiritual deity. The old man's eyes bulged as he roared, You didn't keep your word, Lu Ming sneered, I didn't say I wouldn't kill you. Also, you killed your way to the Divine Wilderness continent to steal my primordial chaos token. Do you think I won't kill you? How naive. With the eruption of power, the skinny old man was torn apart. Then, Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh, with the sound of something breaking through the air, 5 figures appeared beside Lu Ming. Other than Xiao Wan, there were 4 other rulers. In Dragon Emperor City, besides Lu Ming, there were 4 other emperors guarding it. The moment Lu Ming appeared in the sky, he had seen some figures standing around Dragon Emperor City. I am Lu Ming. Lu Ming's voice came from afar. Whoosh! Whoosh, with a flicker, the figures around Dragon Emperor City appeared around Lu Ming and the others, surrounding Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, I am the sacred Sky Emperor of the Zhoning continent. Hand over your primordial chaos token. A burly man with golden hair stared at Lu Ming with a wild aura. The primordial chaos token is mine. I am the ruler of Shuiyu from the fluttering snow continent. A beautiful woman in white stared coldly at Lu Ming. These 2 people were both peak second-layer martial emperors. They were very powerful. Those who dared to cross the vast distance and come to the Divine Wilderness continent to participate in this battle were the top experts of their respective continents. The weakest of them was a second-layer martial emperor. Even the first-layer martial emperors did not dare to come. They knew that even if they obtained the primordial chaos token, they would not be able to enjoy it. Fluttering snow continent, Joning continent, get lost. A burly man in armor shouted coldly. His aura was extremely shocking. He was a third-layer martial emperor. Fighting against the continents, the ruler of Shuiyu and the sacred sky emperor wore stern looks. This third-layer martial emperor was from the fighting against the continent. The fighting against the continent was ranked in the top 10 among the continents of the divine ruins. Apart from these three, there were three others with a cultivation of the second-layer martial emperor. One of them was the old man in a green robe, who surrounded Lu Ming and his crew while glaring at them. Lu Ming, give me your primordial chaos token and I'll spare your life. The emperor of the fighting against the continent stared at Lu Ming coldly. Hee, it seems like you don't know anything about the primordial chaos token. The primordial chaos token was acquired during the Battle of Luck. It has already merged with my body. Even if you have it, you won't be able to use it. Lu Ming said with a smile. Won't be able to use it? That's easy. I just need to cripple you and bring you along. I can still enter the divine ruins and obtain the treasures inside. The emperor of the fighting against the continent said with a hideous grin. Is that so? Why are you so confident? Have you ever thought that you'll lose your life here? Lu Ming remained calm, but behind his calm expression, there was a cold murderous intent. Ha, lose my life here? What kind of expert can you find in the divine wilderness? What can you do to me? The emperor of the fighting against the continent burst into laughter. Oh? If that's the case, die. Lu Ming shouted and suddenly attacked. The chaotic intent realm lingered around him as the dragon vein sword appeared in his hand and slashed at the emperor of the fighting against the continent. The terrifying power caused the emperor of the fighting against the continent to turn pale. Block it. The emperor of the fighting against the continent took out a halberd and slashed it down with all his might. He was a third-layer martial emperor. Even an ordinary second-layer martial emperor would be killed by his full-powered attack. However, when Lu Ming's dragon vein sword landed on the halberd vibrated violently and exploded with a bang. The emperor of the fighting against the continent trembled violently and spat out blood as he retreated. How is this possible? The emperor of the fighting against the continent yelled in disbelief. He was a third-layer martial emperor, while Lu Ming was only a 9 heavens supreme. Although it was unbelievable that he had reached the 9 heavens supreme realm at such a young age, he was still a 9 heavens supreme. How could his strength be so powerful that he could severely injure the emperor of the fighting against the continent? Kill. Lu Ming stepped out. His combat sword cut through the void and slashed toward the emperor of the continent who was fighting the same battle. The emperor of the fighting against the continent tried to dodge the attack, but he suddenly discovered that his surroundings were surrounded by dozens of formations that were designed to trap the enemy. Puff, the dragon vein sword slashed the emperor of the fighting against the continent in half. This, on the side, the sacred sky dominator, the snowdrift dominator, and the others were dumbfounded. Their eyes were wide open. Everything happened too quickly. Lu Ming had just made 2 moves and a LV3 martial emperor expert, whom they were extremely wary of, was killed in just 1 move. He thought he was dreaming. Kill. Lu Ming swung his sword and slashed a second-layer martial emperor into pieces. Run. The rest of the cultivators fled in all directions in terror. Kill. Xiao Wan made his move and drew out his demonic saber. A second-layer martial emperor expert was slashed in half by the demonic saber. On the other hand, Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared behind the Snowdrift Emperor, slashing at him with his battle sword. The Snowdrift Emperor tried his best to defend himself, but it was useless. The slash shattered everything in its path. 5 sovereigns had come, including a LV3 Martial Royal Realm expert, but they had all been killed in an instant. Only the Sacred Sky Emperor was left. The Sacred Sky Emperor felt a chill run down his spine. In his opinion, even if there were experts in the Divine Wilderness continent, a LV2 Martial Royal Realm expert would be the limit. With his peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm cultivation, he could roam the Divine Wilderness unhindered. But now, he realized that the divine wilderness continent was a tiger's den. It was a hell on earth. Spare me. The sacred Sky Emperor begged for mercy. I've said that since you're here to steal my Chaos Origin token, you should be prepared to be killed. Do you really think that the divine wilderness continent is your backyard and that I, Lu Ming, can be easily bullied by you? Lu Ming's cold voice sounded as he appeared behind the sacred Sky Emperor and slashed down with the dragon vein sword. The sacred Sky Emperor was filled with regret and hatred. He tried his best to resist, but the result could not be changed. Puff, the sacred Sky Emperor was killed in the air. The 5 sovereigns who had come to attack were all dead. Lu Ming, give the order to gather all the sovereigns to guard the Dragon Emperor city. I'm afraid there will be more experts coming. Xiao Wan suggested. No. Lu Ming waved his hand and said, passively defending will only be endless. Now, we need to take the initiative to attack and scare them. Spread the news to all parts of the divine wilderness continent. Tell the experts of the other continents not to resist. Tell them that I, Lu Ming, am at the Fallen Emperor Mountain. You want to be at the Fallen Emperor Mountain, Xiao Wan raised his eyebrows and said. That's right. Fall Emperor Mountain, kill all the sovereigns. Lu Ming said. Do you need our help? Xiao Wan said. He could not help but admire Lu Ming's decisiveness. No need. Senior Xia, you'll guard the Dragon Emperor city. Lu Ming said. After that, Lu Ming stepped out and headed toward the Fallen Emperor Mountain. The Fallen Emperor Mountain was not far from the Dragon Emperor city. It was only 10 million miles away and was a giant peak that rose into the sky. Legend had it that an sovereign had fallen here a long time ago, which was why it was called the Fallen Emperor Mountain. A short while later, Lu Ming appeared at the top of the Fallen Emperor Mountain. He sat down cross-legged and waited quietly. The Dragon Emperor city also spread the news to every corner of the divine wilderness continent, saying that Lu Ming was at the Fallen Emperor Mountain. As time passed, more and more experts from other continents came to the divine wilderness. Lu Ming is at the Fallen Emperor Mountain. Let's go to the Fallen Emperor Mountain. I want to be the first to obtain the primordial chaos token. One figure after another headed for the Fallen Emperor Mountain. At the border of the northern plains, the sky rumbled. A huge cross-sea flying ship broke through the wind and waves, appearing on the coastline. Whoosh! 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 3 figures appeared in the cross-sea spaceship. Each of them had a majestic aura. Among the 3 figures, 2 were at the peak of the second-layer martial dominator realm, while the one in the middle was even more terrifying, having reached the peak of the third-layer martial dominator realm. This person had long green hair and looked to be in his 40s. In the distance, a beam of light flashed as a middle-aged man appeared before the 3 figures. He bowed to the middle-aged man and said, Second Master, I found out that Lu Ming is cultivating in seclusion at the Fallen Emperor Mountain. Oh? Got it. The green-haired middle-aged man nodded and sneered. This Lu Ming is really audacious. He even dared to kill the young master of the sea-suppressing marshal's residence. This time, Big Brother sent me here to kill Lu Ming and avenge my 2 nephews. At the same time, I can seize the primordial chaos token. I'll do my best. The others on the side immediately said. Alright, let's go. The middle-aged man took the lead and left. At the Fallen Emperor Mountain, Lu Ming sat with his legs crossed and casually scanned his surroundings. Around the Fallen Emperor Mountain, 7 or 8 experts had appeared. They were all experts from different continents, and each of them was a second-layer martial dominator realm expert. This force was extremely shocking. However, these people had yet to make their move, not because they were afraid of Lu Ming, but because they were wary of one another. The primordial chaos token is mine, I was the first to arrive. Ridiculous, you're the first to arrive, so it's yours? Bullshit. Are you trying to oppose the Fallen Emperor continent? Voices could be heard as the powerful martial emperors unleashed their auras and stood in the air, facing one another. 2 more experts from the Fallen Emperor continent had arrived, one third-layer martial dominator realm and the other peak. Second-layer martial dominator realm. As expected of one of the top 10 continents in the Godly Ruins continent. As the experts faced one another, none of them dared to make their move. Lu Ming wore a faint smile, but he did not break the balance. Now was not the time to make his move. It would not be too late for him to make his move when more people arrived. As time gradually passed, more martial emperors arrived. Behind them, there were 16 martial emperors. Even the White Feather continent, which was ranked 4th in the Godly Ruins continent group, had sent a few of them. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, 4 figures flew toward them from the distance. The one leading them was the blue-haired middle-aged man. The southern sacred palace of the Godly Ruins continent is here for the season-suppressing marshal's residence. Those who have no business here, back off. Someone beside the blue-haired middle-aged man yelled. The others were startled. What? Even the southern sacred palace is here. Doesn't the southern sacred palace have a primordial chaos token? Why are they involved? The others blurted out with stern looks. The strength of the Godly Ruins continent was too overwhelming. It had surpassed the strength of the other continents. However, it was impossible for them to give up just like that. The season-suppressing marshal's residents shouldn't try to oppress us. There are so many of us here, we're not afraid of you. That's right, if the season-suppressing marshal were here, we might be a little intimidated, but there's no way we're backing off. The others blurted out. Those who had arrived were the peak experts of the other continents. Even though the blue-haired middle-aged man's cultivation was strong, he was only a peak 3rd-layer martial dominator realm cultivator. His presence was not enough to scare these experts. Humph, how reckless. Are you trying to oppose the season-suppressing marshal's residence and the southern sacred palace? The eyes of the blue-haired middle-aged man flickered coldly as he snapped. However, the others sneered and none of them backed off. Most of the experts from the southern continents of the Godly Ruins continent had gathered here. With so many experts gathered here, why would they be afraid of the season-suppressing marshal's residence? At most, they would hide after obtaining the primordial chaos token. What could the experts of the southern sacred palace do to them? The blue-haired middle-aged man's face darkened. Everyone present was an expert. There were more than 5 3rd-layer martial dominators. Although none of them were at the peak of the 3rd-layer martial dominator realm, the blue-haired middle-aged man was still wary of them. Finally, it's about time. At this moment, Lu Ming said calmly on the fallen emperor mountain. The emperors immediately looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, how dare you kill the people of the season-suppressing marshal's residence? Hand over the primordial chaos token and come with me to the season-suppressing marshal's residence to receive your punishment. The blue-haired middle-aged man yelled. Hi Tian and hi you, those 2 pieces of trash. If you want to take revenge, then do it. You're courting death. The blue-haired middle-aged man shouted with a gloomy face. Everyone, as you can see, Lu Ming has a feud with the Sea Conqueror's mansion. My elder brother's 2 sons died in Lu Ming's hands. The Sea Conqueror's mansion is bent on getting Lu Ming. The blue-haired middle-aged man scanned the crowd. He was worried about the experts from other continents. As for Lu Ming, he did not care about him at all. I have no objection if you want Lu Ming. Just leave the Chaos Origin token behind. That's right. Take him away and leave the Chaos Origin token behind. The other sovereigns said. Humph. The blue-haired middle-aged man snorted. He wanted to kill Lu Ming, but his main target was the Chaos Origin token. Are you done talking nonsense? Lu Ming stood up and a cold killing intent rose from his body. He said, do you know why this place is called the Fallen Emperor Mountain? The crowd looked at Lu Ming again. That's because some sovereigns have fallen here. That's why I chose this place to be your burial ground. Lu Ming's cold voice spread in all directions. What? Arrogant. You want to kill us? What a joke. Don't attack. Let me kill him first. Hearing Lu Ming's words, the other sovereigns were enraged. Kill. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly roared and attacked. He shot up into the sky and rushed toward the sovereigns who were at LV2 Martial Royal Realm. Roar roar roar, dragon roars were heard as the 9 dragon forces burst out. At the same time, the 3rd bloodline appeared and a force flowed into Lu Ming's body. Then, the chaotic domain covered his body. Clang, he slashed out with the dragon vein sword. At this moment, Lu Ming had used all his strength. No one expected that Lu Ming would dare to make a move when he was besieged by more than 20 emperors. Moreover, these sovereigns were all at LV2 martial royal realm and above. How terrifying was this force, therefore, when Lu Ming made his move, they were subconsciously taken aback. Puff. 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 With a sweep of the dragon-veined sword, the three emperors of LV2 martial royal realm were cut in half. The sword chi burst out and crushed their spiritual deities. In an instant, 3 people were killed. When Lu Ming attacked, the space between his eyebrows glowed. His second body stepped out and waved his hand. 5 phoenix feather flying swords shot out rapidly, and the cries of phoenixes shook the sky. 5 cries of agony were heard as 5 second-layer martial dominators were penetrated by the phoenix feather flying swords, shattering their spiritual spirits. Lu Ming suddenly launched an attack. His main body and second body attacked at the same time, instantly killing 8 powerhouses. Only then did the others react. Damn it, how dare you launch a surprise attack? How can he be so strong? Go, crush him. Angry roars rang out one after another. Some people felt their bodies go cold. If Lu Ming had attacked them just now, what would have happened? In an instant, numerous attacks were launched toward the main body and the second body. Whoosh, Lu Ming's main body moved slightly. Like a flickering light and passing shadow, he disappeared from the spot. Puff, then, a second-layer martial dominator was cut in half by Lu Ming's sword. The air-frozen bead, combined with the wind origin skill, is really fast. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Lu Ming controlled the air-frozen bead, and a green energy appeared in his body. Then, he used the wind origin skill. Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. Even the emperors could not catch up with his speed. As for the second body, he took a step forward, and the void was filled with formations. He used the formations to move his body and dodge the attacks. At the same time, he controlled the 5 phoenix feather flying swords and killed another second-layer martial dominator. Then, he waved his hand, and the million formation illustration appeared. Countless large formations appeared and attacked the emperors. The million formation illustration was most suitable for group battles. Countless large formations, all kinds of offensive, defensive, and trapping enemies, caused the many rulers to be in a flurry. With the second body's current strength, even a third-layer martial dominator would be afraid of the million formation illustration. Whoosh! 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 Lu Ming's main body used the wind origin skill, and his body flashed rapidly. Puff! Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. One by one, the emperors were killed. Second Master, help! A second-layer martial dominator from the Sea Conqueror's mansion shouted. However, the green-haired middle-aged man was focused on by the second body. Countless large formations poured down on him, and 3 of the 5 phoenix feather flying swords stabbed at him. He could barely protect himself, and he did not have the strength to save others. Puff! The emperors of the Sea Conqueror's mansion were easily killed by Lu Ming. Given Lu Ming's current combat ability, with the coordination of his main body and secondary body, killing a second-level martial emperor was as easy as chopping vegetables. Furthermore, most of these people didn't have emperor spirit weapons. In the blink of an eye, there were only 5 martial dominators left. 5 LV3 martial emperor realm experts. The other second-layer martial dominators were all killed. Fall back, fall back. This man is a monster, an Azura, a demon. A few third-layer martial dominators yelled. They were scared out of their wits. Lu Ming was unbelievably strong. There were more than 20 of them. If they joined forces, even a 4th-layer martial dominator would have to retreat. However, almost all of them were killed by Lu Ming. This did not mean that Lu Ming's strength was stronger than a 4th-layer martial dominator. It was that the combination of Lu Ming's main body and his second body was too perfect, especially in a group battle. The second body activated the million formations illustration to trap, disturb, and attack the enemies with a wide range of attacks. No matter how many enemies there were, they could be trapped. Besides, the second body had a powerful attack. Coupled with the coordinated attacks of the main body, the other party's advantage in numbers had yet to be unleashed. Lu Ming's thunderous attacks had already scattered them into pieces. Buzz! At this moment, Lu Ming performed the bloodline merge and turned into the spirit suppressing steel, suppressing a third-layer martial dominator. Bang! the third-layer martial dominator spat out mouthfuls of blood as half of his body exploded. Following this, the dragon vein sword slashed forward and killed the man. Following this, the spirit-suppressing steel came crashing down once again. The others wanted to escape, but what awaited them was a boundless grand formation. If they wanted to break through the grand formation, they would have to spend some time. But that time was fatal. Bang, the spirit-suppressing steel was like a death steel, covered in a chaotic domain. Ordinary third-layer martial dominators could not resist it at all. They would be severely injured if not killed. Damn it, I'm going to run away, run away. Seeing the other experts being killed by Lu Ming one after another, the blue-haired middle-aged man panicked and tried to escape. However, the second body was staring at him. There was no way he could escape. Whoosh, a formation appeared on the second body's body. A sword intent was fired from the tip of his finger, which almost penetrated the blue-haired middle-aged man's forehead, causing him to break out in cold sweat. Cries of agony could be heard, before they fell silent. The other third-layer martial dominators were all killed by Lu Ming. The green-haired middle-aged man's heart turned cold from head to toe. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that such a situation would occur when he was only here to kill a young junior. Now, it's your turn. Go down and accompany your two nephews. The suppressing hell steel flew towards the green-haired middle-aged man as Lu Ming's cold voice resounded. Lu Ming, I am the second brother of the sea-suppressing general. If you dare to kill me, the entire divine wilderness continent will be buried with me. The green-haired middle-aged man roared and threatened. I have already killed Hai Tian and Hai Yu. You won't make a difference. Lu Ming sneered. You. Let me tell you, I am not only a member of the sea-suppressing general's residence, I am also an elder of the Southern Divine Palace. If you kill me, you will be going against the Southern Divine Palace. The green-haired middle-aged man continued to roar. Seeing that the sea-suppressing general's residence was not going to work, he brought up the Southern Divine Palace. Southern Divine Palace? I will make a trip there sooner or later. Lu Ming's voice was still as cold as a knife. The green-haired middle-aged man panicked. Lu Ming was not threatened at all. He was extremely daring. He had never met such a person before. He was at a loss. Swoosh, as he panicked, a phoenix feather flying sword flew past his neck, leaving behind a trail of blood and almost chopping off his head. The green-haired middle-aged man shuddered. Lu Ming, I beg you to spare me. As long as you let me go, I will go back and plead for you in front of my big brother. The green-haired middle-aged man started to beg for mercy. Ridiculous. Lu Ming sneered. Let me go. I beg you. As long as you let me go, I will do anything for you and be your slave. The green-haired middle-aged man became more and more afraid. In the end, he did not care about his face and begged. He did not look like a high and mighty emperor at all. Emperors were also humans. They were just people who had great power. They also had emotions and were afraid of death. Especially emperors, they were more afraid of death than ordinary people. They had great power and could destroy the heavens and earth. They had a long lifespan and could live freely in the world. Therefore, they were even more afraid of death. Clearly, the blue-haired middle-aged man was such a person. When he was stronger than others, he was high and mighty, looking down on others as ants. However, when he was faced with the threat of death, he would often behave even worse than an ordinary person. Kill. Lu Ming was unmoved. He spoke coldly as the prison-suppressing steel pressed down. At the same time, his second body attacked as well. There was no suspense in the outcome. Although the blue-haired middle-aged man's cultivation had reached the peak third-layer martial dominator realm, how could he possibly stand a chance against the combined strength of Lu Ming's main body and his second body? Not long after, the blue-haired middle-aged man was killed by Lu Ming with unwillingness. At this point, over 20 second-layer martial dominator realm experts had been slain by Lu Ming. Plus the 5 people who were killed by Lu Ming in Dragon Emperor City, these 20-odd powerhouses were the top powerhouses of all the continents in the south of the continent of God's ruins. In this battle, the top powerhouses of these continents had suffered great losses, resulting in a period of emptiness. The power structure of these continents would change tremendously, resulting in a great battle between the factions. That being said, Lu Ming was too lazy to care about any of this. With a wave of his hand, over 20 storage rings were collected by Lu Ming. In addition to that, the corpses of the martial dominators were stored in the mountain and river pattern. These were all martial dominators. Both their blood and essence were priceless treasures. They would be of great help if given to Xiao Wan and the others. After putting the storage rings away, Lu Ming headed for the Dragon Emperor city. Outside the Dragon Emperor city, more than 10 figures were waiting anxiously. Xianxia, Xiao Wan, Xia Jiuyang, and the others. They were all the authorities of the Dragon Alliance. Although they were aware of Lu Ming's outstanding strength and his ability to create miracles, they could not help but feel worried as they were facing experts from other continents. Lu Ming. All of a sudden, Xianxia's eyes lit up as he looked forward. A rainbow light flashed, and Lu Ming's figure appeared. Lu Ming, are you all right? Xianxia hurriedly went forward, his face full of worry. During this period of time, Xianxia had been in seclusion, trying to break through to the supreme stage. However, when he heard the news, he immediately came out of seclusion. I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled. Alliance leader, how are the powerhouses of the other continents? Xiao Wan asked. The others also looked at Lu Ming curiously. Lu Ming smiled and waved his hand. The corpses of the martial dominators, whether complete or incomplete, all appeared in the air, emitting shocking fluctuations. Even after death, the fluctuations emitted by the martial dominators were still shocking. This is? Xiao Wan, Xia Jiuyang, and the other martial dominators were all petrified. These martial dominators had only died recently. They could clearly sense their cultivations from the corpses. They were all second-layer martial dominators and above. There were 5 third-layer martial dominators. So many experts were dead. It was obvious that they had been killed by Lu Ming. They could feel their hearts shuddering as they inhaled deeply. At the same time, Lu Ming was becoming more and more mysterious in their hearts. Keep these corpses. I'll leave it to you to decide how to use them. Lu Ming said. Xiao Wan and the others used a storage ring to store the corpses of the martial dominators. By the way, I'll keep the ones that are useful to me. As for those that aren't, I'll leave them to you and store them in the vault. You'll be rewarded according to your contributions in the future. Lu Ming said. Xiao Wan and the others nodded. Following this, they excused themselves and left. Only Lu Ming and Xianxia were left in the sky. Lu Ming, what are you going to do next? Xianxia asked all of a sudden. Xiaoqing, I can't hide it from you. Lu Ming let out a smile as he held Xianxia's hand and gazed deep into the Dragon Emperor city. Even though the southern continents of the Godly Ruins continent suffered great losses, it won't end here. There are still experts from the 4 great celestial palaces of the Divine Ruins, as well as experts from the western, northern, and eastern continents of the Divine Ruins. These experts will also rush over. If I continue to stay in the Divine Wilderness, it will be a disaster for the Divine Wilderness. Lu Ming said in a solemn tone. Currently, the strongest cultivator was only a peak 3rd-layer martial dominator. If a 4th-layer martial dominator were to show up, how was Lu Ming going to deal with them? A 4th-layer martial dominator was significantly stronger than a 3rd-layer martial dominator. Even though it was not too difficult for Lu Ming to kill an ordinary peak 3rd-layer martial dominator with the help of his 2 bodies, he was still no match against a 4th-layer martial dominator. If a 4th-layer martial dominator were to show up at the Godly Desolation continent, the Dragon Alliance, the Dragon Emperor city, or even the entire Godly Desolation continent would be in trouble. That was not what Lu Ming wanted to see. Lu Ming, are you planning to leave the Godly Desolation continent? To the Godly Ruins continent? That's right. As long as I go to the Godly Ruins continent and show myself there, everyone will gather there. Lu Ming said. After all, those people's target was Lu Ming and the Chaos Origin token, not the Godly Ruins continent. As long as Lu Ming showed himself in the Godly Ruins continent, those who wanted the Chaos Origin token would not come to the Godly Ruins continent. This way, the Dragon Alliance and Lu Ming's friends and family would be safe. That was Lu Ming's plan. This plan could be said to be very bold and dangerous. Lu Ming, I'll go with you. Xianxia held Lu Ming's hand tightly as he stared into Lu Ming's eyes. All right. Lu Ming nodded after thinking for a while. Xianxia's smile was peerless. There was no time to lose. The next day, Lu Ming gathered the higher-ups of the Dragon Alliance and announced his plan. At first, Xiao Luan, Xia Jiuyang and the others were against it. However, since Lu Ming had made up his mind, there was nothing they could do. After the meeting, Lu Ming and Xiao Luan sat opposite each other in the backyard of the Dragon Alliance. Senior Xia, I don't know when Lu Ming will be back. I'll leave the Dragon Alliance to you for the time being. Lu Ming said. Why do you say that? Xiao Luan was stunned. There's less than a year left before the date with the Divine Dragon Valley. I'm afraid it'll take a year to get to the Godly Ruins continent. When the messenger of the Divine Dragon Valley arrives, we'll have to leave for the Yuan Lu. Lu Ming explained. Xiao Luan fell silent. After a while, he said, Don't worry, Alliance leader. As long as I'm around, I'll ensure the safety of the Dragon Alliance and your family. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming smiled and said, I'll never forget what I promised you. After I've gained a foothold in the Yuan Lu, I'll recommend you to join the Yuan Lu sect. Thank you. Xiao Luan solemnly raised his glass to Lu Ming. After that, Lu Ming went to have dinner with Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. The next day, Lu Ming and Xianxia officially set off for the Godly Ruins continent. In northern plains, in the boundless ocean, Lu Ming looked at the distant divine wilderness continent with a complicated look in his eyes. Who knew how long it would take for him to return? Xianxia stood quietly beside Lu Ming and did not speak. Xiaoqing, let's go. After a long while, Lu Ming smiled, took Xianxia's small hand, turned around, and left. This time, Lu Ming only brought along Xianxia. Lu Ming left Tu Qian and the Lu family to guard the Lu family. After flying for a while, Xianxia entered the mountains and rivers to cultivate, while Lu Ming began to travel at full speed. He had to reach the Godly Ruins continent as soon as possible. Lu Ming tore the space with all his strength and traveled at an astonishing speed. Traveling at full speed consumed a lot of energy. Even with Lu Ming's current True Yuan strength, he could not last for long. However, Lu Ming had a second body. When the main body's True Yuan ran out, the main body would enter the mountain and river diagram to recover while the second body would continue to travel. Lu Ming's current speed was slightly faster than that of an ordinary third-level martial emperor. He traveled day and night without stopping. Within a few days, the Divine Ruins continent was already in sight. Previously, riding on Lei Shi Supreme, it took him several months. But now, traveling at full speed, his speed was dozens of times faster than Lei Shi Supreme. Godly Ruins continent, I'm back. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he rushed towards the Godly Ruins continent. After arriving at the Godly Ruins continent, Lu Ming found a place to devour origin stones and recover his cultivation to the peak. See suppressing Marshal's residence, I'll start with you. Lu Ming murmured as he tore the space apart and left. It was easy to let the Godly Ruins continent know that Lu Ming had come to the Godly Ruins continent in a short period of time. Lu Ming was the first to set his eyes on the sea-suppressing Marshal's residence. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the sea-suppressing Marshal's residence. The sea-suppressing Marshal's residence was located at the center of a huge ancient city. It was surrounded by palaces. Bang! Lu Ming appeared above the ancient city and unleashed his aura without concealing it. A terrifying pressure encapsulated the entire ancient city. What's going on? Provocation, this is provocation. How powerful, is he a Nine Heavens Supreme? How could a Nine Heavens Supreme have such a powerful aura? The entire ancient city was immersed in an uproar. Who's there? How dare you provoke the sea-suppressing Marshal's residence, die? How bold! At the center of the ancient city, terrifying auras burst out from the endless palaces. They were all auras of martial emperors. Lu Ming scanned the place with his divine sense and discovered more than 20 auras of martial emperors. Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. The Godly Ruins continent was indeed powerful. This was only the sea-suppressing marshals. Residents under the Southern God Palace, but there were already more than 20 martial emperors here. The Godly Desolation continent was nothing compared to it. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh, following this, several figures sprang into the sky and surrounded Lu Ming. There were 9 figures in total, 9 martial emperors. Among them, 2 were second-layer martial emperors, while the other 7 were first-layer martial emperors. The sea-suppressing marshal's residence would not send out all of its experts just because of a single person. "Where's Hai Pengtian? Ask him to come out and die," Lu Ming yelled. Hai Pengtian was the name of the sea-suppressing marshal. "How bold, die. How dare you provoke the marshal, kill him." The martial emperor surrounding Lu Ming yelled. A few of them attacked Lu Ming. Boom. Boom. Boom, Lu Ming threw out 3 punches in a row, followed by 3 cries of agony. 3 first-layer martial emperors were blasted into pieces by Lu Ming. The other martial emperors were shocked and glared at Lu Ming. They did not expect Lu Ming to be so daring. He actually dared to make a move in the residence of the Sea Conqueror. Moreover, he was so ruthless that he killed 3 emperors in one go. They were sovereigns. Even in the southern god palace, they were high and mighty figures. But now, 3 of them had died in an instant. Kill. Lu Ming cast the wind essence skill and charged toward the remaining 5 sovereigns in a flash. Lu Ming's fist force destroyed all the martial emperors, regardless of whether they were second-layer or first-layer martial emperors. After 5 punches, the remaining 5 martial emperors were all killed. In the ancient city, the martial artists who witnessed this gasped in astonishment. Where did this fiend come from? He is so young, but his combat strength is unbelievably strong. He can kill martial emperors as if they were dogs. Boom. Boom, at that moment, the entire ancient city shook. A few earth-shattering auras burst out from the center of the palace. Then, a few figures appeared in front of Lu Ming. Their cold killing intent almost froze the world. The marshal is here," someone exclaimed. The leader had a head of green hair, which was similar to the green-haired middle-aged man who had attacked the divine region. He was Hai Pengtian, the sea-suppressing marshal. Hai Pengtian's aura was earth-shattering, as if he was the ruler of the world. 4th-layer martial emperor. Hai Pengtian's LV4 martial royal realm aura was released and Lu Ming felt a great pressure. Behind Hai Pengtian were 2 old men with LV3 martial royal realm cultivation. Whoosh. Whoosh, at that moment, a few figures rushed out from below and stood behind Hai Pengtian. There were more than 10 of them and they were all martial emperors. Those who were not martial emperors did not dare to come up. Their auras alone were enough to suffocate martial emperors. "Who are you? How dare you come to the Sea Conqueror's residence? Who sent you?" Hai Pengtian stared coldly at Lu Ming and did not attack immediately. In the Godly Ruins mainland, not many forces would dare to come here. The Sea Conqueror's residence belonged to the Southern Divine Palace. In the Godly Ruins mainland, only the other 3 divine palaces would dare to do so. Hence, Hai Pengtian was a little hesitant and decided to ask about it first. "Me? Didn't you send your second brother to catch me? I am Lu Ming." The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled slightly as he spoke. His clear voice spread throughout the entire ancient city and rang in everyone's ears. "What? He is Lu Ming? The most powerful person among the younger generation, Lu Ming who has the chaotic essence token? He came to the Godly Ruins mainland." The ancient city was in an uproar when they heard this. "You are Lu Ming?" Hai Pengtian's eyes narrowed and a cold murderous intent flashed in them. "That's right. He is Lu Ming. I saw him when the Yuan Lu sect was selecting disciples." A voice came out from the ancient city. Apparently, someone had recognized Lu Ming. After receiving confirmation, Hai Pengtian's eyes lit up and he said, "My second brother has failed. Lu Ming, I am impressed by your courage. You came to the Godly Ruins and dared to kill in the Sea Conqueror's residence. Today, you will not leave." Hai Pengtian's aura became stronger and stronger and he was about to attack. "Commander, there is no need for you to deal with a kid. I will take him down and avenge the 2 martial emperors." A LV3 martial royal realm elder stepped out from behind Hai Pengtian and bowed. "All right. Cripple his cultivation first, but don't kill him," Hai Pengtian instructed. "Yes, Marshal, don't worry." The 3rd-layer martial emperor realm elder nodded and walked towards Lu Ming. His aura locked onto Lu Ming. This Lu Ming, the second master, went to the divine desolate continent to find him, but he actually hid in the divine ruins continent. However, he is also stupid to actually come to the marshal's residence to vent his anger. He probably suffered a lot at the hands of the second master. That's fine, it should be my credit. The thought crossed the third layer martial dominator realm old man's mind as his face wore a ferocious expression. Whoosh, an iron rod appeared in his hand, and he swung it at Lu Ming. Perfect, kill them one by one. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. If Hai Peng Tian attacked him, it would be troublesome. Now that this old man had volunteered himself, it gave Lu Ming an opportunity. Boom, Lu Ming stepped forward and punched out. Lu Ming's fist collided heavily with the metal rod. All the energy in Lu Ming's body suddenly erupted. The third layer martial dominator realm old man's expression changed greatly. His eyes were filled with disbelief, as if he had never thought that Lu Ming's strength would be so terrifying. Then, his body staggered backward. Die. Lu Ming executed the wind origin technique, and his body instantly appeared in front of the old man and threw out a punch. The old man gathered all his strength on the rod and struck at Lu Ming. However, at that moment, Lu Ming's glabella glowed. Lu Ming's second body stepped forward and waved his hand. The phoenix feather flying swords whizzed out and attacked the old man. It was too sudden, and the old man was caught off guard. The old man was fully focused on Lu Ming. He had never thought that another Lu Ming would appear from Lu Ming's glabella. It was too late for him to dodge. Puff puff puff, the 5 phoenix feather flying swords penetrated the old man's vital points, killing him instantly. Die. After killing the old man, Lu Ming did not stop. He controlled the air-frozen bead, and a stream of green energy flowed into Lu Ming's body. Then, he executed the wind origin technique, and his speed was extremely fast. Lu Ming attacked the other emperors. The dragon vein sword appeared and slashed at them. 2 first-layer martial dominators were killed by Lu Ming with a single slash. Everything happened too quickly. Only then did Hai Peng Tian come to his senses. Most importantly, all of this was beyond his expectations. Lu Ming's aura was clearly that of a supreme being. A third-layer martial dominator was killed by a supreme being in an instant. By the time he came to his senses, Lu Ming had already killed 2 more people. You're courting death. Hai Peng Tian was furious. He roared and threw a punch at Lu Ming. Hai Peng Tian threw out this punch furiously, and its power was astonishing. Whoosh, his second body waved his hand and the million formation illustration appeared. Dozens of defensive formations appeared in an instant to stop Hai Peng Tian. However, bang, 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 a series of explosions sounded. These formations collapsed under the force of Hai Peng Tian's palm. The strength of a 4th-layer martial dominator was too strong. The million formation illustration was a martial dominator spiritual weapon. The formations in it would become more powerful as the second body's cultivation increased. With the second body's current strength, these formations would be very useful against a 3rd-layer martial dominator. However, they all exploded under Hai Peng Tian's palm. The second body's expression changed slightly. He did not want to make a mistake, but he did not want to make a mistake. The spirit fire between his eyebrows lit up and more formations appeared in the million formation illustration. They were all defensive and trapping types. His goal was to stop Hai Peng Tian for a while. At the same time, Lu Ming's main body used the wind origin skill to kill the other emperors. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming slashed with the dragon vein sword. No matter if it was a 1st-layer martial dominator or a 2nd-layer martial dominator, they were all killed with a single slash. In the blink of an eye, several more people died under Lu Ming's sword. Lu Ming's speed was too fast. These people did not even have time to escape. Damn it! Hai Peng Tian roared. A pair of golden wings appeared on his back, like the wings of a rock. Of course, these were not real wings, but a martial dominator spiritual weapon. Whoosh! Whoosh! The pair of golden wings swept past like 2 heavenly swords. The formations activated by the million formation illustration were constantly collapsing. Hai Peng Tian quickly attacked the second body. The second body took a few steps forward. Inscription formations appeared in the void to cooperate with the million formation illustration. In the end, the second body even used inscription talisman scrolls. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of inscription talisman scrolls flew out and various kinds of energy poured toward Hai Pengtian. For a moment, Hai Pengtian could not break through the second body's defense. As for the main body, it continued its slaughter. Puff, the dragon vein sword slashed out and killed 2 more people. In the blink of an eye, there was only one emperor left in the void. A third-layer martial dominator. The third-layer martial dominator was scared out of his wits and did not dare to resist. He hid behind Hai Pengtian and escaped death. In the ancient city, everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. The sea-suppressing marshal's residence was in charge of a region, and its reputation was known for its dominance. When had it ever been so miserable? There were more than 20 emperors, and all of them were killed. Even a colossus like the Southern God Palace would feel the pinch. Hai Pengtian's eyes turned red. Those were his subordinates, and they were killed just like that. He knew that he was finished. His position as the sea conqueror had come to an end. "Brat, I'm going to cut you into pieces," Hai Pengtian roared. The pair of wings on his back emitted a sharp light. With a sweep of the light, the array set up by the second body was destroyed. Whoosh, he charged towards Lu Ming with extreme speed. "Haha, Hai Pengtian, I'm not going to play with you anymore. Let's call it a day." Lu Ming laughed. The second body took a step forward and disappeared into the forehead of the main body. Lu Ming executed the wind origin technique and sped away. "Stay here." Hai Pengtian stared at Lu Ming and unleashed his cultivation to the extreme. A pair of wings flapped wildly and destroyed the array in the sky. He then turned into a ray of light and chased after Lu Ming. "Haha, Hai Pengtian, I forgot to tell you something. Your second brother has also been killed by me." Lu Ming laughed. The energy of the air-frozen bead entered his body. Lu Ming's speed reached the extreme. In a few moments, he had left Hai Pengtian behind. "What?" Hai Pengtian felt his chest tighten and he almost spat out blood. He gritted his teeth and controlled his wings to chase after Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming had the help of the air-frozen bead and his speed was faster than Hai Pengtian. The distance between the two of them increased as they flew further and further. In less than an hour, Hai Pengtian could no longer see Lu Ming's shadow. "Lu Ming, I will definitely catch you." Hai Pengtian let out an angry roar and reluctantly stopped. A few days later, the news of Lu Ming coming to the continent of divine ruins and killing more than 20 rulers from the sea-suppressing marshal's residence spread like a whirlwind throughout the continent of divine ruins and even to other continents. For a moment, thousands of waves were stirred up. Right now, countless experts were looking for Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was extremely daring and had taken the initiative to come to the godly ruins continent. Moreover, he was extremely high-profile. As soon as he arrived at the continent of divine ruins, he even killed his way to the sea-suppressing marshal's residence and killed more than 20 rulers before retreating calmly. This shocked many people. Many people began to re-evaluate Lu Ming's combat prowess. Some of the weaker emperors began to retreat, but those who were stronger than martial emperors did not give up. In an instant, terrifying experts gathered in the southern region of the Southern Divine Palace in an attempt to capture Lu Ming. Most of these experts were from the Eastern, Northern, and Western Divine Palaces. Whenever Lu Ming appeared somewhere, a large number of experts would rush over. Among them, Hai Pengtian was the most proactive. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, Lu Ming would occasionally appear and then disappear secretly. His motive was obvious. He wanted to tell the outside world that he, Lu Ming, was in the continent of divine ruins. This way, the experts would not go to the divine wilderness continent to look for him. 10 people were sitting in a meeting hall of the Southern Divine Palace. These 10 people were the clan leaders of the 10 great clans of the Southern Divine Palace. They were also the 10 people with the highest status in the Southern Divine Palace. The 10 of them had gathered to discuss Lu Ming's matter. "Everyone, what should the Southern Divine Palace do about Lu Ming's matter?" one of them asked. "Of course we have to send powerful figures to capture Lu Ming. He still has a primordial chaos token with him," a rather handsome middle-aged man said. This person wore a milky white robe and had a scholarly aura. This person was the clan leader of the Wang clan, one of the 10 great clans. He was Wang Zhen's father, Wang Xing. That's right, I agree with Brother Wang's suggestion. Send experts to capture Lu Ming. As long as we don't kill him, it's not impossible to destroy his cultivation. Beside Wang Xing, a person said coldly. This person was the newly promoted clan leader of the Mu clan. The previous clan leader of the Mu clan had joined forces with young Master Lin of the Celestial God sect to hunt down Lu Ming. They chased him into the core of the divine ruins and were killed by the headless true dragon rider. Therefore, this person was newly promoted. I don't think it's appropriate. At this moment, another voice sounded. Wang Xing's gaze turned cold as he looked at the person and said, Ji Feng, what do you mean? Why is it inappropriate? I know that your daughter, Ji Hongchen, has some friendship with Lu Ming. Do you want to help him? Ji Feng, the clan leader of the Ji clan, Ji Hongchen's father. Ridiculous. Ji Feng glanced at Wang Xing contemptuously and said, now that Long Chen is in the hands of our South Divine Palace, the other 3 divine palaces are already jealous. If we capture Lu Ming, what will the other 3 divine palaces do? Will they join forces to attack my Southern God Palace? At that time, how will my Southern God Palace resist? His words caused the hall to fall silent. After a while, another person said, that's right, I think Brother Ji's words make sense. We won't intervene in Lu Ming's matter for the time being. Lu Ming killed more than 20 sovereigns from the sea-suppressing marshal's residence. Are we just going to let it go? The clan leader of the Mu clan was unwilling. Lu Ming doesn't need us to do anything. If he falls into the hands of the other 3 divine palaces, he will definitely suffer a fate worse than death. Someone said. That's right, we just need to protect Long Chen. Moreover, 1 origin token is enough to enter the divine ruins. Indeed, let them fight for Lu Ming. Others also spoke. Wang Xing and the clan leader of the Mu clan had no choice but to compromise. In the southern part of the divine ruins, in a wild mountain. This place was extremely hidden and filled with demonic qi. Unless it was an expert who cultivated the demonic path, very few people would come here. Lu Ming and Xianxia appeared here. Little Qing, during this period, you should cultivate here. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? Don't even think about leaving me alone. Xianxia pouted. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and said, Little Qing, don't worry, I'll be fine. After a while, I'll come and see you. Seeing that Xianxia was still staring at him with wide eyes, Lu Ming continued, moreover, I have a main body and a second body. My main body and second body will act separately. Nothing will happen. Are you going to the divine palaces to inquire about Long Chen's whereabouts? Xianxia was intelligent and immediately guessed Lu Ming's thoughts. Lu Ming nodded and said, that's right, I plan to let the second body sneak into the divine palaces while the main body is outside to attract the attention of others. This was Lu Ming's plan, with the main body outside, he would attract the attention of those experts while the second body sneaked into the divine palaces and waited for an opportunity to rescue Long Chen. This operation was dangerous. Although he had the mountain river diagram and could bring Xianxia along, Lu Ming could not guarantee that he would not be in danger. Lu Ming, Xianxia's eyes turned misty as she clenched her fists tightly. She knew that with her current combat strength, she wouldn't be able to help Lu Ming even if she followed Lu Ming. Instead, she would only distract Lu Ming. At this moment, she hated that her cultivation was too low and she couldn't share the burden with Lu Ming. She gritted her teeth. She had to work hard and keep up with Lu Ming's pace. In the future, she would be able to help Lu Ming. Alright, I'll cultivate here. You must be careful. Xianxia said in the end. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Lu Ming stroked Xianxia's soft black hair and gently tapped Xianxia's red lips. Then, he drifted away. Looking at the direction where Lu Ming left, Xianxia swore to herself that she would never become a burden to Lu Ming again. First, I'll break through to the sovereign realm. Then, I'll break through to the sovereign realm. Xianxia's eyes flashed with determination. She turned around and walked into the mountain that was filled with dense demonic qi. After Lu Ming left Xianxia, he traveled thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Half a day later, he had flown a great distance. At this moment, his second body stepped out from between his eyebrows and appeared in front of Lu Ming. Then, the second body's body started to change. Inscriptions appeared on his body and his aura started to change. After a while, the second body changed into a new set of clothes and became a completely different person. After disguising himself, the second body tore through the void and headed towards South Divine Palace. As for the main body, he found a place to cultivate in peace. His plan was simple. Just like what Xianxia had said, the second body would sneak into South Divine Palace to gather information while the main body would cultivate outside. He would only appear occasionally to attract the attention of others. Currently, the main body was cultivating 3 types of skills. First, of course, was the embryonic form of domain. When the embryonic form of a domain was just condensed, it was very small. It needed to be constantly nurtured before it could slowly mature. When the embryonic form of a domain reached a limit, one could begin to break through to become a ruler. During this time, Lu Ming didn't stop nurturing his domain. He had made great progress, but he was still a distance away from the limit. The second thing to cultivate was the pure spirit body. Now, the pure spiritual body had reached the peak of 70% and would soon reach 80%. The third was to cultivate 5 types of concept martial skills. The 5 types of martial skills were all at the 5th level, but they were very close to the 6th level. Once he broke through to the 6th level, he would be able to cultivate the chaotic concept martial skill, the chaotic flipping sky seal. What Lu Ming was cultivating now should be called a primal chaos domain martial technique. The primal chaos flipping sky seal was very special. If it was cultivated in the state of mind, it would become a martial technique of the state of mind. Now that Lu Ming had comprehended the embryonic form of a domain, if he cultivated it now and combined it with the domain, it would become a domain martial technique with astonishing power. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. The main body cultivated quietly while the second body rushed to the Southern Divine Palace. Soon, the second body arrived at the Southern Divine Palace. After a few months, Lu Ming came to the Southern Divine Palace again. The last time he came, it was to participate in the selection of the Yuan Lu Great Marshal's disciple. In the end, he was chased and escaped from the Southern Divine Palace. Lu Ming's thoughts were in a whirl as he walked toward the Southern Divine Palace. The Southern Divine Palace is recruiting inscribers. Not long after entering the Southern Divine Palace, Lu Ming heard this news. Recruiting inscribers? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. After asking around, he finally found out why. The Southern Divine Palace seemed to be guarding something. They were recruiting inscribers to inscribe large arrays and guard the large arrays to guard something. As for what it was exactly, there were different opinions and all kinds of guesses. Could it be that the Southern Divine Palace is guarding Longchen? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. The Chaos Origin token could allow one to enter the ruins of God safely. Everyone wanted it, and the other 3 divine palaces were also eyeing it. The Southern Divine Palace controlled Longchen, which was equivalent to controlling a Chaos Origin token. Naturally, they had to guard it strictly for fear that it would be taken away by the other 3 divine palaces. Therefore, it was reasonable for them to recruit inscribers and strengthen the guard. Whether it is or not, I'll go and take a look. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he walked toward the recruitment site. After arriving at the recruitment site, Lu Ming found many people, all of whom were inscribers. The rewards given by the Southern Divine Palace this time were extremely generous, and it attracted many inscribers to sign up. However, many of them had depressed expressions. After asking around, Lu Ming knew why these people were depressed. It was because the inscribers recruited by the Southern Divine Palace were at least at the 8th level. An 8th level inscriber was equivalent to a spirit god realm martial artist. To become an inscriber, one's talent was very high. Therefore, there were relatively few people who cultivated the Tao of inscribing in this world. There were naturally far fewer inscribers than spirit god realm martial artists. Those depressed people had not reached the 8th level. Lu Ming walked forward and arrived at a counter. We're recruiting inscribers at the 8th level and above. Are you an 8th level inscriber? An old man in charge of recruitment looked at Lu Ming with a trace of disdain in his eyes. After Lu Ming changed his appearance was ordinary, but he was very young. How could he be an 8th level inscriber at such an age? The old man didn't really believe it. The Tao of inscribing was even more difficult to cultivate than the martial Tao. This old man was an exalt rank inscriber, and he'd spent a few hundred years to break through to the 8th level. But how old was Lu Ming? I'm an 8th level inscriber. Lu Ming smiled and didn't mind. Oh? You're an 8th level inscriber? Don't waste my time. Show me your spirit flame, said the old man. Lu Ming nodded, and the space between his brows emitted a silver glow. Powerful spirit energy suffused the area and drew the gazes of everyone. What a pure spirit energy! What a pure spirit flame! The old man in charge of recruitment gasped and looked at Lu Ming in shock. He felt that Lu Ming's spirit flame was extremely pure. If the spirit flame of an ordinary person was an ordinary person, then Lu Ming's spirit flame was an emperor. Yes, the old man felt that his spirit flame seemed to be under great pressure. Is this enough? Lu Ming muttered and put away his spirit flame. He used some method to conceal the color of his spirit flame, making it look like a silver spirit flame. Moreover, Lu Ming tried his best to suppress it and only revealed a little. The color could be changed and the quantity could be suppressed, but the essence of his spirit flame couldn't be changed. He was an emperor, and he had inherited the mantle of a heavenly profound saint. Every step was perfect, and his spirit flame was naturally pure and condensed to the extreme. It was far from what an ordinary person could compare to. Yes, it turns out that little brother is a genius in the Tao of inscribing. I misjudged you just now, haha. The old man smiled awkwardly and registered Lu Ming's information. After that, he gave Lu Ming a jade token. Lu Ming held the jade token and waited at the side. A few hours later, the recruitment was over. A total of 7 8th level inscribers were recruited. Follow me to the place you are guarding. As for the reward, it will be paid every month. Southern Divine Palace will not miss a single origin stone. Deep inside the Southern God Palace stood a magnificent mountain that covered a vast area. The old man led them to the outskirts of the mountain. So many inscribers, such a huge formation. Upon arriving, Lu Ming scanned the surroundings and discovered that there were at least 100 inscribers around the mountain. Each of them was an 8th grade inscriber. The outskirts of the mountain were covered by a huge formation. Alright, this is where you will be guarding. There is a large formation here, and each of you will be a part of this large formation. You will need to constantly inject your mental strength to maintain the operation of the large formation. How is it? Simple, right? The old man said. The crowd nodded their heads. It was indeed simple, as they only needed to insert their spiritual energy to maintain the formation. However, I have to warn you that this is a forbidden area of the Southern God Palace. You should stay at the outskirts and don't wander around, especially deep inside the mountain. If you are discovered by the experts of the Southern God Palace, no one will be able to save you. The recruitment elder changed his tone and warned everyone. The others were startled and nodded their heads. However, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He had a strong feeling that Long Chen was most likely imprisoned here. They were only in charge of the outskirts of the mountain. It was impossible for outsiders to be responsible for the inner parts of the mountain. The old man gave them a few more reminders and told them the areas they were responsible for, before he left. Lu Ming sat on a boulder with his legs crossed and carefully observed the surroundings with his spiritual energy. There were many experts around the mountain, thus Lu Ming did not dare to act recklessly. However, since Lu Ming had ignited 2 spirit lamps, and his control of his spiritual energy had reached the perfection realm, even a 3rd-layer martial dominator realm cultivator would not be able to detect his spiritual energy. Unless the person was a 4th-layer martial dominator realm expert. However, 4th-layer martial dominators were considered peak experts even in the Godly Ruins continent, thus there were not many of them. As his spiritual energy spread further, the outskirts of the mountain were soon covered by Lu Ming's spiritual energy. The outskirts of the mountain were protected by a huge formation with the functions of sensing, attacking, and defending. Once someone intruded into the formation, it would immediately alert the others, allowing them to attack at the same time. However, Lu Ming soon learned all the secrets of this grand formation. This formation was huge and required so many 8th-level inscriptionists to control it at the same time. Its power was shocking, but it also had many flaws. Lu Ming could casually find dozens of them. Of course, this was in Lu Ming's opinion. To other 8th level inscriptionists, they would only feel that this grand formation was profound, grand, and unbelievably complicated. In the depths of the mountain, Lu Ming didn't use his psychic power to cover the area. He was afraid that there would be experts guarding the depths of the mountain. Soon, night fell. At this moment, Lu Ming moved. A figure that looked exactly like Lu Ming appeared where he had been standing. This figure had been created by Lu Ming's array formation, and his figure was heading towards the depths of the mountain. To Lu Ming, the outer array was like a flat road. It did not pose any obstruction. After passing through the array, Lu Ming arrived at the depths of the mountain. At this point, Lu Ming stopped. He raised his eyes and looked into the depths of the mountain. In his eyes, there seemed to be array formations rotating. What a wonderful array formation! Soon, everything in the depths of the mountain appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. At the bottom of the mountain, there was a cave. Clearly, there was another world in the mountain. And on the road leading to this cave, there was a grand formation inscribed. This kind of grand formation was extremely mysterious. It's actually the Chi Meridian Chain Grand Formation. After looking at it for a while, Lu Ming frowned. He felt that it was a little tricky. The Chi Meridian Chain Grand Formation was a pure sensing grand formation. It had no offensive or defensive power. It only had sensing ability. As long as others walked into the Chi Meridian Chain Grand Formation, the Grand Formation would send out an alarm. Of course, Lu Ming could easily break an ordinary sensing Grand Formation. However, the Chi Meridian Chain Grand Formation in front of him was difficult for even Lu Ming to break. Lu Ming could see that there were a total of 10 Grand Formations in front of him. They were interlocked, and each of these 10 Grand Formations was locked onto a kind of aura. 10 Grand Formations meant that there were 10 kinds of auras, which were also the auras of 10 people. If one wanted to break this kind of Grand Formation, they would not be able to sense it if they walked in. The only way was to use the auras of these 10 people to refine a token to break the formation. Only then could they quietly walk in. Otherwise, no matter how strong the formation was, if one walked in, the formation would sense it and send out an alarm. Obviously, if Long Chen was imprisoned in this mountain, as long as the alarm was sent out, the others in the mountain would move Long Chen away. Even if they forced their way in, they would not be able to save Long Chen. If one wanted to quietly enter the mountain, they had to break the Chi Meridian Chain Grand Formation. But how to break it? The key was that Lu Ming did not know whose auras this was. How could he get the auras of these 10 people? Lu Ming took a closer look before he retreated and returned to his original position. Southern Divine Palace really values the Chaos Yuan token. With such a tight defense, it will not be easy to save Long Chen. Lu Ming thought in his heart. If I want to break this Chi Meridian Chain Grand Formation and refine a token, I must have the auras of those 10 people. But which 10 people are they? I heard that Southern Divine Palace is dominated by the 10 great families. Could it be that the auras of those 10 people are the patriarchs of the 10 great families? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. This was the most likely possibility. But there was no guarantee. Lu Ming planned to find an opportunity to secretly investigate. For the next 7 days, Lu Ming thought about this plan, but to no avail. On the night of the 8th day, Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed. He saw a figure flickering in the mountain. It was extremely fast and there was no movement at all. Not even a shadow could be seen. Those 8th level inscriptionists did not notice it. If not for Lu Ming's strong cultivation, it would have been difficult to discover it. This figure seemed to be very familiar with the outer array. It shuttled through the array and headed towards the inner part of the mountain. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Then he moved and followed the figure into the mountain. After passing through the array, the figure stopped. This figure was wrapped in a black robe. Her appearance could not be seen clearly, but her figure was clearly a woman. Long Chen, I know that Southern Divine Palace has gone too far by treating you like this. Unfortunately, there is nothing I can do. The figure sighed softly. Her voice was very soft, but Lu Ming still heard it. This is Ji Hongchen. Lu Ming's eyes moved. This voice was clearly Ji Hongchen's voice. Lu Ming could not remember it wrongly. Ji Hongqian did not stay for long. He turned and left. Lu Ming followed behind Ji Hongqian. Should I ask Ji Hongqian for help? Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Although Lu Ming and Ji Hongqian were not very close, Lu Ming still approved of Ji Hongqian's character. And from the looks of it, Ji Hongqian seemed to want to help Long Chen, but there was nothing he could do. Lu Ming pondered and followed Ji Hongqian out of the mountain. They went to other areas of Southern Divine Palace. Ji Hongqian scanned her surroundings and released her spiritual awareness. She seemed to have discovered that someone was following her. What a strong spiritual awareness. Is this a woman's sixth sense? Lu Ming laughed in his heart. Ji Hongqian didn't discover him. Perhaps it was her innate spiritual awareness that made her stop scolding him because she felt that someone was following her. However, Ji Hongqian didn't discover anyone when she scanned with her spiritual awareness. That's strange. Did I sense wrongly? Ji Hongqian muttered. She thought that she was hallucinating. Just as she was about to move forward, her pupils suddenly shrank and a trace of shock appeared in her eyes. That was because a young man had appeared in front of her without her noticing. He was looking at her with a faint smile. She was horrified and instinctively retreated. Who are you? Were you following me just now? Ji Hongqian scolded. Since Lu Ming was in disguise, Ji Hongqian naturally couldn't recognize Lu Ming. Miss Ji, how have you been? Do you still remember me? Lu Ming said. At the same time, his body began to transform into Lu Ming's original appearance. After some thought, Lu Ming decided to give it his all and come out to meet Ji Hongqian. Lu Ming indeed needed help. He knew that Ji Hongqian was one of the top 10 families in the Southern Divine Palace. She was the daughter of the Ji family's patriarch. If Ji Hongqian could help him, it would be much more convenient. Lu Ming, it's you? Ji Hongqian exclaimed softly after seeing Lu Ming's true appearance. She found it hard to believe. Now, all the experts in the world were looking for Lu Ming and wanted to capture him. However, Lu Ming actually came to the Southern Divine Palace. Who would have thought? I'm honored that Miss Ji still remembers me. Lu Ming smiled. Ji Hongqian removed the black mask on her head, revealing her beautiful face. She sized up Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you're really daring. You actually came to the Southern Divine Palace and even dared to appear in front of me. Aren't you afraid that I'll get someone to take you down? I believe that Miss Ji isn't that kind of person. Lu Ming smiled. Ripples appeared in Ji Hongqian's eyes as a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, he rolled his eyes and said, Lu Ming, there must be something you want from me, right? That's right. Lu Ming needs Miss Ji's help with something. Lu Ming's expression turned solemn as he cupped his fists and said. Oh? Tell me, I may not be able to help you. Ji Hongqian said. Miss Ji, is Long Chen imprisoned in that mountain? Lu Ming asked. That's right. Long Chen is imprisoned inside. Lu Ming, you want to save Long Chen, right? I advise you to give up. You won't be able to save him. The defense is too tight. Ji Hongqian sighed. Although the meridian chain formation is profound, it's not impossible to break. Lu Ming said. You know about the Qi meridian chain array? Ji Hongqian was shocked. Then, he said, since you know about the Qi meridian chain array, you should know how difficult it is to enter it. The auras of the 10 people in the Qi meridian chain array are the patriarchs of the 10 great clans of the Southern God Palace, right? Lu Ming continued to ask. That's right. Ji Hongqian did not hide anything and nodded. Therefore, Lu Ming has something that I need Miss Ji's help with. Lu Ming said. Don't tell me you want me to help you obtain the auras of the patriarchs of the 10 great clans? Ji Hongqian's beautiful eyes widened. That's right. With Miss Ji's identity, it shouldn't be too difficult. Lu Ming nodded and said. Aura, once a person came into contact with something, they would leave their aura behind. For example, clothes that were worn, bowls and chopsticks that were used, or even human hair would leave their aura behind. As long as he could obtain these, it would be enough. The patriarchs of the 10 great clans of the Southern God Palace were all 4th-layer martial dominator realm experts. Ordinary people would not be able to obtain their auras, but Ji Hongqian was different. Her father was a patriarch of a clan. With her identity, it was possible for her to obtain the auras of the 10 great clans. Lu Ming, although I think it's unfair for the Southern God Palace to treat Long Chen and you this way, it's not easy to save Long Chen. Even if you have the auras of the 10 great clans, can you refine a formation-breaking badge? The method of refining a formation-breaking badge is top secret. Even I won't be able to obtain it. Xianxia said. Don't worry, Miss Ji. As long as I have the auras of the 10 great clans, I'll be able to refine a formation-breaking badge. Lu Ming said confidently. Really? Xianxia found it hard to believe. Could it be that apart from having a great martial skill talent, Lu Ming was also a powerful inscription master? From what she knew, even if he knew how to refine a formation-breaking badge, he would not be able to do it without the cultivation of a 9th-grade inscription master. Of course it's true. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling golden spiritual fire danced between Lu Ming's eyebrows. Xianxia's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Her mouth was slightly agape, and she was in disbelief. Lu Ming is really a 9th-grade inscription master. Does this mean that Lu Ming didn't use his full strength when the Yuanlu Great Sect was selecting their disciples? He was able to suppress everyone with his martial skill alone, and his path of inscription had reached the level of an emperor. What a monster, Xianxia cried in her heart. Miss Ji, Lu Ming retracted his spiritual fire and called out to her a few times. Xianxia finally recovered from her shock. Her beautiful eyes blinked as she stared at Lu Ming. Her stare made Lu Ming's hair stand on end. What a monster! Xianxia muttered in the end, which made Lu Ming roll his eyes. Alright, I promise you. I'll help you get the auras of the 10 great clans. Xianxia nodded after thinking for a while. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He said, Miss Ji, Lu Ming has another question. Logically speaking, Long Chen and I have been chosen by the Dragon God Valley and are disciples of the Dragon God Valley. Why would the Southern Divine Palace and the other 3 Divine Palaces be so bold to attack us? You don't seem to have any scruples at all. Lu Ming asked the biggest question in his heart. This question had been bothering Lu Ming for a long time. He and Long Chen were disciples of the Dragon God Valley. The people of the Godly Ruins continent dared to do this to them. Weren't they afraid that the experts of the Dragon God Valley would come and kill them? It would make sense if they attacked secretly, but they were doing it openly now. Lu Ming, you don't know yet, right? A few months ago, the Heavenly Divine Sect sent news that the Dragon God Valley of the Yuanlu continent was destroyed. Xianxia revealed a shocking piece of news. Destroyed? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. The Dragon God Valley of the Yuanlu continent was destroyed. In that case, everything made sense. If the Dragon God Valley was destroyed, the experts of the Godly Ruins continent wouldn't have any scruples. Lu Ming was also speechless. It wasn't easy for him to join a great sect in the Yuanlu continent, but it was destroyed before he could even join the sect. It seemed like the Yuanlu continent was more dangerous than the Godly Ruins continent. A great sect was destroyed just like that. Thank you, Miss Ji. After a while, Lu Ming took a deep breath to calm himself down and thanked Xianxia. Today, she had solved many of Lu Ming's doubts. You're welcome. I'll leave first. I'll come find you when I find the auras of the 10 great clans patriarchs. Xianxia said. Before she left, Xianxia blinked and looked at Lu Ming. Do you really trust me? Aren't you afraid that I'll find an expert to take you down? If that's the case, the 2 origin tokens will be in our hands. Lu Ming smiled and said, didn't I just say it? I trust you, Miss Ji. Xianxia cracked a smile and flew away. After Xianxia left, Lu Ming changed his appearance again and returned to the outskirts of the mountain where he was supposed to guard. Unexpectedly, Xianxia came to find Lu Ming the next night. Lu Ming, this is the teacup that my father drank from. I believe it'll be useful to you. Xianxia handed a jade teacup to Lu Ming. Lu Ming received it happily and said, thank you, Miss Ji. Xianxia smiled faintly, but didn't say anything else as he drifted away. Then, the detailed diagram of the Qi Meridian chain formation appeared in Lu Ming's mind. During this period of time, he had already analyzed all the mysteries of the Qi Meridian chain formation and imprinted them in his mind. Then, he took out a jade talisman and extracted the aura of the Ji clan from the teacup. He absorbed it into the jade talisman and started to inscribe inscriptions on it. 3 days later, the first formation-breaking token was successfully refined. As long as one held this token and entered the formation corresponding to the Ji clan patriarch, the formation would not send out an alarm. Unfortunately, the Qi Meridian chain formation required 10 tokens. It would be useless if one was missing. A few days later, Ji Hongqian sent over the aura of the second patriarch. Lu Ming, some of the patriarchs are on good terms with my father, so it's easy for me to get them. However, some of the patriarchs are against my father, so it'll be troublesome. I'll need some time. This was what Ji Hongqian told Lu Ming before he left. Lu Ming could understand. After all, it was the aura of a 4th-layer martial dominator realm expert. It was not easy to acquire the aura of the 10 great clans of the Southern God Palace. Lu Ming could only refine the aura in his hand into a token. Other than guarding the formation, Lu Ming cultivated by himself and strengthened his spirit fire, so he didn't waste any time. Time passed day by day. In the outside world, apart from cultivating, Lu Ming's true body would occasionally appear to attract the attention of others. More and more experts joined the hunt for Lu Ming. In addition to the experts from the other 3 divine palaces, the experts from the other continents also came to the divine ruins. However, Lu Ming was proficient in illusionary aura techniques and could change his aura. Moreover, his battle prowess was formidable. Every time he appeared, he would easily escape after stirring up the situation. Just like that, 4 months passed in the blink of an eye. The 2-year agreement with the Yuanlu Great Sect was getting closer and closer. In the past 4 months, Lu Ming had refined 7 formation-breaking badges. Currently, Ji Hongqian's speed of acquiring aura was getting slower and slower. The time required was getting longer and longer. The remaining people were all enemies of the Ji clan, thus it was extremely difficult to acquire their auras. Night fell, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on a piece of green rock and closed his eyes to cultivate. Between heaven and earth, there were wisps of invisible power of inscription descending from the law of inscription and being absorbed by Lu Ming. In Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, the mental flame gradually grew stronger. Suddenly, Lu Ming opened his eyes and glanced ahead. Here they are again. Lu Ming mumbled. 2 black figures were traveling silently in the formation. Apart from Lu Ming, no one else noticed them. The 2 figures were not Ji Hongqian, but someone else. 2 months ago, these 2 figures had secretly come to observe the energy meridian chain formation in the mountain. Behind them, Lu Ming was secretly observing them and finally discovered them. The 2 people who were secretly observing them were actually experts from the Wang clan, one of the top 10 clans of the Southern Divine Palace. Lu Ming guessed that the Wang clan also wanted to refine the formation-breaking badges. Their goal was simple, to take Longchen away and keep the Chaos Essence token for themselves. After a while, the 2 figures left. After the 2 figures left, another figure came. It was Ji Hongqian. This time, Ji Hongqian brought the 8th aura. Lu Ming, there are 2 more. Ji Hongqian's face was slightly haggard. It was obvious that she had put in a lot of effort to acquire the auras of the top 10 clans. Lu Ming was quite touched. After Ji Hongqian left, Lu Ming continued to refine the formation-breaking badges. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Ji Hongqian brought the 9th aura. It had been 5 months since Lu Ming entered the Southern Divine Palace. After receiving the auras, Lu Ming began to refine the formation-breaking badges. However, something unexpected took place that night. More than 10 figures were traveling in the darkness, heading deep into the mountain. Is that, Lu Ming was astounded. The dozen or so black shadows were all powerhouses. They were all rulers. One of them even possessed an immeasurable cultivation, a 4th-layer martial dominator realm expert. 4th-layer martial dominator realm cultivators are rare in the entire Southern Divine Palace. Could it be that the patriarch of the Wang clan is here in person? With so many experts from the Wang clan here, could it be that they have already refined 10 formation-breaking badges? Lu Ming made a guess secretly. Inscriptions appeared on his body and he restrained his aura to the extreme. With a sway of his figure, he silently followed behind the dozen figures. As they arrived before the Xianxia formation, the strongest expert waved his hand and took out 10 jade badges. As expected, he had refined 10 formation-breaking badges, which was faster than Lu Ming. The 10 formation-breaking medallions emitted a layer of light that enveloped the 10 or so black figures. The 10 or so black figures charged into the chain meridian formation without causing any ripples. Not long after, more than a dozen black shadows rushed into the cave and disappeared. Lu Ming frowned. Now that the plan had changed beyond his expectations, he could only take one step at a time. Not long after, the figures reappeared in the cave, but this time, there was an extra person among them. Long Chen. At one glance, Lu Ming saw that one of the dozen people was Long Chen. Long Chen's face was slightly pale as he was being carried by one of the figures. It was obvious that Long Chen had suffered a lot during this period, but he was still determined. The figures carried Long Chen and swiftly passed through the formation, arriving at the outermost formation. As they were about to pass through the formation and escape. Bang! 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 Several powerful auras suddenly exploded in the air. There were more than 100 of them. Following this, more than 100 figures descended and surrounded the figures. Wangxing, you're trying to monopolize the chaotic badges. Do you think we don't know that you've found someone to refine the formation-breaking badges? A white-haired old man snapped coldly. Ha ha ha. The one with the strongest aura among the figures burst out laughing as he unleashed his true force, shattering the black robe around him, revealing his true appearance. It was the patriarch of the Wang clan, Wangxing. It seemed that the other families of the South God Palace had known that Wangxing wanted to keep the Chaos Token for himself. They had deliberately let Wangxing and the others in so that they could catch them outside. Wangxing laughed as he looked around and said, "Keep it for yourself?" Long Chen was captured by the Wang family. It was the experts of the Wang family who searched Long Chen's soul and found out about the use of the Chaos Token. It was you who joined forces to force me to hand over Long Chen so that we could take control of the Chaos Token together. Now, I'm just taking back what I deserve. Ridiculous, Wangxing. If we didn't take control of it together, do you think the Wang family alone could keep the Chaos Token? It would have been taken away by the other 3 divine palaces. One of the patriarchs shouted coldly. Ha ha ha, I'd rather have the Chaos Token fall into the hands of the other 3 divine palaces than share it with you. You cowards, so what if you have the Chaos Token? You can only seal it and don't dare to use it. What's the use of the Chaos Token to get treasures in the divine ruins? Wangxing sneered. Nonsense, it's not the right time yet. Wangxing, hand over Long Chen. Otherwise, the Wang family will be removed from the top 10 families today. A white-haired old man shouted coldly. His aura was extremely shocking and oppressed toward Wangxing. He was a peak 4th-layer martial royal realm expert. Boom. Boom. At the same time, the experts of the other families also burst out with powerful auras. Their auras merged and rushed toward Wangxing and the others like a storm. The dozen people of the Wang family were like a lonely boat in the waves, about to sink at any time. The commotion had naturally alarmed everyone. The inscriptionists guarding the periphery retreated far away and looked at all this in shock. Lu Ming was mixed in the crowd, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at the sky in the north. Over there, Lu Ming could sense a terrifying pressure. This pressure was coming at him at high speed. Rip, in the next moment, the space cracked and hundreds of figures stepped out of the crack. Each of them stood proudly in the sky and was a terrifying expert. Emperors, all of them were emperors. All of a sudden, over 100 rulers came. As soon as these sovereigns appeared, their auras burst out and pressed down on the people of Southern Divine Palace. Between heaven and earth, the auras clashed, and there was a sound like muffled thunder. North Divine Palace. Wangxing, you colluded with North Divine Palace. Suddenly, several angry roars erupted from the Southern Divine Palace. The experts who arrived later were all from Divine North Palace. Haha, what do you mean by collusion? This is cooperation. Wangxing laughed. He took Long Chen and was about to rush out of the encirclement and join the people of Divine Palace North. Don't even think about it. Leave Long Chen behind. The Wang clan must be destroyed. The experts of South God Palace were enraged. They attacked together and launched terrifying attacks at Wangxing. Kill. The strong cultivators of the North Divine Palace didn't waste any time and attacked the strong cultivators of the South Divine Palace. South Divine Palace could only send out strong cultivators to block North Divine Palace. At the scene, hundreds of experts were engaged in a chaotic battle. Boom! In a moment of carelessness, a strand of energy struck the mountain below. The mountain directly exploded and turned into ashes. Oh no, run, run! The inscriptionists and the nearby martial artists who were below the martial emperor realm fled frantically. The scene of hundreds of martial emperors fighting together was too terrifying. Throughout the southern divine palace, dazzling lights lit up. Those were the inscriptions, forming inscription matrices. Swoosh! Swoosh! At the same time, people from all over South Divine Palace rushed to the battlefield. They were all martial emperors. After all, this was the territory of South Divine Palace. There were many experts who rushed over to join them. Slowly, South Divine Palace gained the upper hand. Although North Divine Palace was the strongest among the 4 divine palaces, they couldn't send out all their forces. Facing South Divine Palace's crazy counterattack, they began to lose. In the sky, there was a rain of blood and wind. Corpses kept falling from the sky. They were all martial emperors' corpses. Boom! Boom! Terrifying fluctuations spread out. It was a fight between level 4 martial emperors. It was extremely shocking. Wangxing, hand over Longchen. A clan leader stared at Wangxing and fought with him. Jifeng, you want to stop me? Get lost. Wangxing exploded, and his body was covered in holy light. A sort of holy light forced Jifeng back. He took Longchen and continued to attack, wanting to meet up with the people of Divine Palace North. However, Jifeng and his people blocked Wangxing's path. The other clan leaders of South Divine Palace led their men and fought with the experts of North Divine Palace. You guys take Longchen and rush out of South Divine Palace. I will stop them. Wangxing ordered his men. At the same time, holy light spread out from his body. It was extremely dazzling and turned into countless holy light swords. In an instant, more than a dozen experts, including Jifeng, were enveloped. He wanted to use his strength alone to delay the opponent and let his men take Longchen out of the encirclement. Among the 10 clan leaders of South Divine Palace, Wangxing's combat strength was ranked in the top 3. Jifeng roared and used all his strength. However, he couldn't break through Wangxing's blockade. Wangxing's men took Longchen and were about to rush out. No one noticed that Longchen's eyes were getting redder and redder. He looked ferocious. Roar! At that moment, Longchen let out an angry roar. It didn't sound like a human's roar. It sounded more like an ancient giant beast that was awakening. An ancient dragonesque elephant as big as a mountain appeared above Longchen's head. It emitted a shocking aura. Longchen broke free from the person who had grabbed him and turned into an ancient dragonesque elephant. How did his cultivation recover? One of the emperors of the Wang family exclaimed. Longchen's cultivation had originally been sealed. But now, how did it recover? They were stunned. The ancient dragonesque elephant roared and an elephant leg that was like a pillar stepped on the body of a LV1 martial royal realm expert. The ruler was caught off guard and let out a blood-curdling scream. His body was crushed, and his body and soul were destroyed. A LV1 martial royal realm expert was killed in one move. In the distance, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. It seemed like Longchen was mutating. Lu Ming saw clearly that Longchen's cultivation should be at the 9th level of the spirit god realm. Although he had improved a lot since the selection, given Longchen's combat ability, it was impossible for him to kill a martial artist at the 1st level of the martial emperor realm with one move. The reason might be that the ancient dragonesque elephant's bloodline of Dragon City was in an abnormal state. Its strength had improved greatly. After killing a LV1 martial royal realm expert, the ancient dragonesque elephant knocked the other 2 emperors back and fled into the distance. Don't even think about leaving. A LV3 martial royal realm expert of the Wang family threw a punch at the ancient dragonesque elephant. Bang! The ancient dragonesque elephant was knocked back and its body exploded. Humph, how dare you resist? I'll cripple your cultivation. As long as you're alive, you can still use the chaos token. The third-layer martial dominator of the Wang clan summoned a giant palm and threw it at Long Chen, trying to grab him. Keep Long Chen here. At that instant, a third-layer martial royal realm expert from another clan of the Southern God Palace arrived and grabbed at Long Chen too. The two giant palms grabbed Long Chen at the same time. Bang! The terrifying force landed on Long Chen's body. Although Long Chen's ancient dragonesque elephant bloodline had improved his strength, it was still too far away from the third-layer martial royal realm. The ancient dragonesque elephant let out a roar before it collapsed, revealing Long Chen's true form. At that moment, Long Chen was extremely weak. His eyes were filled with a strong unwillingness. He was a heaven's favorite of his generation, yet he ended up being manipulated by others. How could he accept this? In the distance, Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he tried to figure out a way to save Long Chen. In the end, Lu Ming shook his head and decided not to make his move. There were too many experts here. There were more than 10 fourth-layer martial royal realm experts. If he were to make his move, even if he could take Long Chen by surprise, he would not be able to escape from the pursuit of more than 10 fourth-layer martial royal realm experts. Not only would he fail to save Long Chen, he would also lose his life. Take Long Chen away. The other experts lunged at Long Chen. Most of them were from the Northern God Palace. Once they took Long Chen away, they would be able to escape. Don't even think about it. The experts of the Southern God Palace would not give up so easily. They too lunged at Long Chen. Long Chen was at the center of the storm, as if he would be torn apart by the storm at any time. Buzz! At that instant, a strange ripple was emitted from the sky. The ripple was not too strong, but as soon as it appeared, it covered the entire Southern God Palace. Then, a shocking scene occurred. The people of the Southern God Palace and the Northern God Palace who were engaged in a fierce battle, including the fourth-layer martial royal realm experts, were frozen in the air. Not only that, Lu Ming and the rest of the people of the Southern God Palace were frozen in place, unable to move. It was as if time had stopped at that instant. Lu Ming was incomparably shocked. He felt as if the space around him had solidified and wrapped around him, making it impossible for him to move. Even the spiritual flame in his sea of consciousness seemed to have solidified. The others were similar to Lu Ming. Their eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that I would actually encounter such a good talent on this small desolate island. Loud laughter came from the sky. A tall and sturdy old man, as strong as an elephant, leisurely walked through the air and arrived before Long Chen. Xiao Chen's beady eyes sized up Long Chen. You've actually awakened the archaic dragonesque elephant bloodline. You're suitable to be the successor of my divine elephant sect. What a waste of talent on this uncivilized island. The burly old man reached out and grabbed. A surge of energy entered Long Chen's body. In an instant, all of Long Chen's injuries healed. As for Long Chen, he had also regained his freedom. Long Chen was shocked as he looked at all the experts who were frozen in the air and could not move. His eyes were filled with shock. All of this was obviously the work of the burly old man. He did not see how the old man did it, but he had frozen so many experts in the air. Even the entire Southern Divine Palace was frozen in place. This kind of technique was simply unheard of. It was unbelievable. Kid, I'm the supreme elder of the Divine Elephant sect in Yuan continent. How about it? Take me as your master. Your bloodline can only be fully utilized in my Divine Elephant sect. The burly old man said. Yuan continent's Divine Elephant sect? Long Chen was shocked. Without hesitation, he knelt down and said, Disciple Long Chen greets master. This was obviously an invincible figure. If he did not take him as his master now, when would he? As for the Divine Dragon Valley, Long Chen had heard that it had been destroyed. Haha, good. Get up. The burly old man was overjoyed. He looked up to the sky and laughed. His long beard fluttered. After a while, he said, Disciple, let's go. Follow me back to Yuan continent. After saying that, without waiting for Long Chen's reply, he waved his hand and disappeared with Long Chen. As soon as the old man left, the pressure disappeared and everyone regained their ability to move. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as everyone regained their ability to move, Divine South Palace and Divine North Palace gathered together and looked at each other. Obviously, the burly old man was an almighty from Yuan continent. His strength was unbelievably powerful. Moreover, their target, Long Chen, had been taken away by the old man, and he had even taken him as his disciple. It could be said that their efforts were in vain. Since Long Chen was gone, there was no need for them to continue fighting. Wangxing, get lost to Divine North Palace. Someone shouted coldly. Wangxing's face turned ugly. This time, the one who had suffered the greatest loss was Wangxing and the Wang family. Now that the Wang family and Divine South Palace had fallen out, they could only move to Divine North Palace. Originally, if Divine North Palace could capture Long Chen and enter the Divine Ruins with the Chaos Token, the Wang family would have a share of the treasures and they could make up for it. But now, they had not captured Long Chen and had to move to Divine North Palace. That would be a great loss. After all, the Wang family had been in Divine South Palace for countless years and was one of the top 10 families. If they moved to Divine North Palace, they would not be able to enter the center of power of Divine North Palace. The loss of benefits was unimaginable. Wangxing was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Lu Ming, you must capture that Lu Ming to make up for my loss. Wangxing's eyes flashed with a ferocious look. After that, the people of Divine North Palace left and the battle was over. In the crowd, Lu Ming retreated silently. This time, the matter was beyond his expectations. However, Long Chen was taken in as a disciple by the people of Yuanlu sect, which could be considered a great fortune. A day later, Lu Ming's second body reunited with his main body. Soon, the news that Long Chen had been taken in as a disciple by the Supreme Almighty of Yuanlu sect and had left the Divine Ruins had spread like wildfire. After Long Chen left, the remaining people naturally targeted Lu Ming. Now, only Lu Ming had the primordial chaos token. The 4 great divine palaces and the experts of other continents had joined the search for Lu Ming. All kinds of methods were used. Even though Lu Ming had the illusion technique, he was almost found out. Another time, Lu Ming appeared to attract the attention of others and was besieged by a group of experts. After a great battle, he managed to break out of the encirclement. In an area filled with demonic qi, Lu Ming appeared and reunited with Xianxia. Lu Ming, in a few months' time, there will be powerful people from the major sects of Yuanlu coming to pick us up. Although the Divine Dragon Valley has been destroyed, you can come with me to the Tianyu demon sect. I don't think the people from the continent of God will dare to do anything to you. Xianxia suggested. Lu Ming shook his head and said, although this is the case, I can protect myself. After all, I haven't joined the major sects of Yuanlu. I don't have any deterrence to the people of the Divine Ruins continent. After I leave, some people might attack the Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming, what do you plan to do? Kill. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Kill, I can only kill. Before I leave, I will kill everyone until they are terrified. It would be best if I could kill all the martial emperors who are above rank 3 martial royal realm. Only then can the divine region be safe and I can go to Yuan continent with ease. The killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes became colder and colder. In the end, it was filled with madness. Kill. Lu Ming wanted to kill all the martial emperors above LV3 martial royal realm in the godly ruins. If anyone heard this, they would think that he was crazy. There were many experts in the godly ruins. There were many LV4 martial royal realm experts. With Lu Ming's cultivation, how could he kill them? Even Xianxia was shocked by Lu Ming's words. Now, I am no match for a LV4 martial royal realm expert. Therefore, I need to cultivate in seclusion. When the time comes, I will refine my second body and set up a killing formation. I might have a chance. Lu Ming said. He decided to take the risk. With his current combat strength, even if his main body and second body worked together, they would not be a match for a LV4 martial royal realm expert. He needed to increase his strength. After cultivating for a while, his pure spiritual body had reached 90% completion. He was only a step away from reaching 100% completion. Once his pure spiritual body reached 100% completion, its power would increase. At the same time, Lu Ming's strongest killing move was the chaotic flipping sky seal. During this time, Lu Ming had cultivated the 5 wills martial skills to the 6th highest level. Now, Lu Ming had started to cultivate the chaotic flipping sky seal. Once he succeeded in cultivating the chaotic flipping sky seal, its power would be shocking. At that time, his second body would set up a killing formation in advance. He might be able to kill a LV4 martial royal realm expert. Xianxia knew that Lu Ming was a decisive person. Since he had decided, he would do it. She did not say much. She decided to strengthen her cultivation and increase her strength so that she could help Lu Ming sooner. Now, there were only 4 months left before the 2-year agreement with the Yuan Lu Great Sect. After that, Lu Ming's main body entered the mountain and river diagram. The mountain and river diagram was put away by Xianxia, who then turned around and entered the place filled with demonic qi. As for Ming Lian's second body, he had left. In the days that followed, Ming Lian's second body would occasionally appear to attract the attention of others. However, as soon as he appeared, he would disappear without a trace. He would hide his identity and go to a secret place to inscribe inscriptions and great killing formations. His main body, on the other hand, had been bitterly cultivating. Time passed day by day. In the 2nd month of his seclusion, Xianxia made a breakthrough in his cultivation and reached the Supreme Being level. Not long after Xianxia's breakthrough, Dandan and Bubble woke up one after another. Moreover, when Dandan and Bubbles woke up, their auras were extremely shocking. All of them possessed the aura of monarch realm experts. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Dandan and Bubble were the real top 10 battle beasts. Their combat strength was extremely terrifying. Although they had just broken through to the Emperor realm, their combat strength was unpredictable. When Dandan heard that a LV4 martial royal realm expert was chasing after Lu Ming, it even said that it would kill him with one slap. It was extremely arrogant. Lu Ming didn't believe it. He fought with Dandan, but he found that he was no match for it at all. Haha, Lu Ming, let's see how you can be arrogant in front of me in the future. You'd better listen to me obediently in the future. Dandan was complacent. It put its front paws behind its back and showed off its arrogance. Bam, in the next moment, it was kicked by Bubble and rolled on the ground dozens of times. You, little one, how dare you attack me? Dandan's arrogance didn't last more than 3 seconds. It got up from the ground and glared at Bubble. Chirp chirp, Bubble stood on Lu Ming's shoulder and looked at Dandan with a pair of black eyes. The bubbles at the tip of its nose, one big and one small, seemed to be saying to Dandan, "Come and fight me if you dare." Dandan was furious, but Bubble was a time and space spirit mouse. It could control time and space. It couldn't do anything to Bubble. Chirp chirp, Bubble chirped and curled up its body, rolling up and down on Lu Ming's shoulder. Sigh, it seems that I should give all the spiritual medicines to Bubble in the future. It's so obedient. Lu Ming muttered. Dandan immediately stopped and said with a flattering smile, "Lu Ming, don't do that." No, I was just joking with you." Lu Ming ignored Dandan and looked into the distance. A wisp of killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Then this time, let's play bigger." Dandan's combat strength was above his. It was definitely not weaker than a level 4 martial emperor. It might even be stronger. Coupled with the space-time concept of bubbles, no, it should be said that it was the wonders of the space-time domain. Lu Ming intended to go all out. After that, he continued to cultivate. Half a month before the arrival of the great emissary of the Yuan Lu sect, Lu Ming finally mastered the chaotic sky-flipping seal. It's time to act. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. Then, Lu Ming and Xianxia left the area and came to a vast lake. Previously, Ming Lian's second body had secretly carved a killing array near the lake. It had taken him several months to complete it. This killing array was passed down from a heavenly profound saint and its power was terrifying. Given Ming Lian's second body's cultivation, it had taken him several months to complete it. This showed how powerful it was. "It's time to spread the news," Lu Ming said in a low voice. Then, Ming Lian's second body stepped into the air and left. Not long after, an explosive piece of news spread across the continent of God. Someone had found the place where Lu Ming had been cultivating in seclusion. Lu Ming had been cultivating in seclusion in that place all along. When the news came out, the continent of God was in an uproar. Let's go and capture Lu Ming. This time, we can't let him escape. Seal that place. Experts from the South Divine Palace, North Divine Palace, East Divine Palace, West Divine Palace, and the Blood-Yang continent, which was ranked second and third. Countless experts gathered at the lake where Lu Ming was. Lu Ming, who was sitting cross-legged on the lake, suddenly opened his eyes. Are they here? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Rip. Hiss, the surrounding space continued to crack open as one figure after another stepped out from the space. At the same time, terrifying aura spread out. Experts, all of them were experts. The weakest among them were martial emperors. There were more than 500 of them. That was a shocking number. There were more than 500 martial emperors. The 4 divine palaces had all come, along with some experts from other continents. Lu Ming was surrounded by people in all directions. The space seemed to have solidified. Lu Ming did not have the slightest chance to escape. Lu Ming, where are you going? Someone in the north spoke. It was Wanxing. Who said I was going to run? Lu Ming stood up and stood on the lake, looking around coldly. Most of the third-level martial emperors in the continent of God were here. Not running anymore? Hee, it seems that you know you can't run away. Wanxing sneered. Haha. Lu Ming sneered and ignored Wanxing. He swept his gaze across the crowd and said, You're here for the primordial chaos token so that you can enter the ruins of God and obtain treasures. There are indeed countless treasures in the core of the ruins of God. Everyone's eyes lit up at Lu Ming's words. They were tempted. Among all the people here, only Lu Ming had entered the core of the ruins of God and only he had the right to speak. The reason why my cultivation has progressed so quickly is because I obtained a supreme treasure in the core of the ruins of God. Lu Ming continued to speak, making everyone's hearts burn. Yes, Lu Ming was just a young man in the divine wilderness continent, but he was able to suppress all the heroes and stand at the peak of the younger generation in the divine wilderness continent. Now, he was even more shocking. He could kill martial emperors like cutting melons and vegetables. This was too unbelievable. Everyone attributed all of this to the core of the ruins of God. It must be, Lu Ming must have obtained a treasure in the core of the ruins of God to achieve such results. Chaos Origin Token. Everyone stared at Lu Ming, wishing they could eat Lu Ming. However, for a moment, no one made a move. There were so many people here, and the 4 divine palaces had gathered. Everyone wanted the Chaos Origin Token and they were all wary of each other. Who should I give the Chaos Origin Token to? How about this, I surrender and join one of your sides to help you enter the core of the ruins of God. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile as he spoke. The eyes of the people of the 4 divine palaces lit up. However, immediately, everyone was on guard against each other. If Lu Ming really joined one of their sides, he would definitely be attacked by the other 3 sides. Don't fall into this kid's trap. He's instigating us to attack first. A loud shout rang out. Lu Ming looked over and found that the one who spoke was the Southern Divine Palace's sea-suppressing marshal, Hai Pengtian. Hai Pengtian looked at Lu Ming with resentment. That's right, he wants us to fight so that he can find a chance to escape. The others also spoke. These people were all old monsters who had lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. How could they not know what Lu Ming was thinking? I suggest that we take down Lu Ming first, cripple his cultivation, and then let the 4 celestial palaces jointly control him. In any case, there are ruins of God near the 4 celestial palaces. We can take turns using Lu Ming to explore the ruins of God. Wouldn't that work? Wanxing suggested. I think it's fine. I agree. The others also spoke one after another, reaching an agreement. Lu Ming, your little tricks are useless in front of us. You should just obediently surrender. This is your fate. Hai Pengtian sneered. Really? Lu Ming's expression remained calm even though his plan to sow discord had failed. He glanced at Hai Pengtian and said, then make a move. Come and take me. Hai Pengtian almost attacked when he saw Lu Ming's confident expression, but he withheld his urge in the nick of time. This kid is full of tricks, but he's still so calm. Perhaps there's a trap here. This kid has a clone that excels in the art of inscriptions. Perhaps he has set up a deadly formation here. Hai Pengtian calmed his thoughts and analyzed. That's right, we have to be careful. Another fourth-layer martial dominator realm expert said. What is it? You don't dare to attack? Such a piece of trash, as timid as a mouse. Lu Ming let out a hollow laugh. Hai Pengtian and the other authorities of the four celestial palaces wore unpleasant looks. They were afraid that Lu Ming had set up a deadly formation here. Lu Ming's strength was shocking, as he was able to kill a third-layer martial dominator realm cultivator. It was strange enough. They were afraid that Lu Ming had found some treasure from the core of the ruins of God and set it up in the formation, thus the first one to attack would be in danger. However, they could not attack together and kill Lu Ming. The Chaos Badge had merged with Lu Ming's body. Even if they killed Lu Ming, they would not be able to obtain the Chaos Badge. They could only defeat Lu Ming or cripple Lu Ming's cultivation. As such, they would have to be cautious when attacking. Still not attacking? Who cares if you're an overlord? You're all trash. Lu Ming was extremely scornful, showing no sign of being worried. This made the crowd even more certain that Lu Ming had set up a formation. We'll know if there's a formation here. One of the authorities said. In the godly ruins, only fourth-layer martial dominators were qualified to be considered as overlords. That's right, let's send someone to test it out. Another overlord-level character spoke. But who should they send? The eyes of the crowd flickered. No one was willing to test it out. If Lu Ming had set up a deadly formation here, it would be dangerous for anyone to test it out. This made the four divine palaces unwilling to send anyone to test it out. These people from the smaller continents have followed us here. They should at least do something, someone said slowly. The faces of the experts from the other continents changed drastically. Whoosh! Whoosh! In a flash, the overlords of the four divine palaces appeared beside the experts from the other continents. Their cold eyes sent chills down the spines of the experts from the other continents. What are you doing? Someone from the other continents shouted. What are we doing? If you want to fish in troubled waters, you should at least do something. Go and take down that kid. An overlord said coldly. You're too overbearing. Someone was unwilling to give up. Nonsense, go. If you don't, I'll destroy all of you, including your continents. The overlord scolded in an overbearing manner. In the end, apart from the second-ranked Blood Sun continent, the experts from the other continents had no choice but to step forward. There were dozens of them. They were all second-layer martial dominators and third-layer martial dominators. These people were forced to slowly approach Lu Ming. Lu Ming, surrender. A third-layer martial dominator scolded. Nonsense, if you want to do it, just do it. Stop wasting time. Lu Ming retorted. Let's do it together. Alright, let's do it together. In the end, dozens of second-layer and third-layer martial dominators rushed toward Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming suddenly shouted. The dragon roar came out of his body and the third bloodline appeared. The dragon vein sword appeared in his hand. He stepped forward and slashed out. Bang! Bang! The sword radiance destroyed all the attacks and killed the 3 LV2 martial royal realm experts. With a sweep of his leg, a third-level martial emperor expert trembled and was sent flying by Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming held the combat sword in his hand. It was as if he was in a no-man's land, killing unhindered. When the dragon vein sword slashed out, the LV2 martial royal realm cultivators could not withstand it at all. They were all killed in one strike. Only the LV3 martial royal realm cultivators could withstand a few strikes. Roar! Suddenly, the 9 dragons bloodline appeared as Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons. The chaotic domain covered the area and the 9 dragons clawed at a third-layer martial dominator, tearing him apart. The others took deep breaths and backed away in fear. In just a few breaths' time, more than 10 of them had been killed by Lu Ming. They posed no threat to Lu Ming. This kid's strength has improved again. A thought crossed Hai Pengtian's mind. He discovered that Lu Ming's combat ability had improved as compared to the past. In fact, this was indeed the case. Now, Lu Ming's pure spirit body had been cultivated to perfection. Moreover, the embryonic form of the chaos domain was getting bigger and more mature. His main body's combat power had indeed improved greatly compared to before. Currently, the strength of Lu Ming's main body had reached its peak, a peak that was difficult to improve further. The rulers of the 4 great sacred palaces wore unpleasant looks on their faces. Sending these people was not enough to test Lu Ming's strength. They would have to send a 4th-layer martial dominator realm cultivator to test the waters. However, none of the 4th-layer martial dominators were willing to take the risk. "I'll do it," Hai Pengtian said after a while. The feud between him and Lu Ming was as deep as the sea. He could not wait to tear Lu Ming into pieces. Bang! Bang! Hai Pengtian stepped forward while unleashing his 4th-layer martial dominator realm aura. At the same time, a pair of golden wings appeared on his back, which emitted a sharp aura that tore the space apart. Hai Pengtian, very well, I'll send you to accompany your sons and second brother today. Lu Ming's voice could be heard from the 9 dragons. Son of a bitch, I'll cripple your cultivation first and make you suffer a fate worse than death. Hai Pengtian said as he flapped his wings, causing his figure to disappear as he charged at Lu Ming. Whoosh whoosh, the pair of golden wings slashed at the 9 dragons like 2 sharp blades. Whoosh, Lu Ming controlled the dragon vein sword with his spiritual sense and blocked one of the slashes. Meanwhile, the 9 dragons stepped forward and lashed out at the other slash. Clang! Bang! Following a few explosions, the 9 dragons' bodies shuddered violently as they were knocked backward. Die! Hai Pengtian uttered a cold roar as he continued to charge at Lu Ming. Several slashes were fired at Lu Ming. Lu Ming tried his best to defend himself, but he was still at a disadvantage. The 9 dragons' bodies were covered in cracks. A 4th-layer martial king was much stronger than a 3rd-layer martial king. Lu Ming was no match for him. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the 9 dragons. Inscribe the second body. Ming Lian's second body waved his hand, and 5 phoenix feather flying swords pierced through the void and shot towards Hai Pengtian. At the same time, the myriad formation illustration flew out, and an endless array enveloped Hai Pengtian. Clang! Clang! Hai Pengtian's golden wings flapped, knocking away the 5 phoenix feather flying swords and wiping out a large expanse of array formations. The 9 dragons roared, and together with Ming Lian's second body, they charged towards Hai Pengtian. The 2 of them began a great battle. For a moment, although Lu Ming was still at a disadvantage, the combination of his main body and second body was flawless, and he was able to barely resist. This Lu Ming is truly a genius. Even though they were enemies, an overlord couldn't help but sigh. That's right. I don't know what secret technique this fella cultivates, but his clone is actually a pure inscription master, and it's even a ruler. Unbelievable. Could it be a powerful puppet technique? The overlords began to discuss. With their knowledge, it was impossible for them to know anything about the twin secret technique, thus they began to speculate. Since we've already offended him, we can't let him live. We must at least cripple his cultivation at any cost. Wang Xing said. His heart turned cold. Lu Ming's talent was too terrifying. If Lu Ming managed to escape, he would become a nightmare for them in the future. The other overlords nodded their heads. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Hai Pengtian had exchanged over 10 blows. Hai Pengtian, is that all you've got? How are you going to avenge your son? Lu Ming mocked Hai Pengtian in the midst of the battle. Damn it! Hai Pengtian let out a furious roar in his heart. He had already tried his best, but he still couldn't defeat Lu Ming. Although his cultivation was only at the early stage of the 4th-layer martial dominator realm, and his strength was considered weak among the 4th-layer martial dominators, it wasn't difficult for him to kill a 3rd-layer martial dominator realm cultivator. However, he still couldn't defeat a young cultivator. His heart began to feel a little restless. Now's the time. Lu Ming's eyes flickered all of a sudden as the blood of the 9 dragons collapsed, revealing Lu Ming's true form. Chaotic sky-flipping seal. Lu Ming rapidly performed a hand seal with his hands. Bang! A giant seal was formed in the sky, which looked like the imperial seal used by the emperors of the mortal world. However, it was as large as a mountain and was covered in a chaotic glow. This was the chaotic sky-flipping seal, the chaotic sky-flipping seal descended from the sky and suppressed Hai Pengtian. Hai Pengtian's expression changed greatly due to its terrifying power. Block it. Hai Pengtian uttered a roar as a pair of golden wings on his back flapped rapidly, forming a sharp aura that fired at the chaotic sky-flipping seal. Bang! Finally, the chaotic sky-flipping seal collided with Hai Pengtian's attack. At that instant, Hai Pengtian's expression changed tremendously. His attacks continued to explode and disappear. The chaotic sky-flipping seal was like an ancient godly mountain that suppressed everything. Bang! In the end, Hai Pengtian's attack was shattered as the chaotic sky-flipping seal landed on Hai Pengtian's body. Hai Pengtian's body shuddered violently as he let out a cry of agony and fell to the ground, spitting out blood from his mouth. Hai Pengtian was no match for the chaotic sky-flipping seal and was severely injured. Kill! At that instant, Ming Lian's second body took the opportunity to attack Hai Pengtian. The 10,000 formation illustration covered Hai Pengtian's figure while 5 phoenix feather flying swords pierced Hai Pengtian's vital points. Hai Pengtian tried his best to defend himself, but as he had just been struck by the chaotic sky-flipping seal, his aura had yet to recover. His body was in great pain as if it were being torn apart, thus he could not exert any of his strength. He tried his best to defend himself, but his body was still penetrated by 2 phoenix feather flying swords, which almost slashed his body into pieces. Break! In the end, a blinding golden light burst out as one of Hai Pengtian's wings exploded into pieces, forming a terrifying storm that tore apart the seal of Ming Lian's second body. Hai Pengtian flew toward the crowd of the southern god's palace and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood with a pale face. The crowd inhaled deeply. A fourth-layer martial dominator had almost been killed by Lu Ming. It was too shocking. What a pity. Lu Ming let out a sigh. His strength was still lacking after all. Even with the chaotic sky-flipping seal, he had still failed to kill Hai Pengtian. If Hai Pengtian was more cautious next time, it would be more difficult to kill him. His strength was still lacking compared to the fourth-layer martial dominator realm. The consumption of true qi is terrifying. Lu Ming exclaimed. A huge pile of origin stones appeared. Lu Ming unleashed the 9 dragons' bloodline to devour the origin stones and refine them. The chaotic sky-flipping seal had consumed almost 50% of Lu Ming's true qi. In other words, with Lu Ming's true qi, he could only execute 2 chaotic sky-flipping seals before his true qi was depleted. What should we do now? One of the Dominator Realm cultivators asked. Even Hai Pengtian had failed to find out if Lu Ming had set up a deadly formation. What should they do next? Let's send a few more people to find out. That's right, I suggest that each of the 4 great celestial palaces send a 4th-layer martial dominator realm expert to join forces with each other. This way, we'll be able to probe this kid's strength. If he doesn't set up a deadly formation here, we'll be able to take him down. A white-haired elder from the North Divine Palace said. He was the palace master of the North Divine Palace. His cultivation had reached the peak of the LV4 martial royal realm. Okay, let's do that. The others nodded in agreement. Next, it was time to choose the candidates. Soon, each of the 4 divine palaces chose a LV4 martial royal realm expert. Wang Xing had just surrendered to the North Divine Palace, so his position was the lowest. Needless to say, the North Divine Palace asked him to fight, which made his face pale. Boom. 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 Boom! In 4 different directions, the 4 overlords charged toward Lu Ming like 4 heavenly deities. Lu Ming, no matter what tricks you have up your sleeves, today's result has been decided. Wang Xing sneered. Step by step, his aura became stronger and stronger. His whole body was covered by milky white holy light, he was the strongest among the 4. He was originally one of the 10 family patriarchs of the South Divine Palace. Moreover, he was ranked in the top 3. His cultivation had almost reached the peak of the LV4 martial royal realm. Lu Ming's main body and second body stood together. The prototype of the chaotic realm covered his body to resist the pressure from the outside world. Boom! Under the pressure of the 4 experts, the lake water below surged. The water within 100,000 miles of the lake evaporated, revealing the dry bottom of the lake. Attack! Suddenly, Wangxing roared and took the initiative to attack. The other 3 experts also charged toward Lu Ming. Bubble! At this moment, Lu Ming shouted softly. Then, Bubble appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder. It chirped and waved its little paw forward. A transparent bubble suddenly appeared on Wangxing and the other 3 experts and enveloped them. The 4 of them were fixed in the air, unable to move. The 4 experts were sealed in the bubbles and their eyes were filled with horror. Kill! Lu Ming's main body wielded the dragon vein sword and charged towards one of them. The battle sword slashed out, and the person was cut into 2 halves. The spiritual deity was also crushed by the sword chi. A 4th-layer martial dominator was killed just like that. How could this be? Everyone was stunned. They did not understand what was going on. As for Lu Ming, he charged towards the second person. Poochie, blood splattered everywhere. The second overlord was killed by Lu Ming. Then, Lu Ming charged toward the third person, Wangxing. What's going on? Break for me, break for me. Wangxing roared crazily and used all his strength to blast open the transparent bubble. Just as Lu Ming was about to reach him, he finally broke the transparent bubble. But what made him despair was that as soon as he broke this transparent bubble, another transparent bubble appeared out of nowhere and enveloped him. This transparent bubble appeared without any warning, without any fluctuations. There was no way to avoid it. No, don't, Wangxing let out a furious roar in his heart as he struggled desperately. However, Lu Ming had already arrived. Whoosh, the sword slashed down and split Wangxing in half, destroying his body and soul. After killing Wangxing, Lu Ming charged toward the 4th person without hesitation. What's going on? That's the space-time domain, it's the space-time domain. It's the pet, it's the pet. He's a monster, a monster. Let's attack together and kill him. I'd rather not have the Chaos Badge. Lu Ming had killed 3 overlords in a row, causing the experts of the 4 directions' godly palaces to lose their minds. Lu Ming was too dangerous. If they did not kill him today, they would be the ones to die in the future. Attack, everyone attack. Kill. Over 100 experts of the 4 directions' godly palaces made their moves at that instant. Hundreds of attacks gathered together and fired at Lu Ming. The attacks were too terrifying, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Lu Ming's pupils shrank rapidly. There was no doubt that if he was hit, Lu Ming would definitely be turned into ashes. There was no chance of him surviving. Chirp chirp, Bubble's body glowed as it grabbed at the void with its little claws. A space-time passage appeared and Lu Ming rushed into it without hesitation. Boom, as soon as Lu Ming rushed into the space-time passage, the attack landed on the ground. Down below, the lake that was hundreds of thousands of miles wide was instantly destroyed. Rumble, the ground within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles shook violently. Countless huge cracks covered the entire ground like a spider web. At the center of the attack, a huge hole with a radius of tens of thousands of miles appeared. It was unfathomable. Boom, the next moment, fiery red magma rushed out of the huge hole and rose thousands of miles into the sky. There was no doubt that the ground had been penetrated. It was as if doomsday had arrived and countless creatures had died. Tens of thousands of miles away, the space fluctuated and Lu Ming's figure appeared. Lu Ming is not dead. He's over there. Kill him. Whoosh. 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 When the experts saw Lu Ming, they immediately charged at him. Beams of dazzling light streaked across the sky and charged at Lu Ming. If you want to kill, I'll kill to my heart's content today. The power of the air-frozen bead flowed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming performed the wind origin skill and his body swayed rapidly. He dodged the attacks and charged into the crowd. Chirp chirp, Bubble cried. The first to bear the brunt was a 4th-layer martial royal realm expert. He was trapped in the transparent bubble and could not move at all. Puff, Lu Ming rushed over and killed the man. Puff. Puff, then, Lu Ming rushed over and killed a few martial royal realm experts. Lu Ming was bathed in martial royal realm blood and looked like an invincible god of death. Help each other. Whoever is trapped by the bubble, help each other. Someone shouted. Then, when someone was trapped by the bubble, the other experts quickly came to Lu Ming's rescue. His trick is useless. Kill. Lu Ming must die today. The crowd yelled and charged at Lu Ming from all directions. It's my turn. Dandan appeared and flew out. Suddenly, a gigantic turtle shell appeared in the air. Many attacks landed on the turtle shell, but they were all blocked by the turtle shell. Whoosh! Whoosh! Bubble opened its mouth and spat out a few rays of light. These rays of light were like wind blades, but many times stronger than wind blades. They were formed by space and time. Puff, a fourth-layer martial royal realm expert, was killed by the rays of light. I'll do it. Dandan let out a roar as her body expanded. Rapidly. With a single slap, she slapped a fourth-layer martial dominator realm expert to death. After Dandan and Bubble had reached the martial royal realm, they had displayed terrifying strength. They could even kill a fourth-layer martial royal realm expert. This sent chills down the spines of the surrounding experts. Nestle, there are too many of them. Dandan killed another 2 third-layer martial royal realm experts before returning to Lu Ming's shoulder. Chirp chirp, Bubble appeared silently on Lu Ming's other shoulder. Let's go. Lu Ming executed the wind origin technique and turned around to leave. Kill. Don't let him escape. The experts at the scene were already in a frenzy and they charged toward Lu Ming. Hundreds of rainbow-colored rays pierced through the sky and engulfed Lu Ming. At the crucial moment, Bubble opened a spatial tunnel and Lu Ming dashed into it and appeared 10,000 li away, dodging the attack. Don't stop, continue to pursue him. No matter how powerful his pet is, it won't be able to use that move continuously. It will exhaust its energy. He won't be able to escape. Some of the Overlord Realm experts urged the crowd to attack Lu Ming. Today, they had to kill Lu Ming. Otherwise, if Lu Ming were to escape, they would not be able to gather together every day. They would have to split up. Once they split up, it would be more dangerous for them to face Lu Ming's attacks. Therefore, they had to eliminate the source of the trouble. They chased after Lu Ming with all their might. Lu Ming flew forward rapidly. After flying for 1,000,000 li, Lu Ming suddenly came to a stop and turned around to look at the experts behind him. A cold grin appeared on his face. Seeing the experts approaching him, Ming Lian's second body appeared. The wolf flame on his forehead flickered as he yelled, "Rise!" Buzz! Buzz! Countless inscriptions appeared in the void as a huge array appeared in the sky. The formation covered an area with a circumference of 30,000 li, encapsulating everyone within it. This was Lu Ming's killing move. Lu Ming's ultimate killing array was not engraved at the lake. Instead, it was here. The lake was just bait. Even he was bait. He had long known that the experts of the 4 cardinal celestial palaces would not be fooled so easily. Everything that had happened before was for this moment, to lure these people here. Oh no, we've been tricked. There's a killing array here. Get out of here. Someone shouted. It's too late. God-slaying sword formation, kill. Ming Lian's second body roared. Countless rays of sword light appeared in the ultimate kill formation. Each ray of sword light emitted a terrifying aura. This was something Ming Lian's second body spent several months to lay down. Its power was terrifyingly great. Whoosh! 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 Sword chi swept across the sky, slashing down. Puff! Puff! Poof! First-layer martial emperors, second-layer martial emperors, and third-layer martial emperors had no chance against it. Their bodies and souls were instantly destroyed. Only those in the 4th layer of the martial emperor realm could resist it. In just a few minutes, there were only a few dozen 4th-layer martial emperors left in the sky. These people were practically the pinnacle experts of the continent of God. However, these experts were also bitterly holding on. Lu Ming saw Hai Pingtian's heart being pierced by thousands of swords and he died on the spot. He was already injured and was the first to die. After Hai Pingtian died, some of the weaker overlords were also killed one by one. The number of people was decreasing. Lu Ming, let us go. I'm willing to join you. I'm willing to. Spare us, some people shouted and begged for mercy. All of you should die. I'd rather believe in the dead. Lu Ming said coldly. The ultimate kill formation was activated and countless sword lights shot out. one after another, people were killed. These were the overlords of the continent of God. However, their lives were worthless and they died on this piece of land. A few minutes later, there were only 5 or 6 people left in the sky. These people were the pinnacle experts of the continent of God. Each of them was only a step away from the 5th-layer martial emperor realm. They tried their best to break out of the ultimate kill formation, but the ultimate kill formation covered an area of 30,000 miles. Lu Ming, you'll die a horrible death. The last few people started cursing when they couldn't beg for mercy. Puff. Puff. However, in the end, they were all exhausted and killed in the ultimate kill formation. This time, more than 500 martial emperors had come to kill Lu Ming. However, they were all killed by Lu Ming. This had never happened before in the continent of God. After killing the last person, Lu Ming relaxed. He let out a long breath and was about to put away the ultimate kill formation storage ring. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly felt a sense of crisis in his heart. This sense of crisis made Lu Ming's hair stand on end and he felt a chill in his heart. Whoosh, at that moment, a terrifying attack came from behind Lu Ming and attacked Lu Ming. Fast. It was too fast. It was so fast that Lu Ming could barely react. Almost subconsciously and instinctively, Ming Lian's second body moved and blocked Lu Ming's back. Puff, it was a beam of sword light that pierced through Ming Lian's second body's chest. The terrifying sword chi suddenly exploded, and half of Ming Lian's second body exploded. Even half of his head was blown off. Bang, Ming Lian's second body flew far away and his breath was extremely weak. The second body was in mortal danger. The main body trembled and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, this delay also bought Lu Ming some time. The energy of the air-frozen bead flowed into Lu Ming's body. He used the wind origin skill and retreated quickly like a phantom. As soon as Lu Ming retreated, the sword light that attacked him advanced and attacked Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. It was a sword light with a shocking sharpness that could kill everything. Lu Ming had never seen such a sharp sword. At that moment, Dandan and Bubbles also reacted. A tortoise shell blocked in front of Lu Ming. A cracking sound was heard. The tortoise shell blocked some of the sword light but was still pierced by the sword light. At that moment, Bubbles opened up a void passage. Lu Ming's body disappeared into the void passage and appeared tens of thousands of miles away. He finally survived the fatal blow. Swoosh, the sword light flashed and a middle-aged man appeared in the void. It's you? Seeing this person, Lu Ming's pupils contracted. This middle-aged man was the middle-aged man from the Celestial sect. Back then, he had chased after Lu Ming with the head of the Mu family and young Master Lin. Later on, he was injured by the headless true dragon rider at the core of the ruins of God and had to retreat miserably. Lu Ming originally thought that the other party had returned to the Yuan continent. He didn't expect that not only did the other party not return to the Yuan continent, but he was also lying in ambush. When Lu Ming was at his most relaxed, the other party launched a fatal blow at Lu Ming. If it wasn't for the second body blocking the blow, Lu Ming would have been dead. However, there was something wrong with the other party's condition. His body was surrounded by a black mist. It was like a poisonous snake that wrapped around the body of the celestial sex man. It made him look extremely ferocious and his aura was unstable. It's equivalent to a rank 6 martial royal realm. Lu Ming estimated in his heart. The other party's cultivation should have been above rank 7 martial royal realm. However, because of the poisonous snake-like mist, his cultivation had dropped to rank 6 martial royal realm. Lu Ming, you're really lucky to be able to escape. However, this place is extremely far from the ruins of deity. Let's see how you're going to escape. The man from the heavenly divinity sect stared at Lu Ming, his eyes were filled with malevolent and cold-killing intent. You didn't return to the Yuan continent? Lu Ming frowned as he concentrated. The man was right. This place was too far away from the ruins of deity. Even if he used the bubble to open a space-time tunnel, he wouldn't be able to escape the man's pursuit. He would be hunted down and killed before he could reach the ruins of deity. Lu Ming was in danger. It's all because of you. The man from the heavenly divinity sect seemed to have been stabbed by Lu Ming's question. He roared and said malevolently, it's all because of you. I'm cursed and my cultivation has dropped. If I take the teleportation formation in this state, the void will tremble and the curse will go deeper into my bones. It will be difficult to get rid of it. How can I be satisfied if I don't kill you? The man from the heavenly divinity sect became angrier as he spoke. His killing intent became colder. Lu Ming understood that the man must have been injured by the headless true dragon rider in the core of the ruins of deity and was cursed. The headless true dragon rider wasn't a living being. It was formed by the undying battle intent of an unparalleled expert. Every move of the headless true dragon rider contained the power of the curse that would continuously corrode one's body and soul. The man from the heavenly divinity sect was cursed, and that was why he hadn't returned to the Yuan continent. It seems like you're also the one who spread the news about me having the chaos token. Lu Ming's eyes moved and he suddenly spoke. He had always felt that this matter was strange. If the people from the Southern Divine Palace had searched Lon Chen's soul and found out that he had the chaos token, they must have secretly sent experts to capture him. Why would the news spread like wildfire? Now that he saw the man from the heavenly divinity sect, Lu Ming suddenly thought of a possibility. It was highly possible that the man from the heavenly divinity sect was the one who spread the news. He wanted to use others to kill Lu Ming. Haha, that's right, it's me. The heavenly divinity sect's burly man laughed heartily. He took a step forward and crossed 100 miles. He rapidly approached Lu Ming. Lu Ming hurriedly retreated as he tried to think of a countermeasure. The destruction of Dragon God Valley is also fake. Lu Ming continued. If the Celestial God sect wanted to borrow someone else's hand to get rid of Lu Ming, they would first have to make sure that Lu Ming's identity wasn't a deterrent. Ji Hongqian said that the Heavenly God sect had sent news that the Dragon God Valley had been destroyed. It was very likely that this Heavenly God sect man had told him that. He had sent a fake message with the goal of using other people to get rid of Lu Ming. Not bad. The man from the Heavenly Divinity sect said coldly. What a good plan. Lu Ming sighed. From the beginning to the end, it was all because of the Heavenly God sect's plan that Lu Ming had ended up like this, being hunted down by the entire continent of God. Unfortunately, the burly man from the Heavenly Divinity sect had underestimated Lu Ming. In the end, he had no choice but to act personally. Whoosh, the burly man from the Heavenly Divinity sect was getting faster and faster, surpassing Lu Ming and quickly closing in on Lu Ming. Lu Ming could only ask Bubble to open a spacetime tunnel and head towards the north. Tens of thousands of miles away, Lu Ming appeared. Whoosh, however, the burly man from the Heavenly Divinity sect was extremely fast. In a flash, he quickly chased after Lu Ming. The distance between the two of them was getting smaller and smaller. What should I do? Lu Ming's mind raced. The other party was too strong. The difference between Lu Ming and the other party was too big. Any method would be useless in front of Lu Ming's absolute power. Moreover, his second body was severely injured and his strength had decreased greatly. Lu Ming, go ahead and escape. Let's see how you escape. Let me tell you. After killing you, I'll go to the Divine Wilderness continent and destroy it. I'll kill everyone in the Divine Wilderness continent. The burly man from the Heavenly Divinity sect said coldly, causing Lu Ming's killing intent to soar. Human lives were insignificant in the other party's eyes. Today, even if Lu Ming was lucky enough to escape, the other party would kill his way to the Divine Wilderness continent. No one in the Divine Wilderness continent would be spared. He was a madman. Dandan, do you have any ideas? Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan. Lu Ming, I knew that you would try to take advantage of me again. What a sin I am to be implicated by you every time. Dandan let out a long sigh. Do you have any ideas? Lu Ming asked again. This person is cursed and his cultivation is only at the 6th layer Martial Emperor realm. If Xiao Budian cooperates with me, we might be able to severely injure him. However, we will suffer a great loss. Lu Ming, let me tell you, in the future, you will have to compensate us, Dandan mumbled and then whispered to Bubble. Chirp chirp, at this moment, Bubble suddenly flew out. A layer of blood-red light appeared on its milky white fur, burning fiercely like a flame, causing Bubble's aura to increase greatly. Spacetime Spirit Mouse, I will take you down first. Greed flashed in the eyes of the burly man from the Heavenly Divinity sect. He waved the long sword in his hand and dozens of sword rays shot out, like a cage, toward Bubble. Bubble grabbed the air with its two small claws. Crack! Crack! The space trembled violently and cracked like pieces of crystal. In the end, it formed space swords and slashed toward the burly man from the Heavenly Divinity sect. The burly man from the Heavenly Divinity sect was shocked and did not dare to be careless. He changed the direction of his sword and slashed out horizontally. Clang! 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 9 space swords were slashed apart by the burly man from the Heavenly Divinity sect. At this moment, Dandan also made his move. Just like Bubble, Dandan's body emitted a blood-red light, causing its aura to increase by a notch. Lu Ming knew that Dandan and Bubble were going all out. They had burned their essence blood to increase their strength in a short period of time, but the after-effects were not small. Dandan's body became bigger than a mountain. Its 2 front claws slapped toward the burly man from the Heavenly Divinity sect. In the process of slapping, Dandan's claws were covered with inscriptions, forming a terrifying killing array that suppressed the burly man from the Heavenly Divinity sect. Clang! 2 extremely sharp sword rays flew out from the burly man from the Heavenly Divinity sect and slashed at Dandan's claws. The array on Dandan's claws trembled and collapsed. Dandan's body flew out. However, at the same time, a transparent bubble suddenly appeared around the burly man from the Heavenly Divinity sect and enveloped him. Good chance! Dandan shouted. It opened its mouth and a ball of chaotic fog blasted toward the burly man from the Heavenly Divinity sect. The chaotic fog was like a world. Mountains and rivers could be vaguely seen. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Dandan's attack was about to land, the transparent bubble burst out with tens of thousands of sword lights, destroying the bubble in one fell swoop. The sword lights slashed at the illusory world that Dandan had spat out. Puff! The world that Dandan had spat out shook violently and finally dissipated. Nestle, kill! Dandan's strength had increased tremendously after burning his blood essence, allowing him to unleash terrifying attacks. Bubble was the same. Its entire body glowed with dazzling blood-red light as it chirped. Wherever it stood, the space around it rippled like water, as if it were the ruler of this world. It was capable of unleashing terrifying killing techniques. However, the strength of the man from the Heavenly Divinity sect was terrifying. He fought against Dandan and Bubble. What a strong combat strength! Something is wrong with this combat strength. Lu Ming wore a stern expression. The strength of the man from the Heavenly Divinity sect was beyond his imagination. The cultivation of the burly man from the Celestial God sect was equivalent to a 6th-level martial emperor. However, his combat strength was beyond Lu Ming's expectations. It was not the 6th-level martial emperor that Lu Ming had imagined. Instead, it was much higher. Lu Ming had killed more than one 4th-level martial emperor martial artist in the continent of Divine Ruins. Hence, he was very clear about the combat abilities of these 4th-level martial emperors. Although the 4th-layer martial royal realm cultivators in the Godly Ruins continent were strong, there was a limit to their strength. Based on their strength, he could roughly estimate that they were 6th-layer martial royal realm cultivators. However, the man from the Heavenly Divinity sect was much stronger than what Lu Ming had estimated. Could it be that the martial royal realm cultivators in the Yuanlu continent are much stronger than the martial royal realm cultivators in the Godly Ruins continent? Or is the man from the Heavenly Divinity sect a combat genius? Or maybe it's because his cultivation is higher? Lu Ming guessed. Then, Lu Ming's figure moved and appeared beside his second body. Lu Ming frowned as he sensed his condition. His second body was seriously injured. Half of his body had exploded and only half of his body was left. Fortunately, the soul that Lu Ming had split out from his second body was not seriously injured. Otherwise, his second body would have perished. However, the situation was not optimistic. The second body would need a long time to recover. During this time, the second body would not be able to help Lu Ming. He waved his hand and put his second body into the mountain and river diagram. Then, he condensed his true energy into a ribbon and collected the storage rings of the martial emperors. Boom! 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 The battle between Dandan, Bubble, and the burly man from the Heavenly God sect had reached its climax. If you're cursing me, I'll fight you to the death. Dandan made a big fuss in the air. It jumped left and right, and various kinds of attacks emerged one after another. Inscription Dao, Martial Dao, everything was available. As for the space-time spiritual mouse, it was much simpler. It used the space-time domain to fight against the enemy. However, its power was extremely terrifying. The big man from the Heavenly Divine Sect was extremely afraid of Bubble's space-time domain. If he wasn't careful, he would be frozen by the space-time domain. It had to be said that Dandan and Bubbles were indeed powerful. They had just broken through to the Emperor realm not long ago, but the two of them were able to fight against the burly man from the Celestial Divinity Sect by working together. One could only imagine how terrifying they would be when they were at their peak. Soon, the two sides had exchanged over 100 moves. Ha ha ha, it's finally done. At this moment, Dandan suddenly laughed. His figure suddenly retreated, and around the burly man from the Celestial God Sect, dense inscriptions suddenly appeared. It was a great array. Previously, Dandan was making a big fuss and jumping left and right. It turned out that he was secretly setting up an array. Now, the array was finally completed. Buzz, the array shone, and 9 huge tortoise shells appeared in the sky. The tortoise shells shone brightly, suppressing the burly man from the Celestial Divinity Sect in all directions. Break for me! The burly man from the Celestial Divinity Sect shouted. He slashed out with his sword and slashed at one of the tortoise shells. However, the tortoise shell only trembled, and it didn't break. Little guy, do it. Go all out. Dandan shouted. It opened its mouth and spat out a ball of chaotic light. Within the chaos, a world was formed. This time, the world that Dandan spat out was extremely realistic. The inscriptions within intertwined, forming all kinds of living beings that suppressed the burly man from the Celestial Divinity Sect. Chirp chirp, Bubble cried out and waved its claws. Suddenly, a transparent bubble appeared around the burly man from the Celestial Divinity Sect, enveloping him within. This bubble was obviously different from the transparent bubbles that appeared before. On top of this transparent bubble, there was a space-time spiritual mouse that was circling around and roaring at the sky. Break! 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 The burly man from the Celestial Divinity Sect seemed to have sensed danger. He roared crazily and his sword chi exploded, trying to break the tortoise-shell shield. Kacha! Kacha! A crack appeared on one of the tortoise shells, and then it exploded. Explode! Explode for me! Explode for me! Dandan roared. Boom! Boom! The world that Dandan spat out suddenly exploded. At the same time, Bubble's transparent bubble also exploded. The terrifying energy annihilated that area, turning it into a pitch-black mass. The terrifying destructive storm exploded in all directions. That area was like a black hole. Dandan and Bubble's bodies were blown far away by the destructive storm. Looming quickly rushed out and caught Dandan and Bubble. At this moment, Dandan and Bubble's aura was extremely weak and their bodies were dim. Chirp chirp, Bubble cried out weakly. Its body curled up and it actually fainted. Bubble, Lu Ming felt a pain in his heart. Lu Ming, Xiao Budian and I have suffered great losses after burning our blood essence. I'm afraid we have to sleep for a while. When we wake up, you have to prepare a lot of spiritual herbs, Dandan said and fainted. Don't worry. Lu Ming whispered and put Dandan and Bubble into the mountain river diagram. Boom, the explosion continued and it took a while before it calmed down. A figure appeared in the sky. The burly man from the Celestial Divinity Sect was still alive. But at this moment, he was extremely miserable. His body was tattered and wounds big and small covered his body. Blood flowed out continuously. His aura was extremely weak and there was a layer of true yuan covering his body, allowing him to stand in the air. Ah, damn it, damn it. The burly man from the Celestial Divinity Sect roared. He was too miserable. He had already been struck by the headless true dragon knight's curse and his cultivation had regressed. It was difficult for him to recover even after such a long time. Just now, he had been heavily injured by Dandan and Bubble's joint attack. His injuries had worsened, and even if he recovered in the future, his cultivation would most likely regress and he would never be able to improve it again. His anger seemed to be able to burn half the sky. Kill! Before he could react, a cold murderous intent shrouded him. Lu Ming charged over. The embryonic form of the chaos domain wrapped around the dragon vein sword and slashed toward him. Clang, the burly man from the celestial divinity sect raised his longsword and blocked in front of him. The dragon vein sword struck his longsword, causing his body to shake violently. His body flew out like a cannonball and blood spurted out of his mouth. He was no match for Lu Ming now. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and charged towards the burly man. Lu Ming, I'll spare your life today. The burly man from the celestial divinity sect roared and turned to run. Where do you think you're going? Lu Ming used the Wind Yuan technique and chased after the burly man from the celestial divinity sect. The two of them disappeared from this place. However, it was impossible for the man from Heavenly Divine sect to shake off Lu Ming. Moreover, as time passed, the distance between Lu Ming and the man from Heavenly Divine sect was getting closer and closer. After all, the man from Heavenly Divine sect was severely injured and he was running for his life. As his injuries worsened, his speed became slower and slower. This won't do. If this continues, this brat will catch up to me sooner or later. Now that I'm severely injured, I'm no match for him, the man from Heavenly Divine sect thought of a way to escape. Behind him, Lu Ming's eyes were cold. His body was enveloped in a green radiance as he chased after the man from Heavenly Divine sect. He must kill the man from Heavenly Divine sect. The man from Heavenly Divine sect was the reason why he was being chased by all the experts from Heavenly Divine sect. First, they spread the news that Lu Ming had the primordial chaos token and could enter the core of the ruins of God safely. Then, they spread the false news that the Dragon God Valley had been annihilated. This made the powerhouses in the mainland of the ruins of God have no scruples about Lu Ming and go all out to hunt him down. Later on, when Lu Ming plotted to kill a large number of powerful cultivators from the continent of God, the burly man from the celestial divine sect launched a sneak attack and severely injured his second body. Now, even Dandan and Bubbles had fallen into a coma. Lu Ming had suffered a great loss. Moreover, the man from Heavenly Divine sect would definitely take revenge on Lu Ming in the future if he didn't kill him. His family and friends in Divine Wilderness continent would be in danger. Therefore, Lu Ming had to kill the man from Heavenly Divine sect at all costs to prevent future troubles. The distance between the two of them was getting closer and closer. No, this can't go on. I can only give it a try. The man from Heavenly Divine sect had a ruthless look in his eyes. He suddenly changed his direction and flew towards the east. That's the direction of the ancient city of Heavenly Divine Ruins. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The location he had chosen was in the central region of Heavenly Divine Ruins. It wasn't far from the ancient city of Heavenly Divine Ruins so that he could wait for the experts from the 4 divine palaces to appear. Is he trying to use the ancient city of Heavenly Divine Ruins teleportation formation to escape back to Heavenly Divine sect? Lu Ming guessed. That was indeed the case. The burly man from the Heavenly Divinity sect no longer cared about his injuries. He wanted to use the teleportation array to escape back to the Heavenly Divinity sect. As long as he returned to the Heavenly Divinity sect, he would be safe. In the future, when he recovered from his injuries, he would definitely return to the Divine Ruins continent and kill all of Lu Ming's friends and family, completely destroying the Divine Wilderness continent. A cold light flashed across the Heavenly God sect's burly man's eyes. I won't let you have your way. Lu Ming's gaze was resolute. More energy poured into the wind-suppressing pearl. Lu Ming used the wind origin art to its peak, increasing his speed. The distance between him and the Heavenly Divinity sect's large man was shrinking. Quick, quick! The burly man from the Heavenly Divinity sect roared in his heart as he tried his best to escape. Soon, a huge ancient city appeared in front of him. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them, one in front and one behind, rushed into the ancient city of gods. What's that? What a powerful fluctuation! That's a sovereign. So powerful. Who is it? In the ancient city of the ruins of God, some experts were alarmed and looked at the sky in shock. In front of them, the 36 Big Dipper mountains were in sight. We're here, we're almost there. The Heavenly Divinity sect's large man's eyes shone with hope. Strength, come to me. At this moment, Lu Ming roared. An even stronger energy poured into Lu Ming's body from the wind-suppressing pearl. Lu Ming's body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The wind-suppressing pearl contained a lot of energy. Too much energy poured into it and Lu Ming could not withstand it at all. He was injured by the energy. But because of this, Lu Ming's speed increased greatly. He suddenly sped up and closed in on the heavenly divinity sect's large man. Whoosh, the dragon vein sword slashed at the heavenly divinity sect's large man. Not good. The heavenly divinity sect's large man was shocked and quickly turned around to block with his sword. Clang! The heavenly divinity sect's large man was sent flying and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Suppress! The prison-suppressing monument bloodline appeared above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming turned into the prison-suppressing monument and suppressed the heavenly divinity sect's large man. Boom! The heavenly divinity sect's large man was hit by the prison-suppressing monument. His body was like a meteorite as he slammed heavily onto the ground. A Tiangang peak exploded and his body almost split apart. Prison-suppressing monument, why do you also have the prison-suppressing monument? Is this a bloodline? No, it's a fragment of the prison-suppressing monument. The heavenly divinity sect's large man struggled to get up. He looked at Lu Ming's prison-suppressing monument bloodline and shouted in disbelief. Boom! Lu Ming could not be bothered with him and the prison-suppressing monument pressed down again. This time, the heavenly divinity sect's large man was almost killed. The heavenly divinity sect's large man was extremely weak. The long sword in his hand flew out and he no longer had the strength to resist. Spare me, the heavenly divinity sect's large man screamed in fear. Spare you? You didn't show any mercy when you wanted to kill me previously. If it wasn't for my good luck, I would have been dead already. Lu Ming's cold voice could be heard from the prison-suppressing monument. The prison-suppressing monument vibrated and emitted a cold killing intent. It wanted to press down again and completely eliminate the heavenly divinity sect's large man. Wait a minute, Lu Ming. You've awakened the prison-suppressing monument bloodline. If you can obtain the main body of the prison-suppressing monument, you'll be like a tiger that has grown wings. The heavenly divinity sect's large man suddenly shouted. You know about the main body of the prison-suppressing monument? The prison-suppressing monument's killing intent paused and Lu Ming's voice could be heard. Seeing that Lu Ming was interested, the heavenly divinity sect's large man was overjoyed. He said, that's right. According to legend, the prison-suppressing monument was shattered by someone a long time ago. It turned into several fragments and scattered across the world. I know a fragment of the prison-suppressing monument is in the heavenly divinity sect. Heavenly divinity sect. Lu Ming's heart shuddered. That's right. As long as you promise to let me go, I'll definitely find a way to help you steal the fragment of the prison-suppressing monument when I return to the heavenly divinity sect. The heavenly divinity sect's large man shouted. However, he was plotting something in his heart. Hee, do you think that I'll believe you? The prison-suppressing monument's fragment is a treasure that the heavenly divinity sect will definitely protect. With your cultivation, you're definitely not a high-ranking person in the heavenly divinity sect. How can you obtain the fragment of the prison-suppressing monument? Do you think that I'm that easy to trick? Even if the heavenly divinity sect really has the fragment of the prison-suppressing monument, I'll take it myself in the future. So, you should just die. Lu Ming's cold voice could be heard and he was about to kill the heavenly divinity sect's large man. Buzz, at this moment, one of the 9 ancient altars in the sky suddenly emitted a bright light. Lu Ming's heart shuddered. The fact that the altar emitted light meant that the people from the Yuanlu sect were coming. Wasn't there still half a month before the 2-year agreement with the Yuanlu sect? Could it be that the people from the Yuanlu sect had come earlier? Buzz, when the first altar lit up, the second altar followed suit. Then, the third altar lit up as well. A total of 3 altars lit up and a spatial door appeared. 2 figures appeared on each of the 3 altars. The people from the heavenly divinity sect. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Lu Ming recognized one of the people on one of the altars. It was a white-haired old man. He was the white-haired old man from the heavenly divinity sect that he had met during the selection of disciples. Then, Lu Ming looked at the other 2 altars. Divine Dragon Valley and Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. On one of the altars was the middle-aged man from Divine Dragon Valley who had come to the Divine Ruins mainland previously. Behind him was a young man. On the third altar, there were two middle-aged experts from Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. Deacon, save me. This Lu Ming wants to kill me. When he saw the white-haired old man from Heavenly God Sect, he was overjoyed and shouted crazily as if he had found his savior. As soon as the burly man from the Celestial God Sect shouted, the people from several parties looked toward Lu Ming and the rest. What? Lu Ming, how dare you? The white-haired old man from Heavenly God Sect reacted and shouted. Kill. At the same time, the suppressing prison steel shook and pressed down on the man from Heavenly God Sect. There was no time to lose. The arrival of Yuan Lu Sect was out of Lu Ming's expectation. However, he had to kill the man from Heavenly God Sect. Therefore, Lu Ming took action immediately. Decisive and decisive. No, you. The man from Heavenly God Sect screamed. The burly man from the Celestial God Sect screamed in despair. He did not expect Lu Ming to have the guts to attack him after seeing the white-haired elder from the Celestial God Sect. Boom, the suppressing prison steel continued to press down on the man from Heavenly God Sect. The man from Heavenly God Sect was torn apart and his body and soul were destroyed. How dare you? You are courting death. There was a cold roar in the sky. The white-haired elder of the Celestial God Sect exuded an extremely terrifying aura. The aura was so strong that it was far stronger than the burly man from before. Lu Ming was like an ant in front of him. Bang! Under the pressure, Lu Ming could not maintain the suppressing prison steel form and it collapsed. Lu Ming's original body appeared. His face was pale and he almost vomited blood. What are you trying to do? Do you think the disciples of Divine Dragon Valley are easy to bully? Scram! Just as Lu Ming was about to collapse, a loud shout was heard. It was the burly man from Divine Dragon Valley. An aura that was not weaker than that of the white-haired elder erupted and blocked the white-haired elder's aura. Only then did Lu Ming feel the pressure on his body disappear. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. His heart was very heavy. Strong, too strong. Whether it was the white-haired old man from the Heavenly Divinity Sect or the middle-aged man from the Dragon God Valley, they were all too strong. They had far surpassed Lu Ming. Lu Ming seemed to be very strong in the Continent of God group. However, compared to the experts in Yuan Continent, he was much weaker. He felt that the white-haired old man from the Heavenly Divinity Sect and the middle-aged man from the Dragon God Valley could easily kill him. You want to stop me? This little bastard dared to kill a member of my Heavenly God Sect in front of me. He must die. The white-haired elder looked at the burly man from the Dragon God Valley coldly. Must die? How laughable. With me here, let's see how you'll kill them. The middle-aged man from the Dragon God Valley stared at the white-haired elder. Are you trying to go against the Heavenly Divinity Sect? The white-haired elder's face darkened. The burly man from the Dragon God Valley sneered. Kill. Suddenly, the white-haired elder moved and charged towards Lu Ming. I knew you would sneak up on me. The middle-aged man from the Dragon God Valley followed suit and threw a punch at the white-haired elder. Boom, the two of them exchanged blows and the heavens and earth rumbled. However, both of them kept their strength and did not release it. Otherwise, the ancient city of God would be in danger. If you want to fight, let's fight. Then I'll kill you first. The burly man from the Dragon God Valley and the white-haired elder from the Heavenly Divinity Sect rushed into the sky and started an intense fight. Whoosh, at this moment, a terrifying pressure came from the sky. A terrifying palm force pressed down on Lu Ming. It was the young man from the Heavenly Divinity Sect. He suddenly attacked Lu Ming. Boom, Lu Ming didn't hesitate and threw a punch at the sky. When the fist and the palm force collided, Lu Ming's face changed. He felt an endless force rushing towards him. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he was forced to retreat. Swoosh, a figure landed in front of Lu Ming. It was the young man from the Heavenly Divinity Sect. Lad, you're not bad to be able to take a blow from me with your Supreme Being cultivation. However, I only used 30% of my strength in that blow. Try taking another blow. The young man from the Heavenly Divinity Sect threw another blow at Lu Ming. The power of this blow was much stronger than the previous one. Lu Ming's face turned solemn. He exerted his strength to the maximum and executed the hell-suppressing heaven skill. The fledgling chaotic domain covered his fist and he threw a punch. Boom, the fist collided with the palm force for the second time. Just like the previous time, Lu Ming felt an irresistible force rushing towards him. He couldn't help but retreat. How could he be so powerful? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He found it unbelievable. He could clearly see that his opponent's cultivation wasn't too strong. Second layer martial dominator realm. Furthermore, his cultivation was at the early stage of the second layer martial dominator realm. He could easily kill the cultivators of the Godly Ruins continent with a single blow. However, apart from the chaotic flipping heavenly seal, he had already used his full strength, but he was still no match against his opponent. Furthermore, he could feel that his opponent was not using his full strength. It felt unfathomable. Lu Ming believed that even if he were to use the chaotic flipping heavenly seal, he still wouldn't be able to defeat his opponent. His opponent's strength was too powerful. Could it be that he was a genius of the heavenly divinity sect? Lu Ming began to make guesses in his heart. Interesting, you're able to resist my second blow. What about my third blow? The young man from the heavenly divinity sect felt embarrassed after failing to kill Lu Ming with 2 consecutive blows. His expression turned cold. His aura grew stronger. Stop putting on an act here. Fight me if you have the ability. At that moment, a burly young man suddenly appeared behind the young man from the heavenly divinity sect and attacked him. The young man from the heavenly divinity sect turned pale. He couldn't be bothered to deal with Lu Ming. He turned around and fought with the burly young man. The burly young man was the one who had come with the burly young man from the Divine Dragon Valley. The two of them fought and it was hard to tell who would win. How powerful. There was a look of shock in Lu Ming's eyes. The burly young man from the Divine Dragon Valley had a similar cultivation as the young man from the Heavenly Divinity sect. They were both early LV2 Martial Royal Realm. However, their combat strength was extraordinary. Lu Ming felt that some of the weaker LV4 Martial Royal Realm cultivators in the Godly Ruins continent were no match for the two of them. Yuan Lu is indeed not simple. Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. His eyes were filled with anticipation. There was no doubt that Yuan Lu was filled with experts and the Godly Ruins continent couldn't be compared to them. Lu Ming was filled with anticipation. Lu Ming knew that the Heavenly Divinity sect might have a fragment of the suppressing prison monument. This made Lu Ming even more excited. He had a feeling that if he could gather all the fragments of the suppressing prison monument, the bloodline of the suppressing prison monument would undergo a shocking change. Everyone in the ancient city of the Divine Ruins was alarmed. Some of them ran away while others ran towards Lu Ming. When they sensed the fluctuations of the battle, they retreated frantically. At this moment, Xianxia appeared with a thought from Lu Ming. Xianxia. As soon as Xianxia appeared, the eyes of the two middle-aged men from the Sky Universe Demon sect lit up. Lu Ming, what's going on? Xianxia looked around with a puzzled expression. She was worried when she saw that her second body was severely injured. Dandan and Bubbles were unconscious. Now that she saw that Lu Ming was fine, she heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Ming gave a brief account of what had happened. I see. Xianxia looked around and bowed to the two middle-aged men from the Sky Universe Demon sect. The two middle-aged men from the Sky Universe Demon sect looked at Xianxia and nodded with a smile. They seemed satisfied. They were surprised and satisfied that Xianxia's cultivation had reached the Supreme Being level. 2 years ago, they had met Xianxia. At that time, they were well aware of Xianxia's cultivation. In the continent of the Divine Ruins, Xianxia was able to break through to the Supreme Being level in just 2 years. This kind of talent made them think more highly of Xianxia. Then, Xianxia whispered a few words to the two middle-aged men. One of the middle-aged men nodded and flew into the sky. He joined forces with the burly man from the Divine Dragon Valley to fight the white-haired old man. Sky Universe Demon Sect, the white-haired old man roared, but he was no match for the two experts. He was suppressed and could only retreat out of the battle. Old man, if you want to fight, I don't mind killing you today. The burly man from the Divine Dragon Valley sneered. Good, very good. Do you really think that the Divine Sky sect is easy to bully? Let's wait and see. The white-haired old man said angrily, but he didn't dare to make a move. The white-haired old man stopped his attack. The two young men also stopped and backed away. People of the Divine Ruins Continent Group, listen up. I am a deacon of the Sky Celestial sect in the Yuanlu. Ask the disciples of the Sky Celestial sect who have yet to head to the Yuanlu to hurry over. The white-haired old man's voice spread far and wide. Hee hee. The middle-aged man from Dragon God Valley sneered and walked to Lu Ming's side. He sized up Lu Ming, and his eyes lit up as he said, as expected of a prodigy who has awakened the 9 dragons bloodline. Your talent is amazing. I haven't seen you for 2 years, and your cultivation has already reached the Supreme Being level. This is really rare in a place like the Godly Ruins continent. Thank you for your help, Senior. Lu Ming bowed. Haha, you're a disciple of my Dragon God Valley. Why are you being so courteous? My name is Long Yuanshan, a deacon of Dragon God Valley. You can just call me Deacon Long. Long Yuanshan said in a rather heroic manner. Then, he introduced the young man, who was called Long Wei. By the way, what happened? Long Yuanshan looked at the corpse of the Sky Celestial sect man with a puzzled expression. He knew how strong the Sky Celestial sect man was, and he found it unbelievable that he was killed by Lu Ming. It's like this, Lu Ming did not hide anything and told him the gist of the matter. He told him about how he was surrounded by the Sky Celestial sect man and the others 2 years ago, and what happened recently. Of course, Lu Ming skipped over the important matters, such as him entering the Primal Chaos Palace, cultivating the Primal Chaos intent, Dandan and Bubbles. He did not mention anything. He only said that the Sky Celestial sect man was severely injured by the Headless True Dragon Rider in the core of the Divine Ruins continent. Damn it, the Sky Celestial sect is so despicable to secretly kill the disciples of my Dragon God Valley. Long Yuanshan shouted angrily as he looked at the white-haired old man from the Sky Celestial sect in an unfriendly manner. He seemed to be thinking about whether he should attack the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man looked vigilant. In the end, Long Yuanshan also had some misgivings and did not attack. It's good to kill such trash. It's a pity that Long Chen was accepted as a disciple by the Divine Elephant sect. However, his bloodline is more suitable for the Divine Elephant sect. Long Yuanshan muttered, then looked at Lu Ming and asked, Lu Ming, did you really obtain the Chaos Origin token in the War of Providence? Yes. Lu Ming nodded. Lu Ming did not hide the fact that he had the Chaos Origin token. Haha, amazing. Who knows, you might have a fortuitous encounter in the future. Long Yuanshan's eyes flashed with surprise. He did not ask any more questions. In fact, there were many things that did not make sense in Lu Ming's words. Long Yuanshan could naturally tell, but he also knew that it was Lu Ming's secret. Lu Ming was so young and had such a cultivation base. It was normal for him to have some secrets. However, some people in the continent of Divine Ruins group have the guts to attack a disciple of my Divine Dragon Valley. They should be taught a lesson. Long Wei, go and teach those who are still alive a lesson. Let them remember that my Divine Dragon Valley is not destroyed. Lu Ming is a disciple of my Divine Dragon Valley. If they want to deal with Lu Ming's family and friends in the future, then they don't need to exist anymore. Long Yuanshan said. Yes. Long Wei nodded and then stepped into the air and left. Thank you, Deacon Long. Lu Ming thanked him. Lu Ming knew that Long Yuanshan was comforting him, and Lu Ming really needed this favor. Although most of the emperors in the continent of Divine Ruins group had been killed by Lu Ming in the previous battle. However, there were still some powerhouses left in the various factions. Although there were not many powerhouses left, Lu Ming was still worried that these people would cause trouble for the Divine Wilderness continent after he left. However, with the powerhouses of the Divine Dragon Valley stepping forward to teach them a lesson, these factions should be obedient. Not long after, a skypride arrived. It was Ji Hongchen. Ji Hongchen's father, Ji Feng, did not participate in the capture of Lu Ming because of Ji Hongchen's persuasion. Therefore, he was spared. There were not many skyprides left in the Celestial God sect. There were only 2 of them. Soon, the 2 of them arrived. The white-haired elder of the celestial god sect led the two of them onto the ancient altar and left. Lu Ming, I have to go too. Xianxia came to Lu Ming's side and said reluctantly. The Sky Universe Demon sect was only here to pick up Xianxia. Now, they had to leave. Little Qing, don't worry. I've asked Senior Long Yuanshan. The Divine Dragon Valley and the Sky Universe Demon sect are in the same territory and are not too far apart. I'll visit you in the future. Lu Ming held Xianxia's hand and said. Okay. Xianxia nodded and suddenly kissed Lu Ming on the lips. Lu Ming, you have to work hard. Don't let me surpass your cultivation the next time we meet. After saying that, she smiled brightly and turned to leave. Lu Ming smiled and looked at Xianxia and the two powerhouses of the sky. Universe Demon sect leaving. There was a trace of reluctance in his eyes. Little Qing, don't worry. Our separation is only temporary. When we have the strength to dominate the world, we won't have to separate anymore. Lu Ming whispered and his gaze became firm again. A few days later, the news of Lu Ming's battle with the powerhouses of the four celestial palaces spread wildly across the Divine Ruins continent and even to other continents. All the experts who had gone to capture Lu Ming had been killed by Lu Ming, shocking the world. The continent group of Divine Ruins was in an unprecedented uproar. After this battle, the continent group of Divine Ruins was destined to undergo a great reshuffle. Then, there was news that the Divine Dragon Valley of Yuanlu had not been annihilated and was safe and sound. The news that the Divine Dragon Valley had been annihilated was false. This news made those major forces keep quiet out of fear. They no longer had the slightest bit of disloyalty towards Lu Ming and the Divine Wilderness continent. Even those top experts had died and they did not want to die. Moreover, the Divine Dragon Valley had not been annihilated and Lu Ming was now a disciple of the Divine Dragon Valley. Even if they were given 100 guts, they would not dare to touch the Divine Wilderness continent. Ancient City of Divine Ruins, under the altar. Lu Ming, do you have anything else to deal with? We'll go to the Divine Dragon Valley after you're done. Long Yuanshan said. Lu Ming looked towards the south as if he had pierced through layers of void and landed on the Divine Wilderness continent. After a while, Lu Ming shook his head and said, No. Senior, let's go. Lu Ming had already arranged everything in the Divine Wilderness continent before he left. Now that the matter of the continent group of Divine Ruins had been resolved, there was no need for him to worry too much. The only thing he needed to do now was to go to Yuanlu and cultivate. When his cultivation had increased in the future, it would be easy for him to come back and take a look. Alright, let's go. Long Yuanshan said. The three of them climbed up an ancient altar and stepped into the light door of the altar. Lu Ming seemed to have stepped into a void passageway. Countless lights and shadows flashed all around him. After an unknown period of time, his body shook and the lights and shadows disappeared. Lu Ming discovered that he had appeared on an ancient stone platform. He looked around and saw that he was surrounded by desolate mountains. Is this Yuanlu? Lu Ming looked around curiously and stepped out of the stone platform. Boom, the moment he stepped out of the stone platform, a terrifying pressure acted on Lu Ming's body, causing his body to tremble and he almost knelt on the ground. He only managed to stabilize his body after exerting some force. Lu Ming felt as if his body had become several hundred times heavier. The air around him seemed to have become incomparably heavy, constantly pressing down on his body. What happened? Lu Ming was bewildered. Only by exerting force in his body could he counteract the external pressure. Lu Ming, do you feel that your body has become several hundred times heavier? There's a strong pressure acting on your body. Long Yuanshan walked out of the stone platform and said with a smile. That's right. Deacon, what's going on? Lu Ming asked curiously. Lu Ming, if you want to understand what's going on, you must first have a rough outline of the geographical distribution of the entire primordial realm. Long Yuanshan said. Then, with a wave of his hand, a picture appeared in the sky. On the picture was a boundless ocean. The primordial realm is a boundless ocean. Within the ocean are countless continents, and the primordial continent is in the center of the ocean. Long Yuanshan stretched out his hand and pointed. On the picture, a continent appeared in the center of the ocean. This continent was very large. Even in the entire ocean, it occupied a very large area. This was the primordial continent. In the primordial realm, the primordial continent is the center. Countless continents of various sizes are scattered outwards. Actually, most of them can't be called continents. They can only be considered islands. Long Yuanshan waved his hand. With the primordial continent as the center, numerous black dots appeared on the rest of the ocean. They were densely packed, and it was unknown how many there were. These black dots were continents. However, compared to the primordial continent, they were like dust. Even some of the bigger continents could not be compared. The difference was too great. So many? Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. He stared at the sea, at the countless black spots that were densely packed together. He was filled with shock. Could these all be continents? Continents like the Divine Wilderness continent? Senior, where are the continents of the Divine Ruins? Lu Ming asked again. Here, here. Long Yuanshan pointed to the ocean south of the primordial continent. It was a corner that was extremely far away from the primordial continent. There were a few black dots scattered there. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. The continents of the Divine Ruins were too far away from the primordial continent. They were too small, just like dust. They were almost negligible in the picture. Was this the continents of the Divine Ruins that he had been living in? However, it was so small in the primordial realm. It was beyond Lu Ming's imagination. The primordial realm is a complete world. It is also very unique. The primordial continent is the center of the primordial realm. The laws of heaven and earth are also the most perfect and flawless. Therefore, the primordial continent is stable and the origin chi is rich. It is a true cultivation holy land. With the primordial continent as the center, the laws of heaven and earth will become weaker and less perfect. The space is extremely unstable, and the origin chi of heaven and earth will become thinner and thinner. You can easily tear the space apart in the continents of the Divine Ruins. However, you can try it here. Long Yuanshan patiently explained to Lu Ming. So that's how it is. Lu Ming was amazed. He took a deep breath and realized that the heaven and earth here was filled with rich origin chi. It was origin chi, not spirit chi. The spirit chi of heaven and earth here was very thin. It was mostly origin chi. He casually took a breath and the surging origin chi gathered in his body. Boom, then, Lu Ming threw a punch. However, a scene that shocked him appeared. His fist only pierced through the air, creating a terrifying whistling sound. However, the space did not move at all. There was not even a ripple. What a stable space. It's unbelievable. In the continents of the Divine Ruins, he could easily tear the space apart and punch through the void. However, there was not even a ripple in the space here. The closer you are to the primordial continent, the more perfect the laws of heaven and earth are. Everything in the world is also the most perfect and stable. Naturally, the gravity will be stronger and the pressure on people will also be stronger. Long Yuanshan explained. Bam, Lu Ming stomped heavily on the ground. The rocks exploded and a pit appeared. It's so hard. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He could clearly sense that the rocks here were just ordinary rocks. They were not hard metal ores. Although he did not use his full strength when he stomped, if he was in the continents of the Divine Ruins, a mountain range would have collapsed. However, he only created a pit here. Even ordinary rocks were so hard. Long Yuanshan was right. Everything in the world here was more stable than in the continents of the Divine Ruins because of the perfection of the laws of heaven and earth. The destructive power of a martial emperor realm expert here was much lower than in the continents of the Divine Ruins. Of course, this also meant that it would be more dangerous for martial artists to venture out. This was because the power of heaven and earth was stronger. With Lu Ming's cultivation, even flying would be much slower, let alone tearing through space. Yuan Lu is indeed extraordinary. Lu Ming sighed. Lu Ming, you're wrong. This isn't Yuan Lu. Long Yuanshan smiled. Beside him, the dragon guards smiled as well. Lu Ming's reaction was within their expectations. What? This isn't Yuan Lu? Lu Ming's pupils constricted as he said in shock. Yes. Long Yuanshan waved his hand and the picture in the air disappeared. He said, "This is just a small island near Yuanlu. In your eyes, this is a continent. If we're really in Yuanlu, the pressure from the outside world would be stronger than this. Everything in the world would be more stable than this." What? Lu Ming's heart trembled. This wasn't Yuanlu. It was just an island near Yuanlu. They were just near Yuanlu, but everything in the world was already so stable. If the pressure from the outside world was already so strong, how terrifying would the real Yuanlu be? However, Lu Ming immediately thought of something. The cultivation environment here was already dozens of times better than the continent of God. How good would the cultivation environment in Yuanlu be? The pressure from the outside world was just a small matter. After some time, one would get used to it. The cultivation environment was the most important as it could allow one's cultivation to break through continuously. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with even more anticipation. Lu Ming, this is a transit station for outsiders to get used to it. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it if you enter Yuanlu all of a sudden. Long Yuanshan explained with a smile. Lu Ming nodded to express his understanding. Let's go. Let's move forward. There should be others here. We'll be staying here for half a month. Long Yuanshan said and moved forward. After crossing a large mountain, some lofts appeared in front of them. Lu Ming realized that there were also some young people living here. These young people's cultivation was very strong. There were 8th level spirit gods, 9th level spirit gods, and even perfected spirit gods. Lu Ming saw that the strongest one was at the supreme level. He learned from Long Yuanshan that these youths were the disciples that the Dragon God Valley had recruited from various continents. Like Lu Ming, they had stayed in their original continents due to some matters. They were only heading to the Dragon God Valley now. Therefore, there were not many of them, only about 100 of them. Lu Ming was assigned a room. The next half a month was mainly to adapt to the environment here. This was because the environment of the continent of God was too different from the Yuan continent. In the courtyard of the pavilion, Lu Ming brandished a set of fist techniques, his figure leaping up and down. He let his body slowly adapt to the environment here. At the same time, he also let the circulation speed and frequency of the true essence in his meridians adapt to this place. A few hours later, Lu Ming stopped and felt comfortable all over. His body had also adapted slightly. In the beginning, when Lu Ming moved, he would either use a little more strength or a little less strength. Now, it was much better. The Yuan Qi here is really rich, and the will of heaven and earth is so clear, Lu Ming sensed carefully. The will of heaven and earth here was dozens of times clearer than in the continent of God. In other words, it was many times easier for a martial artist to comprehend the will of heaven and earth here than in the continent of God. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Lu Ming and more than 100 youths stepped into the teleportation array and headed to the Yuan continent. It felt as if they were in the void tunnel again. After some time, that feeling disappeared and they reappeared on a huge altar. This is a snow mountain. Lu Ming looked around and realized that this was a snow mountain. Little guys, welcome to the Yuan continent's Dragon God Valley. Long Yuanshan's deep voice sounded. He stepped out of the altar and said, "You better be prepared when you come out." Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He understood what Long Yuanshan meant. The laws of heaven and earth in the Yuan continent were perfect, so the pressure of heaven and earth might be even greater. On the altar, because of the protection of the array, he could not feel it. Let's go. Yuan continent, I'm finally here. These youths were extremely excited and flew out of the altar one after another. However, when these youths flew out of the altar, their bodies trembled. Some of the weakest among them almost could not stabilize their bodies. What a strong pressure! Lu Ming also flew out of the altar and immediately felt a terrifying pressure acting on his body. The weight of his body was also extremely shocking. The pressure here was probably hundreds or even thousands of times greater than in the continent of God. Lu Ming was shocked. Also, it's so cold. Lu Ming felt a chill run through his body. This was a snow mountain, so the temperature was shockingly low. With Lu Ming's cultivation, he could not feel the cold of ordinary snow and ice. However, the temperature here made him feel a chill run through his body. The origin qi of heaven and earth, Lu Ming took a deep breath. Immediately, the origin chi of heaven and earth surged towards him. It was unimaginably rich. Lu Ming felt that if he casually breathed in, the amount of origin chi would be equivalent to the amount of a low-grade origin stone. The origin chi of heaven and earth was rich while the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was extremely thin. Whoosh! In the distance, a burly old man in a short-sleeved shirt with bare arms flew over and landed in front of Lu Ming and the rest. Long Yuanshan and the rest greeted the old man. Lu Ming, I'll leave first. This is Deacon Long Yuanshan. He will arrange your accommodations. Long Yuanshan said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. Then, Long Yuanshan and the others who went to the other continents like him left one after another. Alright, follow me. I'll take you to your accommodations. Long Yuanshan said and flew forward. Everyone quickly followed. However, they had just arrived and the pressure of the outside world was too strong. For a while, they could not adapt to it. This was after half a month of adapting at the transit station. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult. After flying down the snow mountain, their field of vision widened. In front of them, an incomparably huge glacier canyon appeared in front of them. This glacier canyon was formed by the separation of two mountain ranges. In the sky, heavy snow swirled, and the world was covered in white. Lu Ming looked into the distance and found that in front of the huge glacier canyon, there were also snow mountains. However, they were far away and could not be seen clearly in the vast snow. Dragon Chi, so much Dragon Chi, so strong. Lu Ming felt that the Nine Dragons' bloodline was a little hot. Through the Nine Dragons' bloodline, he was shocked. Through the Nine Dragons' bloodline, he seemed to be able to see countless Dragon Chi in the glacier canyon and the snow mountain further away. In the huge canyon, there was a lot of Dragon Chi that was still weak. However, behind the canyon, in the vast snow mountain, there was some Dragon Chi that was earth-shattering. In front of it, Lu Ming was like an ant. Boom, a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He could not help but take a few steps back and quickly withdrew his senses. So strong. That aura is far beyond an emperor. Is that the aura of a saint? Lu Ming's heart was in a perilous situation. The burly old man, Long Yuanchuan, glanced at Lu Ming and said, "There are many experts in the valley. You'd better not use your bloodline to sense them. Otherwise, you'll only be asking for trouble." Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Some of the others were in awe. Obviously, Lu Ming was not the only one who had sensed the aura of the snowy mountain in front of them through their bloodline. The disciples recruited by the Dragon God Valley were all geniuses who had awakened the bloodline of the true dragon. It was easy for them to sense each other. The group continued flying forward. It's so cold. After flying into the huge glacier canyon, the temperature dropped even lower. Moreover, the temperature kept dropping as they went further in. While flying, Lu Ming sized up the surroundings. The glacier canyon was huge. The glacier walls on both sides were tens of thousands of feet tall. On the glacier walls, one could see houses and palaces carved out of ice. However, most of them were cave dwellings that had been carved out of the walls of the glacier. Moreover, there were some side valleys on both sides of the canyon. It was like a main vein with some branches extending out. Some people lived in these branch valleys. After flying for more than 10 minutes, the burly old man led them into a valley. There were many caves carved out on both sides of the valley. At a glance, there were at least a few thousand caves. Many of the caves were already occupied. As if sensing the arrival of people, some people walked out of the caves. They were all very young, the same generation as Lu Ming and the others. What a strong cultivation! Lu Ming's pupils shrank when he sensed the cultivation of these people. Supreme Being, these young men were all Supreme Being. However, Lu Ming immediately felt relieved. The cultivation environment here was too good. It was many times better than the continent of God. Even a pig could cultivate to the martial king realm or even the spiritual god realm here, not to mention those peerless geniuses. Alright, you can stay here for the time being. The people here are like you, newly selected disciples from the other continents. However, they came 2 years earlier than you. Also, this glacial valley is only the outer valley. You are not official disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley yet. You can only be considered as reserved disciples. You can only be considered as official disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley after passing the test. There are still 4 months until the trial. You should cultivate diligently during this period of time. With your talents, it won't be difficult for you to reach the Martial Highness realm in 4 months. Most of those who came here 2 years ago have already reached the Martial Highness realm. Let me tell you, this assessment is a great opportunity. Others can only be envious. The higher your cultivation, the greater your chances of obtaining the opportunity. Therefore, you must seize this opportunity and work hard. The burly old man explained in detail. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Right now, they weren't official disciples. They were just reserved disciples. They needed to pass the test before they could be considered official disciples. The standards of the Yuanlu Great Sects for recruiting disciples were really harsh. At this moment, the burly old man waved his hand and a jade token appeared in his hand. The token had a lifelike ice dragon carved on it. The burly old man waved his hand and the jade tokens flew to Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming grabbed one of the tokens. There's a number on this token, which represents the number of the ice cave you're staying in. Check in according to the number. Also, this token is the identity token of your reserved disciple. Alright, you guys get used to it and cultivate well. I'll come back after a while to explain the details of the assessment to you guys. After saying this, the burly old man left the place. Everyone looked for the corresponding ice cave according to the number on the jade token. Nice to meet you, brother. Just as Lu Ming was about to look for his cave residence, a clear voice was heard. Lu Ming looked sideways and saw a lady looking at him with a smile. The lady was wearing a white dress. She had a sweet smile and fair skin. She was a rare beauty. Behind the lady was a young man in a white shirt and holding a folding fan. Lu Ming was a little surprised. He did not know these two people. They should be the disciples who came here 2 years ago and had just walked out of the ice cave. If he did not know them, why did they greet him? Hello. Lu Ming replied politely. The young lady blinked and looked at Lu Ming carefully. She seemed to be very curious. Lu Ming touched his nose and was a little speechless. Lu Ming was not narcissistic enough to think that a beauty would take a fancy to him as soon as he arrived. Little sister, what are you doing? Behind the lady, the man holding a folding fan was also very curious. Your bloodline is very special. The lady suddenly said. Lu Ming was stunned again. Brother, please don't misunderstand. I am Qiu Yingying and this is my elder brother, Qiu Hao. How should I address you? The lady smiled. Lu Ming. Lu Ming replied. Brother Lu, my bloodline is quite special. I have been sensing your bloodline just now and feel that your bloodline has been suppressing mine, so I am very curious and want to befriend you. Qiu Yingying said. I see. Lu Ming guessed that what she had sensed was most likely his 9 dragons bloodline. Buzz, at that moment, the shadow of a true dragon appeared behind Qiu Yingying and disappeared in a flash, but Lu Ming still saw it clearly. Qiu Yingying's true dragon bloodline was not a 5-clawed true dragon, but a 6-clawed one. It was actually a 6-clawed true dragon. According to legend, the true dragons all had 5 claws, and the 9 dragons were a variant of the true dragons. Only then would they have 9 claws. However, Lu Ming did not expect there to be a 6-clawed true dragon in the world. Perhaps it was also a variant of the true dragon. Lu Ming guessed. Brother Lu, my bloodline is quite special. It is a variant of the true dragon and has 6 claws. It is more powerful than ordinary true dragons, so I am very curious. What is your bloodline? Can it suppress me? Qiu Yingying blinked and looked at Lu Ming carefully. She was very curious. My bloodline? Lu Ming whispered. As he spoke, the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared behind him and he immediately put it away. Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao's eyes widened. 9 dragons? Your bloodline is the legendary 9 dragons? No wonder you can suppress me. Qiu Yingying exclaimed in surprise. Lu Ming smiled. There was no need to hide the 9 dragons' bloodline. Once they fought, others would know immediately. Brother Lu, it's your first time here. Have a good rest. My brother and I came here 2 years ago. We will show you around in a few days. Qiu Ying said with a smile. Alright, then I'll thank you in advance. Lu Ming cupped his fists and then found his ice cave and walked in. There was an ice door at the entrance of the ice cave. It was activated by a jade talisman and automatically closed. The ice cave was very big and wide. It was 100 meters in length and width and at least 10 meters in height. There were ice tables, ice chairs, and even ice beds inside. Lu Ming walked to the wall and clawed at the ice wall. Crack! Only a few claw marks appeared on the ice wall and they were not deep. It's so hard. Everything in the Yuan continent is much harder than the transit station. Compared to the Godly Ruins continent, it is incomparable. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. After that, Lu Ming began to practice martial arts to adapt to the external pressure. After practicing for a few hours, Lu Ming stopped and felt comfortable all over. Then, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Once the true dragon fighting art was activated, the rich origin qi between heaven and earth frantically gathered toward Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. What rich origin qi? Lu Ming discovered that absorbing the primordial qi of heaven and earth here was comparable to swallowing low-grade primordial stones. This was too shocking. When one cultivated here, one did not even need low-grade origin stones. The surging origin qi was constantly being swallowed and refined, turning into true origin. At the same time, Lu Ming's mind entered a state of emptiness. He began to comprehend heaven and earth and nurtured the embryonic form of the chaotic domain. In this place, Lu Ming realized that not only had the essence of heaven and earth become clearer, but the great Tao of heaven and earth, which was even more profound than the essence of heaven and earth, was also clearer. This was almost impossible to sense in the Godly Ruins continent. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth would allow the sovereign's domain to improve faster. It was no wonder that the sovereigns in the Godly Ruins continent cultivated very slowly. Especially in the Godly Wilderness continent, most of the sovereigns were stuck at level 1 Martial Royal Realm. Those who could reach level 2 Martial Royal Realm were the top experts. There were very few of them. It was no wonder that the sovereigns in the Godly Ruins continent racked their brains to enter the Yuan continent and cultivate there. This was because the cultivation environment was too different. The difference was too great. After those sovereigns came to the Yuan continent, their cultivation would probably improve by leaps and bounds. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Lu Ming finally ended his cultivation. It feels so good to be able to cultivate here. Lu Ming's face was full of amazement. He realized that cultivating here for half a day was equivalent to cultivating in the Godly Wilderness continent for a month. His embryonic form of the chaotic domain had matured again. It was getting closer to full maturity. Wow, Lu Ming, you're in Yuanlu. Haha, you finally left that poor and remote place. A Dandan's voice sounded in Lu Ming. It was Dandan. It had climbed onto Lu Ming's shoulder and was sucking in the air with its mouth. Large amounts of origin energy were sucked into Dandan's mouth. Dandan, you're awake. Lu Ming was delighted. Dandan had been unconscious for almost a month since the last battle. 4. Dandan glanced at Lu Ming, then said with a sad face, Lu Ming, you've suffered heavy losses this time. Although you've woken up, you're far from recovered. Take out all your spiritual herbs. Having said that, she stared at Lu Ming with sparkling eyes. Alright, let's enter the mountain river diagram. Lu Ming said and entered the mountain river diagram with Dandan. In a valley, Bubble was still curled up and sleeping soundly. There was a transparent bubble at the tip of his nose that was fluctuating in size. Lu Ming's heart ached. It seemed that the little guy had suffered heavy losses in the last battle. Lu Ming waved his hand and the valley was immediately filled with spiritual herbs. All kinds of spiritual herbs of various grades were piled up in the valley. In that battle, hundreds of sovereigns were killed. The spiritual herbs in those storage rings were terrifying. Lu Ming took them all out for Dandan and Bubble to eat to their heart's content. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, you're very generous this time. Dandan's eyes lit up and immediately rushed into the pile of spiritual herbs. He grabbed a handful of spiritual herbs and stuffed them into his mouth. Chirp chirp, seeming to have sensed the aura of the spirit herbs, Bubbles woke up. It glanced at Lu Ming in a daze and then at the pile of spirit herbs in a daze. Afterward, its gem-like eyes emitted bright rays of light and it pounced into the pile of spirit herbs, gulping them down in big mouthfuls. However, there were so many spiritual herbs here. The two guys ate as much as they wanted, but soon, their stomachs bulged. They lay there and burped, their mouths full of medicinal fragrance. The mountain river diagram has its own space, but the environment seems to be the same as the divine wilderness continent. I should absorb some origin chi to improve the environment here. Lu Ming thought. In the mountain river diagram, there were mountains, rivers, flowers, and trees. Later on, Lu Ming captured many demonic beasts and planted many spiritual herbs in the mountain ridge. However, the environment here was similar to the divine wilderness continent. Whether it was the spiritual herbs or the demonic beasts, their growth was slow. If the environment was the same as the divine wilderness continent, the spiritual herbs in the mountain river diagram would grow faster. With a thought, Lu Ming came out of the mountain river diagram and reappeared in the ice cave. Then, the mountain river diagram appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He opened the mountain river diagram and whispered, "Absorb." Whoosh whoosh, suddenly, the mountain river diagram released a powerful suction force and absorbed the origin chi between heaven and earth. The origin chi between heaven and earth formed a funnel-like shape and crazily gathered toward the mountain river diagram. At this moment, the people in the valley were alarmed. The geniuses who were cultivating were awakened. What's going on? Why is the origin chi of heaven and earth gathering in one direction? Who's cultivating? That's impossible. Even a ruler wouldn't cause such a huge commotion when he cultivates. Who is it? Voices were heard. Some people walked out of the ice cave and sensed carefully. Although they knew which ice cave it was, they did not know who it was. However, this effect was only limited to the Branch Valley. After all, the origin chi here was too rich, and the Branch Valley was very vast. This is the Enlightenment Ancient Tree. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Originally, the mountain river diagram's absorption of the origin chi between heaven and earth would not cause such a big commotion. It was mainly because of the Enlightenment Ancient Tree. The Enlightenment Ancient Tree had 3 crisp leaves on it. Its branches were very thin, even smaller than a pinky finger. In the divine wilderness continent, the Enlightenment Ancient Tree grew too slowly. Now, the Enlightenment Ancient Tree was glowing and shining. A mysterious aura lingered on it as it kept absorbing the origin chi from the outside world. At the same time, Lu Ming sensed that the Enlightenment Ancient Tree seemed to be resonating with the great path between heaven and earth. Wisps of great path aura were emitted from the Enlightenment Ancient Tree. In just a moment, Lu Ming felt that the branches of the Enlightenment Ancient Tree had grown a little thicker, and its leaves had become greener. The 4th leaf. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's eyes widened. He noticed that the 4th leaf had also grown. It seems that the Enlightenment Ancient Tree has a chance to fully grow in the Yuan continent. It's considered good that it can survive in the divine wilderness continent. Lu Ming thought to himself. He was overjoyed. If the Enlightenment Ancient Tree fully grew, it would be of great help to him. Lu Ming took out a lot of spiritual liquid and watered the roots of the Enlightenment Ancient Tree. It seems that I have to get more spiritual herbs in the future to let the Enlightenment Ancient Tree grow as soon as possible. Just like that, the mountain river diagram and the Enlightenment Ancient Tree frantically absorbed origin chi for 3 days and 3 nights before calming down. The mountain river diagram was already filled with rich origin chi. Lu Ming put away the mountain river diagram. The following days were very peaceful. Lu Ming cultivated and practiced martial arts every day to adapt to the environment. Half a month later, Lu Ming had completely adapted to the environment of Yuanlu. At that moment, Lu Ming opened the door of the ice cave and went out to take a breather. "Brother Lu." A delicate voice called out. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and saw the siblings, Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao. "Miss Qiu, Brother Qiu, what a coincidence." Lu Ming smiled. "Brother Lu, how have you adapted during this period?" Qiu Hao waved his folding fan and said with a smile. To be honest, Qiu Hao was very handsome. He wore a long robe and waved his folding fan like an elegant young master. "I've completely adapted." Lu Ming said with a smile. That's great. We're going to the market. Brother Lu, do you want to come with us? Qiu Yingying said. Market? Sure. Lu Ming agreed immediately. He was also very curious. The environment of Yuanlu was so good that it would definitely produce countless treasures. The divine wilderness continent could not compare to it. Lu Ming also wanted to see it. If there were suitable ones, Lu Ming also wanted to buy some. The three of them walked out of the branch valley together. Then, they walked along the huge glacier canyon and walked into the depths of the canyon. This canyon was only the outer valley. The people who lived here were basically reserved disciples and some servants. The real Dragon God Valley was inside the canyon, which was a vast snowy mountain. The market was deep in the canyon. Many official disciples of the Dragon God Valley would come and go there. Only then would there be good things. Soon, Lu Ming and the others arrived at the market. The market covered a very large area. There were stalls on both sides of the street. The layout was similar to that of the divine wilderness continent. People came and went in the market. So many powerhouses. Lu Ming spread out his spiritual sense and scanned it slightly. His heart trembled. 5 out of 10 people walking on the street were emperors. Some of them were very young, looking like they were in their 20s. The most shocking thing was that Lu Ming saw a few 12 or 13-year-old teenagers. They still had a childish look on their faces, but they were actually emperors. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Qiu Yingying smiled and said, Brother Lu, we were too shocked when we first arrived. But it's also because the cultivation environment of Yuanlu is. Indeed. Lu Ming let out a long breath. Martial emperors were absolute overlords in the divine wasteland continent. They ruled over a region and ruled over a region. However, in the Yuan continent and the divine Dragon Valley, they were everywhere. Because emperors were nothing in Yuanlu. If one did not have a backer, it would be very dangerous to cultivate in the outside world. If one was not careful, one might die. In Dragon God Valley, rank 1 to rank 3 martial emperors are worthless. They have no status and are like servants. Rank 4 martial emperors and above have some status. Rank 7 martial emperors and above are the backbone of Dragon God Valley. Some of them can be assigned to some positions. Qiu Yingying explained in a low voice. She then added, of course, young geniuses are not included. Lu Ming nodded. He knew that young geniuses had different statuses wherever they went. Because young geniuses had unlimited possibilities. This is life elixir. Moreover, it's of the highest quality. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw the life elixir in a stall. The highest quality life elixir. Lu Ming had seen the life elixir in the divine wilderness continent. However, Lu Ming had never heard of the highest quality life elixir. It was almost extinct in the divine wilderness continent and even the continent of godly ruins. The highest quality life elixir was very useful for emperors as it could heal their injuries. Yuanlu was indeed worthy of its name. He saw such a precious spiritual elixir as soon as he arrived. Lu Ming's second body was severely injured. The highest quality life elixir was very important to the second body. Lu Ming had to get it. Senior, how much is this bottle of life elixir? Lu Ming cupped his fists at the stall owner and asked. The stall owner was an old man with white hair. The old man raised a finger and said, 100,000 origin stones, 100,000 origin stones? Lu Ming was stunned. It was not because it was too expensive, but because it was too cheap. A bottle of the highest quality life elixir was only a legendary treasure in the continent of godly ruins. How could it be sold for only 100,000 origin stones? Lu Ming was in disbelief. He asked again, Senior, it's only 100,000 origin stones? Of course, not one less, not one more. The old man said. Alright, I'll buy it then. Lu Ming took out a storage ring with 100,000 primordial stones inside. The old man took it and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. His expression changed, and he threw the storage ring back to Lu Ming. Junior, are you playing with me? Lu Ming was confused. Senior, please don't blame him. Brother Lu just came from another continent, so there are some rules that he doesn't quite understand. Xiaoying quickly tried to smooth things over. Oh? So you're a new reserved disciple from another continent. The old man's expression softened. Brother Liu, the origin stones that this senior is talking about are middle-quality origin stones. Xiaoying quickly transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. They're middle-quality origin stones? Yes, the origin stones that are commonly used in Yuanlu are middle-quality origin stones. Generally speaking, middle-quality origin stones are referred to. Low-quality origin stones are almost useless in Yuanlu. They're considered trash only under special circumstances. Xiaoying explained. I see. Lu Ming smiled. The cultivation environment in Yuanlu was too good. Cultivating casually was equivalent to cultivating with low-quality origin stones. Therefore, low-quality origin stones were basically useless. Only middle-quality origin stones were mainstream. A middle-quality origin stone was equivalent to 10,000 low-quality origin stones. 100,000 middle-quality origin stones were equivalent to 1 billion low-quality origin stones. The price was reasonable. However, there was a problem. Lu Ming did not have any middle-quality origin stones. He had killed so many emperors, and his storage rings were filled with low-quality origin stones. There were at least tens of billions of them. However, after arriving in Yuanlu, low-quality origin stones were completely useless. What a waste! Lu Ming wailed in his heart. His heart ached. So many origin stones were useless in Yuanlu. They had become trash. Now, Lu Ming had become a pauper. He had no money. Lu Ming's face turned green. Xiaoying and Xiao Hao smiled bitterly when they saw Lu Ming's expression. They were the same when they first arrived. Little guy, haha, the low-quality origin stones on you are useless, right? Do you have any treasures on you? You can use them to exchange. Treasure? Lu Ming pondered. He had given all the spiritual herbs he had to Dandan and Bubbles. However, even if he took them out, they would not be worth much. Lu Ming would not take out anything that was too valuable, such as the lightning cauldron and the air-frozen pearl. Only an emperor spiritual weapon would be left. Senior, how many medium primordial stones would an emperor spiritual weapon be worth? Lu Ming took out a large saber and asked. Lu Ming had killed many emperors in the Godly Ruins continent and had obtained nearly 20 emperor spiritual weapons. An emperor spiritual weapon is not bad. It is worth 1,000,000 primordial stones. The old man's eyes lit up. 1,000,000 primordial stones? Lu Ming's eyes also lit up. The value of an emperor spiritual weapon had greatly exceeded his expectations. It was even more valuable than he had imagined. Brother Liu, an emperor spiritual weapon can only be fully unleashed by those above the 7th martial royal realm. Only saints can refine it. Although there are many of them in the Yuan continent, there are too many high-level martial royal realm cultivators in the Yuan continent. The demand is too great. Therefore, the value of an emperor spiritual weapon has always been very high. Xiaoying explained to Lu Ming. Lu Ming suddenly understood. Indeed, there were many emperor spiritual weapons in the Yuan continent. However, there were even more high-level martial royal realm cultivators. Basically, the supply could not meet the demand. Therefore, the value was naturally high. For example, in the small continents outside the Yuan continent, such as the Godly Wilderness continent, emperor spiritual weapons were usually left behind by saints or high-level martial royal realm cultivators when they went to those places. It was basically impossible for anyone to refine them. Most of them were passed down from the Yuan continent. For example, Lu Ming had obtained the Emperor Spiritual Tower in the Saint Mansion Secret Realm. It was also brought over from the Yuan continent by the Heavenly Profound Saint. The Emperor Spiritual weapons in the Godly Ruins continent were usually obtained this way. They had only accumulated a few after countless years. Little brother, do you want to sell this Emperor Spiritual weapon? If you want to sell it, I will buy it. The old man said. I want to sell it. Senior, I have another one. Following that, Lu Ming took out an emperor rank spirit weapon that looked like an iron rod. The elder and Xiaoying were surprised. They didn't expect Lu Ming to have so many emperor grade spiritual weapons. Alright, I'll buy it. Here are 1.9 million origin stones and this bottle of top-grade life water. The old man handed Lu Ming a storage ring and a bottle of life water. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual sense. He found a pile of raw stones lying in the storage ring. Every single one of them was filled with concentrated origin energy. Compared to low-tier origin stones, it was many times purer and denser. This was a middle-grade origin stone. Cultivating with a middle-grade origin stone was naturally many times faster than cultivating with a low-grade origin stone. After putting it away, Lu Ming continued to wander around with Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao. On the way, Lu Ming discovered that there were too many natural treasures here. All kinds of spiritual herbs were level 9. Level 8 spiritual herbs were rarely seen. There were also all kinds of refining materials and spiritual liquids, all of which were of a very high level. Along the way, Lu Ming bought a lot of spiritual herbs. Soon, the 1.9 million middle-grade origin stones were almost used up. Lu Ming's heart ached. Those were 2 emperor-grade spiritual weapons. However, the spiritual liquids and spiritual herbs he bought were very useful. The spiritual liquids could promote the growth of the tree of enlightenment, while the spiritual herbs could speed up the recovery of Dandan and Bubbles. After coming to Yuanlu, he realized that he had become a pauper. Although he still had a lot of emperor-grade spiritual weapons, they would be used up soon if he continued to use them like this. During this time, Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao also bought some things. Get lost. I'm interested in this turquoise blue fruit. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard. Nonsense, what do you mean you're interested in it? I said I'm interested in it. Get lost if you don't have money. Another voice was heard. Who do you think you are to tell me to get lost? Let's fight in the arena if you dare. The voice from before was heard. Let's fight then. The voice from behind was heard. Then, they saw a group of people flying in a certain direction. Emperor-grade spiritual weapons are about to fight. Brother Lu, let's go to the arena and see what's going on. Qiu Yingying said. Alright, I'd like to see it too. Lu Ming was curious. The 3 of them followed the crowd to the arena. If the disciples of the Dragon God Valley had any conflicts, they would usually settle it on the sparring platform. Boom. Boom, as soon as Lu Ming and the others arrived, they heard a violent explosion. On a huge arena, 2 figures were constantly colliding with each other. The 2 burly men in their 30s were constantly punching each other with their fists. Violent explosions were heard between heaven and earth. 3rd level martial royal realm, but their combat strength is very strong. Lu Ming's eyes widened. He realized that the cultivation of the 2 men was at the early stage of the 3rd level martial royal realm, but their combat strength was beyond Lu Ming's imagination. He felt that the LV4 martial royal realm experts on the continent of godly ruins were no match for the 2 men. The combat strength of the 2 men had completely surpassed the combat strength of the LV4 martial royal realm experts on the continent of godly ruins. Lu Ming was shocked. Brother Lu, do you feel that the 2 men's combat strength is very strong? Qiu Yingying said. Indeed, they're much stronger than the emperors on the continent I'm from. Lu Ming nodded. Yes, we were also very surprised when we first arrived, but this is the combat strength of an ordinary emperor from Yuanlu. Qiu Yingying explained, in Yuanlu, both the martial path and the inscription path have been developed to the extreme. It's much stronger than the other continents. All kinds of martial techniques, bloodlines, intent realms, and spiritual bodies have been developed to the extreme. Therefore, the cultivators here are very strong, far stronger than those on the other continents. For example, the emperors, unless they're low-ranking servants, usually those with a little status have cultivated realm martial techniques and their combat strength is very shocking. Yuanlu, it's indeed Yuanlu. Lu Ming couldn't help but clench his fists together. The cultivation civilization of the Yuan continent had already developed to the extreme. It was far from what the godly ruins continent could compare to. It could be said that a decent cultivator in the Yuan continent would be a genius that could challenge those with a higher cultivation level than him. Lu Ming thought of the people that Di Xian had brought with him. Those people's combat strength was not very strong. Maybe, the status of those people was akin to servants in the Di clan, which was why their combat prowess wasn't particularly high. Lu Ming's thoughts were in a whirl, and he felt a great pressure. Here, there were too many powerhouses. Rulers were all over the streets, and only saints were high and mighty powerhouses. Moreover, the emperors here had extraordinary combat strength. In the continent of godly ruins, Lu Ming could fight with a peak LV3 martial royal realm expert without using the chaotic flipping sky seal and without the help of his second body. However, if Lu Ming did not cast the chaotic flipping sky seal and did not have the help of his second body, he might only be able to fight with an early-stage second-level martial emperor martial artist. The gap was too big. In the continent of God, Lu Ming could injure a fourth-level martial emperor when he used the chaotic sky seal. In this place, Lu Ming was no match for the two burly men in the early stage of the third-level martial emperor, let alone the fourth-level martial emperor. Moreover, they were ordinary martial emperors. What if he met a genius? How strong would he be? It seems that I was a frog in a well when I was trapped in this corner of the continent of God. Lu Ming clenched his fists. While feeling the strong pressure, Lu Ming was full of anticipation. His blood was boiling with excitement. Yuan continent was the real big stage. It was colorful and it was far from what the continent of God could compare to. On the fighting ring, the two exchanged hundreds of moves. In the end, both of them were injured and left the place. However, after the two left, two more people went up to fight. After that, Lu Ming watched 5 battles, all of which were between emperors. As expected, most of the emperors here were much stronger than the emperors in the continent of God. Lu Ming more or less had an idea. After that, Lu Ming, Qiu Yingying, and the others returned to their residence. After returning to his residence, Lu Ming first poured the life water on his second body. As expected, his second body glowed and its recovery speed greatly increased. Then, Lu Ming continued to cultivate. In Yuanlu, the cultivation level below the martial emperor was too low. Only by breaking through to the emperor realm as soon as possible could he gain a foothold. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been in Dragon God Valley for a month. During this period, Lu Ming would occasionally go out and buy some books to read. They were all about Yuanlu. As he had just arrived, he naturally had to understand the world he was in. On this day, there were suddenly sounds of drums outside. It was the sound of drums. Someone was summoning them. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and walked out of the cave. He saw Long Yuanchuan standing in the valley. Whoosh! 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 Youths flew out from the various ice caves and stood in the valley. There were more than 1,000 of them. Lu Ming discovered that some of the youths who had come with him were progressing very quickly. Some of them were originally at the 8th level of the Spirit God realm, but now they had broken through and reached the 9th level of the Spirit God realm, or even the Great Circle of the Spirit God realm. These people were the top geniuses of the Master Teacher continent, and there was no way they would be lacking in terms of talent. As such, they were able to advance their cultivation by leaps and bounds. Alright, you newcomers have already been here for a month. You should have gotten used to it. Now, there are still 3 months before your assessment. Now, I will explain in detail your assessment mission in 3 months. In 3 months, your assessment mission will be to explore a secret realm. Long Yuanchuan said. Explore a secret realm? Lu Ming and the others were all stunned. That's right. Only by walking out of the dungeon alive can one be considered to have passed the test and become an official disciple of the Divine Dragon Valley. Long Yuanchuan said. Many people's faces changed. It seemed that the secret realm was quite dangerous. Long Yuanchuan seemed to have seen through everyone's thoughts. He smiled and said, although the secret realm is dangerous, let me tell you, it is also a great opportunity. I don't know how many martial emperors and even sages want to enter, but they can't. Because this secret realm is a great emperor's secret realm. When he said the last sentence, Long Yuanchuan deliberately emphasized his voice. What? Great emperor's secret realm? Great emperor? Everyone, including Lu Ming, was stunned. They could not help but widen their eyes. Great emperor's secret realm? Could it be a secret realm left behind by a great emperor? A great emperor was a top expert in the primordial realm, an existence that dominated the world and ruled the sky. What kind of treasures would there be in a secret realm left behind by such a person? Everyone's eyes were burning with excitement. Even sages were out of their reach, let alone great emperors who were above sages. This is the first time that this great emperor's secret realm has been discovered. After investigation, only people below martial emperors can enter. Those above martial emperors are not allowed to enter. Even sages are not allowed to enter. Therefore, you must make good use of this time and raise your cultivation to the martial emperor level. According to the sages, martial emperors and above are not allowed to enter the great emperor's secret realm. However, it is not a problem for you to break through after entering. Therefore, if some martial emperors enter the great emperor's secret realm to break through to the martial emperor level, they will be able to seize the opportunity and obtain the treasures. Also, this time, all the top forces in the Tsang state will send people in. This is the danger. Therefore, in the next 3 months, try to raise your strength as much as possible. You must grasp the opportunity yourself. Long Yuanchuan continued to explain. I see. After hearing this, Lu Ming finally had some answers to some of the doubts in his heart. Lu Ming finally knew why the Divine Dragon Valley, Heavenly Deity Sect and other sects would travel a great distance to the Divine Ruins continent to select disciples. It turned out that it was all because of the Great Emperor's secret realm. They recruited geniuses from various continents to enter the Great Emperor's secret realm. The Yuanlu was divided into many large states. The Tsang state was a large state in the south of the Yuanlu. The Divine Dragon Valley was a powerful force in the Tsang state. There were countless large and small forces in the Tsang state. However, there were a total of 13 top forces that stood at the peak of the Tsang state. These 13 forces were the overlords of the Tsang state. The Divine Dragon Valley was one of the 13 forces. In addition, the Heavenly Deity Sect, Heavenly Universe Demon Sect, Nine Heaven Sword Sect and even the Heavenly King Hall that had caused chaos in the Divine Wilderness continent because of a Heavenly King token were also one of the 13 major forces. This time, these major forces would send people into the Great Emperor's secret realm. Therefore, these major forces would send people to the small continents overseas to recruit disciples. The D clan is not in the Tsang state. I wonder where they are. Lu Ming thought to himself. The Yuanlu was too vast and the Tsang state was only a small part of it. The books that Lu Ming had bought mostly introduced the Tsang state. Lu Ming was not too sure about the places outside the Tsang state. After the announcement, Long Yuanchuan left the place. However, these youths could not calm down. After that, they returned to their cave residences and cultivated in seclusion. It was obvious that they could break through to the monarch realm after entering the Great Emperor's secret realm. Therefore, if they raised their cultivation to the limit of the Supreme Being realm and broke through to the Emperor realm after entering the Great Emperor's secret realm, they would have an absolute advantage. Lu Ming began to place more of his attention on the embryonic form of the chaotic domain. Now, the embryonic form of the chaotic domain was getting closer and closer to its limit. As long as the embryonic form of the chaotic domain was cultivated to its limit, he would be able to break through to the Emperor realm. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Dong. 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 On this day, there was an intense rumble outside. It was the sound of a drum being struck. It was the sound of the drum being summoned again. However, wasn't there a gathering 3 days ago to announce the Great Emperor's secret realm? Why was there a gathering now? With doubts, Lu Ming walked out of the cave residence. Outside the cave residence, 3 youths stood proudly. End of chapter 1400. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.